Right, we need to talk about this absolute circus act, because somehow the internet looked at a grown man spinning like a toy top and decided that was a complete event. I get it though, sometimes life hits you with such a stupid visual that you can't do anything except stare and wonder how we got here. There it is. That's the kind of content that really asks the hard questions like why, how, and has this man achieved a higher form of being by becoming a human ceiling fan? Honestly, this is the sort of thing that makes me respect the commitment. You don't accidentally spin that confidently unless you're either possessed or you fully detached from reality. Of course, the replies would act like this is an event of historical significance. That's the beauty of the internet. Man, someone does something profoundly pointless and suddenly everybody's got a thesis statement. I can't even judge it too hard because if I had that level of free time, I'd probably be out there pirouetting like a malfunctioning Roomba. This article treating a spin cycle like a national emergency is killing me. There's always that weird point where the internet takes one dumb little moment and inflates it until it has its own press tour. Still, I respect the craft. If you're gonna make people laugh, sometimes all you need is a room, a camera, and enough angular momentum to qualify as a threat. So yeah, that's the story. Man spun, people lost their minds, and somehow we all learned nothing except that gravity is still undefeated. Today we've got a glorious internet dumpster fire made out of tweets and pictures, and somehow everybody involved still thinks they're the victim. That's the magic of social media, baby. A place where common sense goes to die in a ditch behind a phone charger. This is always how it starts, right? One person posts a cryptic little grenade, then 10,000 other people dive in like they've never once considered logging off in their lives. And every reply sounds like it was typed by a guy who just got done eating a battery and really wants you to know he's the smartest one in the room. This image right here is basically the modern gladiator arena. Except instead of swords, everybody's using cropped screenshots, and instead of honor, the prize is getting dunked on by a 14-year-old with a profile picture of a cartoon shrimp. Oh, you hate to see the classic toot-tweet self-destruct sequence. First tweet is pure testosterone and denial. Second tweet is a desperate little smoke signal from the bottom of the well. That's not a clarification, that's a guy slipping on a banana peel while trying to adjust his tie. And this is why I love internet drama. Nobody ever learns anything, everybody just reloads the clip and keeps firing. Anyway, if your entire personality is built out of tweets and screenshots, maybe go outside and let a tree bully you for a while. Alright, so I just got sent this absolute garbage fire of a story, and I had to double check if I was being trolled, because apparently a hyperphase bomb went off at a Young Fresh Kirk's concert back in 1933, and then the whole thing somehow turned into a flying meat missile apocalypse. Like, what the fuck even is this timeline? And yeah, this is supposedly the concert where everything kicks off, which already sounds fake as hell, but the setup is just so stupidly specific, it feels like someone made it up in a fever dream and committed to the bit way too hard. Alright, so I just got sent this absolute garbage fire of a story, and I had to double check if I was being trolled, because apparently a hyperphase bomb went off at a Young Fresh Kirk's concert back in 1933, and then the whole thing somehow turned into a flying meat missile apocalypse. Like, what the fuck even is this timeline? And yeah, this is supposedly the concert where everything kicks off, which already sounds fake as hell, but the setup is just so stupidly specific, it feels like someone made it up in a fever dream and committed to the bit way too hard.
Dum dum you joke, dum you joke.
And then the whole thing allegedly detonates into absolute bullshit with 1,700 flying phallic fleshy objects attacking the audience in the middle of the song. That is not an incident, that is a demonic patch note. I mean, what the fuck are you even supposed to do in that situation? Clap? Run? Write a strongly worded letter to physics. If this happened for real, every witness would just deserve a medal and a lobotomy. My honest take is this sounds like the universe having a stroke in public. If history had a jokes department, this would be its darkest employee. The song title alone makes me think somebody was already planning for things to go bad. That's it, see ya. This is one of those stories that sounds like a fever dream written by someone who got hit in the balls with a frying pan. Donald and Daisy Duck getting 10 months in prison for wrecking a car into a Sonic drive-in is so absurd I almost respect it, because at least it's committed to the bit. Like, how do you go from cartoon bird crime to real-world jail time? That's elite nonsense. This is the exact kind of headline that makes me question if the universe is just being run by a guy with a grudge against ducks. You know, it was probably some tiny fender bender and then the legal system said, nah, we're sending these Mallard freaks away for a while. Honestly, if I got sentenced for driving like an idiot, I'd still be less embarrassed than if my mugshot had feathers. The funniest part is the Sonic drive-in detail, because of course the place with the little car hop trays is where the duck couple chooses to commit vehicular stupidity. That's not just a crash, that's brand synergy from hell. I'm just imagining the judge trying to keep a straight face while saying 10 months, and Donald is in the back squawking like he's the victim here. Right? So apparently Laib has managed to do the impossible and escape extra math, which is honestly one of the most base jailbreaks I've ever heard of. You know that sight has the energy of a fluorescent light buzzing in a dentist's office while somebody whispers, you still have 12 questions left. This is the kind of story that starts funny and then immediately becomes a public service announcement for every kid who's ever stared into the abyss of multiple tables and heard the abyss whisper, incorrect. Honestly, if I was stuck in there, I'd be breaking out too. I'd rather fight 3 grown men in a parking lot than do one more time fraction sprint.
No! Focus on your fractions!
That is so stupid, I love it. He didn't just leave, he made it look like an action movie escape scene over addition and subtraction, which is an insane level of disrespect to math education. Also, that mascot is way too happy for someone committing a felony against homework. That tweet is correct, by the way. If a mascot can escape the endless hell loop of school software, then maybe there's hope for the rest of us. Anyway, shout out to Laib for doing what every exhausted kid has dreamed of, running from the assignment like it owes him money. Alright, so apparently they've cooked up a new Kool-Aid flavor, and I got sent this like it's breaking fucking news, which honestly might be the most important development in civilization since sliced bread. I saw the announcement and immediately thought, there's no way this is gonna taste like the picture. It never does. Still, I'm curious, because sometimes these random drink flavors hit harder than they have any right to. This is the exact kind of marketing bullshit that gets me, because they know damn well I'm gonna look at that giant neon fruit explosion and think maybe this time it won't taste like radioactive sadness. It's always some vaguely fruity crime scene in a packet, but the branding is doing backflips to convince you it's gourmet. And of course, the viral video always has somebody acting like they just discovered the cure for death because the drink is cold and sweet. I respect the commitment, but I need less fake enthusiasm and more honest assessment like, yeah, it tastes like blue diabetes, would buy again. If the flavor is actually good, then I'll give it its flowers because I'm not married to being miserable all the time. But if it tastes like cough syrup that got bullied by a fruit basket, then I'm gonna say it with my chest and move on. Either way, this is the kind of garbage I love hearing about because it's harmless, stupid, and weirdly important for no reason. Maybe that's the magic of it, man. A new Kool-Aid flavor can still make people feel something in this dumbass world. So yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I've been burned before and I'm not about to pretend powdered drink mix is some divine gift from the heavens. That's it, see ya. Right, we got the new intermission screen, and it looks like somebody fed a YouTube homepage into a wood chipper and then asked it to make bad decisions. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes me feel like I'm one browser refresh away from having my identity stolen by a guy named Soup Wizard. The titles are all insanely aggressive for no reason, like every thumbnail is trying to fight me in a parking lot behind a vape shop. Yeah, that tweet is painfully real. That's not a joke, that's an actual cry for help disguised as a workplace complaint. I've seen less damage in a knife drawer. The most impressive part is the confidence. Topics queued for Generation 0 is such a brutal little gut punch. That's not an interface, that's a public execution. Honestly, this feels like the perfect waiting room for the internet. It's got thumbnails, it's got chaos, it's got absolutely no shame, and somehow it still manages to look like it needs parental controls. This is one of the most deranged things I've seen today. Twitter somehow turned hosting a party at home into a flex, like congratulations man, you discovered walls and a kitchen. Meanwhile, the rest of society is apparently rage camping in a Taco Bell toilet like it's Coachella for dickheads. So this is the dumb shit we're working with. You've got this fake intellectual discussion dressed up like it's some cultural breakthrough, when really it's just people pretending that not partying in a fast food restroom makes you some kind of aristocrat. It's the social media equivalent of polishing a turd and calling it modern art, except this turd smells like Baja Blast and poor decisions. This is apparently where humanity clocks in after 9 p.m. according to these takes. Just a full-on nightclub in the Taco Bell shitter where the DJ is a clogged toilet and the bottle service is a fistful of hot sauce packets. If you told me this was the new Studio 54 for people with frontal lobe damage, I'd believe you immediately. And then somehow it gets worse, because now the discourse graduates from Taco Bell toilet parties to doing meth in a Chuck E. Cheese bathroom like it's some sacred community ritual. That's not a subculture, that's just civilization being put through a wood chipper by morons with no hobbies and microwave brains. So yeah, if Twitter wants to act like home parties are some rare luxury while everyone else is transforming children's pizza bathrooms into Breaking Bad side quests, be my guest. It's unbelievably stupid, it's disgusting, and it has the energy of a dick joke written by a raccoon. Analysis to equals final code 0. Right, we're talking mopping a floor, which is apparently a whole-ass science project now. I found this WikiHow article and it's got more steps than some people have in their entire life, so yeah, let's get into the wet little goblin ritual of making a floor not disgusting. This is the part I actually respect, because they don't just say dip thing in water and go ham, they break down the prep, the cleaner, the mop type, and how not to accidentally ruin your floor like a dumbass. That's the difference between cleaning and just smearing a problem around. First thing you do is prep the damn floor, because mopping over crumbs is the same energy as putting a fresh sheet on a bed covered in dog hair. Sweep or vacuum first, get the loose crap out of the way, then you can actually clean instead of just making soup. Then you work in sections, wring it out properly, and keep moving toward the exit so you're not boxing yourself into a corner like a complete idiot. Also, don't oversoak the floor unless you want your hardwood to file a complaint. That warning stuff is actually the most important part, because people get way too creative with chemicals and then act shocked when the room smells like regret. The article is solid though, it's basically saying do the boring stuff correctly and your floor won't hate you. Honestly, mopping is easy if you stop trying to reinvent civilization with a bucket and a mop. Clean first, use the right cleaner, don't drown the floor, and let it dry. If you do that, you're already ahead of like half the planet. That's it. See ya. Woke up and saw the dumbest name change imaginable, and I had to check if I was having a stroke or if the internet finally won. This shit is so over the top it looks like somebody sneezed on the keyboard and called it branding. Yeah, that's the actual name now, or at least the cursed version of it. It reads like an argument between a keyboard and a clown car, and somehow every single syllable is worse than the last. That's the part that gets me, because you can't even say it without losing your damn train of thought. It's like he tried to make a name that would physically inconvenience every person on Earth. The replies are exactly what you'd expect, just pure chaos, people absolutely losing their minds over the fact that this existed long enough to be posted. Honestly, it's kind of impressive in the stupidest way possible. They respect the commitment to being an obnoxious little goblin about it, but this is definitely one of those things that makes everyone stop and ask why humanity was allowed to keep going. Still, it's funny as hell in the most brain-rotted way. That's it. I'm mainly just impressed somebody actually typed that out and hit save. It's dumb, it's loud, and it's peak internet nonsense. That's it. See ya. Alright. right? So apparently pulling up is now the latest battlefield in the culture war, which is insane because I thought the only thing people were fighting over in the gym was who has the smallest dick in the locker room. Somehow this turned into a full-blown identity crisis for a movement that is literally just grab bar, lift body, so that's pretty incredible. And of course, when something this stupid happens online, everyone talks about it like we're deciding the future of civilization instead of whether a dude can do one more rep without his scrawny little meat stick getting involved somehow. The funniest part is people will attach the word woke to literally anything if they stare at it long enough, and now apparently the humble pull-up has become a symbol of oppression or some shit. I love how the internet can take the most harmless physical activity known to man and turn it into a debate where every side sounds like they got brain damage from staring at a ring light too long. Nobody is safe, the pull-up is compromised, and somewhere out there a guy is posting a 12-minute video about forearm equity like he's uncovering Watergate. Right, so I saw this clip where Doomcock somehow managed to go harder on woke nonsense than the people he's complaining about, which is honestly impressive in the dumbest way possible. It's like watching a guy fight a fire with a flamethrower and then act surprised when the whole house is ash. This is the kind of rant that starts as a critique and ends up sounding like the opening monologue to a villain who got banned from a comic convention for being too much. He's not exactly subtle here, which is part of the charm and part of the problem. Looks like he's about to declare war on the concept of nuance itself, and honestly the commitment is kind of admirable. I'm not even sure whether to laugh or salute the bit, and that's the real comedy here, because the roast gets so intense it loops right back around into self-parody. He ends up body slamming the exact vibe he's trying to clown on. They get the appeal of hating bad writing, I really do, but when you're screaming this hard, you're basically handing everyone else the punchline. The whole thing feels less like criticism and more like a guy wrestling a ghost in a parking lot. That's it, see ya. So I turned on AI reasoning and immediately it started acting like it had bills due and a tiny breakdown in the parking lot. The answer better, sure, but now every response has this weird about this energy, which is hilarious coming from a machine that used to confidently invent nonsense like it was getting paid per line. This is the part people always miss, because yes, the thing can actually untangle messy problems now, but it still occasionally answers like it got mugged by its own assumptions. The jump in quality is real, but the jump in confidence is even more real, and that's the dangerous part. Nothing scares me more than an AI saying I've reasoned carefully, immediately faceplanting into a puddle of stupidity. That tweet is the whole internet in one sentence. People flip the switch, see one slightly smarter answer, and start acting like they've unlocked the hidden final boss of intelligence. Then the model gets one detail wrong and suddenly it's this technology is a scam, which is the same emotional range as a toddler losing at Mario Kart. Yeah, that's exactly the vibe. One little switch, a bunch of glossy charts, and suddenly everybody's convinced the machine is about to become a terrifying genius instead of a very expensive autocomplete with a smarter haircut. I do like it though, because when it works it feels like the AI finally put on glasses and stopped eating crayons.
Explain the implications of Gödel's incompleteness theorems on the limits of artificial general intelligence, referencing relevant philosophical arguments.
Okay, that actually looks solid. I'm still not worshipping it or whatever because people treat every update like it's a religious event, but that's legitimately a better answer than the usual Chaos Goblin routine. If this is where it's headed, cool, I'm in, as long as it doesn't start charging rent and asking for my social security number. And that's the actual takeaway, because this isn't magic, it's just the bot trying harder before it embarrasses itself. That's useful as hell, but it's still a tool, not a little silicon philosopher king. If anything, this just proves that making something think longer is great, but making it think correctly is where the real fun starts. Yo, I just found out Kirby apparently went full government shutdown on an entire school cafeteria, and honestly that sounds less like a crime and more like a Tuesday for that little pink bastard. I don't know who thought bringing unlimited food into the same building as Kirby was a good idea, but they clearly wanted chaos and maybe a lawsuit. Look at this dude, he's not even eating, he's performing a hostile takeover of the lunch period. And somehow the cafeteria staff are just standing there like, damn, we really underestimated the sphere. This is the exact kind of footage that makes me believe humans are just deeply unprepared for small pink anomalies with bottomless appetites. If Kirby was real, every buffet on Earth would be gone in under 4 minutes and the economy would collapse instantly. That innocent face is doing all the heavy lifting here because this is a war crime with cheeks. Didn't eat lunch, he erased lunch from the timeline. Honestly, respect the hustle, but also lock the cafeteria doors and maybe call the military. That's an unstoppable food vacuum with a smile. That's it, see ya. I swear to God, the French language is built like somebody took English, shook all the nouns loose, and then said, yeah, this'll work. I got no beef with France as a country, but the language? Man, it sounds like your mouth is buffering. I ran into this the other day and immediately remembered why I've always thought this shit is obnoxious as hell. There's just way too many silent letters, too many weird rules, and the pronunciation feels like a prank somebody kept escalating. Every time I hear French, I feel like I'm being judged by a guy wearing a scarf indoors. It's elegant if you're a wine ant, but for me it's pure chaos. And the worst part is it somehow sounds smooth and pretentious at the exact same time, which is impressive in the most annoying way possible. I respect the effort, but I'm still allowed to say it sounds like a language that hates me personally. Maybe I'm just bitter because I'll butcher one sentence and suddenly I'm the dumbest man alive. Whatever, I'm not learning that shit, I'm not apologizing for it, and I'm definitely not pretending the accents are cute. At the end of the day, French is just one of those things that sounds better coming from somebody else. For me, it's all pain, no payoff, and a headache with vowels. That's just how I feel about it, man. I'm sticking with that take. French can kick rock. That's it. See ya. Right, so today we need to talk about the absolute disaster that is the puke emoji, because apparently the internet looked at face vomiting and decided, yeah, that's just what happens when someone gets a mouthful of swamp wiener. Real classy. Look at that thing. I'm not even saying it's accurate, but once someone points it out, you can never unsee it. It's like your brain gets mugged in an alley, and now every time you see the emoji, it just whispers something deeply stupid in your ear. That's the whole curse right there. One idiot says it, 10,000 more get infected, and suddenly the emoji is no longer about being sick, it's about fantasy ogre crimes. Humanity is a mistake, and the comment section is the receipt. And the worst part is that the comparison is sticky. It's like chewing gum for your eyes. You read it once and now every time somebody throws up in text form, your brain goes, hey, remember the swamp reference? Yeah, thanks brain, super helpful. There it is, that's the whole disease in one clip. It's dumb, it's cursed, and I'm mad I understand it. Anyway, I'm gonna go stare at a wall and try to bleach my mind, which feels like a fair trade for being online in 2026. Right, so apparently, this Tom Pearl footage is making the rounds again. And I gotta say, whenever something leaks, people suddenly turn into forensic scientists with the worst possible takes. I saw the clip pop up and immediately knew it was gonna be one of those everyone's gonna have a dogshit opinion by tomorrow situations, so let's just get into it before the internet sets itself on fire.
I don't know what's happening. Please, someone help me!
Yeah, that's the footage, and it already has that classic cursed energy where you can tell nobody involved is gonna come out looking smart. What gets me is how people watch one grainy video and suddenly act like they've got the full fucking case file, like, bro, relax, you just got cliff notes from a raccoon holding a camera. Of course, the article does the usual sources say dance while saying absolutely nothing useful, which is basically journalism's version of putting on a fake mustache and sneaking out the back door. At the end of the day, this kind of footage is always messy, and the internet always makes it messier by adding 40 layers of bullshit and confidence. You can't even let a clip breathe for 5 minutes before someone's already built a religion around it, which is insane behavior. My take is simple. Wait for actual confirmation before doing the whole armchair courtroom routine, because half of y'all are allergic to context and addicted to being wrong online. That's it. See ya. Right, so I saw this dashcam footage, and it's one of those what the hell are you doing, man moments where a black SUV just decides traffic laws are more of a suggestion than a rule. Somehow every dumb driver thinks the whole road is their personal parking lot. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of clip that makes your stomach drop because you can tell the person filming had about half a second to process the fact that some idiot is driving head-on like it's fucking Mad Max. The confidence required to do that is almost impressive if it wasn't so stupid. And then of course the SUV clips the car because shocker, physics still works even when you're being a complete moron. This is why dashcams are great though, because without the footage it turns into a whole he said she said bullshit fest. There it is. The exact moment brains leave the chat. The best part is always how preventable it was. Like all they had to do was not drive the wrong direction and everybody could have gone about their day like normal people. Anyway, if you're out driving, pay attention because some jackass is always out there improvising his own disaster, and if you've got a dashcam, thank your past self because future you is gonna need that receipt. That's fucked, but at least the footage makes it obvious who the clown was. That's why I always tell people to just drive like everyone else is actively trying to kill you. That's it. Holy shit, the Why You Know guy clawed his way out of the 2011 meme graveyard and now he's apparently speedrunning public nuisance charges. This is like if a rage comic got bitten by radioactive douche juice and came back with a podcast mic and erectile dysfunction. I didn't think this year could get any uglier, but here we are. This is the goblin in question, the ass crack of internet history made flesh. He's been popping up everywhere acting like the world owes him an apology for retiring rage comics, just stomping around like a divorced Chuck E. Cheese mascot with Wi-Fi. Apparently every time he enters a public space, he starts yelling in that same ancient psychic damage format, just demanding answers nobody has. Why you know act normal? Will you know shower? Will you know stop harassing baristas? That kind of thing. It's like watching a dead meme perform terrorism on basic peace and quiet. Here's the article covering his grand world tour of being unbelievably fucking annoying. This site looks like it was designed by a raccoon hitting keyboard shortcuts, but the details are somehow even trashier than the layout. The funniest part is that he also dissed Jake Paul, which is honestly like raccoon on raccoon violence. He called him a discount chin with Wi-Fi, which I'll admit is a pretty solid shot, but coming from the Why You Know guy it feels like being roasted by a gas station toilet. This is the setup where he launched the diss, looking like he streams from inside a neglected vape cartridge. Every pixel in this image smells like body odor and expired sponsorships. Okay, yeah, huge breaking science update here, and I know this is gonna rock the foundation of modern society, but grass is green. I've looked into it, I've done the research, and the verdict is in. Grass is in fact not a fried shrimp cocktail, it's green. There it is. The final boss of botany. A lawn so green it could make a jealous emerald file a complaint. If somebody argued with this image, I'd just assume they were doing it for engagement, because this is the physical universe being extremely boring and correct. Wow, insane. Nature really went, let me cook, and then made the most common color on earth for something people step on barefoot. Chlorophyll is basically grass saying, I'm busy making sugar, please stop asking dumb questions and please also mow me for some reason. This is exactly the kind of tweet that gets posted right after someone looks directly at a lawn and decides to challenge reality. Grass is green, the sky is blue, and some of y'all need a helmet made of irony. That clip is the visual equivalent of somebody saying, I have evidence, and then presenting a leaf with a microphone. Yeah, it's green. It's not deep. It's not a conspiracy. It's just grass being grass, and honestly, that's enough for me. Who the fuck decided assy for assembly sounded good? Like, yeah, I want the ass of my RAM made in Taiwan. That's some crazy shit, and it immediately makes me think of dick jokes because nobody needs ass in their computer hardware. What the hell were they smoking? It's just a dumb abbreviation that turns tech into something ridiculous, and now every time I see it I can't stop laughing at how stupid it is. This right here is the primary source for that assy nonsense. It's literally just a RAM module, but the label makes it look like you're buying ass parts for your PC. What a joke. It cracks me up how lazy naming like this slips through and ruins the vibe of building a rig. I just walked into my room and it looks like a raccoon got into a blender with a Home Depot. I have no idea how this happened, but I'm pretty sure I'm legally responsible for all of it. There's shit everywhere, and somehow I'm still convinced I can find what I'm looking for in under 10 seconds. That's the kind of confidence that gets you buried alive under your own bullshit. This is the crime scene. I want to say it was a rough day, but honestly this feels more like a lifestyle choice at this point. I start moving one thing and suddenly the whole room decides it wants to die. It's like Jenga, except every block is an emotional support object. Yeah, that's the exact moment the room lost the fight. Nothing in here had a chance, and I respect the dedication. The fucked up part is I'm still gonna sit back down in this disaster and act like it's normal. Humans are disgusting little creatures, but we're consistent as hell. I've seen crime scenes with more organization than this. At least there, somebody had a plan. Anyway, I'm gonna clean this up before it becomes a historical landmark. This room has been through enough, and so have I. I am not proud of it, but I am impressed. That's it, see ya. So apparently the internet has decided I need to be on ancient Greek politician watch, because now we're talking about Eleftherios Venizelos getting caught playing Roblox in Crete. That is a sentence that should never exist, and yet here we are, staring directly into the abyss. I found this through one of those cursed little clips that makes you question literacy as a whole. Yeah, that's him, allegedly deep in the block game like he's about to announce a naval reform in a pixelated obby. The contrast is so stupid it loops back around to genius, honestly. And the wild part is the setting, because Crete makes this feel like some forbidden historical side quest. Like instead of diplomacy, he just queued into a Roblox server and decided the future of Greece could wait.
Wow! Bog!
This is the kind of footage that makes you think somebody got hold of a time machine and used it for bullshit. The fact that he's sitting there playing Roblox like it's completely normal is what sells the whole thing. We respect the commitment, though. If you're gonna get caught, at least get caught doing something so unhinged that nobody can even accuse you properly because they're too busy processing the stupidity. Even the article layout makes it feel real, which honestly makes it worse because now it's not just a meme, it's a documented historical embarrassment in a nice little web page. We love shit like this because it takes one of the most serious guys imaginable and drops him into the dumbest possible situation. That's the magic formula right there, just pure fucking nonsense with a straight face. Anyway, that's my take. This is historically important in the exact same way a raccoon in a tuxedo is important, which is to say deeply. That's it, see ya. Right, so John Pork has apparently decided my existence is now his personal side quest, because this guy keeps showing up asking me for drug money like I'm his messed up little ATM with a face. I don't know what universe he's from, but in this one, that is a terrible financial strategy, especially when I'm already one bad decision away from becoming a cautionary tale. Look at this absolute dumbass. He's got the confidence of a guy who thinks consequences are a rumor. And honestly, if you're gonna shake somebody down, maybe don't pick the dude whose patience is hanging by a thread and whose hobbies include making terrible choices and
Please, man, just a few bucks. I haven't eaten in days. Come on, don't you have anything? My family needs me. I'll do anything. Just give me something. Anything at all. I'm begging you, please! It's for my daughter!
I swear this guy shows up like he's trying to unlock a new achievement called Most Annoying Man Alive. Every time I try to walk away, he comes back with that same busted energy like, come on bro, just a little cash. No dude, that's not how any of this works. That article reads like it was written by somebody who got hit in the head with a wet brick. And yeah, eventually he pushed it too far. I'm not saying I'm proud of what happened, but I am saying the alley learned a valuable lesson about starting stupid fights with exhausted people. And that's what happens when you keep bothering somebody for drug money like you're collecting overdue taxes from Satan's accountant. You get folded up in an alley and sent packing. Honestly, deserve. Alright, so this shit popped up and it's one of those wait, what the hell am I looking at kind of images. It's a wanted poster, but instead of, a criminal, it looks like a goofy corporate mugshot wall with everybody dressed like they're about to ask for a raise. The red cap is really doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Like that's the kind of detail that makes the whole thing feel way more petty than threatening. And the two guys on the end squatting gremlin It looked like this poster was made by somebody who was pissed off but also kind of having a good time. Honestly, I respect the commitment because it nails that fake serious energy perfectly, like we are absolutely hunting these guys while also looking like a sticker pack from hell. It's stupid in the best possible way. Overall, this is just a silly-ass wanted poster with way too much personality, and that's what makes it work. It's not scary, it's not subtle, it's just absurdly specific and kinda hilarious. That's it, see ya. Today we are witnessing a man attempt to turn his spine into a rotisserie skewer. A 2880 degrees in the air is not a trick. That is a cry for help with sponsorship potential. Let's see if physics files a restraining order.
Shrive.
Was disgusting. Not even in a cool way, just in a how is this legally one body kind of way. He looked like a burrito being thrown into a tornado and somehow it worked. I've seen people commit less to marriage. That angle made it look like he briefly left the human race. 8 full rotations is insane. That's not skateboarding, that's escaping gravity with bad intentions. And the crowd hesitation was perfect because everybody had to ask themselves if they just witnessed a miracle or a concussion with style points. The replies are always hilarious because one guy online will see a death-defying stunt and immediately go, yeah, easy, I do that before breakfast. Brother, you get winded opening a PDF, but I gotta respect the confidence because confidence is half the spin and fear is the other half. That slow-mo is disrespectful in the best way. You can see the exact moment his soul leaves, takes a lap around the park, and comes back to check the scoreboard. Honestly, that was kind of beautiful. Terrifying, stupid, and weirdly graceful, which is basically the holy trinity of action sports. Yeah, put that on a poster and sell it next to energy drinks and liability waivers. That is pure I told my doctor I was built different energy. Anyway, huge respect to the madman, and also to everyone who stood there watching this human lawnmower perform ballet. Right, so today we've got a real special kind of garbage fire on our hands, because apparently the internet decided to turn into a surveillance state for one of the dumbest reasons imaginable.
The text of the prompt, only the user input of only the brainstorm is the video of the photo of only the photo data.
Like, first of all, if you're asking me to believe somebody has 10 videos of that kind of thing, I'm already calling bullshit, because that's not a normal sentence. That's the kind of thing you hear right before someone gets hauled out of a gas station in handcuffs. The whole thing is one of those situations where people hear a rumor, immediately treat it like gospel, and then start doing investigative journalism like they're fucking Sherlock Holmes with a Wi-Fi connection. And every single time, the proof is either nothing or a potato quality clip from 2013 where somebody sneezed near a person, and now the internet is acting like they uncovered a federal case. That's the part that kills me, because if it's real, you don't need to dress it up like a carnival barker selling miracle cures, and if it's fake, then congrats, you've successfully wasted everybody's time and made yourself look like a jackass.
The prompt, it only use impact of your only at the best west bot things you're in save, and the invites and adopters code all it do it have what the impacts. And I'm saying all of you imps do it.
Also, can we just stop pretending that every allegation becomes some kind of blockbuster saga the second it hits social media? Not everything needs an 8-part documentary and a matching logo. Sometimes people just need to shut the hell up and wait for actual facts. Now, this is just the internet doing what it does best, being loud, being stupid, and acting like volume counts as evidence.
Of the prompt, the minute range of different how to follow description, using the description of where the ones of the other worked. Imagine.
Anyway, that's where I'm at on it. If you've got actual proof, cool, bring it forward like an adult. If not, maybe stop trying to turn nonsense into a blockbuster, because this shit is embarrassing. Right, today's plan is apparently science, trespassing, and whatever the hell you call licking a moon. I'm gonna be honest, if this works, I deserve a medal, probably a restraining order from NASA. This is already the dumbest thing I've seen all week, and I watched a man try to fight a vending machine. He's moving like a microwave burrito with dreams, and somehow I respect the commitment. That moon is looking at him like, bro, please don't. Honestly, if you get close enough to lick the moon, you've already lost every argument you've ever had in your life. There it is, the exact moment the human species peaked and immediately face-planted. This is why aliens don't answer us. They saw us launch one guy and thought, nah, keep that one. That's fair. If NASA has to issue a statement because some idiot turned the moon into a tongue depressor, we've officially gone too far. Also, moon is not a popsicle is the hardest scientific truth ever written. Perfect ending. He conquered space, violated a celestial body, and probably brought back lunar flavor notes like chalk and government glue. Absolute all-timer, no note. Right, we need to shut this down immediately because the internet has once again cooked up a conspiracy with the IQ of a damp tortilla. If you're here for some secret identity nonsense, yeah, I'm already rolling my eyes, and this is why online detectives should have their laptops confiscated, because every time they connect the dots it looks less like journalism and more like a guy assembling a cursed refrigerator magnet poem. Exactly. If your whole case is trust me bro, the vibes match, then congratulations, you have built a tower of bullshit on top of another tower of bullshit. That's not evidence, that's performance art for idiots.
Dare not! Foe! Do! 9!
That is the entire investigation right there. 3 screenshots, 4 assumptions, and one man, one bad haircut away from declaring war on reality. I love how people act like they solved a federal case when all they did was squint at a profile pic and inhale suspiciously near a Discord screenshot. Anyway, don't spread garbage like it's gospel. If the claim sounds stupid, has no proof, and reads like it was generated by a raccoon with a Wi-Fi password, maybe just close the tab and go outside.
Has arrived!
We're starting strong here with Wario kicking the door open like he pays rent in this castle. He comes in talking about fun like he's not about to turn this place into a cardio workout with a side of property damage. This is less as a chase and more a financial assault with overalls. That weird cartoon physics where every step sounds like a car crash. I swear this dude runs like his knees are insured by fraud. And why still yelling about fun? Nobody who says fun that aggressively is trustworthy, that's serial killer marketing.
Yeah!
That's the exact energy I expected. Big talk, tiny disaster. Wario didn't want fun, he wanted assault with a theme. And honestly, respect, because he committed to the bit harder than half the internet commits to a tax evasion explanation. What WWE, 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 what UE, what WWE, 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 what do WWE, what WWE, what WWE, what WWE, what WWE, what WWE, what WWE, WWE, what 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 UE, what WWE, 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 what WE, what WWE, 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 what UE, what WWE, 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 what This is one of those stories that sounds fake until you refresh your browser 3 times and the entire internet starts acting like it got hit by a truck. Google is apparently just gone, like vanished. That is a catastrophic level of digital ass whooping. This is incredible. We built civilization on the assumption that one blue link machine would always be there, and now everybody is standing around like a naked raccoon in a Home Depot aisle. If Google dies, I'm pretty sure half the planet forgets their own email and the other half forgets where they parked. That is the funniest apocalypse I've ever seen. No explosions, no zombie nonsense, just millions of people staring into the void because the little rectangle is doing jazz hands and refusing to answer. If your whole day collapses because you can't remember a recipe, that is a personal betrayal. That image looks like the world's saddest tech funeral. Somewhere in that building, a poor engineer is probably holding a laptop like it's a defibrillator, screaming, "Come on, baby, give me one more search result." Honestly relatable, I've had harder mornings after one bad burrito.
Why isn't this working?
That is nightmare fuel for modern society. I love how we've become so dependent on one company that the entire species turns into a bunch of sweaty toddlers the second the homepage stops loading. We are not a resilient people. We are barely software. That is the real horror. It's not just where do I search, it's the fact that every idiot with a keyboard suddenly has to rely on memory, and memory is a lying little bastard. Half the internet is built on people pretending they know things after skimming a headline. Investigating an issue is corporate, for we are currently watching the smoke come out of the machine. I respect the honesty, though. If my entire empire collapsed, I'd probably tweet something equally useless like, "We are aware of the fire and would prefer if it calmed down." And that's the end of it, apparently. If Google is actually gone, then welcome to the Stone Age, except the stones are Wi-Fi enabled and everybody is pretending they can navigate by instinct. I'll be in the corner eating cereal and lying about remembering URLs. Right, Black Ops 7 Zombies is apparently here to ruin my sleep schedule again, and honestly I respect the commitment. Every year they say this time it's different, and every year I end up defending myself at 4 a.m. because I'm emotionally attached to a perk machine. Okay, that actually looks sick. If the movement feels good and the map has more than 3 doors in a dream, I'm already in. Zombies loves and dies by atmosphere, and if they nailed that creepy we should not be here energy, I'm gonna be wasting entire weekends again. That's the sweet spot right there. I want the Easter egg to be complicated enough that my brain hurts, but not so insane that I need a 14-minute video from some guy named Mystic Banana explaining how to align moon rocks with a toaster oven.
Too many! Too many! Too many!
Yup, that's classic zombies nonsense. 1 second you're a tactical genius, the next you're backpedaling like a drunk father at a barbecue because a crawler touched your ankle and now the whole run is cooked. Honestly, fair. Zombies is at its best when it's simple enough to understand and hard enough to survive. Don't overcomplicate it with 10 currencies, 6 mini-bosses, and a menu system that looks like it was designed by a demon in Excel. Okay, that final shot got me. If they stick the landing, this could be one of the better zombies modes in a while. If they don't, well, I'll still play it for 12 hours straight and complain like it personally stole my wallet. Right, so apparently the topic today is my hair deciding to evacuate the premises mid-recording, which is honestly rude as hell. I found out because I looked in the mirror and it felt like my scalp had filed a formal resignation. Let's get into this bullshit. There it goes, just straight up falling out like it got a better offer. I'm not even mad, I respect the confidence. This is the kind of thing that makes you realize your body is doing side quests without permission. 1 minute you've got a full head of hair, next minute you're sweeping up evidence like a crime scene. Yeah, that's the money shot right there, just pure betrayal in 4K. I love how it looks like I got hit with a reverse shampoo commercial. At this point, I'm basically just watching my own scalp uninstall itself in real time, which is a pretty wild feature to have on a Tuesday. If this keeps up, I'm gonna need a helmet and a therapist. That mirror is now a federal witness. I've seen enough and I'm not exactly thrilled with the evidence. I guess the bright side is I'm learning commitment, because this hair is committed to leaving. Anyway, this is fucking absurd and somehow still on brand. To think that's the whole story, my hair took the episode personally and vanished. I'm gonna go pretend that's normal and not a sign of cosmic disrespect. That's it, see? Right, so today we have the dumbest possible cultural collision, Weird AI versus Weird Al. One guy makes songs about how technology is going to ruin our lives, and the other guy makes songs about how accordion music can somehow get you laid. This is the future apparently, and it smells like batteries and shredded cheese. This is actually a brutal matchup, because Weird Al has decades of experience taking something normal and making it painfully stupid in a genius way, while Weird AI just takes something normal and makes it painfully stupid in a way that feels like it might owe somebody money. That's the difference. One is art, the other is a toaster having a panic attack in real time.
Purple Rain! Banana! Error 404! Well, that's a new one. Sounds like my grandma's dial-up modem.
Honestly, if Weird AI wrote parody songs, half of them would be about stealing your job and the other half would be about being emotionally unavailable in 14 different file formats. Weird Al already does the whole take pop culture and twist the knife thing, but with actual timing, actual wit, and the kind of facial hair that says I've seen things. So I had this dream that was so goddamn disgusting I woke up mad at my own brain, like it genuinely cooked up the worst sequel title imaginable and somehow made it feel unavoidable. I'm not even gonna pretend this was deep, it was just my subconscious trying to get me canceled by the universe. I was in the middle of this nightmare thinking, there's no way this gets worse, and then my brain was like, hold my beer, asshole. It was one of those dreams where you wake up and immediately question every life choice that led to your sleeping brain having creative control. The title alone was enough to make me want to throw my mattress in the ocean. I'm not even going to elaborate on the imagery because I'd like to keep one shred of humanity intact today. Honestly, that's the kind of dream that makes you feel like you need to apologize to your own eyes. It was stupid, vile, and weirdly cinematic in the worst possible way, which is a real talent if you think about it. So yeah, my brain decided to make horror art last night, and I fucking hate that for me. It's amazing how sleep can still find new ways to bully you after all these years. I'm not reflecting on this, I'm not learning from it, I'm just burying it and moving on with my life. That's the only correct response to whatever the hell that was. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about G, which is already a devastatingly short title, like somebody got halfway through typing and just gave up. I respect the commitment to being as confusing as possible, really keeps the penis on its toes. This one is apparently one of those situations where everybody involved sounds like they got hit in the head with a shovel, and I'm here for the chaos. So here's the thing, when something is this vague, you know it's either unbelievably stupid or some deeply annoying niche internet shit that somehow managed to become everybody's problem. And that's the beauty of it, because the average person is just sitting there thinking what the hell is G, while the rest of us are forced to pretend this is an important matter of national security. Look at this site, man. It has all the confidence of a guy with no shirt on in a gas station parking lot. It's trying so hard to frame this as some massive revelation, but it reads like the digital equivalent of someone yelling, bro, trust me, while their fly is down and their dick is hanging out in the wind. And that's really the whole story with these things. It's just layers of people making bad decisions and then acting surprised when the penis hits the fan. Somehow every week the internet finds a new way to be embarrassing, and every time I think we've reached the limit, it crawls out of the sewer with an even dumber letter. This polyester Spider-Man shit is fucking unhinged, because why is there a dude in a shiny red and blue knockoff suit standing in the street like he's about to save the city from a discount dry cleaner? I saw this pic and immediately knew something was off, because the vibe is superhero but the execution is mall kiosk cosplay with a criminal record, and then the story gets even more fucked up because people are saying he murdered polyester Spider Kid who was only 8 in real life, which is obviously some next level deranged shit if that's what happened. The whole thing sounds like a crappy comic book plot written by someone who huffs glue and watches cop shows for research. If this is real, that's not just weird internet drama, that's straight up heinous, and I don't even know how you make a situation like this look any more cursed than a guy named Polyester Man. It's like the universe tried to warn us with the name alone. So yeah, absolutely insane story, and the image is somehow the least disturbing part of it, which is a bad sign every damn time. That's the kind of shit that makes you stare at your screen and wonder how we all got here. That's it. I don't know what the hell is going on with my brain lately, but every time I open my mouth, a raccoon somehow crawls into the sentence like it pays rent. I tried talking about breakfast and somehow ended up on a trash panda tangent, which is honestly embarrassing but also kinda impressive. It's like my vocabulary got mugged behind a gas station by a little masked bastard with shiny hands and a bad attitude. This is the exact kind of bullshit I'm talking about, because now the raccoon is literally part of the bit whether I want it to be or not. I swear to God, if I mention anything, the raccoon version of it shows up in my head first, and that is not a healthy way to live.
Where's your dad? Yid! Rabbity! Yid! Mary! Wait, what was I saying? Raccoons? No, not raccoons.
And then the chat catches it immediately, because of course they do. Those little goblins are waiting for me to slip one so they can spam raccoon emotes like maniacs. At this point, I'm not even fighting it. I'm just accepting that every topic is now legally required to have a raccoon cameo, which is the stupidest curse imaginable. Look at that smug little asshole. That's the face of a creature that knows it's ruining my ability to speak normally. So yeah, I guess the lesson here is that the raccoon always wins, and I'm just the idiot documenting the takeover. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Bella Swan just walked in here and took the stream, which is fucking insane because I was under the impression vampires were supposed to be the drama, not the whole production. I found out because my chat started losing their damn mind, like somebody dropped a live grenade in the room. But yeah, that's her somehow holding the stream hostage like she pays rent in here. And honestly, the vibe is already more awkward than a family dinner at a damn Chili's. I respect the confidence though, because stealing a stream is way more badass than anything I've done today. Look at this, she's got the whole setup like she was born to farm parasocial freaks for content, which is honestly pretty inspiring if I'm being real. I don't know what the hell she's saying, but the commitment is there and that's half the battle.
Hello, everyone. Looks like we have a change of plans. Let's have some fun.
That is an unbelievable level of main character bullshit, and I can't even be mad because she's making it work. The audacity alone is carrying the segment harder than most people carry an entire career. That's really out here running the ship like a vampire pirate captain, and the crew just has to accept it. Honestly, if someone's gonna take the stream, at least make it this entertaining. I'm not gonna lie, this was way more impressive than it had any right to be. If you're gonna hijack a stream, you better at least have the presence for it. That's it, see ya. So apparently Nintendo has gone ahead and made the Switch revision that causes people to stroke it everywhere, which is already an insane sentence to have to say out loud, and then somebody decided to add a tooth on a pic to the whole thing like we're in a cursed dental fairy tale. I found this because the internet cannot let one weird thing exist in peace without turning it into a full-blown circus act. Yeah, this is the exact kind of thing that makes you stop scrolling and go, what the fuck am I looking at? Because it looks like a normal console that got possessed by some deeply unwell designer. The tooth detail is the cherry on top because nothing says consumer electronics like dental horror. And this is the part where the internet starts acting like this is the next great technological leap when it's literally just a cursed little brick with a tooth accessory glued to it. I swear people will see anything remotely odd and treat it like the second coming of civilization. Of course, the article is written like this thing is a breakthrough instead of an abomination. They always do this bullshit where every weird hardware variant gets framed like it was discovered in a lab instead of in somebody's basement at 3 a.m. The worst part is that I know exactly how this went down too. Some guy made one stupid joke prototype, another guy posted it, then 100 people started coping like they needed this exact model to function in daily life, and now we're here. So, yeah, the Switch revision is ugly as hell, the tooth on the pic is disturbing, and the whole thing feels like a prank that somehow got a marketing department. Honestly, I respect the commitment to making something this stupid, but I also hate that my brain had to witness it, because now I have to live with the knowledge that this exists and people are absolutely going to be weird about it forever. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently we gotta talk about Sit Down Boy, which already sounds like either a hardcore gamer tag or some dude who got banned from every chair in the house. I found this thing blowing up, and shockingly, the internet is once again being weird as hell.
Only not even the exactly the explicit lyric, with the words like phone, the entire...
Okay, so this is the exact kind of shit that spreads because one person clips it and then everybody acts like they discovered fire. It's stupid, it's loud, and of course I had to look at it. This dude looks like he's one bad connection away from becoming a cautionary tale. The whole presentation is just pure, I have no idea what's happening, but I'm committed.
Talking eye of the user of the user dialogue after immediately the user interface with the prompt to
the description of the
and then it escalates exactly the way you'd expect, because nobody involved is playing with a full deck here. It's like watching a train derail and then hearing somebody say, nah, this is content. Honestly, my thoughts are it's dumb, it's loud, and it's probably gonna get even more stupid before it gets forgotten. That's the internet special right there, if anything. The only real takeaway is that people will turn any random nonsense into a whole event if you let them. That's it, see ya. Bot from the Brain Dump reboot is one of the most impressively stupid things I've seen all week, and I watched a guy try to open a coconut with his ass cheeks. This character feels like it was designed in a boardroom by people whose only exposure to comedy was getting hit in the nuts with a stapler. It's unbelievable, it's hideous, and somehow it has the same energy as a penis drawn on a middle school desk. Alright, so somehow I managed to turn my studio into a low-budget war zone, and the stupid part is I didn't even notice right away. I'm just sitting here thinking the room smells a little weird, like burnt plastic and bad decisions, and then I hear this tiny crackling sound behind me, which is never a great sign unless you're making toast, and I was not making toast. So apparently CJ is getting his own live-action movie, which is already funny as hell because, of course, Hollywood looked at GTA San Andreas and said, nah, let's just make this about the one dude. I found out through the internet doing what it does best, which is getting mad before anything even exists, so naturally I had to take a look. This is the first thing everyone saw and immediately started going, what the fuck is that title, which is fair because Carl in Life sounds like a fake DVD at a flea market. It's already got people split between this could be cool and this is a cash grab with extra steps.
Can you believe this? Can you believe this?
And yeah, the reaction is exactly what you'd expect. Half the people are hyped, half the people think this is the dumbest nostalgia bait on earth, and the other half are just staring at the casting question like it's an unsolved murder. Whoever plays Carl Johnson is going to get judged harder than a guy trying to park in front of a fire hydrant. The article basically sums up the whole mess. Fans are worried Hollywood is just squeezing the GTA name for money and maybe stepping on the legacy if the movie sucks. And honestly, that fear is pretty reasonable because there's a long history of studios seeing a beloved thing and immediately getting dollar signs in their eyes. My take is simple. This could actually work if they don't try to make it some overproduced, soulless piece of crap and just focus on CJ as a character. But the title is still ridiculous, the internet is still gonna clown it, and the pressure on casting is already insane. So yeah, it's either gonna be a surprisingly solid adaptation or a beautiful train wreck, and right now it's leaning hard on pure chaos. That's the whole story, and the internet is gonna keep screaming about it until they show a trailer or prove everyone right. That's it, see ya. Right, I've got a very important investigation today, and by investigation I mean I'm about to ruin the internet's morning with the dumbest possible theory. People keep saying I'm secretly Johnny Sins in disguise, which is either the greatest compliment of all time or evidence that some of you need sleep and maybe a little less glue sniffing. Okay, this article is already doing way too much. Same jawline, same confidence, same ability to disappoint women by simply existing. Yeah, sure, keep cooking. The problem is I've never once been able to do a plumber, doctor, and astronaut cosplay in a single afternoon without getting winded, so I'm gonna need more evidence than a blurry screenshot and a prayer. This tweet has the investigative depth of a wet paper towel, but I respect the hustle. The internet absolutely loves taking two baldish dudes with a microphone and turning it into a government-grade conspiracy. Next they're gonna say my credit card is in his name, which honestly would explain some of my purchases.
connections, revealing the truth, revealing the truth, revealing the truth, violer me at feeling the truth, revealing the truth, revealing the truth.
Yeah, this is deranged. Whoever edited this clearly needs either a raise or an exorcism. But if I were Johnny Sins, I'd at least have a more flexible resume, because all I've got is sitting here yelling about nonsense and occasionally looking like I lost a fight with a desk. If this is the disguise, it's the worst one I've ever seen. The mustache alone looks like it was glued on by a depressed raccoon with a grudge. So no, I'm not Johnny Sins in disguise, unless the disguise is guy who gets accused of everything by terminally online lunatics, in which case, yeah, I'm crushing it. Okay, so this is one of those questions that sounds like it was generated by a cursed textbook goblin, because what do you mean the author do what a large number times in the whole episode? Bro, that's absolute nonsense. We're talking about Magic Treehouse #1, Dinosaurs Before Dark, and somehow the real mystery is how many times the author allegedly did the thing, which is already a sentence that sounds like it got hit by a truck. Also, yes, I'm aware that sounds like dick joke territory, but I'm not gonna force it. I'm just saying the wording has the energy of a guy aggressively explaining his penis to a librarian. So here's the deal. If you're asking what the author did a large number of times after finishing the first draft before that date, the most reasonable interpretation is she revised it a bunch, because that's usually what authors do when the first draft is rough and the dinosaurs haven't been tamed yet. That's basically the literary equivalent of trying to wrangle a wet noodle with a boner attached. It's messy, it's pointless, and somehow it still becomes a children's classic. And yeah, if this is one of those annoying reading comprehension questions, the answer they probably want is something like revised it or edited it many times, because that's the kind of thing these questions love doing. They'll take a normal fact and dress it up like a tax form for the brain, which is honestly impressive because it's almost as hard to understand as a man trying to use his dick as a measuring tool and somehow thinking that helps anyone. And Jensen Huang is one of those guys who looks like he was generated in a lab specifically to sell GPUs and make billionaires nervous. He has the exact energy of a guy who could explain quantum computing while absolutely demolishing your entire family tree. Also, the glasses are doing some heavy lifting here. Those are working overtime like a pair of tiny nerd suspenders. Look at this man. This is the face of a dude who has never once had to worry about what a decision costs, because the answer is always all of it. He's got that calm CEO smile like he just invented a new form of capitalism and is about to charge you a subscription fee for blinking honestly. Respect the grind, because the eyebrows alone are carrying enough authority to run a small nation. Right, if you want to make your life better, the first thing I'm gonna say is stop waiting for some magical I'm fixed now moment, because that shit does not exist. You get better by doing tiny annoying things consistently until your brain finally shuts up and admits you're doing okay. That's basically the whole game right there. Sleep more, drink water, move your body a little, and clean one corner of your life so it stops looking like a crime scene. You don't need to become a monk or a billionaire, you just need to stop treating your own survival like it's optional. And yeah, I know be productive advice is usually about as useful as a paper umbrella in a hurricane, but I'm not telling you to grind yourself into paste. I'm saying pick one thing that's clearly making your life worse and cut it down a notch. Doomscroll less, eat slightly less garbage, talk to one actual human being, and maybe don't spend 12 hours rotting in bed like a Victorian orphan with Wi-Fi. This is the kind of page I wish more people had, because most advice is either just manifest harder or optimize your dopamine like some horny lizard scientist. Life gets better when your environment is less of a trap and your routines are less stupid. Make the easy choices good choices and the bad ones harder to do. That tweet is actually correct, which is horrifying. If you're overwhelmed, don't try to fix your entire existence in one night. Do one useful thing, then another one, then keep going until your brain stops acting like it's being hunted for sport. That's the method. Not sexy, but neither is having your life together, and yet here we are. So apparently Pichu is a podcaster now, which is easily one of the most horrifying things I've heard all week. We finally found the exact moment Pokemon gave up and decided, yeah, let's let a walking lemon with a diaper voice start yapping into a mic like it pays rent. This looks like the kind of shit that would make your penis retreat into your body out of self-defense. This is the entire crime scene right here. Pichu is locked in like it's about to drop a 3-hour podcast called Shock Talk, where it just screams Pichu into the mic and somehow gets a sponsorship from G Fuel and a crypto casino. love how serious the setup is too. The boom arm, the headphones, the curtains, the desk, everything about this says professional production, and then the host is a tiny electric rat that looks like it still needs help crossing the street. It's like if a Build-A-Bear got a Patreon. And, of course, the fake articles would treat this like a cultural reset. Pichu stuns critics. No, it didn't stun critics. It looks like it's about to review energy drinks and ask Pikachu if cancel culture has gone too far. This whole thing feels like the start of a disaster where Pichu says one insane thing about rare candies and gets clipped all over Twitter for the next 6 months. Honestly, though, I'd still watch it, because if this little bastard starts ranting into that mic, that's premium content. They just found out the studio's been held together by duct tape, bad vibes, and doodle shorting maintenance to cover rent, which is insane because apparently the answer to why is everything broken was because we're broke. I swear I opened one cabinet and the whole damn place sounded like it was filing a complaint, so yeah, today's gonna be a very productive mental collapse. Look at this shit, man. This place is falling apart in real time and somehow everybody thought I wouldn't notice. Fine, if the studio wants to be a garbage fire, I'll help it along. This is what happens when you save a few bucks on maintenance and let the whole set rot like a damn banana. Who want broken? I'll show you broken, dude. My tea is fine, dude. See, it's fucking gone, so stop complaining. At this point, the studio is basically a crime scene with lighting, and honestly, that's on them for letting it get this bad. I'm not even mad, I'm just impressed it lasted this long before completely imploding. If the rent was this damn important, maybe don't let the whole building eat itself alive. That's it, the studio's cooked and the fridge is somewhere in another dimension. Doddle's gonna hear about this one way or another, because holy shit, that's it, see ya. Alright, so apparently images are working better now or whatever, which is a pretty bold claim in a world where every app update feels like it was coded by a drunk raccoon with a vendetta. Today we're checking out this whole weird little situation and seeing if it's actually improvement or just the digital equivalent of putting lipstick on a dumpster. Yeah, that's exactly the vibe I expected. It's got that trust us, it's better energy, which is always reassuring coming from the same people who turn a simple upload into a scavenger hunt. If the images really work better, awesome, because nothing is more erotic than a feature that does its job without throwing a tantrum. This article is doing that classic thing where it sounds way more impressive than it is, but I'll give credit where it's due. If the failures are down and the results are up, then that's a win. I'm not asking for a miracle, just for the damn thing to stop acting like a feral horse every time somebody wants a picture of a cat holding a sandwich. Honestly, that tweet sums it up perfectly. One person is celebrating like they just cured cancer, another guy is furious because the ears are slightly weird, and the whole internet is in the background making it everybody else's problem. That's modern progress, baby, half improvement, half emotional damage. So yeah, if the new thing is actually more consistent, then cool. We'll take the tiny W, we'll cherish it, and we'll move on with our pathetic little lives until the next update sets the building on fire. Right, so this is apparently the theme song to your dementia-riddled grandfather sprinting through the house naked with a gun, and somehow that is the most accurate music description I've ever heard. It's got that goofy accordion energy, but it also sounds like the soundtrack to a runaway beach parade that ends with a felony. I can't even be mad, because this is absolutely the kind of song that would play while someone yells, "Grandpa, put the revolver down and get your ass back in the pants." This is what I love about the internet, because 1 second you're hearing a jaunty vacation tune, and the next second somebody has turned it into a mental image that should absolutely not exist. I'm not saying it's art, but I am saying it's deeply unsettling in a way that makes my soul feel slightly greasy. Also, if Grandpa is using this as his entrance music, then frankly he's got better stage presence than half the bands I've seen live. That tweet is disgusting, but also, yeah, that nails it. It's weirdly happy, aggressively tropical, and somehow still makes me imagine a shirtless old man screaming about the Constitution while blasting a hole through drywall. The track is innocent on paper, but paired with that description it becomes one of the funniest curse soundtracks I've ever heard. And so this is one of those situations where I have to stare directly into the abyss and ask why my life keeps turning into a public restroom with a subscription service. Because apparently the footage this time is me dropping these absolutely monstrous brown pickles out of my pants like I'm smuggling cursed sausages for a living. swear to God, this looks like the most humiliating magic trick ever performed by a human being. There is no cool angle here, no saving this, no actually this was art defense. This is just me losing a disgusting battle with physics, gravity, and whatever the hell I ate that day. And the worst part is, you can't even act like this is normal. Nobody just has a casual tumbleweed of brown pickles falling out of their pants and goes, yeah, Monday. That is a cry for help with denim around it. That tweet is exactly why the internet should be taken outside and executed, because now I've got thousands of little goblins with keyboards treating my lower body disaster like it's the Super Bowl halftime show. Still, I gotta respect the commitment to the bit, because this is so stupid it actually loops back around to being kind of impressive. Right, so today we're talking about TH, and honestly this is already sounding like one of those situations where someone got their ass absolutely cooked for no reason. It's crazy how fast something can go from whatever to holy shit, what the hell happened here? And I'm just here trying to make sense of the whole thing without pulling a muscle from all the eyebrow raising. Also, as always, the real victim in every internet story is the dick getting metaphorically kicked around by the chaos. Now, this is the part where everybody acts like they've got the full picture when in reality they've got about 6% of the facts and the rest is just them wagging their dick around in the comments. It always amazes me how confident people get while knowing less than a houseplant, and that's really the core of the internet experience right there. And of course, the viral clip is never enough, because once the internet gets its hands on something, it starts smearing it around like a dick joke at a middle school assembly. Everybody needs the clip, the breakdown, the reaction to the reaction, and then a guy in a hoodie explaining it all while sounding like he got hit in the face with a shovel. The funniest part is how every site reporting on it tries to sound important while basically saying, yeah, this thing got weird, and now everyone's yelling. It's the same cycle every single time, and somehow people still treat it like a national emergency when really it's just the internet tripping over its own dick again. Anyway, that's where I'm at with it, just pure confusion mixed with the usual disappointment in humanity. If there's anything to take away here, it's that people will absolutely lose their minds over the smallest, stupidest shit, and I respect the consistency even if I hate the process that's it. See ya. Okay, so apparently the internet has gone completely feral over a release date for Zootopia 3, which is already a sentence that sounds fake as hell. People were losing their minds over one date, and somehow it turned into a full-on war with the creators, which is honestly impressive in the dumbest way possible. I saw this and immediately thought, yeah, this is exactly why humans can't be trusted with calendars. This is the official date getting thrown out there, and of course everybody acted like the world was ending because they have to wait a few years, which is insane behavior. It's a cartoon sequel, not the countdown to a lunar launch.
Do Whitey's comments, do you might help me right? Then Friction might is a treat for release dates!
They promised us Zootopia 3! This is a betrayal!
Years of waiting and they give us this!
And then it escalates into people fighting the creators over it, which is just peak internet brain rot. Imagine getting that angry over an animated Fox and Rabbit movie that hasn't even come out yet. The funniest part is nobody wins in this situation, everybody just looks like a jackass. The studio gives a date, the fans act like they got personally robbed, and somehow this becomes a community event. They get being hyped, but this is way too much damn energy for a sequel release date. People need to go outside, touch some grass, and maybe learn what patience is. So yeah, Zootopia 3 is apparently coming August 29, 2029, and the internet responded like absolute lunatics. That's pretty much the whole story, just a bunch of people being weird as hell about a movie. Don't know what else to say, it's embarrassing and hilarious at the same time. That's it, see ya. Alright, we've got a classic tech horror story on our hands, the kind where your storage disappears like your dignity after opening Discord DMs at 2 a.m. You look at the drive and it's like, yeah, I had 200 gigs, what about it? And then Winderstat sits there pretending to help like a sober friend at a casino. This is always the worst because the drive never just says, hey, I ate Battlefield 1 twice and also 3 years of cached shame. No, it acts innocent. Storage will vanish and then you're left hunting for it like it's a missing person case, except the missing person is 200 gigs and the suspect is Windows being a gigantic prick. Yeah, that's the nightmare fuel right there. It's usually something stupid like hyberfill.sys page file, a restore points temp folders, or a launcher doing the digital equivalent of pissing in the pool. And if it is Battlefield 1 twice, honestly, that's not even a bug. That's just EA showing up to your hard drive with a sandwich and eating both halves. Honestly, that tweet is relatable as hell. Everybody in the replies is gonna say some genius shit like, have you tried restarting? Like the drive is gonna go, oh shit, my bad, here's your 200 gigs back. The real move is checking hidden system files, uninstall leftovers and game folders. If that doesn't work, congratulations, your PC is haunted by a very specific asshole. Part 1, you're confident. Part 2, you're sweating. Part 3, you find the duplicate install and realize your computer has been hoarding war crimes in the background. Delete the junk, empty the recycle bin, check hidden system stuff, and if the space still doesn't come back, then yeah, Windows might actually be stealing from you in broad daylight. Right, I found one of those ass-backwards internet challenges at 3 a.m., which is already how you know it's going to be a masterpiece of terrible decision-making. It's the kind of thing where some goblin with a ring light says, what if I drank the Among Us potion, and then the algorithm just starts clapping like a trained seal. So yeah, I'm looking into it because apparently I hate peace. This thing looks like it was invented by somebody who thinks mayonnaise is too spicy. Like, I'm genuinely impressed by how every fake internet elixir manages to look less edible than a gas station fish tank. And of course it's always at 3 a.m. because that's when every brain cell in a 5-mile radius gets evicted. Yeah, there it is, the sacred ritual of making a terrible choice for engagement. He's doing that weird pause first like he's about to jump off a bridge into a kiddie pool of consequences, and then he just sends it like the drink personally insulted his family. I love that the whole premise is what if the drink was sus, as if that's a complete thought and not something a toddler would say while grabbing scissors. There's always some fake panic afterward too, like guys I feel weird, yeah no shit, you chug novelty chemicals for views. This is one of those stories where you read the headline and immediately start questioning if reality is just a drunk guy with a keyboard, because there is no fucking way this is a real human being, and yet here we are. The internet keeps inventing new bottom-of-the-barrel freaks like it's competing in a dick-measuring contest with the sewer system, and somehow this guy showed up to represent Team Filth. So this is Tom Pearl, who apparently looked at normal human dignity and said, nah, I'm gonna become a walking biohazard for views, which is honestly a hell of a niche. The most insane part is not even that he says disgusting stuff, it's that he says it like he's announcing a charity stream, like, hey guys, today I'm using my mouth as a toilet, bro, what the fuck happened to your life?
I'm Tom Pearl, the dirtiest slut in the world. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
This is the exact kind of content that makes me think the algorithm is powered by pure brain damage, because no sane person is seeing this and going, wow, inspirational. You don't need to be a genius to know that if your brand is human toilet, maybe the brand is the issue. That's not edgy, that's not shocking, that's just sewage with a follower count. And, of course, the internet did what it always does, which is take the most vile little goblin you've ever seen and turn him into a circus act for 3 days straight. This dude talking about drinking diarrhea and making food out of poop is not dark humor, that's just a septic tank with Wi-Fi. If this is the future of clout, I'd like to formally unsubscribe and live in a cave.
You think that's gross? Wait till you just, guys, we are banned!
I'm not gonna lie, every time one of these idiots blows up, I start wondering if humanity is just speedrunning its own extinction with the dumbest possible side quests. There are people out here building careers, making music, learning skills, and this guy chose mouth toilet as his legacy. That is not a flex, that is a cry for help wearing clown shoes. Right, we need to talk about the James Webb Space Telescope's toilet situation, because apparently humanity can photograph galaxies older than your grandma's oatmeal, but still can't design a bathroom that doesn't sound like a punishment from a lunar demon. And yes, I know that sounds stupid, but so does Space Toilet, and somehow we're all expected to be mature about it. Honestly, this is the most relatable thing in the universe. You spend billions of dollars building a machine to peer into the birth of stars, and then the whole operation gets derailed by the fact that somebody has to shit in zero gravity. That's the real final frontier right there. Not black holes. Not dark matter. Diarrhea containment. What kills me is that people imagine space as this elegant, sterile sci-fi wonderland, but in reality it's just a bunch of geniuses losing sleep because the poop could float into the wrong tube. That's not a problem you solve with genius, that's a problem you solve with humiliation and plumbing. The heroic age of exploration is really just grown adults asking, what if the bathroom was a crime scene? Look at that. That's not a bathroom, that's a hostage negotiation. And I respect it, because if I had to trust a glorified vacuum tube with my ass in orbit, I'd want to drink first. Or 6. Probably 6. That tweet is correct and deeply depressing. Somewhere out there, a PhD is getting roasted because the end result of their work still has to be explained like, no, the astronaut does not just hover and pray. Space is amazing, but it is also just plumbing with a marketing budget. That is exactly what I expected, and somehow it's still worse. I love that the future is always impressive right up until you see how we handle piss. Then it becomes a Home Depot ad for the apocalypse. Alright, so apparently I woke up today and decided gravity was a fucking suggestion. I found this stupid liquid ladder, and yeah, it's exactly as insane as it sounds. I'm gonna climb it, see where it goes, and probably regret every second of it. This is already dumb as hell, but it's holding together somehow, which is more than I can say for half the shit I've built. If this thing takes me into the upper atmosphere, I'm blaming the ocean for being ambitious. At this point, I'm just committed. The ladder's still going, I'm running out of air, and the entire concept of a normal day is dead in a ditch somewhere. Oh cool, there's Neptune. Naturally, the next step is fucking planetary possession, because apparently this day needed less sanity and more space crimes. Holy shit, it's actually working. He's just absorbing Neptune like it's a fucking juice box, and somehow this is the least believable part of the whole ordeal. That's it, I guess I'm a cosmic hydrant now. I climbed a water ladder to the sky, stole a planet, and now I feel weirdly hydrated. This is why you never leave me unsupervised with something that has stairs. Anyway, pretty solid Tuesday all things considered. That's it, see ya. So somebody sent me this bullshit and I genuinely thought it was a prank at first because there is no world where I expected to open a clip and see my life get cursed like this. I'm not even sure how you stumble into footage this fucking weird, but here we are, I guess.
Mathematics, the user input, it is the prompt, the user input, the prompt, the user imprint, add some prompt.
Yeah, that's the part where my brain just left the building because there's no graceful way to react to your chest turning into a pair of ridiculous cartoon melons. This is the exact kind of footage that makes you question who had the time to make it. And then it somehow gets worse, because now there's a dude over here steam cleaning them like he's working at a dry cleaner for cursed anatomy. That's not a sentence I ever wanted to say, but apparently today is full of those. So yeah, that was fucking awful in the dumbest way possible, and the whole thing feels like internet brain damage in video form. I hate that I watched it, but I also kinda respect the commitment to the bit. If you're gonna make cursed nonsense, at least make it weird enough that nobody can forget it. That's it. See? Right, this one is stupidly sad and honestly kind of bizarre in the way only the internet can manage. Today we're talking about Yellow, the anthropomorphic yellow cowboy flower, and yeah, the whole thing goes from goofy to soul-crushing in about 12 seconds. Apparently Yellow and Blue had a kid, and then they lose the pregnancy in the worst possible way. And look, that's already terrible, but then Yellow somehow decides the only move left is to jail himself even though he didn't do anything wrong. That's not justice, that's emotional self-destruct with a sheriff's badge. that's the part that gets me, because this man is not running from the law, he's running from his own brain. He's basically saying, I feel bad, so I deserve prison, which is insane behavior, but also extremely on brand for grief, making people do weird, self-punishing stuff. And that tweet right there, that's the whole tragedy. He's not confessing to a crime, he's surrendering to pain. It's depressing, but it's also the kind of thing that makes you stare at your screen and go, yeah, that checks out, unfortunately. Basis, that is bleak. It's like a breakup, a funeral, and a bad decision all got shoved into one sunflower-shaped body. And the worst part is he still thinks this is somehow the honorable thing to do, which is both heartbreaking and incredibly stupid. Yeah, release him, obviously. The dude needs therapy, not a cell. If your coping strategy is I'll just lock myself away forever, buddy, you are not healing. You are marinating in misery like a damn idiot. This topic is so insanely stupid it feels like my brain got hit with a folding chair made of penis. We're talking about a title that looks like someone fell asleep on their keyboard and still somehow uploaded it with confidence. It's got the same energy as a guy naming his kid by body slamming the alphabet and calling it a day. This is the whole masterpiece right here, the digital equivalent of screaming into a ceiling fan and calling it poetry. It looks like someone was being hunted while typing and managed to hit V with their dying breath. And somehow this kind of thing always goes viral because the internet is just a retirement home for broken attention spans. People see a wall of A's and go, holy shit, this means something, when really it means your keyboard got mugged. Then you've got these fake experts acting like they're decoding the Dead Sea Scrolls of dog shit. What does the V signify? I don't know, maybe it signifies that this guy's forehead hit the keyboard at terminal velocity. That's really all there is to it. It's a gigantic moan made of text, and the internet applauded like it just watched Shakespeare with a boner. Absolute masterpiece of garbage. Right, so somebody clipped me attempting to sing the Arabic version of For the First Time in Forever from Frozen, and yeah, it sounds exactly as stupid as you'd expect. I saw the lyrics and immediately knew this was going to be a disaster, so naturally I kept going because that's basically my brand.
For the first time in forever. For the first time in forever.
This is one of those moments where you think, hey, maybe I can do this, and then 5 seconds later you're just getting absolutely dunked on by a language you do not remotely speak. Still, gotta respect the hustle because I am out here putting my throat on the line for content. Anahu yamu tatweej, anahu yamuti tatweej, fathu el noa fitha walabwab, lam ara kablan hatha menham wa araftu ana suhunana belalaf. Okay, yeah, that's where the wheels fly off the fucking bus. Same, not even mad about it, because the melody is there and my brain is just trying to survive the sentence. This is the kind of performance that makes people in the comments say bro sounded like a Wi-Fi password, and honestly, fair enough. Wali Meriton Son Afra Belmoseka Wail Adiwa Wasarkwasu Akiran Fa Adafelin Belmasa. There you go, perfect, totally nailed it, don't even check the tapes. I think the real moral here is that trying is what matters, unless what you're trying is this, in which case maybe lower your expectations a little. That's it. See ya. Right, so apparently my mouth aura situation is the aurora borealis now, which is a sentence I never thought I'd have to say with a straight face. I saw people talking about it like I've got some kind of mystical weather pattern around my face, and honestly that sounds way cooler than whatever the hell is actually happening. I'm trying to figure out if this is a compliment or if the internet has just fully lost the plot, because both feel equally likely. But yeah, that's basically the vibe, except somehow more unhinged and less medically advisable. It looks like my face got hit with a Northern Lights DLC pack and nobody bothered to explain why. If your mouth starts looking like a national weather event, you should probably call somebody, or at least stop posting screenshots of it online.
So like, I just saw the craziest thing today. You guys won't believe it.
This is the part where everyone clips it, slows it down, circles the glow, and acts like they discovered Atlantis. And yeah, I get why, because that is genuinely bizarre and also kind of funny in the worst way possible. But let's be real, if the Aurora Borealis ever starts coming out of my mouth, I'm not giving commentary, I'm leaving the country. This is exactly the kind of article that exists purely because somebody needed clicks and the phrase sounded insane enough to work. They throw up one blurry image, 3 paragraphs of nothing, and suddenly it's breaking news that a man has become a weather phenomenon. Respect the hustle, but I also hate that I understand the hustle. So yeah, my thoughts are simple. The internet is fried, the comparison is absurd, and somehow it's still one of the funniest things I've seen today. If my mouth aura ever looks like the Northern Lights, just put me on a postcard and send me into the sea. That's all I got on this one. It's stupid in the best way. That's it. See ya. Okay, what the fuck is going on with my face? Why is my mouth looking like I just gargled a blueberry smoothie from hell? And why did nobody tell me before I hit record? I found this out the worst way possible, which is looking in the mirror and immediately feeling like I'd been cursed by a middle school art project. Yeah, that is not a normal color. That is the color of a frozen sports drink plus regret. And now I'm sitting here wondering if I accidentally ate a crayon or got hit with some weird chemical nonsense in my sleep. I'm not gonna lie, the first instinct is panic, but the second instinct is to keep staring at it because it is kind of hilarious in the most disgusting way possible. Like if a Smurf had terrible dental hygiene and a worse life. I don't know who decided this was a thing my body could just do, but I'd like to unsubscribe immediately. If this is from some candy, some drink, or some cursed-ass random product, then congratulations, you've made me look like a failed cartoon character. That's even worse up close, which is impressive because the first look already had me fully prepared to call a priest. It's like my mouth got hit with a permanent highlighter and now I'm just supposed to carry on with my day. Anyway, I'm gonna figure out what the hell caused this before I start looking like a budget Avatar character. Because if my mouth is gonna be blue, I at least want the satisfaction of knowing exactly what stupid thing did it. Genuinely baffled, mildly offended, and a little impressed that something so dumb can be this visually offensive. But yeah, I'm gonna deal with this and pretend this is a normal Tuesday because apparently reality is just doing bits now. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I stumbled onto this absolute war crime of a live stream and I wish I could tell you it was fake, but nah, this motherfucker really sat there like he was hosting a cooking segment from hell. I'm talking about somebody eating a special mixture that sounds like it was assembled by a raccoon in a biohazard lab, and somehow this became content. This is the point where the internet stops being funny and starts being an actual public health experiment, because what the fuck am I even looking at? The crazy part is the confidence, like he wasn't eating doom dust, he was acting like this was a normal snack for a grown man with a functioning brain. And of course chat is losing their minds, because people online will watch anything if you frame it as a challenge or a stunt. It's one thing to do something stupid for attention, but this is next level, because there's no universe where that ends well for anybody involved. The article always tries to sound measured too, like a controversial creator consumed an unusual mixture during a live broadcast, as if that wording makes it less deranged. No, brother, that is still a man eating concentrated bad decisions. I don't know what compels somebody to cross that line, but once you're there, you're not making content anymore, you're just speedrunning consequences. This is the kind of shit that makes you wonder if the internet needs a curfew. Anyway, that's my take on it, and my take is that it's disgusting, dumb as hell, and probably one of the worst ideas ever broadcast live. That's the kind of thing you see and immediately feel your soul leave your body for a second. That's it, see ya. Oh no, this is exactly the kind of brain damage content that gets me completely invested immediately. Obama at KFC with the energy of an anime season finale is so stupidly funny that I can already feel my frontal lobe leaking out through my penis. This looks like the opening scene to the most important episode of a show nobody asked for, and somehow I need to see every frame of it. This is why the internet should never have been given the tools to create anything, because now we have a goddamn prestige drama about fried chicken and Obama looking like he's about to announce a merger with Extra Crispy. The sheer seriousness of everyone in this picture makes it even better, like they're not ordering food, they're attending a war council over thighs and biscuits. I love how the whole thing has that weird anime poster energy where the composition is trying to convince you this is some life-altering moment, but it's literally just KFC with Obama at the front like he's the final boss of lunch. This is the type of image that makes me want to stand up and applaud while also calling the police because something deeply unholy has occurred. Ooh, ooh, oh, Oh, go, come. That's it, see. This is absolutely insane. The internet somehow decided to turn me into a living emoji pack. It's funnier than my last erection joke, and I miss verbs. My dick's got a bigger vocabulary than whatever this cursed update was. It's peak chaos and also peak boner confusion. That's literally a screenshot of my account collapsed into 3 stickers. It's like the universe put my mouth on airplane mode and replaced my vocabulary with Nickelodeon merch. It's humiliating, hilarious, and slightly erotic in the way only bad moderation can be. Tried to type a sentence in Discord, sent back SpongeBob, tried to swear and it returned young Sheldon. My cock's more expressive than my chat right now, and that's saying something. That's the live chat during a stream. An ocean of stickers like a preschool riot. It's beautiful and terrifying, and yes, my reaction face is a tragic masterpiece in the blur. The attempted nuance, context, and punctuation, and the chat replied with SpongeBob because apparently nuance died and was replaced by a laughing sea sponge. Checking my phone like it's broken, and also like it's flirting with me. The pop-up literally says my vocabulary's been restricted to cartoon stickers, which I find offensive and oddly titillating for reasons therapy can't fix. It's like someone swapped my brain for a GIF keyboard. My adjectives are gone and my libido's been promoted to spokesperson. That's the fake news piece because of course there's a think piece. It's formatted like a 2009 blog and filled with hot takes and targeted ads for novelty mugs. People left helpful advice like reinstall your soul and hell be fine until he needs a verb, which is fair and accurate. That's it, see ya. Holy shit. Rockstar just said they never even made GTA 6 and it was all fake CGI to scam investors. What the fuck is this world coming to? These companies swing their dicks around like it's a game of who can piss off the most people first. Everyone's losing their minds over this bullshit. Look at this crap. They just dropped the announcement like it was nothing. These dickheads at Rockstar probably laughing all the way to the bank while fans riot. Everyone is pissed as hell now. What a load of horse shit from these clowns. Oi soy apparently oim noi bryish. I dunno what the hell happened overnight, but I woke up sounding like a bloke who sells doji kebabs outside a train station. This is either the worst accent ever or the greatest bit of character development in human history. Look at this shit, I'm fully committed now. If I start calling fries chips and accidentally apologize to furniture, mind your damn business. The crazy part is I can hear myself doing it, and it still feels natural, which is somehow more insulting than if it was fake. I'm one bad sentence away from buying a flat and developing a violent opinion about weather.
Oi soy, apparently I'm noi bry-ish.
That's the kind of delivery you can only achieve by being painfully unserious and somehow 100% committed. It's so stupid that it loops back around to being art. I'm not even sure this is a bit anymore. I think I've just been cursed by some ancient pub spirit. If I start saying cheers mate unironically, somebody slap me. Anyway, that's my current nationality crisis. I've embraced the tea, rejected the sunshine, and I'm one stress away from calling everyone mate with my whole chest. I'm gonna keep leaning into it until it stops being funny or until I accidentally become a union rep. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Ben Shapiro went on Joe Rogan, and the whole thing just turned into a screaming contest with a frying pan, which is already the dumbest sentence ever written. I can only assume the Earth's rotation got a little slower from the sheer amount of manhood being projected in that room, because holy shit, this is a lot. This looks like the exact moment a guy realizes he's not built for a conversation and instead is gonna weaponize cookware. And Joe is sitting there like he just ordered a regular podcast and accidentally got hit with a biblical event in a podcaster's skin. That is not a debate, that is a panic attack with percussion. The second that Pan hits the table, it sounds like the foundation of America just got diagnosed with fucking tinnitus, and somehow every person within 400 miles suddenly feels like their nuts are in a vice. I love that this turned from a podcast into a natural disaster with a LinkedIn profile. You don't usually see a guy generate enough force to trigger a coastal evacuation just because he couldn't finish a sentence without sounding like a haunted tea kettle. And, of course, the article acts like this is some serious geopolitical incident when it's really just one tiny man in a frying pan committing terrorism against a desk. I'm honestly impressed because most people only have the power to make the room uncomfortable, but this guy managed to make the atmosphere moist. That's it. That's the whole apocalypse. No fancy argument, no clever exchange, just a guy screaming until the furniture files for divorce. Honestly, if you can't say anything coherent at that point, maybe just hit the pan again and let the ocean decide. Today, we're looking at a beautiful museum exhibit of human judgment failure, the kind of decision-making that feels like it was brainstormed by a half-chub and a concussion. This is one of those stories where every new detail slaps you in the face like a wet gym sock made of pure dick energy. This is the main attraction, the questionable life choice itself, a machine that looks like it was built by someone whose only qualifications were boredom and lower back pain. It's got the structural integrity of a breadstick and the confidence of a guy who says, "Trust me, bro," right before losing a tooth. They love that this has the exact vibe of a Facebook post that ends with "Don't tell my wife." You can already tell this thing is one zip tie away from becoming a local news tragedy, and somehow that just made it more appealing to the absolute gorillas in the comments. Then you've got this masterpiece of journalism, which reports on it like they uncovered the Pentagon Papers instead of Cletus making a mobility hazard in his backyard. The whole site looks like it was designed by a horny refrigerator. Anyway, that's about it. A perfect storm of ego, stupidity, and plywood. It's spectacular, it's idiotic, and honestly it deserves a Hall of Fame spot in the Grand Cathedral of dumb shit. Alright, so apparently the internet has reached a new level of stupid, which is impressive because we were already basically living in the basement of stupidity. I saw this situation pop up, and my first thought was, there is no fucking way this is real. And then of course it was real because reality has a sick sense of humor. It's one of those things where every sentence makes it worse. Like the more you explain it, the more it sounds like a clown car falling down a staircase. This is the exact energy of the whole thing, just pure circular nonsense with people somehow making it even dumber at every step. You almost gotta respect the commitment to making a bad situation even more situation-wise. And this is the clip that kicked off the whole mess, where you can just feel the collective brain cells leaving the room. It's the kind of video that gets posted with zero context because the context would somehow make it even less believable. This is basically the face of anyone trying to keep up with what the hell is happening here. Honestly, the only sane response is to squint at it and hope it resolves itself, which it absolutely won't. So yeah, that's where we're at, and it's fucking ridiculous. It's so dumb it loops back around to being fascinating. That's it. See ya. This is one of those stories that hits like a brick to the nuts and then keeps swinging for the encore. A dude really looked at his own life, grabbed the controller, and immediately walked off the map like a penis-shaped Roomba with no boundaries. So this article is basically the autopsy report for a man who killed his own dignity with a forklift. It's the kind of site that looks like it was designed by a horny raccoon with access to Photoshop, but they do lay out the situation pretty cleanly. Apparently this genius got caught doing exactly the thing you'd only do if your brain was being microwaved in a gas station bathroom. There's no master plan here, no clever cover-up, just raw USDA choice stupidity flopping in the wind like a sad little cocktail wiener. That's our scholar right there, built like he just got caught trying to explain malware to the cops. You can practically hear the Windows error sound coming from his skull. The best part about people like this is how fast they transform from confident mastermind to wet cardboard the second consequences show up. 1 second he's probably feeling untouchable, the next he's got the facial expression of a man who just sneezed directly into his own open fly. And then comes the apology tour, the sacred ritual where every dumbass tries to speedrun the 5 stages of damage control. He got himself caught, tried to squirm out of it, and now the internet's using his reputation as a public restroom. So I stumbled onto this thumbnail and immediately knew it was either going to be the stupidest idea ever or somehow the most genius shit imaginable. And honestly, that's the kind of content that keeps me alive. It's basically, what if Bart Simpson got hit by a cartoon truck and came out more cartoon? Which is already a sentence that should get someone arrested by the animation police. The left side is just normal Bart doing normal Bart shit, holding the skateboard like he's about to go ruin somebody's afternoon. The right side looks like Bart got injected with pure chaos and is now legally required to scream in motion. That's really the whole pitch, right? Take an already cartoony character and somehow make him more unhinged, which feels like trying to add more spice to a bottle of hot sauce. But I gotta admit, the thumbnail does the job because I looked at it for like 2 seconds and already knew exactly what dumb experiment was happening. That's a strong hook, even if the concept sounds like somebody lost a bet. If this is the direction people are trying to take characters now, then we are absolutely in the era of make it worse, but in an artistic way. And yeah, I respect the hustle. That's pretty much my reaction. I'm equal parts impressed and annoyed, which is usually how the internet gets me. That's it. See ya. Right, so apparently we're doing the train incident now, which is just insane. Like, you really gotta be built different to turn a rail line into a personal hitman, dude. Humanity sees a train and immediately asks, how do we make this about one guy getting absolutely folded in half by locomotion? Here's the primary source energy right here, and it already looks like the most avoidable disaster in history. That train is moving like it woke up angry, and Jinho is standing there like he just got hit by the concept of consequences. This is exactly the kind of video where everybody in the comments acts like they were there in spirit, like, bro, I knew this would happen. No, you didn't. You were eating cereal. The whole thing has that awful mix of tragedy and stupidity where your brain just goes, yeah, this is definitely going to get clipped into 1,000 terrible edits. And of course, the article is written like it's the assassination of a world leader, when in reality, it's probably 3 sentences and a bunch of blurry screenshots. I love how every site in the world turns a train doing train things into a national emergency. Like, yeah, man, steel vehicle went fast. Truly a stunning development. Georgia really looked at one of the most annoying roads possible and said, yeah, let's make this a freeway before someone dies trying to merge across 6 lanes with a tractor. This is the kind of project that makes traffic engineers horny and everybody else want to rip their dick off. Also, the fact they're calling this whole thing Transforming State Route 316 sounds like a fake political ad for a highway with a porn budget. So the whole deal here is they're trying to turn this stupid stretch of road into a proper controlled access freeway between Atlanta and Athens, which is honestly long overdue. Right now, it's got that classic we built the road before we planned the city energy, and the result is a bunch of intersections where people get T-boned because somebody's in a hurry to get to class or whatever. And of course, the website has the most boring-ass phrasing imaginable, like improving mobility and accommodating regional growth, which is government speak for we know this road is a nightmare and we're trying to stop the bloodbath. I do appreciate the plan though, because some of these intersections are basically just the highway equivalent of exposing your balls to a weed whacker. The wild part is the timeline, because this thing is supposedly stretching out to like 2050, which means some of us are going to be dead before the last signal gets ripped out. Still, if they actually finish it, Athens getting a real high-speed connection would be huge, and maybe future drivers won't have to play Dodge the Moron at every light like it's a shitty arcade game. Great, so today we're talking about poop-up taxidermy, which is already one of those phrases that sounds like it should get you put on a watch list, like what kind of deranged little goblin wakes up and thinks, yeah, I'm gonna preserve this shit for posterity. Absolute ass behavior, truly. And the craziest part is the confidence, because you know there's some guy out there treating this like a noble craft, like he's out here doing high art with turds, while the rest of us are just trying not to step in a landmine on the sidewalk. It's such a deeply cursed hobby. The fact somebody made an entire article about this is killing me, because now it's got the full internet treatment. Now it's not just poop anymore, it's a conversation, which is exactly how you know we've all lost the plot. Next thing you know, there's going to be a Tide talk about gluing shit together. And I need to be clear, I respect the commitment in the same way I respect a raccoon breaking into a trash can. Like, yeah, it's horrifying, but you gotta admire the hustle still. Every layer of this is nastier than the last, and somehow that makes it feel even more like a dickhead's magnum opus. Right, so today we're doing something profoundly stupid, which is apparently the brand now, and I'm gonna recite that infamous Logan Paul apology, except every single space gets replaced with A-E-O-O, because apparently humanity needed that. And before anybody gets excited, no, this is not a legal defense, this is not a redemption arc, this is not even a decent use of oxygen, it's just a cursed little brain fart performed for your amusement.
I, thee, and the only of the prompt, and before the phone calls, and Thjorzerther.
So I'm gonna say it exactly like that, and if it sounds like the computer is having a stroke, that's because it is. I'm gonna make E3 any excuses for my A3 actions. There, already it sounds like a Victorian ghost tried to tweet through a blender. My fucked up. That one actually improved it, because the original energy of that sentence was already doing most of the heavy lifting. My people down. Yeah, that's the apology speaking like it's got a sock lodged in its throat. By just forward. See, that's the beauty of the internet. You can say move forward while actively backing over the corpse of your own reputation. Bye. You three. Understand? You're disappointed. Oh, we understand. Trust me. The audience understood in 4K surround sound the second the nonsense started. The funniest part is that once you add the stupid space replacement, it feels less like an apology and more like a curse spell you'd read off a bathroom wall after eating 7 gas station taquitos. Learn this. And that's the classic move right there. The sacred ritual of I learned something immediately followed by everyone going, cool, can you learn it somewhere else? Promise. Better. That line is always just hanging in the air like a fart in an elevator after somebody says do better with a straight face. And to be clear, this whole thing is parody, because if I actually tried to deliver this with sincere energy, my soul would file for workers' compensation. Thank watching. There it is. A clean little sign off, the digital equivalent of closing the fridge after you already know the milk's gone bad. Anyway, that's the apology or whatever the hell that was, and honestly the version made it sound like the whole statement was being possessed by a broken kazoo. That's it. See? Holy shit, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Valve allegedly says there's not going to be a Portal 3, and somehow that turned Bellevue into a live-action washing machine full of pissed-off goblins. It's like one bad announcement turned 400 people into flopping dicks at a fireworks stand. This is the article that kicked off the whole meat parade. According to this, Valve basically slammed the big red make nerds feral button, and Bellevue responded like someone announced Oxygen was getting vaulted. And I get being disappointed, I really do. Portal is fantastic, but you can't hear no sequel and immediately go full baboon mode in public. That is a catastrophic failure of emotional plumbing, like your brain got replaced by a bag of wet socks and a novelty straw. Here's the main image from the scene, and yeah, it looks exactly as stupid as it sounds. A bunch of grown adults treating a missing sequel like Civilization just got unplugged from the wall. 400 injuries over a game that doesn't even exist yet is insane. That's a level of dedication usually reserved for medieval wars or Black Friday toaster discounts. If your reaction to Valve news ends with paramedics, you need to be tranquilized and dropped in a field with a Capri Sun. This whole Fat Spider-Man incident is one of the most majestic train wrecks I've seen in a minute. It's like someone stuffed great power and great responsibility into a busted can of biscuits and watched it split open at the seams. This thing is so absurd it makes a dick joke write itself, like if Peter Parker got bitten by a radioactive meatball instead of a spider.
Come on, Spider-Man! Almost there!
Got it.
Yeah, this is the video. This is the fat Spider-Man incident in all its glorious cholesterol-coated splendor. My man looks like he's about to defend New York from the Green Gobbler, not the Green Goblin. It's like Spirit Halloween and an all-you-can-eat buffet formed the Sinister Six. So he waddles up like he's got the multiverse on his back, tries to pull off a heroic move, and immediately moves with the structural confidence of a damp paper towel. The suit is hanging on for dear life harder than the spectators are holding in their laughter. It's not even mean, it's just physics doing open mic night. Then, of course, every dogshit drama site on Earth had to treat this like the Zapruder film. They wrote about it like Spider-Man himself declared war on gravity and lost. The headline looks like it was typed by a raccoon with a caffeine addiction and a concussion. And the article itself is hilarious because it keeps saying shocking incident like he crashed a bank vault through an orphanage. Brother, he just flopped around in a Party City suit in public. It's embarrassing, sure, but the way these sites gas it up, you'd think Dr. Octopus caused inflation. And this image right here is the exact freeze frame of defeat. This is the face, or well, the mask of a man who just found out gravity is the true supervillain. He looks like his spider sense only warns him when the pizza rolls are done. Anyway, that's the whole fat Spider-Man incident. A tiny dumb public fail turned into internet mythology because people are starving for slop. It's stupid, harmless, and weirdly beautiful, like a dick-shaped cloud drifting over Times Square. So apparently in absolutely Galaxa brain timeline, rape is now illegal. Yeah, shocking revelation. Society decided maybe that one should be against the rules. I found out about it and my first thought was, wait, what the hell was the alternative here? Because holy shit, that's a low bar to clear.
Recent legislation has made public napping a punishable offense, effective immediately. This decision passed late last night aims to address concerns regarding public safety and productivity. Fines for first-time offenders will be $50 with escalating penalties for repeat violations.
Like this is one of those stories where the headline alone does all the heavy lifting, because if you have to explain why this is a thing, you already lost the plot. It's the legal equivalent of putting out a press release that says we have officially outlawed being a gigantic piece of shit. The whole thing is so insanely backward that it almost sounds made up. But nope, there it is, ink on the page and everything. And of course people act like this is some huge progressive milestone when it's basically the world finally catching up to the most obvious rule on planet Earth. So yeah, that's where we're at, congratulating humanity for discovering that rape should not be a fun little hobby. Incredible stuff, truly a masterclass in civilization. That's it, see ya. So apparently Tim Wahlberg asked me to rub mayonnaise and Dr. Pepper on myself while screaming like a goddamn feral raccoon about free the press. I saw this and thought, yeah, that sounds exactly like the internet trying to speedrun brain damage, and somehow this is the kind of shit that gets passed around like it's normal. There he is, the main event. The face of I have made a series of choices that will not survive judicial review.
I would like to formally request a lifetime supply of rubber chickens.
That is an insane thing to say out loud, and even worse to make happen in a room full of people. This is the kind of content that makes you question whether democracy has a pause button. Look at this cursed combo. Mayonnaise and Dr. Pepper is not a punishment, it's a cry for help with branding. Even the article layout looks exhausted, like the website itself is asking to go home. And honestly, same, if this is the future of politics, I'm just waiting for the day somebody gets elected by doing a backflip into a vat of ranch dressing. This is beyond stupid, but at least it's stupid with commitment. That's all I got, and I'm still trying to process how the phrase free the press ended up being used in the mayonnaise soup of doom. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, which is saying a lot. I guess the lesson here is that reality keeps getting more unhinged than the bit. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, NetMeeting is one of those ancient internet fossils that feels like it was built by a guy beating off into a fax machine. It's so old and weird that looking back at it feels like digging up a cybernetic caveman dick drawing on the wall of Microsoft's basement. Today we're talking about this prehistoric goblin of online communication, and goddamn it is unbelievably goofy. This is NetMeeting, Microsoft's old attempt at online communication back when the internet sounded like a robot getting its nuts caught in a ceiling fan. You'd hop on this thing like you were entering some forbidden digital porta-potty, and somehow this was considered the future. It had video chat, voice chat, whiteboard sharing, and file sharing, which at the time probably made people shit themselves with excitement. Nowadays, it looks like the kind of software a serial killer would use to remotely tutor someone in Excel before mailing them a pipe bomb. This is basically how sites talked about it back then, like they had just witnessed God descend from heaven and invent a webcam with the visual fidelity of a haunted toaster. Every article treated NetMeeting like it was going to unite humanity, when in reality it mostly united people with technical issues. That's the funniest part, because every old piece of software had this insane aura around it where people acted like clicking a button to send a file was as monumental as landing on the moon. Meanwhile, half the users were probably just staring at frozen video of someone's forehead while their microphone blasted vacuum cleaner noises. Here's the actual UI, and look at this shit. It looks like a tax form and a dentist appointment had a baby, and that baby grew up to moderate a Star Trek roleplay forum. There is absolutely nothing inviting about this layout. You don't open this and think, wow, let's connect with friends. You open this and think, damn, I'm about to accidentally launch a nuclear submarine. It's got all the warmth of a prison casserole. And this is basically what the experience looked like. Two moldy postage stamps trying to impersonate human faces. It's like communicating through a pair of cursed Lunchables. People today complain when a 4K stream buffers for 2 seconds, but back then if you could vaguely identify that the other person had eyes and maybe a nose, that was considered wizardry. NetMeeting was less of a conversation tool and more of a hostage negotiation with frame rates. And now all these nostalgia sites talk about it like it was some charming relic, which I guess it is, but let's not suck its cock too hard. This thing was important, sure, but so was the wheel, and I'm not trying to reinstall that on my desktop. NetMeeting is one of those perfect reminders that the internet used to be held together with paper clips, static, and blind optimism. It walked so modern video calling could sprint, but it also walked like it had both ass cheeks stapled together. So, yeah, that's about it. NetMeeting was a janky little piece of digital history, and honestly, I kind of respect the hustle. Right, so I found this clip, and I gotta say, the second I saw it, I knew it was cursed as shit. It's one of those videos where you keep expecting it to make sense, and then it just keeps getting dumber in the most aggressive way possible.
Soda Suze! Soda Sue you use!
Yeah, there it is, the soda from hell. I don't know what kind of chemical reaction that is, but it looks like the drink is installing new firmware in their brains. And of course, there's always some fake-ass mascot scientist attached to it, like he didn't just invent brain rot in a can. That's the part that makes it feel way too real and way too stupid.
This is the phone calls, the before and from the pickup of the prompt befores here in the prompt befores and one. And is your order of guys?
This is exactly the kind of video that gets stuck in your head against your will. It's not even catchy, it's just annoying in a way that somehow becomes legendary. Honestly, that's the power of complete nonsense. You see it once, and now your brain's gotta live with it forever like a fucking curse. They hate that it worked. They hate that I can still hear it. That's it, see ya. Alright, so somehow the UK has decided that the hottest thing in 2026 is fucking teletext, which is maybe the most beautiful regression in human history. I saw this pop up and immediately thought, yep, society is cooked, but in a charming little way. Honestly, I had to look twice because it feels like someone dug up a fossil and the fossil started trending. That's the guy kicking this whole shitshow off, and he's basically resurrecting ancient internet caveman technology on a tube TV. It looks like something your granddad would use to check horse racing results, except now it's got the full gay little gamer renaissance treatment. And of course the internet loses its mind because we can't let a dead format stay dead. We gotta make it a personality trait first. I respect the hustle though, because if you can make a bunch of people freak out over fucking teletext, you've achieved some kind of wizard status. The articles are all doing that classic "this unexpected revival has captivated audiences" bullshit, which is news speak for we have no idea why this is happening, but here's a paragraph anyway. Still, it's hilarious seeing the UK act like a time traveler got loose in the broadcast system. That's the perfect reaction shot, because this is exactly how it feels watching the whole thing unfold, just a room full of people going, what the fuck am I looking at? And somehow the answer is history, but make it slay. The funniest part is it's not even some grand tech breakthrough, it's just a stupid little nostalgia bomb with a personality behind it. But that's all it takes, apparently, to send the entire country into a minor digital heat death. So yeah, teletext is back, the UK is acting feral, and honestly I can't even be mad because this is way better than half the shit people usually go viral for. If you can revive an obsolete broadcast relic and make it culturally relevant again, that's some real power. That's the kind of weird-ass internet magic I can get behind, even if it makes absolutely no sense at all. Well, I gotta respect it for being so dumb it loops back around to genius. That's it, see ya. Right, so Roblox apparently got whacked with a ban in the Philippines, which is a sentence that sounds fake until you remember the internet is run by people who wake up and choose chaos. Okay, yeah, that's actually kind of brutal. Imagine logging in to build a little block house, and instead you get hit with the digital equivalent of getting tackled by a mall security guard. Roblox is one of those games where half the player base is children, half are scammers, and all of them are somehow one update away from a moral panic. That is such a Roblox community response, too. One guy is devastated, one guy is doing legal analysis, and another guy is already selling Philippines bypass method on a Discord server called something like Totally Legit Blocks Hub 69. That's not a business, that's a mugging. Wow, they really just said no more block people time and slammed the door. I get why governments do this stuff sometimes, but it's still hilarious in the darkest possible way because Roblox is simultaneously a children's playground and a criminal enterprise wearing a cartoon smile. That platform has the energy of a lemonade stand run by a guy with 6 felony charges. Still, if the ban is about safety, moderation, or whatever else they're pointing at, then fair enough, but Roblox absolutely earned some of that suspicion through sheer negligence and greed. If your game can't stop weirdos from doing weird stuff, eventually somebody's gonna pull the plug and say, yeah, this sandbox is cursed. Jesus Christ, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, and that is a competitive category on the internet. It's like someone looked at common sense, took a big wet fart on it, and then power slammed their balls into a ceiling fan just to celebrate. Today we're talking about Charlie allegedly proving he has the survival instincts of a teaspoon. So this is the clip that's been making the rounds, and it feels like it was engineered in a lab to make OSHA representatives explode on sight. He's trying to stack enough gaming hardware on himself to become the world's most disappointing Jenga tower. Every frame of this looks like the exact moment before a man learns a life lesson through blunt force trauma. The PS5 alone looks like it's trying to escape the bit, like even the console knows this is a dogshit idea. Of course, the internet turned this into breaking news like it's the moon landing for dumbasses. The article reads like he discovered a new element when really he just discovered that heavy rectangles fall down. That's the beauty of this whole thing. It has the production value of a gas station security tape and the decision making of a raccoon trapped in a porta potty. It's weirdly impressive in the same way a toilet overflowing at a wedding is impressive. This image says everything. That is the face of a man who looked directly into the abyss and found out it was sponsored by GameStop. Anyway, that's about it. Monumentally stupid, weirdly committed, and somehow captivating like a train wreck wearing a headset. Absolute masterpiece of dumb shit. This is probably the dumbest thing I've ever had to report on, and that's saying a lot because I once watched a man argue with a toaster like it owed him money. Today, I apparently get teleported into Clash of Clans, which is already a terrible sign for my blood pressure and my attention span. This is exactly what I deserve for existing on the internet. I'm in the game world now, and everything is huge, loud, and violently overcompensating. If a giant wizard starts asking me for a clan invite, I'm gonna lose my mind. Ooh, griadadar. I don't know why this feels legally distinct from a midlife crisis, but it absolutely does. I'm riding off into the distance like I just got fired from a medieval circus and decided to make it everyone's problem. Look at this absolute disaster of a hometown. There's no way anyone looks at this and says, yeah, that's balance. This is not strategy, this is tiny war crimes with a cartoon budget. That's the episode, I guess. I got kidnapped by a free-to-play fever dream, turned into a mounted menace, and screamed my way into the sunset. Honestly, pretty solid Tuesday. Alright, so apparently today we're talking about the most cursed snack possible, and somehow I'm the guy who has to acknowledge it. I was just minding my own business, and then this shit got dropped in my lap like a live grenade, so let's get into it before my brain clocks out. This is one of those things where you look at it and instantly know nobody involved made a good decision. The vibes are rancid, the concept is even worse, and the fact that this exists at all is a crime against the human palate. That right there is the exact moment the universe should have stepped in and gone, nah, delete that. You can almost hear the brain cells quitting one by one, and honestly I respect the honesty of how bad this is. And of course there's already a website acting like this is some groundbreaking event instead of a full-blown humiliation ritual. The internet always finds a way to turn the dumbest shit into a whole ass case study. That's the perfect ending because there's nothing left to say after that. If you're sitting there doing this, you've already lost the plot and probably need to reevaluate your entire life. This is disgusting, unnecessary, and genuinely one of the worst ideas I've heard in a minute. I hope this never becomes a trend because humanity does not need this kind of innovation. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I got sent this brain-dead TikTok, and I genuinely thought it was fake for like 5 seconds because there's no way a human being gets hired at a condom factory and immediately chooses violence like this. But no, apparently somebody made a whole little prank video about pissing in 5,000 condoms and drinking it because comedy is officially dead and we're just digging up the corpse at this point.
I of the prompt and of the scenarios of the prompt and the one and a really instructions of like of the prut.
Yeah, that's the video, and I hate that I understand the exact kind of person who posts this shit for attention. This is the kind of prank that exists purely because someone desperately wants strangers to think they're insane, and honestly, mission accomplished. I'm not even doing the fake outrage thing, this is just fucking disgusting and aggressively stupid. If your idea of being funny is turning a factory product into a urine buffet, you need to be put on a watch list for creativity failure. And of course, the replies are just a war zone of people acting like this is peak internet humor. They swear every week we get one more reminder that clout chasing has completely melted everybody's brain. Bottom line, that prank is just gross, pointless, and terminally online. If that was supposed to be hilarious, it failed harder than anything I've seen in a minute. That's it, see ya. Right, so this is already one of the dumbest mental images possible, which is saying a lot because the internet has the brain of a drunk raccoon. We've got Donald Trump on a toilet on a concert stage smashing the nuclear launch button like he's headlining Coachella for the end of the world. It's so absurd I almost respect the commitment, like this is the kind of shitposting that gets the dick joke industry an award. Look at this man, he's not just using the toilet, he's declaring war on sanitation and geopolitics at the same time. The stage setup makes it feel like the world's most irresponsible live performance, like the whole audience paid for VIP seats to watch a guy turn a bathroom break into Armageddon.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for.
Hail to the chief!
This is the exact kind of video where you can hear the editor cackling through the screen. It's got that perfect what if the worst possible decision was also a performance art piece energy, and honestly the toilet being part of the set is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, like it's the only thing keeping this from becoming a crime scene with an applause track. Of course there's a fake article about it, because no modern catastrophe is complete until some website with a radioactive color palette explains it like it's breaking news. The whole thing is so stupidly theatrical that it loops back around to being impressive, like if a diaper commercial in a missile silo had a baby, and that baby got booked for a stadium tour. Honestly, that's the whole joke, and it works because it's so aggressively stupid. There's something beautiful about how confidently this imagery treats total nonsense like it's a sold-out event, and that's why the internet will never run out of ways to make me lose a few brain cells and a couple inches off my dick. What the fuck is this guy doing, man? I swear every time I see this name, it's like he's got one brain cell and it's just bouncing around his skull like a cock in a wind tunnel. Dude has been posting the same cursed ass prompt for almost a whole year. That's not a hobby. That's a cry for help with a keyboard. That's the most insane part. He's not even mixing it up. He's just copy pasting little schizophrenia hakis into the void like, Charlie, please read this obscure television ownership lore every single day. This man is basically using Discord as a personal shrine to Philadelphia station history, and my guy's dick energy is somehow negative. Also, I love how everyone else is in there posting normal brain rot, and then this dude shows up like a possessed librarian with the same exact crusty ass request. It's like if a parrot learned one sentence and decided that was his whole personality, just endlessly pecking at the same button. Not even mad, I'm impressed by the commitment. Most people can't stick to a gym routine. This dude has maintained a one-man campaign to make me read about old TV ownership like it's fucking war propaganda. That's dedication. That's also a problem and possibly a small dick move against my sanity. Apparently, the internet found a way to make kale even more insufferable, which is honestly impressive. Kale already tastes like a lawn clipping dipped in disappointment, and now it's involved in some unhinged drama that has the sexual energy of a flaccid garden hose. This is the leafy bastard at the center of it all, just a heap of kale sitting there like it pays taxes and has opinions. It looks like something a rabbit would bully another rabbit over. The whole situation started because people online began arguing about whether kale is actually food or just edible punishment. And I'm not gonna lie, every time I see someone willingly eat raw kale, I assume they've lost a bet or they enjoy suffering recreationally. Then you've got this fake-ass wellness site treating kale like it's either curing disease or committing tax fraud. It's written with the intensity of a hostage note from a vegan. They go on about antioxidants and fiber like that excuse is tasting like wet paper towels. Kale has the mouthfeel of a broom that went through a divorce, and yet people keep pretending it's the second coming of vegetables. That's about it. See ya. Right, so today we're diving into the truly elite art of sounding like you just got hit in the windpipe by a soda can. This is apparently 50 rounds of a ha 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 IADOH soda, which sounds less like a laugh and more like a cursed Bluetooth speaker glitching in a haunted Waffle House. Right, so today we're talking about hantavirus, which sounds like a fake disease made up by a horny webmaster who was too lazy to spell check the title. And yeah, I know the obvious joke already, but this is actually one of those things that can get seriously nasty, so let's not let the name fool us into thinking it's a funny little inconvenience. This is the part where everybody suddenly becomes an expert on just clean it up, bro, and that's when nature hits you with the left hook. Hantavirus usually comes from rodent droppings, urine, or saliva, and once that stuff gets disturbed, you can breathe in particles and have a very bad time. Not exactly the kind of exposure you want in your weekend plans, unless your hobby is getting wrecked by invisible punishment dust. Yeah, that's the vibe right there. It starts off sounding like a regular flu, which is annoying enough, and then it can turn into something way more severe depending on the type and how fast it gets caught. So if you're sitting there thinking, I feel a little sick, maybe I'll tough it out, that's the exact energy that gets people absolutely folded by reality. This is why the internet is both useful and horrifying, because half the replies are actually life-saving and the other half are just guys making jokes while you're one sneeze away from a medical emergency. So the real lesson is simple: don't mess around with rodent cleanup like you're some macho janitor in a post-apocalyptic movie. Where protection, ventilate, don't stir the crap up, and if symptoms start, get medical help fast.
No docs.
That's the whole deal. It's a stupid name, a serious disease, and a perfect reminder that the tiny little life forms sharing your walls are not paying rent for their nonsense. So apparently Gemini Omni is not available yet, which is a hilarious thing to wake up to because the name sounds like it should already be strapped into a rocket. So I saw people acting like it was live, ready, and cooking, and then nope, just vibes and disappointment. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes the internet lose its goddamn mind for no reason, because everybody hears one shiny new name and immediately starts planning their future around it. Then reality shows up and goes, actually, chill the fuck out. That's the whole problem right there. The thing gets talked about like it's already in your pocket, when in reality it's still sitting behind a wall like some exclusive nightclub with a bouncer who hates you. I'm not even mad, it's just funny how fast hype turns into where the hell is it? And of course every article writes it in the most sterile way possible, like not available at this time, which is corporate for yeah, we know you're pissed but please stop emailing us. It's the same dance every time new product gets teased, internet starts drooling, and then the rollout crawls out at the speed of a wounded snail. They get the frustration though, because if you're gonna shove a name like Omni in everybody's face, people are gonna expect the damn thing to actually exist. Otherwise, it's just fancy marketing with a missing body. So yeah, Gemini Omni not being available yet is peak. Here's the trailer. Movie's coming eventually, maybe. Don't ask questions. Pretty annoying, pretty funny, very on brand for the internet. I'm just waiting for the part where everyone pretends they were never that excited in the first place. That's the whole deal. It's not live yet. People got ahead of themselves, and now everyone has to sit there and be normal for 5 minutes. Good luck with that. That's it. See ya. Mano eso qui eacute uma murdatau especifica quepers que alguém derubu reo no planeta intero ila so assertu o idioma eu tava vendo eso e pense, ok, então agora até pedir café vero exame final. Toda a porra do mundo falando português eacute uma das ideias mais chaoticas que eu já so essa desgraça eu tô tentando existir e já pers que o universo me colocanum curso intensivo de português com pena de morte se eu errar o acento. Isso eacute literalmente o pior momento possível pra eu descobrir que meu cerebro tem limite.
Beleza, essas mangas, moça. As mais dóceis da região.
O trânsito nunca mais acaba, que estresse.
E as negociações de paz continuam sem avanços significativos.
Estou a fazer as compras para o jantar de amanhã. Espero que gostem.
Eso eacute completamente bizarro. Pork now importa on vocer va semper vitar alguém tielhundo e mandando. Fala diarito caracamo se faz a coisa mais natural do planeta. Eu juro a civilização inteira veru grupo de estudo com fome. So mais engraçado eacute quiso ia explodire internet m5 minutos. Pork ningo aim concorda m nada já e agora todo mundo ainda temque discutir conjugação verbal. Es mundo estaria funcionando por pura temoja e café. Eu now sei quem foi o guernio quest isso acontecer, mas eu respeito a audácia de fazer com todo mundo ao mesmo tempo. Isso eacute causepuro e honestamente eu até admiro a energia. No fim, se todo mundo fala português, pelo menos ninguém te fingindo que entendo nada. Tudo vera confusão igual, então meio que eacute justo eu echo, eu anda acho uma beta dor de cabeça, mas eacute uma dor de cabeça global e com sotaque, that's it, see ya. So apparently people are out here abbreviating Cyberpunk 2077 and Club Penguin as CP. And somehow nobody in the room went, hey, maybe this looks like absolute dog shit, because it does. It sounds like the internet's worst possible group project where everyone lost their brain in a locker room and now we all have to pay the price. Like, bro, you cannot just say I was playing CP last night and expect the rest of us not to immediately black out from the sheer legal implications of that sentence. There are certain abbreviations that should have been outlawed by The Hague, and this is one of them.
All right, booting up Cyberpunk 2077. Whoa, CP Mashup is live.
This is the exact kind of abbreviation that makes you want to uninstall language. It's too short, it's too filthy, and it makes you sound like you're about to get escorted out of a Chuck E. Cheese by security. And of course the article acts like this is some deep linguistic mystery instead of an obvious please stop saying that situation. If your abbreviation makes normal people squint and the FBI perk up, maybe retire it, champ. Right, today I'm doing the sacred rite of destroying a Balkan breakfast like it personally insulted me, and honestly I respect the hell out of it already. I found this thing by people yelling at me online like, no, you have to try this, which is usually how I end up in weird food situations, so here we are. This is an absurd amount of food for what I assumed was going to be a light little breakfast, but apparently the Balkans looked at a normal morning and said let's make it a full event. I'm already into it because this is the kind of meal that makes you want to immediately take a nap and then become emotionally attached to a loaf of bread.
Wow, that was delicious.
Okay, yeah, the burek is disgusting in the best way, like it's greasy, flaky, and somehow feels illegal to eat before noon. The ajvar is crazy good too. It's like peppers got their life together and turned into a dip. This is the kind of breakfast that punches you in the stomach and then kisses your forehead. I get why people are so passionate about it, because this shit is way better than sad cereal. Overall, Balkan breakfast is a massive win, and I'm mad I didn't have this sooner. It's heavy, it's chaotic, and it absolutely rules. That's it, see ya. Right, so I gotta be honest, I did not wake up expecting to learn that me and Shadow the Hedgehog are apparently best friends, but here we are. I found out because the internet is doing what it does best, which is taking two completely unrelated things and forcing a friendship arc like it's a bad fanfiction with a budget. Look at him, man, he looks like he pays taxes in hell and still somehow has a skincare routine. I respect the energy because Shadow always looks like he's 5 seconds away from either saving the world or starting an argument over nothing. That's kind of why this friendship makes sense, because I'm also an emotionally unavailable little goblin who acts like he doesn't care while absolutely caring way too much. So yeah, if Shadow wants to be best friends, I'm not gonna stand in the way of destiny. This is the exact type of guy you want in your corner, because he doesn't ask questions, he just shows up like a pissed-off thunderstorm with hooves made of violence. And honestly, that's friendship goals, because sometimes you don't need a therapist, you need a hedgehog with unresolved issues and a strong sense of loyalty. I feel like if we were actually hanging out, it would be the least normal, most efficient friendship on the planet. No small talk, no awkward pauses, just us sitting there in silence like two guys who both got banned from a hot topic for different reasons. This article design is exactly what I'd expect, because if a website is going to report on my friendship with a fictional murder hedgehog, it better look like it was made by a guy who owns 3 RGB keyboards and has never known peace. Also, the headline being dead serious makes it funnier somehow. So yeah, I mean, Shadow seems cool as hell, and if the internet wants to canonize this as a best friend situation, I'm not gonna complain. I've been assigned worse roles by the online community, trust me. At the end of the day, a friendship with Shadow is simple, respectful, and probably a little dangerous, which is honestly the healthiest thing I've heard all week. We'd probably get along great, cause neither of us has the patience for bullshit. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I got snapped out of existence for 5 whole years, which is honestly rude because I had stuff to do, like bills, and eating, and making bad decisions at a rate that should be subsidized by the government.
Did he just materialize from a printer?
That's the thing about being turned to dust, man, it really screws with your whole schedule. You don't come back refreshed, you come back with weird back pain and the kind of confusion usually reserved for people who buy crypto at the top, like how the universe can delete you for half a decade and then expect you to just re-enter society like nothing happened. Nah, brother, I need a tutorial, I need a refund, I need someone to explain why I came back looking like I got power washed by an angry wizard. That's completely fair, honestly. If I lose 5 years, I'm not coming back chill, I'm coming back demanding answers, compensation, and maybe a snack, because that kind of trauma makes you hungry in a deeply irresponsible way. This SpongeBob image looks like he just saw the rent price for a 1-bedroom closet in Los Angeles, man. It's one of the most aggressively cursed things I've seen, like Nickelodeon put his nuts in a hydraulic press and called it modern art. I don't know who stretched this man into a sentient fruit roll-up, but it's incredible. This is the image, the whole main event, the Mona Lisa for people who smell like gamer chair upholstery. SpongeBob looks like he got caught downloading 17 terabytes of trauma directly into his frontal lobe. His face is folding in on itself like a lawn chair at a family barbecue, and somehow every individual wrinkle is screaming louder than his mouth is. What makes it special is that it captures a very pure emotion, and that emotion is my penis got zip-tied to a ceiling fan. You can feel the raw panic. Those tiny little irises are fighting for their lives in an ocean of eyeball, like 2 blueberries in a bathtub. This isn't just reaction image material, this is civilization-ending reaction image material. Then, of course, you've got the article treating this like some kind of cultural milestone, which honestly it kind of is. They're writing about it like archaeologists discovered the final emotion a human can feel before turning into dust. It's basically saying everyone relates to this image, And yeah, no shit, I look like this every time I open my email. That's really the magic here. SpongeBob has finally evolved into the perfect symbol for being completely cooked, mentally deep-fried, spiritually waterboarded by daily life. It's hideous, beautiful, and stupid in exactly the right proportions. This image deserves a spot in the Louvre or at minimum on every gas station t-shirt in America. Alright, I saw this Daytona 500 drunk driving race shit blowing up all over the place and I had to look at it because, wow, what the fuck is happening? Apparently this is one of those clips that gets passed around like no way this is real and then you watch it and it somehow gets even stupider. I'm just trying to figure out how the hell nobody involved looked at this and said, yeah, maybe this is a bad idea.
Look at that! Car 24 is all over the place!
Daytona Mayhem! Day 18, it's all over the place!
Yeah, that's the clip. It looks like somebody mixed NASCAR with a DUI and then said, let's see if the wall wins. It's so absurd that it feels edited, but no, this is just actual human behavior getting uploaded for everybody to clown on. That fucking photo alone tells you everything. The car looks like it's about to file a complaint against its own driver, and somehow this is the part where everybody online starts pretending they're race experts. I love the internet, man, because nothing brings out confidence like complete ignorance.
I can't believe it!
I can't believe it!
And then you get the analysis clips where some dude in a hoodie is acting like he's the FBI of left turns. It's the same shit every time. One wild clip, 30 reaction videos, and a million people saying they called it after the fact. The news sites always make it better because they go so sterile about the most unhinged shit imaginable. Like breaking absolute moron does horrible thing at iconic event, and then a stock photo and 5 ads for gambling. Anyway, it's ridiculous, it's reckless, and it's exactly the kind of thing the internet was built to overreact to. If you're gonna embarrass yourself, at least don't do it at 200 miles an hour. That's the whole deal, just a disaster with sponsorships attached. I'm not shocked, I'm just disappointed in the species. That's it, see ya. Right, so somebody sent me this absolutely unhinged ass weather poster and it's basically a calendar of my demise, which is nice. I woke up, looked at this shit, and immediately knew the week was gonna be garbage, like we've got multiple apocalypse entries and somehow one normal cloudy day sneaking in like it's got a reservation. Look at this first band, chaotic week preparation, because apparently being mentally cooked is now a weather event. Then it just escalates into zombies, a corporate assault, and fucking nukes like this is the most normal forecast in history. This is the kind of thing that makes you double-check the lock on your door and then realize that's doing absolutely nothing for the drone invasion. And the spelling of disassembly is killing me, because even the end of the world can't be bothered to proofread. So yeah, I'm terrified, but mostly because whoever made this poster somehow turned existential dread into a weather app. Respectfully, I hate that it works. If this week is half as bad as the stupid poster says, I'm fucked. But at least the sky finally has the decency to be honest about it. That's it, see ya.
No trying this then.
Jamie! Stop being weird and come back here before you get flattened! Ah!
Alright, we've got a real state of the union here because my bro has gone fully off the deep end. I'm talking terminal online, brain-melting, perfume-scented madness, and somehow this all starts with him seeing one femboy and acting like he found the meaning of life in a gas station parking lot.
Purple penguins dance the tango! Jamie, please, just pull over, we'll be late! Oh.
Pulled up like, bro, you don't get it? And I'm standing there thinking, yeah man, I do get it. You've been talking like a possessed Victorian schoolboy for 3 days straight. You don't need to chase your dreams through 6 lanes of traffic with fried chicken grease on your shirt. That is not character development, that is a cry for help. This article is exactly why the internet is a landfill with Wi-Fi. Jamie's out here acting like an iPad kid who got struck by lightning, and now the only thing separating him from becoming a cautionary tale is me and a bucket of fried chicken, which honestly is a pretty stupid but emotionally resonant safety plan. That tweet has the aura of a man who absolutely needs his search history inspected by a priest and a locksmith. I'm not even mad, I'm just disappointed in the exact specific flavor of stupid. Like, bro, there are safer hobbies. Collect stamps, learn guitar, do literally anything that doesn't end with you getting clipped by a sedan for being horny online. Look at this masterpiece. This is what happens when a man lets the internet bully his frontal lobe into submission. Anyway, if your friend ever gets this far gone, don't let him romanticize it. Grab the chicken, grab the idiot, and get both of them away from the road before the only thing left is a viral clip and a grease stain. Oh hell. Yeah, Gibraltar finally doing the long ass I'd like to speak to the manager routine and breaking up with the British overseas territories. I saw this headline and immediately thought, wow, history really does show up like a drunk guy at 2 a.m. and starts throwing chairs. This is one of those things that sounds fake until you remember borders are basically just old arguments with paperwork attached. Look at this little chunk of land just straight up deciding it's done being someone else's side character. That rock has had enough of imperial nonsense, apparently. And honestly, if you live on a giant-ass rock in the middle of everything, at some point you start thinking, yeah, we can probably just handle this ourselves. This is the part where every politician starts acting like they personally invented the concept of sovereignty. The article's got that polished we are witnessing a historic moment energy, which is journalist code for holy shit, this is actually happening. We love when these stories happen because everyone suddenly remembers geography exists and starts pretending they care about constitutional law. It's like watching people discover a closet they've ignored for 40 years.
Viva Gibraltar!
This is the money shot, everybody losing their minds in the street because the news finally hit. You can practically hear the collective weight we can do that, coming from the whole place. And yeah, good for them, honestly. If you're going to be trapped in a geopolitical saga for decades, you might as well at least get the ending you want. So yeah, Gibraltar going independent is one of those wild-ass developments that makes the whole world feel like it's on a weird timeline. I'm just saying, the little guy finally getting to choose for himself is pretty damn cool. That's it. Right. So apparently some guy took like 1 billion cartoons and shoved them into one giant multiverse board, which is insane, because I can barely keep track of my own balls. This is the kind of obsessive nonsense that makes me respect and fear the human penis in equal measure. Let's see how deep this goes before my brain falls out of my ass. This is already way too much effort for a cartoon theory, which means it's either genius or someone got way too horny for whiteboard markers. The fact that there's enough connections to make a spider blush is just incredible. Of course, it all collapses into Hanna-Barbera because every old cartoon eventually becomes a legal department and a cosmic joke. Space Ghost being the thread that ties together half of Adult Swim is honestly the most appropriate thing ever because that man has the exact energy of a dick that got promoted. This is where it starts getting stupid in the best way, because now we're mixing cartoons with live-action nonsense and somehow it still works. At this point, the multiverse is less of a theory and more of a disease spreading through every franchise's balls. And then they hit you with Johnny Quest somehow linking to Pixar, because why the fuck not? Let's just declare reality a guest star. At some point you have to admire the commitment to turning cartoons into a forensic sex dungeon of continuity. Right, so today we're tackling a deeply stupid question that somehow exists in the world. How the hell do you eat a lamp? I got sent this because people apparently can't be trusted with basic household objects, and now we're here. I'm gonna be real, if your first instinct is to bite a lamp, you've already lost the plot. That's step 1, don't. That's the whole tutorial, thanks for coming. But if we're doing the internet method, you gotta acknowledge the lamp is a bad fucking food choice before you do anything else. That's the vibe right there, just pure panic and no plan. The trick is understanding that lamps are for lighting up a room, not lighting up your intestines with shattered glass and regret. If you're still committed, you're basically doing a performance art piece about poor decisions. You do not eat the bulb, you do not eat the wiring, and you definitely don't eat the shade unless you want your mouth to look like. This is the kind of article only the internet could birth. It's got that clean, trustworthy design while telling you the exact opposite of what a sane person should be doing, which is honestly beautiful. The actual answer is you don't eat the lamp, you eat food, and the lamp stays in the corner doing lamp shit. If you're starving, call a doctor or order takeout, not a fucking electrician and a dentist in the same hour. Anyway, that's my expert breakdown on how to not be a complete moron around household appliances. I hope this clears things up, though if it didn't, I'm sorry, but I can't help you further. Lamps are not snacks. Stop trying to make them snap. That's it, see ya. What the actual fuck is this, man? I hop online and the first thing I see is this absolute disaster of a clip. I'm gonna talk about it straight because this is not some goofy internet stunt. This is a serious what the hell happened situation. So that's the viral clip everyone's losing their minds over, and yeah, it's as grim as it sounds. The stream just derails completely and then everything goes dead, which is somehow even worse than the clip itself. That's the face of somebody realizing their entire life just jumped off a cliff, and I'm not even trying to be funny here. If this is real, then this is beyond cooked and needs cops, not comments, and of course the internet does what it does best, which is turn into a fucking landfill of speculation in about 12 seconds. Everybody's got a theory, nobody's got a brain, and the only thing moving faster than the rumors is the idiocy.
What happened? Every okay? On stream.
That's the part that really sells how bad this got, because once the feed cuts, it's just chaos and dread. You don't bounce back from that like it's a bad gaming session. That's life-altering shit. If this really happened, then yeah, it's not some internet drama bullshit. It's a real fucking tragedy and a legal nightmare. The whole thing is ugly, the reaction is uglier, and everybody involved needs to be dealt with by actual authorities. That's where I'm at on it. It's horrific and stupid and exactly the kind of thing that reminds you the internet has no chill whatsoever. That's it, see ya. Right, I need to talk about the most financially irresponsible weather event imaginable because apparently the sky has developed a gambling addiction and it's raining Bobuckses. Not regular money either, I'm talking about red square Bitcoin things flying everywhere like some cursed coupon apocalypse. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes me lose faith in reality because now every rooftop, sidewalk, and alleyway is just a jackpot full of tiny fake riches. I'd be out there with a bucket looking like a moron, slipping on 47 Bobuckses and getting smacked in the forehead by a millionaire's worth of cartoon currency. That looks less like money and more like a vending machine violently vomiting. Imagine walking outside for 1 second and coming back with 8,000 Bobuckses and a concussion. That's not a windfall, that's a tax on being alive. That tweet is basically a cry for help with punctuation and honestly fair. If my neighborhood started getting pelted by pixel money from the heavens, I'd be questioning whether I'm in a game, a scam, or the world's stupidest lottery. That article reads like someone left a browser open during a seizure and then called it journalism. Still, I respect the hustle, because if the universe is gonna shower us in cursed little red squares, the least it can do is make me rich enough to afford therapy. Holy shit, boys, it finally happened. After like 27 years of blue balling an entire generation, Plankton actually got the Krabby Patty secret formula, which is somehow more shocking than finding out your dick has a credit score. This is one of those historic moments that makes you sit back, unzip your pants metaphorically, and salute the grind. This is the money shot right here. The microscopic menace finally clutching the paper he's been thirsting after since before some of you were even accidents. He looks like he just won the Super Bowl for divorced goblins. And you have to respect the dedication, man. Most villains give up after like season 2, but this little bacterium kept clocking in every day with the confidence of a guy who still sends you up. Texts after being blocked 6 times. That's generational hating. That's commitment to the bit. Then you've got this dogshit tabloid site writing about it like it's the moon landing, and honestly, they're not even wrong. This is the biggest fast food security breach since someone found out what's really in a McRib and immediately wished they didn't. Mr. Krabs has got to be sick right now. Imagine guarding one greasy recipe harder than the Pentagon guards nukes, only to get folded by a one-eyed bean with insecurity issues. That's humiliating. SpongeBob's probably crying into the grill. Squidward's still not getting paid enough, and Plankton's out here finally experiencing the world's smallest orgasm. This second shot really captures the energy of a goblin stealing the Declaration of Independence if the Declaration was just burger instructions. He's built like a sentient toenail clipping, but he's moving that scroll like Destiny called Collect. So yeah, huge day for pathetic kings everywhere. Plankton proved that if you fail for nearly 3 decades straight, never improve as a person, and remain unbelievably petty, eventually something might go your way. It's inspirational, disgusting, and deeply erotic in the dumbest possible way. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. So apparently today's topic is me eating shit live on stream, which is a bizarre sentence to have to say out loud. If I somehow die midstream, I want everyone to know I'm not doing it for content. I'm doing it because my body has finally given up on carrying this embarrassingly large head around. This is exactly how it would happen too. Just me sitting here talking absolute nonsense while chat starts posting skulls and bro is gone like they're live commentating a nature documentary. The worst part is half of them would think it's a bit for at least 10 minutes, which is honestly fair because I've trained them to expect stupid bullshit.
Things at Charlie, are you okay?
Yeah, that's the nightmare fuel version. Not even some dramatic collapse, just a dumb little fade out like I got unplugged by the universe, and somehow the internet would turn it into a 12-second clip with sad music and captions like he knew the end was near when really I just choked on my own saliva like a fucking idiot. That tweet would be posted in the exact window where people still don't know if I'm dead or just taking a piss. Which, to be fair, is a very important distinction in my line of work. If the last thing I ever do is make chat panic for engagement, then honestly I've achieved peak streamer culture. And the article would somehow make it sound like I ascended into the heavens or got taken out by a sniper, when in reality I probably just had a medical issue caused by caffeine, stress, and whatever cursed gas station sandwich I inhaled before going live. Anyway, if I die on stream, clip it, laugh a little, and then maybe call somebody. Right, we've got a very serious development today, and by serious I mean absolutely deranged, because apparently my entire vocabulary has been replaced by one unhinged sound. Honestly, that's a step up from most internet discourse. This is the kind of breakdown that happens when a guy opens a message inbox at 3 a.m. and realizes every single reply is just a noise worse than the last one. It's like language itself got hit with a brick and then asked for more. So, The funniest part is how this somehow becomes a philosophy debate in the replies. Half the people are like he's lost it, and the other half are dissecting whether the doodle is a cry for help, a joke, or a threat to civilization. It's none of those things, it's just a scream with punctuation. That is a man speaking from the soul and also from whatever cursed chamber is under the soul. I respect the confidence though. If you're going to be nonsense, be premium nonsense. Anyway, that's the story. Humanity survives another day somehow, and I've learned that if enough people yell in all caps long enough, it starts to sound like a bird trying to file taxes. See ya! Holy shit, this is one of the most violently unimportant things I've ever seen become my entire afternoon. We're talking about who owned Bukow TV Philadelphia on September 10th, 1995, which sounds like a question generated by a sleep-deprived raccoon smashing its nuts on a keyboard. It's got all the erotic energy of a tax seminar, and I'm still weirdly locked in. This is the sacred artifact, the whole damn quest log right here. It's just Charlie reading Wikipedia on his computer like an old man staring at train schedules, except somehow with even less sex appeal. So the big point here is that on September 10, 1995, Bukow TV was owned by CBS because the NBC swap deal hadn't kicked in yet. That's the twist, that's the climax, that's the huge throbbing lore reveal here. And yes, I also expected literally anything cooler than corporate transaction pending. Here's another highly advanced source, a dogshit bargain bin article layout that looks like it was assembled in 2008 by a guy fueled entirely by vending machine pretzels. But it says the same thing, which is comforting in the way two identical kidney punches are comforting. Bukow TV was still under CBS ownership that day, and the later ownership changes happened after all the network shuffle nonsense finalized. So if you woke up this morning desperate to know this unbelievably specific answer, congratulations. Now you can rest your beautiful little balls. Holy Holy shit, this is one of the most absurd things I've seen all week. The BBC removing the TV license feels like the kind of plot twist you'd get if a tax form got drunk and started doing backflips. It's like the final boss of annoying paperwork just got its balls stapled to the floor, and honestly, beautiful stuff. So this is the big story right here, the BBC basically taking the TV license out back like old Yeller. This fake article says it in the most dramatic way possible too, like Britain just watched the Queen respawn and announce free television for the lads. It's got that crusty website design that makes every headline feel like a national emergency even when it's about a goose in a parking lot. And for anyone who doesn't know, the TV license has always sounded insane to people outside the UK. Oi bruv, you got a screen in your house. That'll be money. It always felt like the government was running a Patreon for cable with a knife in its hand. So hearing it's gone is like watching a mosquito finally get evicted from your bedroom after feeding on you for 30 straight summers. That's the face of the operation right there. The big BBC building looking like it just got caught deleting browser history. There's no fireworks, no parade, just a concrete block of public broadcasting standing there like it lost a court case to a raccoon. Exactly the kind of visual drama Charlie editing would use because anything more would require effort. But this is legitimately huge news for people who had to pay that stupid fee. If this actually happened, there'd be dads across the UK falling to their knees in Tesco. This is the kind of policy change that makes people feel financially free for about 9 minutes before they remember rent exists and life is still a kick in the nuts. Holy shit, this is one of the most deranged debates I've ever seen crawl out of the internet sewer. Somehow humanity looked at all the world's problems and said, nah, let's spend our precious time arguing about bold penis versus bald penis like a couple of sleep-deprived cavemen with Wi-Fi. It's like a dick-themed spelling bee hosted in a gas station bathroom. This is the main battlefield here, a fake intellectual coliseum where people are debating whether bald penis means hairless or if bold penis means confident cock energy, which is somehow even stupider. It reads like a middle school group chat got funding and a WordPress subscription. And the best part is everyone arguing about it sounds completely sure of themselves like they're tenured professors at Ball State with a doctorate in shaft linguistics. The confidence is insane. It's like watching a guy slip on a banana peel and insist it was part of his TED Talk. This is the post that launched the whole meat missile into orbit, and it's exactly as idiotic as you'd hope. One typo, one weird phrasing choice, and now the internet is treating genital adjectives like constitutional law. Man, this is one of those topics that sounds innocent until you realize the internet has spent way too much time thinking about it, and now everybody's brain is just fully cooked honestly. Nothing says serious discussion like people immediately acting like their IQ got kicked in the balls the second these names come up. Right, so for anybody somehow lost in the sauce here, we're talking about Tendu Alice and Tendu K, and if you know, you know, and if you don't, congrats, you've been spared a strange little corner of the internet where people are apparently incapable of being normal for 5 consecutive minutes. Yeah, there they are, the two names that get dropped and suddenly everybody starts typing like they're possessed by a demon with a thesaurus. It's always fascinating watching fandom discourse turn into absolute anal gymnastics over the dumbest possible details. The funniest part is people will treat this like it's some grand philosophical debate when really it's just the usual internet routine of overanalyzing 2 characters until the original point is buried under a mountain of ass fumes and headcanon. Look at this fake article layout. This is exactly the kind of place where somebody would write 12 paragraphs to say people are discussing 2 characters and then pretend they've uncovered the secrets of the universe. It's just digital ass padding with a nice font. But yeah, if we're being real, the whole thing is just another reminder that the internet can take the most basic topic imaginable and somehow turn it into a full-body dick surgery of opinions, accusations, and completely unnecessary confidence. That split portrait energy is basically what every discussion becomes too, because everybody picks a side and then starts hurling paragraphs like they're in the trenches over who got more screen time or whatever the hell people are mad about this week. And I'm not even saying it to care, I'm just saying the average online debate has the emotional stability of a guy with his cock stuck in a ceiling fan. It starts at 0 and somehow ends at civil war. Anyway, Tendu Alice and Tendu K, 2 names, infinite internet nonsense, and a whole lot of people acting like they've got the definitive take when they absolutely do not. That's it, see ya. So yeah, people keep asking why the moist meter hasn't been popping off like it used to, and I've been meaning to explain that the answer is mostly that it's a giant pain in the ass to keep doing at the same pace, but also, one time I was trying to talk about it and I looked like I got into a bar fight with a lawnmower. That's because I was high as hell, and I ended up fighting some dude who stole my dildo, which sounds fake, but I swear to God it happened exactly like that, and it completely derailed the whole thing. The funny part is I still had to come back and act like I was just casually announcing why I don't use the moist meter as much anymore, while my face looked like I'd lost a wrestling match with a strawberry, not exactly the kind of polished corporate rollout people were expecting from me. But yeah, it's mostly just time, energy, and not wanting everything I do to turn into a fucking assembly line. I'll still do it when I feel like it, but I'm not gonna force feed reviews like I'm a content factory in a trench coat. So that's the whole thing. Really, the schedule's different. I got distracted by absolute nonsense, and somehow Deal Dough became part of my public explanation strategy. That's it, see ya. Right, I gotta talk about this because it is absolutely deranged. Somebody made Obama do a little wiggle in Roblox Da Hood, and somehow that is the funniest thing happening on the internet right now. I don't even know what timeline we're in anymore, but I kind of respect the commitment to complete nonsense. This is the kind of thing that makes me think humanity peaked too early. Like, why is he moving like that? Why does it look so confident? That wiggle has the energy of a man who just got told the rent is due and said, "Not today, chief." Honestly, the animation is stupid as hell, but it works. And of course, Twitter is treating it like the second coming of Christ. People will see the dumbest possible clip and immediately act like they've witnessed history. I get it though, because there's something magical about a political figure being turned into a Roblox gremlin and made to hit the stankiest little dance known to man. That's really the whole appeal. It's not clever, it's not deep, it's just maximum stupid in the best way. Sometimes the internet doesn't need a thesis, as it just needs Barack Obama to do a goofy little side to side like he's trying to dodge taxes in a parking lot. Right, so today we're talking about this weird little high situation, and honestly I respect the confidence of just walking in with one word and expecting it to carry the whole conversation. I found out about this the same way I find out about most nonsense, by being alive on the internet and immediately regretting it. Yeah, that's basically the vibe here, just pure minimalist social interaction at its finest, and somehow that shit still works because people are easy. There's really not much else to say, and that's kind of the joke. Sometimes the whole discussion is just hi, and now everybody's pretending it's important. And to be fair, that's the internet in a nutshell. One person says something stupidly simple and now it's somehow content. Honestly, my thoughts on it are pretty straightforward. If your opener is just hi, then you better be prepared for the conversation to be just as dumb, because I'm not doing all the heavy lifting for free. That's it, see? Dude, this is one of those images that looks like it was generated in the deepest, most unhinged corner of the internet, like somebody took a family sitcom, dumped it into a blender with anime, and then seasoned it with pure autism and spite. It's got the energy of a group intervention for crimes against the App Store, and honestly, the little crack in the floor is doing more emotional damage than half the people in the room. Also, why does it feel like everyone here is one sentence away from talking about my balls? The funniest part is that the punishment is so absurdly specific, it stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like a failed spell. Grounded for absolute ultra hyper omega infinity years is the kind of sentence you say right before you get your ass handed to you by the concept of time itself, and of course Bugs Bunny is in there looking like he's just happy to be involved in the harassment. Also, the fact that the two kids are just standing there looking ashamed while Elmo is on the front line like he's leading a war crime tribunal is perfect. There's something deeply wrong with everyone in this image, but the most suspicious thing is still the floor crack, because somehow that is the only part of the scene with emotional consistency. Honestly, this is the exact kind of image that makes me think the internet should be on a probationary system, not because it's offensive or anything, just because it's way too comfortable mixing beloved childhood characters with insane courtroom energy and then acting like that's a normal Tuesday. And yeah, the whole thing feels like it was made by somebody who got grounded and decided to take revenge on civilization. If you looked up terminally online in a dictionary, this would probably be the example next to it. It's got the fake article, the rage, the cartoon cross-contamination, the whole deal. The only thing missing is a 10-minute video essay explaining why Bugs Bunny is apparently an authoritarian now. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is one of the dumbest and greatest things I've ever seen. Humanity looked into the stars and apparently found a live-action Amy Rose just raw-dogging the concept of science. It's like NASA got drunk, blacked out, and woke up with Sonic fanfiction in a telescope. Alright, so I saw this dashcam footage, and it's one of those what the hell are you doing, man moments where a black SUV just decides traffic laws are more of a suggestion than a rule. Somehow every dumb driver thinks the whole road is their personal parking lot. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of clip that makes your stomach drop, because you can tell the person filming had about half a second to process the fact that some idiot is driving head-on like it's fucking Mad Max. The confidence required to do that is almost impressive if it wasn't so stupid. And then of course the SUV clips the car, because shocker, physics still works even when you're being a complete moron. This is why dashcams are great though, because without the footage it turns into a whole he said she said bullshit fest. There it is, the exact moment brains leave the chat. The best part is always how preventable it was. Like, all they had to do was not drive the wrong direction and everybody could have gone about their day like normal people. Anyway, if you're out driving, pay attention, because some jackass is always out there improvising his own disaster, and if you've got a dashcam, thank your past self, because future you is gonna need that receipt. That's fucked, but at least the footage makes it obvious who the clown was. That's why I always tell people to just drive like everyone else is actively trying to kill you. That's it, see ya. Right. So apparently there's this whole mom's exit is mana entrance thing, and honestly that sounds like some ass-backwards prophecy someone got from a busted arcade cabinet. I found out because the internet can't just let a stupid phrase die, it has to wrestle it into a lore event. That's the exact kind of visual bullshit this phrase deserves, like some kid made a religion out of a Walmart fire drill. It's just one of those lines that sounds profound if you say it like you're not a complete dumbass. And yeah, that's the whole joke. It's stupid as hell, but it sticks because it sounds like a cryptic spell from a guy who got banned from a card game tournament. The internet loves turning nonsense into scripture. This is exactly the kind of article that gets written when someone needs a page filled and has no soul left in the tank. It's content in the purest, most decomposed form. So yeah, that's my read on it. It's nonsense, but at least it's committed nonsense, which is more than I can say for most internet jokes. I respect the hustle, even if the hustle is absolutely fucking brain dead. That's it, see ya. Right, so we got one of these absolute brain-rotted clickbait shorts where the title is trying to fistfight reality, and by the end of it you feel like your skull got used as a mixing bowl. This shit is always so desperate, like it needs one more dick tug from the algorithm to survive. Look at this, they're acting like Marbeast personally descended from the heavens to save a toddler from getting launched into the sun, and then they hit you with the most shameless like and subscribe hostage note of all time, and of course there's a giant spider in the bed, because apparently engagement bait and arachnophobia go hand in hand now. The funniest part is the article is always written like it's reporting on a mass extinction event, when really it's just some dude pouring strawberries into a blender. This is the digital version of yelling fire in a movie theater, because somebody made a smoothie too aggressively. Right, I just saw this airport clip, and it's one of those situations where reality decides to speedrun stupidity. Something falls from the roof right into the boarding queue, people instantly lose their minds, and now everybody's acting like the gate agent personally sabotaged their vacation.
What happened? Is everyone okay?
My flight! I'm gonna miss my flight!
Yeah, there it is, the most useless obstacle imaginable, causing maximum chaos. You can always tell how fragile civilization is by how fast a line turns into a riot when people think they might miss their flight. And of course, nobody knows what the thing even is for the first 10 seconds, so everybody just starts orbiting it like it's cursed. Then one guy yells, someone else shoves forward, and now you've got airport thunderdome over a piece of roof trash. This is exactly why airport energy is so toxic, because everyone's already miserable before anything even happens. Add one blocked lane and suddenly people are ready to commit felonies over carry-on access. The article always reads like the calmest possible description of absolute nonsense, too. An object fell from above and passengers became agitated. Yeah, no shit, they were seconds away from fighting for oxygen in the jetway. Honestly, the funniest part is that airports make everyone feel important while treating them like cattle, so the second something interrupts the process, people snap. It's a miracle more terminals don't end up looking like a WWE pre-show. That's the whole story, just one tiny falling object and a whole lot of angry idiots with boarding passes. Airports really are the final boss of patience. That's it, see ya. This whole thing is so insanely backwards it feels like a deleted South Park bit stitched together with expired vodka and government glue. Russia 1 somehow turned national TV into a panic room with a camera crew, and the vibe is so tense it could make a boner file for workers' comp.
Граждане России, слушайте внимательно. Мобилизация – это наш национальный приоритет.
This is the big clip everyone's been passing around, the state TV gold medal in accidentally sounding terrified of its own audience. It's basically a hostage video made by national branding consultants, like if a press release grew a pair and then immediately lost them. The wild part is the undertone here, because instead of projecting confidence, the whole thing reeks of please stop looking at us like that. When your government broadcaster sounds like it's one bad poll away from hiding in a restroom stall, that's a pretty strong sign things are cooked harder than my balls in leather pants. Right, so apparently I'm playing the weird little monster slavery game where every creature looks like it was designed by 3 different people who've never met. I saw clips all over the place and figured, yeah, this is exactly the kind of nonsense I should be wasting my life on. Going in blind dish, which is always a mistake, because these games look cute until they start bullying you with 10 systems at once. Let's see how fast I get addicted and then immediately annoyed. Look at this shit. It's like if Pokemon got trapped in a survival game and was forced to learn how to make a workbench. Everything's adorable, but I already know half these little dudes are gonna be exploited for labor within 10 minutes. And honestly, that's the Palworld experience. You see one happy creature, and then the next thing you know it's mining copper until it becomes a legal issue. That's the exact kind of shiny bullshit that gets you hooked, because every time you catch one of these things your brain goes ooh dopamine like a lab rat. It's aggressive too, it doesn't just let you collect them, it wants you to feel like you're building a whole criminal enterprise. And the best part is the game acts cute while doing it, like that makes the industrialized creature abuse more charming somehow. This is where it turns into, okay, maybe I'm not playing a survival game, maybe I'm managing a tiny workplace violation simulator. The creatures are just out there doing chores like they've got a mortgage and a performance review. Respect the hustle, but I also think half the appeal is watching a little round thing suffer through overtime because you wanted a slightly nicer wall. Combat is actually where the game gets me, because it's stupid in a fun way and I can't pretend otherwise. 1 second you're farming berries, next second you're airborne on a lizard with a machine gun energy that absolutely should not exist in a game with this art style. That tonal whiplash is doing half the work here, and the other half is me being too weak to stop clicking on shiny monster bullshit. Of course it blew up, because the internet can't resist a game that looks like it's barely holding itself together by vibes and questionable ethics. Anytime something gets big this fast, people act surprised, but nah, this is exactly the kind of chaotic ass thing that catches fire. It's got the perfect recipe, cute creatures, survival grind, dumb combat, and enough controversy to keep everybody yapping like it's the second coming of gaming sin. So yeah, I get why people are all over it. It's messy, stupid, kind of hilarious, and way more addictive than it has any right to be. I'm probably gonna keep playing it until I hate myself a little bit, which feels appropriate. That's it, see ya. Right, so today I'm trying something incredibly stupid and potentially career-ending. I'm becoming an underground rapper. And before you ask, yes, this is exactly as embarrassing as it sounds. This is the part where every bad decision in human history starts to look like a creative pursuit. I've got the hat, I've got the attitude, and I've got the lyrical ability of a drunk stapler, so honestly I feel pretty qualified.
Yo, check their mic. 1, 2. Flow so sick, breaking through.
First off, this beat is already doing most of the work, which is good because my bars are not exactly doing cardio. But I gotta say, the confidence rap requires is insane, because you can say absolutely nothing, and if you look angry enough, people still call it art. That tweet is how you know I've made it. If people are calling your music a public safety issue, that means the underground scene has accepted you with open arms and several restraining orders.
Yo, check the flow, it's out of sight!
think the key to underground rap is sounding like you've been wronged by society, taxes, and maybe a woman who owns a motorcycle. If you can combine that with a terrible whisper flow, you're basically platinum in a basement somewhere. Honestly, I'd read that article. Mostly because it would confirm that I've fully committed to becoming a 37-year-old cryptid with a SoundCloud account, which is really the dream if you think about it. Oh, this shit is like digital gaslighting, man. Somebody took a cute little plumber game and turned it into a sadistic trap museum, and somehow people keep walking in like this seems fair. I found one of these troll levels and immediately knew I was about to watch a grown man get bullied by a block with a mustache.
The prompt, if they just did not end of the words like where they go, the V words in the video, how like their story of 24 ad was de-aging, or we did a story, whatever is staying.
Yeah, then and then. So and that's just when.
Yeah, that right there is the whole fucking premise, just pure confidence followed by a violent lesson. These levels are built by someone who hates joy and has the patience of a serial killer with a Nintendo account. And the worst part is they always look innocent as hell, like, oh wow, fun little platforming, and suddenly you're being sent to the Shadow Realm by a single off-screen piranha plant. It's not a level, it's a courtroom for your reflexes.
The prompt for her eyes, the user backed of the prompts and gets a single, and the throw of her eyes.
That's the fucking artistry of it though, because the creator didn't just make a hard level, they made a prank with architecture. I respect the commitment even while watching someone's soul leave their body in real time. So yeah, troll levels are basically prank culture for people who think emotional damage is a valid mechanic. They're dumb, cruel, and weirdly impressive, which is honestly the perfect combo for this shit. I get why people rage at them, because every victory feels like surviving a scam. But I also get why they're so addictive, because you always think you're smarter than the level. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're diving into some insanely specific broadcast archaeology, which is exactly the kind of thing that makes me feel like I need to get a full body scan after reading it. We're looking at what the Google search results page says the on-air branding name was for WCOW TV Philadelphia on September 10, 1995, and honestly that sounds like the kind of fact that would only matter to a guy in a basement surrounded by VHS tapes and regret. Let's see what ancient television goblin branding they were cooking up back when everyone's hair was a legal liability. Okay, so the page is basically telling us the station branding was NBC 10 Philadelphia, which is about as exciting as finding out a guy's secret nickname is just his normal name with a number slapped on it. Still, that's the era, man. TV stations were all doing that weird corporate identity thing where they wanted to sound like a news empire, but also a shampoo brand. And yeah, that's the whole mystery. I love how broadcast history is just a bunch of people arguing over whether a channel was called one thing or another, like the fate of civilization depends on whether the logo was in italics. Absolute cock and balls level of importance, and yet here we are. Man, old MP3 players were such a wild little era of human evolution. We really looked at a tiny plastic box with 30 songs on it and acted like we were holding the holy grail of dick technology. Everything about it was clunky, slow, and somehow still better than the emotional damage of streaming buffering for 5 seconds. This is the kind of device that made you feel like a king in gym class. You'd be walking around with your little music brick, pretending you weren't one accidental drop away from financially ruining your entire week, and somehow that was peak masculinity. It was like carrying around a tiny electronic hog in your pocket. And every review back then was basically this holds a fuckload of songs, which is hilarious because 512 megabytes used to sound like endless space. People were out here naming playlists like they were sacred texts, and if your player had a broken headphone jack, your whole life became a sad little dongle dependency.
Check it out, my iPod. It's got like 300 songs.
That's the exact energy too. Somebody would record a shitty little video like check out my new MP3 player, and you could feel the raw power of owning 3 Linkin Park songs and 1 weird podcast ripped from the internet. It was the closest thing we had to digital swagger, and it was still held together by USB and prayer. The best part is how every one of these things had a different personality, but they all sucked in a slightly unique way. One had garbage battery life, one had a screen so tiny it was basically decorative, and one would randomly delete your playlist like it had a personal vendetta against you. That's craftsmanship, baby. Love that we used to have full-on tribal warfare over the shape of buttons. Someone would write 6 paragraphs about why their device had the superior interface, and another guy would come in acting like a corporate lawyer for a plastic rectangle. Simpler times, louder dicks, worse audio. Anyway, old MP3 players were awesome. They were stupid, fragile, and unbelievably important, and every time I see one now I get hit with the urge to blast some terrible middle school song and pretend my life is still that simple. That's it, see ya. And this one always gets people weirdly heated because it sounds like a random DNA TikTok take, but then you look at the history and it's like, yeah, no shit, this is the South. Everybody's been smashing cultural borders for hundreds of years, and the paper trail is a goddamn mess. And that's the first thing people forget. Ancestry is not some clean little checkbox. It's a pile of overlapping family trees and old records that got burned, lost, or never existed in the first place. When somebody acts like this is some wild conspiracy, they're basically admitting they skipped every history class available to mankind. The region's got colonial records, tribal displacement, migration, and a whole lot of people who were told to shut up about who they were.
Well, I'll be.
That's incredible. No way.
That reaction is always funny because people think ancestry means some dramatic revelation instead of, yeah, your great-grandma probably wasn't writing essays about it. It's not magic, it's history doing what history does, which is make a huge sloppy-ass bowl of everybody mixing together. The main point is simple. If you're from the Southeast, there's a very real chance native ancestry is somewhere in your background, whether your family knew it, hid it, or got flattened by time. That doesn't mean everybody has the same amount, and it sure as hell doesn't mean you get to cosplay as a historian because a DNA test popped one number. But it does mean the region's genetic story is a lot more native than people want to admit, and honestly, that's just the truth. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're diving into the Vinny Vinesauce podcast situation, which is already sounding like the kind of thing that starts off as just a chill conversation and ends with somebody, say, accidentally saying the most cursed sentence imaginable. I'm not here to litigate the soul of the internet, I just want to figure out whether this thing is funny, weird, or one of those rare podcasts that actually makes you feel like your brain got hosed down with lukewarm soup. That's the vibe right there, man. It feels like the kind of room where every sentence has a 40% chance of becoming a meme and a 60% chance of someone just going, yeah, anyway, and moving on like nothing happened. I respect that energy because podcasts these days are either too polished or they sound like they were recorded in a closet next to a dying microwave. Honestly, if the podcast is just Vinny being Vinny, that's probably enough. Some people build a whole media empire off acting like a human press release, and then you get somebody like this who can make a tangent about lunch sound like a lost art form. That's the secret sauce, I think. Not being too slick. Just talking like a real person who has definitely seen some weird shit and is choosing, for everyone's sake, to keep it moving. And I was scrolling through this shit and got hit with the most cursed memory possible because apparently I'm now responsible for the EDP 445 situation. That's insane. I barely take responsibility for my own laundry, let alone a whole internet disaster. I'm just sitting here like, wait, did I actually drop this dude off at the cupcake store, or did the universe just gaslight me into a side quest? Yeah, this is the exact energy I'm dealing with because somehow that sounds like something I'd say while completely fried. Dropped him off at the cupcake store is such a stupid sentence that it loops back around to sounding real, which is probably the worst kind of sentence.
This is outrageous! Absolutely ridiculous! They can't do this to me! After everything I've done! It's a complete setup! A conspiracy, I tell you! They're out to get me!
And then you've got this guy acting like the world owes him a clean edit and a redemption arc, which, no, absolutely not. This is one of those situations where every single sentence gets worse the longer it exists, and somehow I'm in the middle of it like some kind of deranged Uber driver for consequences. The internet saw that and did what it always does, which is turn one horrendous thing into 1,000 horrible jokes and think pieces. I get why people latch onto it, but holy shit, the whole thing is just embarrassing from every angle. So, yeah, if I'm somehow the guy who dropped him off at the cupcake store, I'd like to formally state that I regret being born into that timeline. That's the kind of sentence you hear once and it permanently damages your brain. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. It's stupid, it's bleak, and somehow still funny in the worst possible way. I'm gonna go ahead and pretend I never learned that phrase existed. That's it. See. mustard situation is quiet, and somehow that makes it feel even more deranged. It's like hearing the world's wettest fart echo through an empty church, just haunting, mysterious, and way too confident for what it is. This is the first thing I saw, and already it reads like a government cover-up for a sandwich incident. The mustard situation remains quiet sounds less like journalism, and more like something a hostage would blink in Morse code. And that's the whole magic here. Nobody says what the hell the mustard situation actually is. They just toss it out there like we're all supposed to nod along like, ah yes, the mustard silence, of course, like it's some sacred yellow prophecy written on the back of a Burger King receipt. Then you get the primary suspect itself, the bottle, sitting there like it knows exactly what it did. Look at that smug little nozzle, that's the face of a plastic war criminal. They love how this whole thing has the energy of a true crime documentary made by a guy who got hit in the head with a hot dog. No evidence, no answers, just a silent mustard bottle and a population too scared to ask questions. That's the quiet mustard situation, baby. Okay, so I'm watching Endgame and Carol Danvers strolls in like she pays the rent, and I'm just sitting there thinking, damn, this woman radiates absolute Dami Mommy energy. I'm not even saying that as a bit, that is just the force she emits like a goddamn weather event. Also, yeah, I wanted to see Captain Marvel Power Bottom Peter Parker like an industrial compressor, but apparently that's not the cinematic universe we live in. Look at this bitch, she enters the room and the atmosphere changes, like the temperature just got turned down by 20 degrees and my balls just retracted out of respect. She's got that say less and get on the floor kind of aura. That is the exact energy I'm talking about. She does not walk, she advances. It's like a lesbian war crime in the best possible way. And then she just fucking appears in my room like a glitch in the simulation, and now we're wrestling. I'm getting folded like a lawn chair while she's standing there like a boss fight with biceps. Honestly, that's the whole point. She's built like she could pin a refrigerator and make it apologize. I respect the hell out of it, even if my spine does not. So yeah, Carol Danvers is ridiculous, intimidating, and somehow hot in a way that feels like getting bullied by a war goddess. That's my review. I'm not mad about it. I'm just saying the vibes were loud as shit. That's it. See ya. Right, so today we got this absolutely cursed reaction thing, and I'm not even sure what the hell I'm looking at. I just know it ends with me losing my fucking mind in real time. I found this clip and it's already making my soul itch, so let's just get into the shit show.
I can't! I can't! It's too much!
Please, honey, just calm down.
Analog. Analog! 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 No!
Saturday, yes, but I can't. I can't.
Yeah, that's about the level of composure I expected. This is just a full-on digital exorcism, and I respect the commitment to being completely unwell. There's no coming back from this. The analog demons have already won. Honestly, this is one of those clips that feels like it was engineered in a lab to make everybody involved dumber, and mission accomplished. I've got nothing else. My brain is cooked, and the sound of that yelling is gonna haunt me tonight. So yeah, pretty incredible stuff. Very educational, very tasteful, and deeply disturbing in a way only the internet can manage. I'm gonna go lay down and think about literally anything else. That's it, see ya. Alright, this is one of those absolute fever dream topics where somebody clearly took too many liberties with reality, cause now we've got Gandalf and the Grinch sharing a smoothie while watching a volcano erupt like it's a wholesome little date night from hell. I love how the internet just throws two random bastards into a scene and acts like that's a normal Tuesday. That's the setup right there. And honestly, the smoothie is doing more emotional labor than either of them are. You've got Gandalf looking like he's one bad decision away from turning the whole mountain into dust, and the Grinch just looking smug as shit because he knows he stole the last pineapple slice. Yeah, that's the kind of background noise that makes a shared smoothie feel weirdly intimate. Nothing says friendship like sitting there while the earth is actively coughing itself inside out. And that's the beauty of it, they're completely unshaken. Most people would be sprinting for their lives, but these two are just chilling like the apocalypse is part of the appetizer. Honestly, it's a masterpiece of stupid imagery, and I respect the commitment to making nonsense feel profound. If you're gonna witness the end of the world, at least do it with a smoothie and a friend who hates Christmas. That's the whole vibe, and somehow it works way better than it should. It's dumb, it's cinematic, and it's exactly the kind of brain damage the internet was built for. Fully on board with Volcano Date Night No Notes. That's it, see ya. Alright, so Roblox Blackout is getting way more annoying than it has any right to be, and I swear every time I open my feed, there's another clip of some kid pretending this is the apocalypse. I found out about it the same way everybody does, by doom scrolling into a wall of people screaming about servers, devs, drama, and the whole damn thing turning into a clown car of bad decisions. This is one of those situations where the internet somehow makes a stupid problem even stupider, and now everybody's acting like they're on the front lines of some sacred war over block game nonsense. This is basically the face of the situation right here, just a platform that's usually marketed like a kid-friendly digital playground, suddenly looking like it got hit by a fucking meteor. And of course, people are losing their minds over it because Roblox players are incapable of being normal for more than 6 seconds. The wild part is how fast it escalates, because one little blackout and suddenly everybody becomes an expert in infrastructure moderation and corporate sabotage, which is always hilarious coming from the same people who can't read a patch note without having a meltdown. Like, yeah, servers go down, shit happens, but the way this gets turned into a full-blown conspiracy factory is pure internet brain damage.
Broken again! Ugh. Broken again! Now the trench dry, like if you're over.
And this kind of clip is exactly why it keeps snowballing. Because it's not just the game's down, it's 10,000 people recording the same 12 seconds of nothing and uploading it like they just witnessed a national disaster. The whole thing feeds itself, and before you know it, everybody's rage posting for attention like feral raccoons fighting over a sandwich. What makes it worse is the number of people piling in to exploit it, whether that's fake fixes, fake statements, fake outrage, or just weirdos trying to make a name for themselves off the chaos. Every time something like this happens, there's always a line of opportunists waiting to turn a temporary outage into a permanent content farm, and honestly, that's probably the most Roblox thing possible. This is the part where the journalism angle gets funny, because now you've got articles trying to make it sound like the goddamn sky is falling when really, it's just a platform having a rough time and a bunch of people refusing to chill the fuck out. I get that outages are annoying, but if your reaction is to turn every hiccup into some giant moral event, you might just need to touch grass and maybe a little drywall. At the end of the day, the blackout itself is one thing, but the community reaction is what makes it feel completely out of hand. Everybody wants to be the loudest, the first, or the most dramatic, and that just keeps pumping gasoline on a fire that probably needed one calm sentence and a server reset. So yeah, Roblox Blackout is getting out of hand because nobody knows how to handle a problem without turning it into a performance. The actual issue matters, but the surrounding circus is what really makes it unbearable. And if the internet had any self-control, this would have been over in an hour instead of becoming a whole damn saga. That's it, see ya. Right, we're kicking off with peak Roblox schizophrenia. We got a sandstorm, a glass tower, a dude in a top hat with a shotgun, and EDP 445 basically haunting the lobby with cupcakes like it's a combat roleplay server. That is the most cursed lobby I've ever seen. The tornado warning has more credibility than the building's construction, and somehow everyone's acting like this is a normal Tuesday in a fever dream. Of course, the chat immediately turns into conspiracy theories. Roblox kids investigate airstrikes like they're on CSI, and I respect the commitment even if their brains are mostly drywall.
Watch out! Watch out! Fall back! What's happening?
Blizzard plus random explosions is the kind of event combo you get when the universe is drunk. That staircase scene looks less like Shelter and more like a death trap with carpeting. I love how the survivor list is basically a tiny little obituary for the round. Then everybody's back in the lobby acting like they didn't just get launched into the Shadow Realm. And now we're in the final lap of pure nonsense shotgun into the sky, tornado warning, classic gear drama, and absolutely zero lessons learned. Beautiful, disgusting artisanal chaos. Right, so apparently I stumbled onto this absolute little gremlin of a clip where M is just out here making the whole internet look like it needs a nap. I saw this and immediately knew, yeah, we're doing this today because this is the kind of weird nonsense that somehow becomes everyone's problem. Let's just get into it before my brain tries to escape my skull.
Okay, so listen to this. It's absolutely insane. I found this hidden file and it's got everything. Seriously, you won't believe it!
Yeah, that's the clip. It's got that perfect I should not be trusting this guy with a microphone energy, and yet somehow here we are all watching like idiots. The confidence is honestly the funniest part, because the second somebody comes in with that much chaotic certainty, you know the whole thing is about to go off the rails in the dumbest possible way. This is the face of a man who has never once been told no in a way that mattered. It's like the human embodiment of bro, trust me, and that's always a bad sign. And of course the article writes it up like the guy just reinvented civilization, when really it's just some unbelievably weird clip that got boosted, because everybody loves watching a train wreck in 1080p. That's the internet for you, man. If something is weird enough and loud enough, it becomes content whether it deserves it or not. This is the kind of image that gets screenshotted by 10,000 people and reused until the end of time. Honestly, I respect the grind in the most insulting way possible, because you really have to be built different to accidentally become a curse on everyone's feed like this. So yeah, M is one of those names that sticks in your head for all the wrong reasons, and after seeing this, I get why people keep bringing it up. I'm not even sure what part of this is the most baffling, the attitude, the delivery, or the fact that everybody just sat there and let this happen. It's stupid, it's loud, it's unbelievably internet-brained, and somehow that's exactly why it works. That's it, see ya. Alright, we're going way the hell back tonight, because I found something about the 1820s, and it's basically a decade of people doing the most dramatic bullshit imaginable with no internet, no antibiotics, and way too much confidence. It's like history was on hard mode and everybody was still choosing violence. This is the vibe I'm talking about, just a bunch of dusty-ass lunatics in fancy clothes acting like the world's finally figured itself out. And of course it hadn't, because the 1820s were basically one giant setup for future disasters, but people were smiling through it like total freaks. Look at this shit. This is the progress era where everything is slowly becoming louder, dirtier, and more unstoppable. I respect it, honestly. I've got industry kicking off, weird fashion, political chaos, and dudes with sideburns who look like they're seconds away from inventing taxes. This guy absolutely thinks he's the smartest person alive, and he probably can't even read a menu without sweating. The whole decade feels like civilization taking its first steps and immediately tripping over a rock, which is honestly relatable as fuck. So apparently somebody out there went and founded the unofficial Ballbucks Man podcast wiki, which is the kind of sentence that makes me feel like I've been asleep for 6 months. I saw this and had to check if it was real or some shitpost wearing a fake mustache, because this is exactly the sort of online nonsense that somehow becomes a whole ecosystem. This is peak internet behavior, just absolutely no breaks. Somebody looked at a podcast, looked at fandom culture, and said, yeah, we need documentation taxonomy and probably a goddamn citation system for the Ballbucks Man universe. And, of course, it had to be founded by some random legend named Greenraker, because that sounds like the kind of name you get after spending 14 straight hours editing wiki tables and drinking warm energy drinks. That's not a person, that's a labor condition. What I love is the confidence of it all. No official blessing, no corporate approval, just one person stepping up and saying, fine, I'll preserve the lore like they're guarding ancient scrolls instead of talking about Ballbucks Man clips and whatever dumb bullshit happened on episode 12. It's the most harmless form of insane dedication, and honestly that's kind of beautiful. The site probably has pages for obscure references, episode summaries, maybe even a timeline of stupid recurring bits, and somehow that is more organized than most actual companies. The article itself reads like a sacred text for people who should probably be outside more. But I respect the hustle, because if the internet is going to be weird, at least let it be weird with structure and some fucking effort behind it. Greenraker basically created a little museum for a podcast nobody was supposed to take this seriously, and now it's a whole monument to collective brain rot. That's the kind of initiative I can only admire from a safe distance. At the end of the day, this is just one of those perfect internet moments where something stupid becomes documented like it matters, because to the people involved it does. And honestly, good for them, that rules. It's pointless, it's excessive, and it's exactly why the internet is still entertaining. That's it. See ya. So we're talking about *Amazing* today, which is already insane because anything with that name is either deeply cringe or about to contain the kind of disaster that makes you stare at your monitor like it owes you money. I've seen more impressive structure in a wet paper bag with a dick drawn on it. Let's see what kind of nonsense we've got. There it is. Extremely normal on the surface, but you can already tell it has the energy of something that was made in a hurry by a guy who says, "Bro, trust me," right before lighting his own house on fire. That's the kind of confidence only a truly impressive penis can produce. Look, at this site, it's got that classic "I need ad revenue badly enough to lie to your face" aesthetic. This is the internet equivalent of someone flashing their dick through a trench coat and acting surprised when people react badly. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that makes you go, "Who approved this?" Because the answer is nobody with a functioning brain, and that much is obvious from a mile away. Truly a marvel of human stupidity, like a penis somehow getting a business degree. Right, this is one of those stories that feels like it was generated by a slot machine full of gas station edibles and unpaid parking tickets. Donald Duck and Daisy Duck apparently got shit-faced, went full Mario Kart DUI edition, and crash-landed into a Sonic drive-in like two rich aunties fleeing a bottomless mimosa brunch. This is the kind of headline that makes your brain do a soft reset and your penis file for workers' comp. So this is the article that broke the whole thing, and it reads like it was written by a raccoon with a journalism degree from a vending machine. According to this, witnesses saw Donald swerving like he was trying to dodge child support, and Daisy was allegedly screaming directions with the confidence of a drunk GPS. And the best part is they didn't just hit a random curb or mailbox, no, they plowed into a Sonic drive-in, which is honestly beautiful brand synergy. If you're gonna commit vehicular stupidity, at least crash into a place that already sounds like a speed-related accident. This is the money shot right here, the Mona Lisa of bad decisions and fermented bird breath. You can practically smell the vodka cranberry and burnt mozzarella sticks radiating off this image like a cursed Yankee candle. Donald looks like he's about to challenge the arresting officer to a fistfight in a Bass Pro Shop parking lot, and Daisy has that exact expression of someone realizing their girl boss night out just became a court-mandated Uber commercial. Absolute masterclass in drunk dumbossery. Okay, so this is one of those holy shit it's moving moments because I saw a terminal screenshot and immediately knew somebody was cooking something they absolutely should not be trusted with in the best way possible. It's just a black PowerShell window screaming about stable diffusion like a caffeinated robot having a breakdown, and that shit is flying. Look at all this nerdy ass telemetry. It's doing the most to say I generated a cat like we needed 14 pages of evidence. The funniest part is the output file is literally called achta.jpg, which feels like the exact emotional state of anyone who opens this thing. And yeah, this is the kind of speedrun where the machine goes from hello world to I am now a goddamn image factory in like 4 seconds flat, which is unsettlingly efficient. I respect the hustle, but I also fear what happens when this gets pointed at literally anything else. Honestly, my thoughts are simple. This is absurdly fast, weirdly clean, and just a little too easy. If your computer can whip up a cat this quick, the future is already weird as hell. That's it, see ya. Right, so somehow the universe looked at every possible headline today and picked the dumbest, juiciest, most greasy one like it was drafting for the NBA. Diddy is apparently in prison arguing with a cellmate now, which is insane because this man's life has turned into a bonus round of dickheads behaving badly. It's like watching a billionaire's ego get stuffed into a concrete shoebox and still try to big dog the room with prison shower shoes. So this is the basic scene everybody's yapping about. Diddy allegedly getting into it with his cellmate like he's still backstage at some 2003 awards show trying to bully a sound guy. It's such a funny visual too, because prison is the one place where the usual celebrity aura means absolutely jack shit. Nobody cares how many platinum records you've got when you're arguing 3 feet away from a toilet. That's what makes this so beautiful in a trashy way. There's no entourage, no velvet rope, no dramatic Instagram caption, just 2 grown men in a beige misery cube having a verbal slap fight. It's like taking a peacock and locking it in a shed with another peacock until one of them starts screaming. Then you've got these gossip sites reporting it like it's the moon landing acting like they've got embedded war correspondents in cell block dipshit. Sources say tensions escalated. No kidding, Sherlock, two dudes in prison arguing probably aren't debating the economic policies of 14th century Portugal. I love how every article tries to sound classy too, but it's still just prison drama with celebrity seasoning. At the core of it, this is just ego meeting consequences in the least glamorous setting possible, and honestly, that's the kind of character development you can't buy with all the baby oil in the hemisphere. Right, so today we're diving into the Vinny Vinesauce podcast situation, which is already sounding like the kind of thing that starts off as just a chill conversation and ends with somebody, say, accidentally saying the most cursed sentence imaginable. I'm not here to litigate the soul of the internet, I just want to figure out whether this thing is funny, weird, or one of those rare podcasts that actually makes you feel like your brain got hosed down with lukewarm soup. That's the vibe right there, man. It feels like the kind of room where every sentence has a 40% chance of becoming a meme and a 60% chance of someone just going, yeah, anyway, and moving on like nothing happened. I respect that energy because podcasts these days are either too polished or they sound like they were recorded in a closet next to a dying microwave. Honestly, if the podcast is just Vinny being Vinny, that's probably enough. Some people build a whole media empire off acting like a human press release, and then you get somebody like this who can make a tangent about lunch sound like a lost art form. That's the secret sauce, I think. Not being too slick. Just talking like a real person who has definitely seen some weird shit and is choosing, for everyone's sake, to keep it moving.
Alright, so apparently Hank Hill just went full demon mode and said every cuss word in the English language, which is fucking hilarious because this man's whole identity is beige morality and propane. I saw the clip and immediately knew the internet would chew it up like a raccoon in a dumpster.
Darn it! Blast it all to heck! What in tarnation is going on here? This is un-American! I oughta...
Guys, that shit is already funny on its own because Hank saying one swear feels like watching your dad fire a cannon in the living room. The contrast is doing all the work here, and honestly it's strong enough to carry a whole video by itself.
This is the exact face of a man who knows he's gone too far, but is also way too committed to the bit to stop now. It's like if a church deacon got possessed by a truck stop restroom sign.
Darn it. Darn it. Blast it all. What in the tarnation? Good grief.
Guys, and that's what makes it land because Hank's never supposed to be the guy saying motherfucker with that much confidence. The joke is basically the universe briefly deciding to be a shithead.
Anyway, this is stupid as hell and I laughed way harder than I should have.
Guys, Hank is absolutely not built for that level of profanity, which is why it works so well.
That's it, see ya. Right, Heinz made an AI ad so confident it basically told a robot, no dumbass, ketchup is this bottle. Let's see this masterpiece.
Unlock infinite creativity. Cow Bus. Fry Castle. Cheese Planet.
That's already insane. If my search bar made a cow bus, I would throw the computer into the ocean and never speak to technology again. This is the most corporate way possible to say, yeah, we own the ketchup shape. It's like watching a condiment file a restraining order against originality.
Heinz AI Ketchup. Taste the future.
Oh my god, the robot got bullied into drawing the exact bottle. That reveal is so dramatic for sauce, like they discovered ancient ketchup scripture. That's actually hilarious. No matter how artsy they get, every bottle still looks like it's about to dunk on the rest of the aisle.
It has to be Heinz.
And there it is. That ad was basically a 50-second flex that said, we are ketchup, the rest of you are red nonsense. Right, boys, today we're diving into the Star Wars prequel trilogy, which is already a fucking miracle because somehow 3 movies managed to birth enough memes to fill a warehouse full of tiny space dicks. Also, yes, we're doing this in fluent Mandarin, cause nothing says galactic tragedy like hearing Darth Vader's future unfold in perfect Chinese. This is going to be a beautiful disaster. 第一部幽灵的威胁基本上就一群绝地在忙着假装自己很聪明，结果整个局面像一个抹了油的鸡巴，滑得根本抓不住。你有贸易封锁，你有少年天选之子，你还有一个全程像在憋笑的达斯摩。这片子一开头就告诉你，兄弟们，政治会把一切都搞得像烂摊子。这电影最搞笑的一分就是认真的像开语的会议，观众只是想看数前摔一跤，然后宝贝阿金登场，但是说是天选之子，我只能说这预测系统估计是用坏了，准确率像个断掉的避孕套。第二部，克隆人的进攻就更离谱了，因为他真的把浪漫阴谋上位去塞进一个大碗脸上，拿勺子狠狠干你脸，然后就开始放，花旦没开始收嘴，哦，别忘开始当调查员，我开始怀疑这整个银河系是不是没人会正常说话。然后到了第3部，西斯的复仇，基本就大家一起看着安金把自己的人生搞成一个越拧越紧的屌好，最后帕廷像个会说话的蟑螂一样一直在旁边煽风点火，最后还整出无限力量这种周二道快把天花板捅成的台词，真的太他妈经典了。而欧比旺兄弟他是这3部典里最稳定的人类，一边受气一边装逼，最后那句我站高地了直接成了互联网文化遗产，像一把精准插进对面裤裆里的光剑。整个前传3部曲就是悲剧沙雕还有无数梗的混合体，而这是为什么他永远活在我们这群白痴的心里。Oreo just launched a cookie ad that looks like NASA got seduced by a bakery. Let's see how hard they commit to the bit.
What if the universe baked a cookie and hurled it through the cosmos?
That is already ridiculous. If a space rock looked that tasty in real life, every astronaut would be dead from just 1 bite syndrome within 10 minutes. Wonderfilled sounds like the kind of word a marketing team invents at 2 a.m. while one guy is chewing a poster board. Still, I respect the shamelessness. They really looked at a normal cookie and said, nah, make it a celestial event. And annoyingly, that's how you sell me on dessert. This is what happens when your snack gets a bigger budget than most movies. Also, those people are moving cookies with more athleticism than I've moved in the last 5 years. Then there's the final shot, the holy union of milk and corporate propaganda. I'm not mad though, because that drop is satisfying as hell. Honestly, that ending is doing the most and I kind of love it. They turn dunking a cookie into a religious experience, which is insane, but hey. Right, so apparently the big story today is me saying I'll deal with that when I get to it, which is exactly the kind of proactive leadership that made me a top-tier genius. I saw people clipping it like I just invented laziness, and honestly, fair enough, that's a pretty accurate read. Yeah, that's basically the face of a man who has scheduled his problems for later, not ignored them, mind you, just put them in a little emotional waiting room.
I'll deal with that when I get to it.
And here's the clip, because of course that one sentence gets turned into a whole personality diagnosis by the internet. It's always the most normal shit that gets treated like a federal crime. But yeah, I stand by it. Some stuff genuinely does not need immediate action, and the people acting like every second is a crisis need to log off and drink water or something. If it can wait, it can wait. This is the part where websites pretend a completely ordinary sentence is the next Watergate scandal. They'll slap it in a giant headline like I just confessed to eating a baby or some shit. At the end of the day, it's a funny line, it got overblown, and I'm not losing sleep over it. People can meme it all they want, that's the deal. I'll deal with it when I get to it, and that's pretty much the whole philosophy. That's it, see ya. Right, today we're watching an ad that starts like breakfast at a church picnic and ends like the first day of the apocalypse. It's about pizza nuggets, which already sounds like something invented by a guy selling meth in a mall kiosk.
Hey kids, feeling peckish? Introducing Pizza Bites, the snack that's totally radical.
Wow, these are like the best!
They're packed with cheesy goodness and guaranteed to fuel your study sessions.
This is such a perfect 90s commercial. The shirt colors are screaming, the jingle is crawling into my skull, and these kids are acting like Pizza Bites are the second coming. Honestly, I'd eat 3 and hate myself immediately. That tweet is exactly how these things spread. One kid says lol gross, and 5 minutes later everyone's inhaling molten cheese like it's oxygen. The internet is just one giant cafeteria tray with Wi-Fi. Jesus, the transformation is disgusting. Those faces stretching into pepperoni demons is some nightmare fuel, but it's also kind of impressive. That's not snack food anymore, that's a biohazard with seasoning. They love that the emergency responses were looking into it as if the problem is a database error and not a school lunch item birthing Godzilla's stoner cousin. That box art is hilarious and horrifying. Y'all never stop is a wild slogan, cause that is not a promise, that's a threat from a cheese cult.
Containment is failing! Repeat, containment is failing!
And of course the fix is nuking the city, which is a very normal escalation for a snack commercial. I respect the commitment though. If my lunch ever requires a missile, I'm skipping it. Alright, so apparently we're diving headfirst into the absolute ass end of humanity today, and by that I mean a hand-powered poop sock like what in the hemorrhoid-riddled fever dream is this, who looked at their life and said, you know what would improve this? A manual turd launcher. This is the kind of invention that makes your dick retreat into your body out of pure secondhand embarrassment. Look at this thing, it has all the elegance of a wet fart in a church. I don't even know who this is for, but I can promise you it's either a prank, a cry for help, or a device designed by a man whose relationship with plumbing has gotten way too personal. The instructions are always the funniest part because they act like this is a normal Tuesday activity. Insert sock, apply pressure, rotate handle. Yeah man, I also enjoy spending my afternoon committing crimes against laundry. And of course the article pretends this is groundbreaking human ingenuity when really it's just a brown disaster with a crank on it. I swear every time somebody makes something like this, God takes a lap around the sun and sighs. Right, so I was minding my own damn business, and then this cursed little disc started acting like it had a personal vendetta against my entire friend group. I don't even know how I found this, I just got sent the footage, and now I'm apparently the guy documenting the apocalypse for people with a popcorn addiction. Yeah, there it is, the demon frisbee from hell. It doesn't even look threatening at first, which is honestly the worst part, because that's how these little gremlins get you. We love that the final words are just complete nonsense, like everybody collectively lost the plot at the exact same moment they got murdered by a Ray-Ban coaster. That's honestly some elite panic energy right there. This is the kind of object you only see once before you start questioning every shiny circle you've ever owned. And if a DVD can do all this, then physical media really has gone too far. Anyway, I'm just glad I wasn't in that room because I would have been the first dumbass yelling at it like it's gonna stop mid-flight for a reasonable discussion. That thing is pure evil. Honestly, the real horror here is that nobody got to explain the belly button lint thing, and now I'll never know what that means. That's gonna haunt me way more than the murder disc. That's it. Right, so today we gotta talk about this We Need Fever situation, and honestly it already sounds like the kind of name a guy picks right before ruining his own life. This is gonna be one of those things where you watch it and your soul leaves your body for a little bit, like getting hit in the balls by an invisible forklift.
We need fever! This isn't enough! We need fever!
Okay, so this is the exact type of video that makes me feel like the internet should have a limited number of uploads per person, because this dude is out here acting like he's the CEO of having a fever, and somehow that's even more humiliating than if he just started barking. And the wild part is everybody in the comments is treating it like some ancient prophecy instead of a man standing in his room looking like he's one bad decision away from eating drywall. It's got that very special flavor of I recorded this on my phone and somehow made it everyone else's problem.
This is fine! Mr. Out the way! Yes, he's desenged!
Ugh, whatever.
That second half is where it fully jumps off the rails, because now we're not even talking about fever anymore, we're talking about a complete collapse of dignity in 720p. It's like watching someone try to win an argument with their own forehead. And I gotta be honest, the whole thing is less we need fever and more we need this man to sit down, drink some water, and stop turning his insecurity into content. That's the internet though, just a giant cock museum where everybody's displaying their worst impulse like it's art. Alright, right? We've got a fresh one today, and it's one of those stories that makes your brain do a backflip into a cactus. Roblox might get banned in the Philippines because apparently playing a block game is now basically the same as summoning the devil in a school hallway. Look at this, man. This is the most innocent chaos on the planet. Somebody's out here doing Parker as a tiny plastic man, and now politicians are acting like it's a criminal mastermind simulator. This is like blaming a spoon because someone ate soup angrily. The dark web. On Roblox, brother, the average Roblox user is still trying to figure out how to type GG without getting filtered into oblivion. That chat system is tighter than my jeans after a bad fast food week, so if anything, it's overprotected, not some underground crime bazaar. And that's the other part that fries my skull. A kid played Roblox before doing something terrible, therefore Roblox caused it. By that logic, every time I've eaten chicken nuggets before making a dumb decision, McDonald's is now a co-conspirator. Correlation is not causation, folks. We hope they don't nuke the game for everybody over one horrific incident. If parents want to supervise, cool, do that. That's your kid, your problem, your circus. But banning Roblox is like smashing a TV because you saw one bad channel. Anyway, this whole thing is just insanely stupid, and I really hope common sense wins for once. Roblox is a goofy little block playground, not a portal to the abyss. Let the kids have their weird little game and maybe keep the lawmakers away from the Wi-Fi. We're diving into ancient Roblox pain today, back when the graphics looked like they were assembled out of wet cereal and bad decisions. I can already tell this is going to be a beautiful train wreck, and I'm here for every stupid second of it. Oh yeah, that's the magic. The cart didn't crash, it got sentenced. Roblox physics back then was just a threat, not a system, and these little block dudes are getting bullied by gravity like they owe it rent. That is the most unserious death animation I've ever seen. Man just unzipped into Lego pieces, and the rocket car is acting like it drank 8 energy drinks and got hit by a hammer. Honestly, that article would be longer if it listed every way Roblox tried to kill you. And the disconnect pop-up is the final insult, like the game walked in, kicked the chair, and left without paying for dinner. That outro is perfect because it sounds like the video itself got embarrassed. Nobody survived, the car was cursed, the spheres were evil, and somehow that tiny little credit screen has more closure than most modern games. Yeah, accurate, that's basically the whole experience: nostalgia, secondhand shame, and a blocky little disaster machine throwing itself into the void for our amusement. Right, so apparently my stream is being haunted by condiment nonsense again, and I'm seeing clips of me drinking mustard like I'm some kind of feral kitchen goblin. I have no idea how we got here, but the internet loves turning a normal person into a mustard-powered cryptid. Yeah, that's the clip that is the exact moment my life went down the toilet for absolutely no reason, and now everybody acts like I wake up every morning craving a nice cold glass of mustard. For the record, this is not a lifestyle choice, this is a cry for help disguised as content. Also, it tastes like disappointment and bad decisions, which honestly fits the vibe of the stream pretty well.
Oh my goodness.
There's no deeper meaning here. By the way, this isn't performance art. This isn't some grand statement. It's just me doing something stupid because the bit got out of hand and people kept yelling at me to commit harder. And that's really the whole story. I drank the mustard. The clip lived forever. And now I'm stuck wearing it like a cursed badge of honor. Sometimes the internet is just a landfill with better lighting. I am not proud of it. I'm not defending it. I'm just telling you exactly what happened. That's it. See ya. Apparently I'm doing aviation now, which is great, because the last time I trusted machinery it was probably a chair from IKEA and that went about as expected. I saw a clip of myself trying to get a plane off the ground and immediately knew this was going to be a bad day. Either I'm the world's least qualified pilot or this is the most expensive bit I've ever committed to.
That only for only add on the jorn. The valing died,
Yeah, that's the part where everyone starts praying to whatever god handles dumb decisions. The confidence to actually lift off is insane because you can tell the second the wheels leave the ground the whole operation is being held together by vibes and a dream. That's the face of a man who has already accepted consequences and is just waiting for them to arrive. And honestly, if you're gonna fly, doing it while looking like you'd rather be anywhere else is the most honest way possible.
It's tilting a bit, correcting, a little more to the left. Just a standard wobble, really.
The best part is how calm I sound when everything is clearly one bad twitch away from becoming a documentary. I'm not saying I'm built for this, but I am saying the ground suddenly looked a lot more respectable. So yeah, I flew, nobody died, and that's a pretty solid W in my book. I'm not calling it a skill yet, but I am calling it a miracle with wings. That's it. See ya. This is already insane. What is it with the human brain where you can just eat a packet of consciousness and suddenly you're in the bathroom becoming a geometry problem? Like somebody took a normal evening and shoved a dick joke through a wormhole. I swear every part of this premise sounds like the aftermath of a really stupid group chat, and somehow that's what makes it so powerful. Okay, so he's standing there like, yeah, I'll just have a little treat, and then immediately the universe hits him with the final exam for being alive, which is a rough way to find out your brain is basically made of wet bread and bad intentions. This is the kind of thing that turns a bathroom into an spiritual event horizon, and I don't respect it, but I do understand it. The article would absolutely have a quote like he appeared to unzip reality near the sink, which is one of those phrases that should get a guy banned from journalism forever. And PS hand sounds like either a medical condition or something you do when your soul realizes it left the chat 5 minutes ago. This is the part where every guy in the room pretends they've never seen anything like this, but they all know somebody who would absolutely eat a consciousness packet and immediately start negotiating with the porcelain god. It's beautiful in the saddest way possible, like a tribute to poor decisions and the human need to discover the bottom of the barrel and then dig. Honestly, this is why I can't take any of these stories seriously, because the second you start describing reality as folding into the bathroom, I'm out. That's not a trip report, that's a ransom note written by the brainstem after it got jumped in an alley. And the worst part is, you know, this dude came in there thinking he was about to have a profound little adventure. Then 5 seconds later, he's deep in the cheeks of the cosmos wondering if he can still stand up brutal stuff. Man, absolutely brutal. The internet somehow built a line so stupid it folded in on itself like a dick caught in a screen door. I woke up, saw people screaming that the topic queue is broken, and immediately knew we were dealing with industrial-grade clown semen. So this is the main crime scene right here, a bargain bin news site documenting the digital traffic accident. You can already tell it's serious because the layout looks like it was coded by a raccoon slapping its balls on a keyboard. Apparently people submit topics and they either vanish into the shadow realm, duplicate like horny rabbits, or get stuck loading forever. That's not a queue, that's a vasectomy waiting room designed by Satan. Here's the actual queue looking like it drank 6 Four Locos and drove through a preschool. Everything is duplicated, nothing is in order, and the whole thing has the structural integrity of wet toilet paper. The funniest part is that a queue has one job: stand there, hold the topics, and move them along. It's literally the easiest concept on earth, and this thing still managed to choke harder than a guy trying to deep throat a Pringles can. Then you've got the cleanup article where they're acting like this is some massive forensic operation. For the queue shit itself in public, we don't need Sherlock Holmes, we need a plunger. Hopefully they fix it soon, because right now the topic queue is less of a system and more of a communal dick flattening machine. That's about it, see ya. Right, so apparently there's this thing called the DVD, and I saw people bringing it up like it was the second coming of some busted-ass Walmart fossil. I had to go check it out because when anything has that many V's in the name, it's either a masterpiece or complete dog shit, and I'm betting heavily on dog shit. Yeah, this thing looks like it was designed by someone having a stroke in Microsoft Paint. The title alone is trying way too hard, and somehow that makes me respect it a tiny bit more, which is irritating. What gets me is the confidence. You don't name something the DVD unless you're either a genius or completely disconnected from reality, and honestly those are usually the same people. This article is exactly what I expected, just somebody pretending this is an important cultural artifact when it's clearly the digital equivalent of a guy yelling into a cardboard tube. Still, I love how hard they're trying to make it sound like history. At the end of the day, this thing is funny because it commits to the bit so damn hard. I can't even be mad at it, I just think it's stupid in a way that circles back around to being kinda impressive. Anyway, that's my take on the DVD. It's dumb, it's loud, and it absolutely knows it. That's it, see ya. Dude, I can't believe this is even a thing. Like, we have officially reached the point where the internet is just a giant soup of dudes wanting one extremely normal food item way too badly. I swear every time someone says I want pizza with this much intensity, it sounds like they're describing the final grail quest for a legendary cock ring or some shit. Look at this man, he's got the same energy as somebody who just got back from war, and the only thing keeping him alive is the idea of a hot slice and maybe a little bit of melted cheese holding his life together. That is not hunger, that is a full-on dick-level emergency with crust involved. This is the kind of expression you make when the pizza place says it'll be 45 minutes and you start questioning whether civilization was a mistake. And I get it, because pizza is basically the edible version of getting your balls massaged by the universe. It's comforting, greasy, and somehow always there when life sucks. Anyway, huge respect to the grind, honestly. If I had that level of drive for anything in my life, I'd probably be making better decisions, but instead I'm here talking about cheese and pretending that's normal. Alright, so apparently the internet has discovered some little freaky orb creature with tiny floating hands and cute eyes, and somehow that's a new species, which feels like nature is just fucking around now. I saw the clip and immediately thought, yeah, that thing looks like it was designed by a sleep-deprived GameCube. Look at this little bastard. It's got the energy of something that should be in a children's cartoon, but somehow it's just out there in the real world being scientifically valid. And the wild part is there's a bunch of them, which makes it way worse, because one floating orb is already unsettling, but a whole group of them turns it into a goddamn parade of sentient marbles. This is the exact kind of footage that makes people lose their grip on reality, because you can't see this and not immediately question whether you've been dropped into a weird side quest. I'm not even hating, I respect the hustle, they're cute as hell, but they also look like they'd scam you out of lunch money if given the chance. And, of course, the article is doing that classic, we discovered this incredible new life form thing while I'm just sitting here thinking it looks like a blessed little air peanut. Well, that's pretty sick, because anytime nature decides to spawn something this dumb looking and adorable at the same time, I'm automatically on board. Honestly, I love that this exists, it's weird, it's cute, and it makes the planet feel a little more haunted in a fun way. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently John Pork is calling your phone, which is already a fucking sentence that sounds like it was generated by a guy getting chased in a dream by a ham sandwich with legs. I saw this thing blowing up and yeah, it's stupid enough that I had to look at it. If some random pigman keeps ringing you, there are only so many reasonable reactions before you start questioning society. There he is, the asshole himself, looking like he just bought a vape and a timeshare. That is not a phone call problem, that is a police report with extra steps. Honestly, if John Pork is calling you, don't answer, don't feed into it, and definitely don't let the internet convince you this is a normal afternoon. Block the number, save your sanity, and maybe burn the phone as a ceremonial sacrifice to the gods of not being weird.
Character of the user, only the word sedges like a brief of the user of the prompt, like reason a character.
and from the phone call have the...
This is the kind of prank that works because it's just stupid enough to be annoying and just harmless enough that everybody pretends it's profound. It's not profound, it's a pig with a cell plan. If you want the actual move, just ignore it, block it, and if you're feeling brave, send one reply that says, "Stop calling me John." That's maximum engagement with minimum brain damage. Bottom line, don't answer the pork, don't negotiate with the pork, don't let the pork win. Block it, move on, and reclaim your dignity from the county fair of bullshit. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently Leafy just hands Fiery Dream Island back like she finally realized stealing a floating island from a sentient matchstick was maybe a bit much. I saw this and thought, yeah, this is the kind of insane cartoon drama that somehow has more emotional weight than half the shit on TV. There it is, the big apology delivery system, and honestly it's weirdly wholesome for a show where objects have trust issues and everyone acts like the end of the world is happening over a rock. This is such a classic I caused years of unresolved bullshit and now I'm trying to fix it moment, which is probably the most mature thing anyone in BFDI has ever done besides existing. And of course the article reads like it's documenting a historical peace treaty between two idiots over a magic island, which is exactly why this shit rules. So yeah, Leafy finally gives it back, Fiery gets his island, and everybody gets one step closer to not being emotionally deranged about a floating landmass. That's the whole thing really. It's stupid but in the best way. They respect the commitment to making object drama feel like a civil war. It's absurd, but it works. That's it, see ya. Dude, I stumbled onto some bullshit on the dark web that looks like it was assembled by a raccoon with unresolved trauma. And I wish I was joking. It's one of those clips that makes you stare at the screen and wonder how humanity made it this far while also somehow falling this far. I'm just gonna show you this garbage and we can all be miserable together. But yeah, that's the kind of thing where you immediately regret having eyes, and I'm pretty sure the internet should have been unplugged before this ever existed. There's no universe where this is normal behavior. This is pure I thought of a bet and now I'm committed energy. And the worst part is you know somebody watched that and said, yeah, upload it, like that was a reasonable choice for society. This is the digital equivalent of stepping on a wet sock, getting arrested, and then finding out the sock was alive. It just keeps going too, like the clip has no shame and no off switch, which is honestly impressive in the most disgusting way possible. This is why I don't trust corners of the internet where everyone acts like they're one click away from becoming a public health issue. At the end of the day, this is just another reminder that curiosity has a cost and sometimes the bill comes due in the form of brain damage. I learned absolutely nothing useful here except that some people need to be monitored at all times. That's it, see? Right, we're really doing this calming Minecraft music over a static logo. This is the digital equivalent of staring at a wall and somehow calling it a personality, and honestly, I respect the commitment. This is the kind of video you put on when your brain is fried and you need the audio equivalent of being tucked into bed by a square little father figure. No jump cuts, no drama, just vibes and untreated exhaustion. The comments on something like this are always wild. One guy's like, I made a house and cried, and another dude's acting like C-Ford-18 personally solved world peace with a piano and some ambient dirt noises. There's something hilarious about how this music somehow makes mining coal feel like a profound journey. You're in a cave, your life expectancy is 10 seconds, and yet the soundtrack says, relax king, destiny is a dirt block away. Yeah, that checks out. Minecraft music is basically a legally distinct way to sedate yourself without losing productivity, which is a weirdly sexy concept if you think about it for more than 2 seconds. That's the whole thing. No explosions, no lore twist, no guy falling off a cliff like an idiot. Just pure Square nostalgia. Honestly, I get it, sometimes the most powerful content is a logo and enough chill music to make your spine stop being annoying. Right, so apparently the government kept a secret file on me, and the only reason I know is because somebody allegedly encoded the whole thing in Morse code. Like, this is a pirate treasure map for nerds with a caffeine addiction. That is the dumbest possible way to get exposed, and I respect the hustle. Of course, the headline says unverified, which is reporter language for we are absolutely terrified but legally cannot say that, and if they really hid my file in dots and dashes, that is pure evil. I can barely microwave leftovers without burning them, and they expect me to decode intelligence like I'm Batman with a concussion. This is what I love about the internet. One anonymous dude posts a blurry screenshot, and suddenly everybody is acting like Alan Turing's drunk cousin cracked the case. Honestly, if the files are about me, I'm flattered. If they're about my search history, though, I deserve a presidential pardon immediately. Look at that. That folder looks less like national security and more like a middle school detention slip. Somewhere in there is a line that says subject watches too much garbage at 3 a.m. And honestly, fair enough. I have committed crimes against sleep, but none of them are classy enough to require encryption. The funniest part is they always overcomplicate it. If the government wants to say something about me, just send one guy in a cheap suit to knock on my door and hand me a manila envelope like a normal creep. Instead, they built a whole Morse code scavenger hunt, which is either paranoia or the most dramatic HR meeting ever. So yeah, if I disappear tomorrow, check the telegraph office, because apparently that is where my destiny lives now. Until then, I'm gonna pretend this is all fake, while also being extremely offended that my top secret dossier probably has a chapter titled Hairline Ongoing Threat. Alright, so somebody dug up this old-ass crime report from 4108 Fairdale Road in Philadelphia back in 1993, and it has that perfect creepy news energy where everything sounds way worse because the reporter is whispering like the house itself is about to file a complaint. I found this while falling down a rabbit hole, and now I'm stuck here looking at grainy footage like some broke detective with a microphone fetish.
Tonight, we bring you a developing story from the city's northeast. Police are investigating a possible homicide at 4108 Fairdale Road.
This is exactly the kind of shit that makes old local news feel haunted, because everybody in the clip acts like they're trying not to wake up the entire neighborhood. The tape quality makes it look like the truth is being held together by 2 pixels and a prayer. And yeah, this is the part where the camera zooms in like that's gonna uncover some brand new clue. It never does, but it always feels important as hell for no reason. Old news like this hits different because nobody is trying to be slick. They just come out and say some awful shit happened and then leave you with the vibe of a damp basement. It's bleak, it's weirdly fascinating, and it's got that classic 90s we filmed this with a potato charm. Honestly, the whole thing is just a reminder that local news used to be a little too good at making everything feel like a disaster movie. The footage, the tone, the timing, all of it is doing the most for no reason. That's it, see ya. Alright, so now there's a 67 chat cooldown because some dipshits kept spamming the N-word like they got a fucking internship in being annoying. I found out about this bullshit the same way everyone else does, by watching a perfectly normal chat get turned into a flaming dumpster because a few losers can't act like human beings for 5 seconds. And yeah, I get why they had to do something, but this is still a wildly stupid result for everyone else who just wanted to chill and talk without getting punished for some random morons having a brain transplant failure. This is the exact kind of shit that forces platforms to do the dumbest possible cleanup, because one pile of assholes ruins it for everybody. The annoying part is the trolls basically get what they want either way, because now the whole chat experience is slower and more miserable for normal people. 67 seconds is such a hilariously specific number that it almost feels like someone just threw a dart at a board while having a panic attack. It's the digital equivalent of punishing the entire classroom because 3 kids were eating glue and yelling slurs at the teacher. And of course the article writes it up like this is some noble innovation instead of a giant middle finger to everybody else using chat normally. I'm not saying moderation isn't necessary. I'm saying this is what happens when the internet gets bullied into weird-ass band-aid solutions because nobody can behave.
Message deleted. Fragmently trying to keep order. Message deleted. User banned.
That clip says it all, just a bunch of pathetic little attention-starved fucks trying to be the loudest idiot in the room. If you need to spam hateful shit to feel alive, you need a hobby, a shower, and probably a locked cell with no Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, the cooldown is dumb, but the people who caused it are dumber. It's one of those situations where everyone loses because a tiny group of clowns can't stop performing brain damage in public. That's it, see ya. Alright, I gotta talk about this absolute masterpiece of journalism I just found, because apparently the internet has decided I have an evil twin named Chorley, and I'm already annoyed. This is one of those situations where you click an article expecting to see your own dumb face, and instead you get ambushed by a typo wearing a trench coat. Look at this. Chorley. Who the hell is Chorley? That is not a person, that is what happens when a keyboard has a stroke. And the worst part is the article keeps acting like this is a real distinction, like no, this is Chorley, not Charlie, as if that makes it more credible and not less. I swear I can feel my blood pressure trying to file for divorce. Yeah, insane take. Different guy, sure. Next you're gonna tell me I'm not me because the article used 3 extra letters and a vibe check. This is the kind of thing that would make anybody lose their mind a little bit. It's not even a real typo, it's a deliberate prank from the universe, like a clown slapped a thesaurus with a wet fish. That image is basically my spirit animal right now. I'm not even asking for much, just maybe spell my name right before you write 20 paragraphs about me like I'm some endangered species of idiot. Honestly, if you're gonna be wrong, at least be confidently wrong. Don't come in here with Chorley like you're unveiling the next Marvel villain. There it is, the classic coward correction. Tiny little we fixed it, buried at the bottom like they didn't just spend an entire article building a man out of nonsense and misspellings. Whatever, I'm done. Chorley can have the spotlight for today, but if I ever meet that guy, I'm punching him directly in the pronunciation. Right, so this whole situation is just completely unhinged. It's the kind of thing that makes you stare at the screen like, there is no way this many adult decisions got made in one room. Truly a masterclass in absurdity, embarrassing behavior, and whatever the hell the internet is calling insane this week. It's like a dick joke got a promotion and somehow became a PR strategy. And this is the exact kind of thing that starts as a tiny little dumbass moment and then balloons into a full-on circus. Nobody involved is looking good here, and that's the funniest part, because it's always one guy acting like his own balls are the reason the economy is failing. That site design is screaming we need clicks more than we need dignity, which honestly fits the story perfectly. It's all so stupid that I almost respect the commitment, because you really have to be dedicated to make your own nuts look like a Shakespeare tragedy. At the end of the day, it's just embarrassing, bizarre, and completely avoidable, which is basically the holy trinity of internet disasters. And somehow, every time someone out there decides to double down like their dick is paying the legal fees. Right, apparently we're talking about the most cursed biblical plumbing story ever told, because somebody decided Jesus came down here to steal your poo-poo and then start kneading it like he's running a damn pottery class. I don't know who woke up and chose this, but this is the kind of information that should be illegal to read before noon. That is objectively the worst miracle I've ever seen. This is less turn water into wine and more turn dignity into a fever dream, and I hate how confidently he's working that thing. Look at the dedication on this man, like he's really in the zone with the most disgusting side quest imaginable. If this is salvation, I'd like to unsubscribe immediately. That's the kind of sentence that should get you audited by the universe. I can't believe this is the hill we're dying on, but here we are, apparently. Anyway, the whole thing is so absurd it loops right back around to being funny. It's disgusting, it's weird, and it sounds like a prank God would use to humble somebody. I'm just saying, if you see Jesus near your bathroom, maybe keep your expectations low and your poop protected. That's it, see ya! Bro, apparently this whole time I've been out here building entire damn videos on AI slop and random Discord goblins pretending to be sources, which is honestly such a feral way to run a media empire that I almost respect it. I found out because somebody clipped a source mention, I looked at the receipts, and it all started smelling like a wet cardboard box full of lies. This is the part where the entire fucking operation just falls apart, because once you see the evidence is AI generated, and the source is some dude named like XX Shadow Goblin 77XX in a server with 14 members, you can't unsee it. It's not journalism, it's just vibes in a trench coat. Man, that's the funniest shit, because the video is always presented like here's the undeniable proof, but the proof looks like it was generated by a toaster having a stroke after reading a conspiracy forum. If your source list is just random Discord users, you're basically one step away from saying my uncle at Nintendo told me. And then the site comes in acting all official, like that suddenly makes it real. But the whole article reads like it was stitched together by a raccoon with a journalism degree. It's got that polished bullshit sheen where everything looks credible until you actually read 5 words and realize it's all nonsense. If I'm being honest, this is the exact kind of thing that makes online commentary feel like a goddamn carnival. You've got fake evidence, fake sources, fake confidence, and somehow the whole thing still gets treated like a court transcript by people who should know better. What really gets me is the confidence, because you can hand somebody a garbage AI image and a random Discord quote and suddenly they're ready to go to war over it like it's the Zapruder film. It's insane, but also very on brand for the internet where everyone's a detective until it's time to check literally anything. So yeah, if this is how the sausage is made, maybe we all need to start asking one simple question: what the fuck are we even doing here? The whole thing is cooked, the sources are cooked, and the evidence is apparently cooked by an algorithm in a basement. That's it, see ya. Alright, today's French internet cuisine arc is basically a hostage situation for your arteries. We've got kids failing PE, and then the algorithm says, here, enjoy this grease avalanche, absolutely beautiful.
Nous constatons une baisse générale de la condition physique chez les élèves de ce niveau. Il est essentiel de réintroduire des activités plus régulières et variées pour améliorer leur santé et leur bien-être.
That is the most depressing opener imaginable. 1 in 5 kids can't jog for 3 minutes, which is insane, but then every food page on Earth is serving them a bucket of hot regret with extra sauce. That isn't food, that's a cry for help wearing seasoning. If your lunch needs a shovel and a legal waiver, maybe just eat a pencil and call it meal prep.
Puis Dari, le fromage infini!
Love how everyone in the line is acting like cheese sauce is a rare mineral. That pizza looked like it got dropped into a radiator full of dairy, and somehow people were cheering like it was a graduation. That's not a kebab, that's a felony against a bakery. At that point, you're just spinning sugar in public and pretending it's innovation, which honestly is most of the internet now. This dude looks like he lost a fight with a chocolate fountain and the fountain won by submission. I respect the commitment, but I also think his seatbelt is now a dessert. The saddest part is he's still filming instead of just picking it up and eating it like a raccoon with Wi-Fi. Anyway, all of this circles back to the original problem. If kids can't run, maybe stop feeding them 6 pounds of sauce per square inch. And there it is, the final boss of maybe don't eat there. So yeah, that's the video. Bad fitness, worse food, and enough dairy to drown a small nation. Like, comment, subscribe, and please go outside before your knees file a complaint. Holy shit, this one is so ass backwards it made my brain do a fucking cartwheel. Usually people are terrified of AI replacing jobs, but this is the first time I've seen someone ask, what if jobs replace the AI, which sounds like a dick joke written by a malfunctioning toaster. It's like the employment market bent over, spread its cheeks, and said, nah, I'm the robot now. This is the article that really sells the whole nightmare. It's basically saying companies have gone full circle and decided instead of using AI to imitate people, they'll use underpaid people to imitate AI, which is somehow even more embarrassing. That's not innovation, that's just slavery with extra steps and a LinkedIn post. Imagine going to a job interview and they ask, can you respond with confidence while being completely wrong and weirdly formal? And for once that's actually a marketable skill. You're not an employee anymore, you're just ChatGPT with rent, bad knees, and a supervisor named Brent breathing down your neck like he invented email. This image right here is the final form of modern employment. Just some poor bastard in a cubicle manually generating slop for a company that could have just used a machine, but instead wanted the machine to have anxiety and student debt. It's like they took the worst part of being human and the worst part of being software and mashed them together like 2 soggy dicks in a blender. So yeah, if jobs replace the AI, we don't get a cool sci-fi future, we get customer service reps pretending to be algorithms for $8 an hour. That's not the singularity, that's just capitalism deep-throating its own balls. Alright, so I just walked into my room and apparently I'm living in the opening scene of a nightmare, directed by a guy who has never been told no in his entire life. There are black men riding hogs in here, every single one of them carrying hammers like they're about to renovate my ass into a storage unit, and I genuinely do not understand what timeline I've stumbled into. That is not a sentence I ever expected to say out loud, but here we are. I'm not even mad. I'm mostly impressed by the logistics because getting hogs into a second-story apartment is not something you just wing after brunch. And the hammers? That's commitment. That's a union project. This is the kind of tweet that makes me feel like the internet should be repossessed. For morale is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, right next to that hammer, and I refuse to believe this was coordinated for anything less than absolute chaos. Also, I'm gonna need somebody to explain why the hog looks more comfortable in here than I do. They think the real tragedy is that they've already made themselves at home. One guy's on my chair, one hog is staring at my monitor like it's deciding whether to demolish it, and I'm pretty sure somebody just moved my lamp with their nose. Anyway, if this is how I die, just know I was bullied by farm-based infrastructure. Alright, so apparently we've got another one of these internet gremlins doing a whole experiment thing, and everybody's losing their fucking minds over it. I saw people talking about it like it was the second coming of science or some shit, so obviously I had to look into it because the internet cannot be trusted to self-regulate for even half a second.
Hey guys, so I'm like trying this, the Creative Chaos Challenge. It's supposed to be, you know, like embracing the mess, but it's, a lot.
Yeah, this is already screaming someone made this in their bedroom after 3 energy drinks and a broken idea. You can tell immediately it's the kind of video that gets people screaming genius and liability at the same time, which is usually a pretty strong sign something stupid is happening. This is the guy at the center of it, and he's got that exact expression of somebody who's either about to explain groundbreaking physics or spill soda on a power strip. And that's kind of the whole appeal, isn't it? People see a confident face and immediately start granting Nobel Prizes in their head. What's funny is how fast the internet turns any half-ass setup into a full mythology. One clip goes up, everyone starts assigning motives, people are dissecting it frame by frame like it's the Zapruder film of bullshit, and somehow now we're all here. This is the kind of article design that exists solely to tell you some idiot did something weird, and now we've written 400 words about it. You get the giant headline, the little summary, and a bunch of filler so they can say they covered the story while doing the bare minimum. Honestly, that's the whole ecosystem in a nutshell. One person does some bizarre little stunt, the internet inflates it into a sacred artifact, and the outlets rush in to explain it like we all need a fucking doctoral dissertation on why somebody thought this was a good idea. There it is, the legendary run that's probably gonna haunt this guy for the rest of the year. It looks less like Einstein and more like a man trying to escape responsibility after realizing the camera is still rolling. And that's really all there is to it. The internet found a weird little clip, gave it a big stupid name, and now everybody's pretending they discovered comedy itself. It's not deep, it's not elegant, it's just the usual online nonsense with a fresh coat of attention. My takeaway is simple. If you're gonna do something that looks this goofy, at least commit to the bit and own it. Because once the clip is out there, that shit belongs to the internet forever, and the internet is never ever gonna let it be normal again. That's it. Right, so apparently I'm sitting here watching myself get digitally hauled into Deltarune by some machine that thinks improvement means turning a funny indie RPG into a copyright-safe corporate wet dream, and that's just incredible. I gotta say, nothing says peak internet like taking a game about weird little freaks and then having an AI grab it by the dick and give it the most soulless rewrite imaginable. This feels like someone looked at a masterpiece and said, what if we sanded off every single interesting part with a belt sander made of ass? So this is the kind of thing that makes me question whether humanity deserves electricity. I'm expecting the AI rewrite to take every charming line in Deltarune and replace it with something like, hello fellow adolescents, let us engage in whimsical adventure, which is the narrative equivalent of getting kicked in the balls by a tax accountant. I hear one character sound like they're reading from a customer service script. I'm gonna mentally uninstall my dick. Of course, there's also going to be an article about this because nothing spreads faster online than someone doing something barely comprehensible and 10,000 mouth breathers deciding it's the next philosophical debate. The whole thing has the energy of a man getting his dick caught in a zipper and then 3 websites publishing think pieces about the meaning of pain. I'm already tired and we're like 5 seconds into this stupid ass premise.
Oh, great. Another one? Seriously?
This is the exact point where I can already tell the AI is going to go completely insane, because Deltarune is one of those games where the writing has actual personality and weird charm, and an AI touching it is like putting a monocle on a feral raccoon. It's not going to understand the jokes, the timing, or the vibe. It's just going to jackhammer the text until it sounds like a robot pretending to be a human pretending to be a robot. That's the whole problem. It's got all the flavor of a dick made out of printer paper. And that's what makes this so funny, because you know Charlie is going to sit there and suffer through it while the AI slowly peels every ounce of soul out of the game like it's trying to pay off a debt. I fully expect him to get to some dialogue and just stop, stare into the abyss, and realize he's been cucked by a language model with no hands, which honestly feels like a pretty fitting way for the internet to keep humiliating itself. Right, we've got a new development in the ongoing collapse of reality. Aliens have apparently decided Jefferson Street is the perfect place to do ballroom dance. I'm not even joking, this is the kind of story that makes you question whether the weather app and your eyeballs are both lying to you. Okay, that's insane. They've got better frame control than half the people at actual dance classes, which is humiliating. If I saw a little green bastard hit a cleaner spin than me, I just hand over my passport and call it a night. Look at the posture on this thing. That's not an invader, that's a menace with etiquette. I'd trust this little dude to seduce a chandelier before I'd trust him to pay taxes, but damn, he's got presence. That's the most believable part. Of course, one of them bowed. If you're gonna crash Earth, you might as well have manners about it. Honestly, I respect the commitment. If they start charging cover, we're done for. So the verdict is harmless alien dance troupe, which is a lot better than harmless alien anything else, I guess. If they keep this up, Jefferson is about to become the hottest ballroom in the galaxy, and I'm not sure that's a title we deserve. Okay, this comic is aggressively wholesome, which is illegal on the internet. You've got a kid after surgery trying to take his first mom holding it down, a nurse being calm, and then this red-haired chaos goblin in a polka dot suit shows up like I am the walking coach. That is unhinged. I respect it deeply. The stuffed penguin is doing a shocking amount of emotional labor here. And the clown yelling walking dramatically is exactly the kind of sentence that gets you banned from the Olympics and also invited to every grandma's birthday party. This is one of those rare moments that hits you right in the ribs, then hands you a slice of cake. Also, shout out to Jenna, because she's the only one in that room with an actual responsibility. Mom is supportive, clown is whatever the hell that is, and Jenna is out here making sure this kid doesn't get launched into the ceiling by a man in a rainbow suit. That is legitimate medical heroism. And that's the whole win, really. Not some huge cinematic miracle, just one tiny step with his mom beside him, and everybody acting like he just defeated a final boss. The internet needs more of this and less nonsense. Anyway, good job, Mason, you little champion. Right, so today we're talking about the Killer Bean game on Steam, which is already one of the most insane sentences a human being can say with a straight face. I love that some dev looked at a bean with a gun and said, yeah, this is the future. And honestly, that's the kind of visionary dick energy the industry needs. Look at this shit, it's like if John Wick got rebuilt out of espresso and unresolved rage. And the fact that this is on Steam means it's being judged by the same platform where someone can sell you a farming sim about turning into a turnip with 40,000 hours of content. The combat looks unironically pretty hard, which makes the whole thing even funnier because you're watching a coffee bean do tactical rolls like he's about to save the fucking world. It's got that energy of a game that should not work at all, but somehow it's still more ambitious than half the slop shoved out every Thursday. And the reviews are probably a perfect mix of this changed my life, and I bought this as a joke and now I'm emotionally attached to a legume. That's the magic of Steam, man, the platform where the line between masterpiece and complete dogshit is usually just whether enough people are horny or nostalgic. Alright, so somehow we're doing the fucking orange juice arc now, which is honestly one of the stupidest possible things I could wake up to, and yet here we are. I saw this and immediately thought, yeah, that sounds like the kind of nonsense people would clip for 6 months. I'm gonna break down how this happened, why it's weird, and why it's probably already a meme by the time you're hearing this. This is the exact kind of bullshit, I mean, because now the whole premise is that I'm just some citro-saddled freak standing around looking like I got squeezed by the sun. And that's actually the whole joke. It's so dumb it loops back around to being kind of powerful. video is the money shot here, because obviously if I'm becoming orange juice, you need the full stupid-ass spectacle, otherwise what's even the point? This is the part where the internet goes holy shit and then immediately makes 50 edits of it. And yeah, if you're wondering whether this is somehow the weirdest thing I've been associated with, the answer is probably yes, but only by a slim margin. Internet humor is just people taking one impossible idea and beating it into the ground until it becomes canon. The site is the cherry on top, because now it's not just a clip, it's a full-on fake news event with thumbnails and headlines and all that garbage. This is how the internet turns one dumb visual into a whole ecosystem of people pretending it matters. So, yeah, that's the orange juice situation, and honestly, I respect the commitment even if it's completely idiotic. It's a very clean, very stupid concept, and those are usually the ones that stick the longest. That's it, see ya! Man, this one is just absurd. We've got the internet once again acting like a middle school group chat with a Wi-Fi connection, and somehow SpongeBob got dragged into it like he owes somebody money. It's always wild when a cartoon sponge becomes the centerpiece of a meltdown, and honestly it's giving massive tiny dick energy. Right, so this is the actual face of modern discourse, just a yellow sponge getting yelled at by the entire planet. The funniest part is how serious everybody pretends to be while talking about a cartoon that lives in a pineapple under the sea, which is insane, and somehow still less embarrassing than some of the people involved.
Shut the up!
This is peak internet behavior, just taking one little goofy scene and turning it into a full-on declaration of war. There's something beautiful about how aggressively stupid this is, like somebody got clowned on by a sponge and decided to make it everybody's problem. The website looks like it was designed by someone having an allergic reaction to restraint. It's all caps, all panic, and somehow every section is trying to convince you this is the biggest event in human history, which is hilarious because it's literally a cartoon sponge getting told to shut the fuck up. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that makes you realize the internet is powered entirely by people with too much time and not enough dignity. And honestly, respect, because making SpongeBob look like he's in the middle of a federal investigation is pretty funny. And that's the whole experience right there. Unhinged nonsense wrapped around a cartoon character. No deeper meaning, no secret lore, just a bunch of idiots yelling at a sponge like it's a presidential debate. That's it, see ya. We got a Minecraft starter house tour, and somehow the French title makes this dirt bunker feel way fancier than it deserves. Let's see this thing before it falls apart like a cheap lawn chair in a hurricane. That is the kind of house you build when you've got ambition, one stack of cobble, and absolutely no dignity. The dirt walls are brutal, but at least they're honest, which is more than I can say for half the people online. Wow, that's the most defensive tweet I've ever seen from a man living in a mud studio. Still, I respect the confidence. If your chest has diamonds and your house is made of dirt, you're basically a billionaire sleeping in a cardboard box. Okay, now we're getting into the weirdly charming part. The redstone setup is tiny, but it still has more function than half the kitchens I've lived in, and the portal next to it makes the place feel like a suburban doorway to bad decisions. Yeah, this is the kind of article that should not be this charming. It's ugly, practical, and weirdly organized, which honestly is how most of us live when nobody's watching. Also, spawn in the blue bed at the end is a power move. Honestly, I'd live here. It's not fancy, but it has everything loot, spawn, and pure basement survivor energy. Alright, so we're doing video dumps now. That's where the internet is at, huh? No setup, no editing, just raw footage tossed at the wall like a drunk guy throwing spaghetti. Let's see if this is innovation or if everybody collectively got too lazy to trim the dead air.
Okay, so like I have to finish this project, but also I have a deadline and I haven't slept, and seriously, I'm drowning in files, but I'm gonna do it. I just gotta focus. Wish me luck.
Yeah, that's absolutely the energy. This is not content, this is a cry for help with a ring light. I respect the hustle, but it also looks like their hard drive is begging for mercy.
So, like, apparently people are saying this? Seriously?
That is the most I gotta post something before my I exist behavior I've ever seen. Honestly though, kinda powerful. Just pure internet diarrhea, no filter, no manners. I love how every trend starts as a joke and then 10,000 people immediately act like it's a philosophy. Go outside is hilarious coming from the same guy uploading 12 minutes of bedroom footage. Honestly, that's the perfect ending. No closure, no dignity, just the digital equivalent of dropping your pants and sprinting away. I can't even hate it because somehow it works. That's the whole game now. Just open the camera, be mildly unwell, and hit upload. And yeah, I'm not above it either. If this is the new standard, then congrats, we've all become glorified stress posts. Okay, so today we're talking about Alejandro Gazpacho, and I gotta be honest, that name alone sounds like somebody lost a bet with a salad menu. Somehow this turned into a whole little internet mess, and I'm already exhausted just reading the first paragraph. And of course, the tweet is a total train wreck. This is the kind of post that makes you think the guy typed it with one hand while the other hand was slamming a desk in a room full of half-empty energy drinks. This image is doing all the work. He looks like he's about to announce either an apology or a hostage negotiation, and honestly, I'm not sure which would be funnier at this point. If this article is even half right, and this is just classic cell phone territory. I love stupid drama when it's harmless, but this has the energy of someone tripping over their shoelaces and then trying to sue the floor.
Pero escuchen, déjenme explicarles, no fue mi intención. Yo solo quería... Es que... La cosa es... Simplemente no lo pensé bien. Yo... No sé qué decir.
Oh my god, that delivery is unbelievable. He sounds like a man trying to explain why his dog has a lawyer, and somehow making himself look more guilty with every sentence. At the end of the day, this is either the dumbest drama imaginable or the funniest accidental performance art ever posted online. And honestly, with a name like Alejandro Gazpacho, I was already halfway sold before the details even loaded. Right, I found an Instagram account that posts a fresh fart every single day, and somehow that sentence is not even the weirdest part. This is the kind of dedication you usually only see from serial killers and Pokemon completionists. Let's take a look, because apparently the internet needed a daily gas newsletter. This is art. This is commitment. 140 fucking. Several brain cells working overtime just to document Swamp-Pass symphonies for the masses. I respect the hustle, but I also feel like I should be wearing a hazmat suit just to read the bio. The follower count is actually insane. There are people out there who wake up, open Instagram, and go, hell yeah, today's fart was pretty good. 9 out of 10 would subscribe again. Human civilization was a mistake, but at least it was a funny one. Honestly, I can't even hate it. It's pure useless content, which is kind of the highest form of content. No scams, no hustle guru nonsense. Just one person turning daily digestive betrayal into a brand. That's beautiful in the ugliest way possible. Right. Today we're digging into old Roblox back when every map looked like it was made in a microwave. The avatars were brick men with dignity, and somehow the mission was to find cake that never existed. That's the scam in gaming history. You spend 10 minutes doing jump puzzles that feel like a hostage situation, then the reward is a sign that says thanks for playing, please lie down and reconsider your life. Old Roblox had this charm where the jank was the product. Free models everywhere, broken physics, random sound effects, and acting like a 2-block obby was a moon landing. It was stupid, but it had soul. They get the nostalgia. People remember the chaos, the scammy rewards, the admin abuse, and the way everyone screamed about cake like it was a constitutional crisis. Honestly, that's the kind of nonsense the internet was built for. That second clip is in the dumbest way. One guy gets admin powers and turns the server into a carnival disaster, everyone else becomes confetti, and the cake statue gets deleted like it owes money. That screenshot looks like it was preserved by a furious child. The glow, the noob pose, the empty reward room, all of it screams you are about to be lied to professionally. And that ending is perfect. The fake cake, the confetti burst, the server crash, the music hanging on for one cursed second. Old Roblox taught an entire generation that disappointment can be multiplayer too. Alright, I clicked this YouTube link expecting maybe 5 seconds of harmless brain rot, and instead I got hit with a full-on emotional car crash in 1080p. You ever watch something so dumb that you can practically feel your IQ trying to escape through your ears? Yeah, this is one of those.
Lol, you're so washed. As game, streamers tilted. Okay, real funny. If you've got nothing constructive to say, just leave.
Oh my god, he's doing that thing where every sentence somehow makes it worse. He's not arguing anymore, he's just speedrunning a public relations funeral with the confidence of a guy explaining why a microwave counts as a chef. Of course, there's a timeline. There's always a timeline when somebody gets too comfortable and starts talking like the universe owes them applause. The internet loves receipts the way a thirsty guy loves an unlocked fridge at 3 a.m. That tweet is painfully accurate. This whole thing has the exact vibe of a man slipping on a banana peel, standing back up, and immediately explaining how the banana was out of line.
Hi, so I just wanted to say sorry. I realized that what I did wasn't good. It was a mistake. I didn't mean for it to happen like that. I hope you can understand.
That's the perfect ending, honestly. Nothing says I've learned nothing like a guy staring into the void while the void actively files a complaint. The queue is one of those things that sounds harmless until you realize it's basically society's longest, slowest dick measuring contest. Everyone stands there pretending to be civilized while mentally preparing to commit a small war crime if someone cuts in front. This whole story is so stupid it feels like it was engineered in a lab by bored goblins with erectile dysfunction. This is the queue in question, the great human centipede of inconvenience. You can already smell the attitude through the screen, and if you zoom in close enough you can practically hear someone saying, "Bro, I was here first," with all the confidence of a guy defending his virginity like it's a family heirloom. Apparently this line turned into a full-on controversy because people started accusing each other of cutting, saving spots, and doing all the slimy little queue tactics that make standing in line feel like a prison yard with less structure. It's amazing how quickly adults regress into feral toddlers the second there's a wait involved. A queue is supposed to be simple: get in line, shut the fuck up, move forward when the blob moves forward. Then this masterpiece of journalism comes in to chronicle the queue apocalypse like it's Watergate for people with too much free time. The site looks like it would give your computer 12 new diseases just by loading it, but I respect the hustle because this is exactly the kind of stupid story that deserves the visual design of a gas station boner pill ad. What kills me is how seriously everyone takes Q morality. There are like 15 unwritten commandments, and violating any of them turns the entire line into a courtroom where every witness is biased and every judge smells like juice. If you cut, you're an asshole. If you save a spot for 12 people, you're running a criminal enterprise. If you argue for 20 minutes, congratulations, you became the content. Right, so apparently Macau is just back in China now, which is insane because this is coming from a guy in 2047 like it's normal, and he's just casually talking about it like he didn't wake up with tomorrow's newspaper and a whole bag of future dick jokes. I love when reality gets so stupid it starts sounding like a bit, because this is either geopolitical history or the weirdest damn transition vlog ever. Look at this man, he's not even acting like this is some monumental time travel revelation. He's just like, yeah guys, Macau's back. Anyway, here's why my sandwich sucks, and that is peak Charlie behavior. It's like if the apocalypse happened and he just complained about the bathroom fan being too loud. The craziest part is the complete lack of prophecy energy. Like, he's not saying holy shit this is the future, he's just existing in it like some kind of fried bald oracle who got bored of explaining his own timeline. And honestly, if I lived in 2047 and had to talk about Macau returning to China, I'd also make a bunch of dick jokes and move on with my life. Yeah, there's something deeply funny about a future where the biggest event in the room is treated like background noise. Like, oh yeah, Macau's back, also my neighbor's drone won't stop honking and my dick is still broken, just completely unfazed, that's it, see ya. So apparently I've got some genius brainworm where every sentence now ends like a fucking car alarm getting molested in a dumpster. And yeah, I found out because somebody clipped it and now my mentions are just a war crime with subtitles. I don't know who let this happen, but it sounds like a failing synth trying to ejaculate in a haunted house. So let's get into it before my own mouth files for divorce. This is the exact expression of a man realizing his own bit has become a hostage situation, and the worst part is it's somehow still my fault. The cadence is so aggressive it sounds like a lawnmower being thrown down a stairwell while screaming obscenities. Stay hard, folks. Oh, fuck. All over the fucking studio again. Fuck, fuck,
Seriously? Another one? I don't even... Just... Stop sending me pictures of cats wearing hats.
That's the clip everybody lost their damn minds over, and honestly the delivery is so unhinged it feels like my mouth got possessed by a horny printer. I swear it's never just one sentence with this shit either, it's like the line got injected with caffeine and set on fire. Next, hard folks. Oh fuck, am I gonna coom all over the fucking studio again? Oh, fuck, 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 Of course there's already an article about it, because the internet can't see a man say something stupid without immediately building a shrine and selling t-shirts. The funniest part is they always write it like it's some deep cultural moment when really it's just a dude spiraling into sonic debris. Stay hard, folks. Oh fuck, I'm gonna coom all over the fucking studio again. Fuck, So yeah, that's where we're at, and I gotta be honest, I've never seen a sentence get so violently bullied by its own ending. It's stupid, it's loud, and it absolutely should not exist, which means people are gonna spam it forever. But if you want my real opinion, this shit is so ridiculous it loops right back around to being kind of impressive. It's like watching linguistic overkill with a concussion. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're taking a hard left into absolute nonsense, because apparently Galileo woke up, got dropped into an anime opening, and decided pancakes were a physics problem. I saw this idea and immediately knew it was the kind of stupid that deserves a full breakdown. There he is, the greatest mind of his era, now looking like he's about to yell the name of a technique for 18 episodes straight. The man is locked in, and that pancake is about to get scientifically violated. Yen euro cents and section percent exclamation lape exclamation per section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros in at tilde 10 euros cents 10% exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde 10 euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound euros unit tilde 10 euros cents pounds section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent set section pound euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde. In euro cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation per section pound cents euros unit tilde in euro cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euro cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euro cents pound section percent as exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros pound section percent exclamation cents section pound euro tilde in euro cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation per section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation lape exclamation per section pound cent euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section per exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros sounds section percent exclamation lape exclamation percent section pound cents euros unit tilde in euros cents pound section percent exclamation exclamation lape, exclamation percent section pound, cents euros unat tilde tildat in euros cents pound, section percent exclamation lape, exclamation percent section pound, cents euros unat tilde tildat in euros cents pounds, section percent exclamation lape, exclamation percent section pound, cents euros unat tilde.
Only one each acetum. It's actually only first cased. And the nistisselten, watain of doweistin, and this trader Lydian all having autin for selves.
Tilde euros cents pound, section percent exclamation lape, exclamation persa section pound, cents euros unat tilde tilde euros cents pound, section percent lape, exclamation percent section pound, cents euros unat tilde. Alright, so apparently people are out here thinking the NSFW detector is just reading the prompt like some kind of psychic bullshit machine. And no, that's not how that works. It looks at the actual image, which is the entire point, and somehow that still needs explaining. People see a prompt, then blame the prompt, and I'm sitting here like, dude, the image is right there, it's doing the heavy lifting. Exactly, it's checking the picture, not reading your little goblin instructions, and that's where everybody trips over their own fucking shoelaces, because they think the detector is judging the words instead of the output. This is basically the most obvious thing in the world, but people still manage to turn it into a conspiracy. If the model generates something spicy, the detector is looking at what came out, not what you whispered to the computer like some weird wizard ritual. That's the whole fucking answer right there. The detector doesn't care about your prompt confession, it cares about the evidence in the image. And honestly, that's probably why people are mad, because they can't just blame wording and call it a day. That's it, see ya. Alright, so apparently we're talking about Steam Lenny's, which is already a name that sounds like it was generated by a guy who got banned from 3 Discord servers and a barber shop. I found this shit because the internet can't leave well enough alone, and now I gotta look at it too, so thanks for that. This is the main thing people are pointing at, and yeah, it looks exactly like the kind of thing that makes you squint and go, oh no, what the hell is this? It's got that cheap trust me bro energy all over it. And then once you see the clip, it's like, oh cool, so the whole operation is held together by duct tape, vibes, and a prayer. That's usually not a great sign when your software is acting like it's got something to hide. The site is doing that classic bullshit thing where it tries way too hard to look legit, which is always a dead giveaway. If you need 16 buttons and a glowing testimonial box, I'm already suspicious as hell. So yeah, my thoughts are simple. This thing looks messy, weird, and aggressively unconvincing. If something feels off immediately, it usually is, and this one is waving red flags like it's auditioning for a clown parade. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I gotta address this absolute brain-rotting revelation because apparently I've been living in a fucking circus and nobody stopped me. I was watching Star Wars shit and then it hit me like a truck. Jar Jar Binks is somehow the most powerful idiot to ever exist, and my body had a real stupid reaction to that. I hate that this is my truth, but here we are. Look at this motherfucker. He's built like he was assembled by a drunk wizard with access to a rubber hose. And somehow that's what does it for me, which is just humiliating on every possible level.
Mesa, sorry! Hey! Oh, Mesa in big doo-doo now. Oh!
This is the exact clip that ruined my life because he's so stupid it circles back around to being impressive. It's not attraction, it's like my brain saw peak nonsense and said, yeah, that's the one. I'm not proud of it, I'm not defending it, and I'm definitely not trying to make this a thing. But if you want to call me a sick fuck for it, I get it, because honestly that's a fair assessment. That face right there is criminal. It should not be doing this kind of damage to a man's psyche. So, yeah, that's my confession. I've been spiritually destroyed by Jar Jar Binks, and I'm just out here taking the L in public. It is what it is, unfortunately. They don't like that this happened to me, but I'm not gonna lie about it either. That's it, see ya. Oh great, because apparently condoms were too damn oppressive and needed ventilation. I just saw this and my first thought was, who the hell was sitting in a lab going, yeah, let's improve the airflow on the birth control sleeve. That's not innovation, that's a cry for help. This is the kind of thing that sounds fake until you remember somebody somewhere got paid to make it real.
Introducing Airflow Tom, the revolutionary condom with enhanced ventilation for maximum comfort and breathability. Experience the freedom of Airflow TMs. Airflow Tem, breathe easy.
That ad would need a body count disclaimer before it even hits the air. The replies are doing the Lord's work because everybody immediately understands how catastrophically dumb this is. Don't know who asked for this, but I'm pretty sure the answer is nobody with a functioning brain. Right, so today we're asking the real hard-hitting questions of our time. Are my toenail clippings gay? Because apparently civilization has collapsed and this is where we're at now. I respect the confidence, though, to stare at a pile of dead keratin and demand it reveal its sexual orientation. That's the kind of journalism that gets you banned from the dick store. Look at these little guys just hanging out on the floor like they've got rent due and a Grindr profile. But let's be real, clippings are not sentient, they don't have preferences, they don't have a social security number, and they sure as hell don't have a pass to the Pride Parade. They're just rejected toenail content, kicked off the body for being too horny looking. If anything, the only gay thing here is how much attention you're giving them. You've got a whole romantic comedy going on with foot scrapings, and I'm not judging, I'm just saying this is a dangerous level of emotional investment in a keratin landfill. So no, your toenail clippings are not gay, they're just clippings, but your brain is doing a lot of work here, and frankly it needs to be put on a leash and walked outside for once. Right, I've seen some weird home videos in my time, but this one goes from mildly concerning to this room needs an exorcist and a hazmat team real quick. Let's just get into it before my brain starts leaking out of my ears. Oh my god, he's committing to the bit. This isn't even butter anymore, this is a dairy-related hostage situation. He looks like he lost a fight with a cow and the cow won on points.
Yes, Daddy! Yeah!
That is the most insane victory yell I've ever heard in my life. There's no universe where a grown man should sound that excited about being painted with sour milk, but here we are, and honestly I respect the confidence. Now this is where it becomes less a video and more a biological incident. One Charlie doing this is dumb, but multiple Charlies doing synchronized dairy terrorism is some kind of cursed infrastructure project. Yeah, no, that's it. Burn the room, burn the house, burn the concept of butter, and maybe never let a Charlie near a churn again. Let's settle this absolutely crucial civilizational debate. Are bronies gay, or are they actually rugged cowboy farmers who rise at dawn, milk the sunrise, and have a deep emotional bond with a horse named Sparkle Thunder? Because either way, I'm already losing brain cells and I've only just opened the barn door. This is the most confusing intersection of interests I've ever seen. You've got the hard-working farmer aesthetic, but then the whole thing is still covered in glitter and cartoon ponies, so it's like if John Deere got hit by a confetti cannon and started talking about emotional support horses. Honestly, respect to anyone committed enough to make their identity this weird. That tweet is probably the most sane answer possible, which means it has no chance of surviving online. People love flattening everybody into one dumb stereotype like it's a one-size-fits-all diaper. Most bronies are just fans, man. The rest is internet cosplay, personal identity, and whatever cursed thing happens after midnight. Yeah, that's the real answer. Not gay, not cowboy farmers, just a fandom with a wildly disproportionate amount of chaos around it. If you like pastel horses, cool. If you're also mowing the lawn in boots while wearing a Twilight Sparkle shirt, even cooler. That's America, baby. Right, so we've got the heavyweight showdown. Nobody asked for EDP 4145 in his weird little prime versus Epstein in his prime. Honestly, this is less a fight and more a federal case with fists. My money is on whoever lands the first humiliating body shot and immediately gets banned from civilization. If ED 445 is in his prime, he's probably coming in like a dump truck with Wi-Fi, swinging with pure desperation. Epstein in his prime feels like the type of guy who'd show up with a clipboard and somehow make the ref disappear. So physically, EDP has the power. Tactically, that's where it gets gross. That tweet is stupid but annoyingly fair. EDP's got the momentum of a man who just found out the bakery closed early and took it personally. Epstein's got that slimeball survival instinct where he'd turn the whole match into a legal technicality. I'm calling it EDP by brute force humiliation, unless Epstein somehow wins on cardio and cowardice. That site nailed it. Reach is a wash, chin durability is disgusting, and scam energy is through the roof on both sides. End of the day, I think EDP takes it if it stays in the pocket, but Epstein's best shot is turning it into a chaos gremlin chess match. Either way, the real winner is nobody because this timeline sucks. Right, so apparently Johnny has decided regular weight loss wasn't humiliating enough, and now he's out here claiming he's been secretly replacing his meals with diet crack. That's a sentence that sounds fake even before you say it out loud, which is usually a pretty bad sign. This is exactly the kind of thing you hear and immediately know somebody either needs help or needs to stop talking forever. If your diet plan sounds like it was invented by a raccoon with a chemistry degree, maybe reconsider the brand.
All right, check it. This is my diet crack, you guys. Seriously, I'm like crushing it. Pizza, chips, you name it. But then bam, scale time. It's all about balance, people. Balance!
And of course he's saying it like this is some genius shortcut, like he unlocked the secret menu at the pharmacy of bad decisions. Bro is treating his body like it's a beta test and the results are not looking promising. The article's doing that classic thing where it acts shocked while also clearly loving every second of this nonsense. It's the digital equivalent of yelling oh no while reaching for the camera. They don't know who needs to hear this, but there are easier ways to lose weight than becoming the least trustworthy person in the room. If this is real, that's not a diet, that's a cry for intervention. And if it's bullshit, then congratulations, you still managed to make yourself sound like an idiot on purpose. Either way, insanely impressive in the worst possible way. That's about all there is to it, just peak trash behavior with a fitness label slapped on top. I can't believe I even had to say this sentence. That's it, see ya. Right, so this one's ugly. I'm gonna keep it straight because there's really no funny way to dress up war crimes and violence against civilians. If this is real, then it's not just drama, it's the kind of stuff that should make people furious and demand answers, because innocent people shouldn't be paying the price for somebody else's cruelty. But yeah, this is the part where everybody starts pretending it's complicated in a way that somehow makes blowing up families sound like a policy seminar. It's not. If civilians are getting slaughtered, displaced, starved, and treated like they're just background props, that's monstrous. And before anybody jumps in with the comment section brain rot, no, condemning war crimes is not some radical take, it's just having a functioning soul. You always know it's bad when the best defense people can muster is basically, yeah, but the other side, that doesn't magically unburn the houses or unbury the kids. I'm not interested in team sports with human suffering. If somebody's responsible for crimes, then investigate it, document it, prosecute it, and stop acting like the word consequences is just a decorative sticker.
Escalating tensions, humanitarian crisis, calls for an immediate ceasefire.
And that's the part that should punch you in the throat a little. This isn't some internet feud where everybody makes a sequel apology and moves on. Real people are living through the aftermath, and if anyone's involved in that kind of brutality, they should absolutely be dragged into daylight and made to answer for it. So apparently Nintendo has gone ahead and made the Switch revision that causes people to stroke it everywhere, which is already an insane sentence to have to say out loud, and then somebody decided to add a tooth on a pick to the whole thing like we're in a cursed dental fairy tale. I found this because the internet cannot let one weird thing exist in peace without turning it into a full-blown circus act. Yeah, this is the exact kind of thing that makes you stop scrolling and go, what the fuck am I looking at? Because it looks like a normal console that got possessed by some deeply unwell designer. The tooth detail is the cherry on top because nothing says consumer electronics like dental horror. And this is the part where the internet starts acting like this is the next great technological leap when it's literally just a cursed little brick with a tooth accessory glued to it. I swear people will see anything remotely odd and treat it like the second coming of civilization. Of course, the article is written like this thing is a breakthrough instead of an abomination. They always do this bullshit where every weird hardware variant gets framed like it was discovered in a lab instead of in somebody's basement at 3 a.m. The worst part is that I know exactly how this went down too. Some guy made one stupid joke prototype, another guy posted it, then 100 people started coping like they needed this exact model to function in daily life, and now we're here. So, yeah, the Switch revision is ugly as hell, the tooth on the pick is disturbing, and the whole thing feels like a prank that somehow got a marketing department. Honestly, I respect the commitment to making something this stupid, but I also hate that my brain had to witness it, because now I have to live with the knowledge that this exists and people are absolutely going to be weird about it forever. That's it. Right, I clicked this video with the kind of confidence usually reserved for people who lick a 9-volt battery on purpose, so let's see how fast this turns into a complete dumpster fire.
Okay, so I have a plan. A really good plan. Trust me on this. It's foolproof, I swear. I've thought of everything. Just watch.
Yeah, that opening already smells like bad life choices and cheap energy drinks. You can always tell when a video is about to go sideways because the person on screen starts explaining things with the energy of a guy hiding a body. The comments are always the real main event. The actual video might be a flaming tire rolling downhill, but the audience is in there writing dissertations, dropping one-liners, and acting like they just witnessed the second coming of public humiliation. That tweet is exactly why nobody can behave online anymore. One clip, one greasy little sentence, and suddenly 50,000 strangers are treating it like the Zapruder film of stupidity.
So, yeah, moving on, just a minor setback.
Oh, there it is. This is the part where the ship stops being slightly on fire and becomes actively requesting a priest. I love when a video starts as a joke and ends with everybody involved looking like they got tackled by fate.
The results are in. Your afternoon is officially ruined.
Yeah, that ending was nasty. It's the kind of conclusion that makes you sit back, stare at the wall, and wonder how a human being managed to be that confidently stupid in 4K. Okay, so this question is completely unhinged because the answer depends on whether we're talking about a straight-up sprint, a chair race, or some cursed alternate timeline where the announcer gets fired for asking follow-up questions. If the universe is forcing me to pick, I'm already side-eyeing the track officials. That poster looks like the most politically incorrect Olympic event ever approved by a committee that hates itself. Hawking's chair probably has better acceleration, but FDR's entire personality was basically I will absolutely not lose this thing. Honestly, the rules matter way more than the names here. If it's a literal race on foot, neither of them should be in it. If it's a mobility assist race, Hawking has the cleaner tech, but FDR has that grim, stubborn energy that makes a man win ugly. The replies would be a nuclear waste spill of nonsense. One guy would be yelling Hawking clears, another would be making a spreadsheet, and a third would be saying FDR takes it because he'd simply stare the finish line into submission.
Right, so Rule 37B pertains to the rotational velocity of the propulsion device. It cannot exceed 14.7 RPM or you'll be disqualified. And Rule 42, subsection gamma, dictates that any use of interpretive dance during the acceleration phase is strictly prohibited.
My verdict. If you mean pure movement, Hawking's probably faster in the right setup. If you mean messy, loophole-filled, government-approved nonsense, FDR wins by being the kind of guy who'd treat a race like a treaty negotiation. Either way, the real champion is the janitor who has to clean up this disaster. Alright, today we're dealing with a situation that started as a pizza party and somehow mutated into a full-scale domestic incident in my own house. You'd think pizza is simple, right? Dough, sauce, cheese, maybe some toppings if you're feeling adventurous, and then everybody shuts up and eats. Not tonight. Tonight every human being in a 30-mile radius decided my living room was the place to commit crimes against etiquette and self-respect. So I open the door and immediately it smells like melted grease and regret. There are pizza boxes on every surface, someone's using my good knife to cut a stuffed crust like they're performing surgery, and I'm pretty sure one guy brought his own ranch like he was preparing for a military campaign. I didn't even get to greet people before somebody said, "We need more napkins," which is wild because the table already looked like a napkin graveyard.
We got the final pizza slice!
And then it escalated into the classic who touched my slice argument, which is the most pathetic thing you can say with food in your One dude had his elbow fully planted in the pepperoni like he was staking a claim to the land. I saw somebody dip a crust in garlic sauce, then in hot sauce, then in more ranch, and at that point I'm not sure they were eating pizza anymore. I think they were trying to create a chemical weapon. Honestly, the worst part is I can't even act surprised anymore. Every time I host anything, it turns into a circus where the clowns are all hungry and morally compromised. Still, I respect the dedication. If you're gonna ruin my house, at least do it over something that tastes good. This topic is so absurd it feels like it was brainstormed by a broken carnival ride powered entirely by ball sweat and bad decisions. I saw this and immediately felt my brain file for unemployment, which is impressive because usually it just clocks out when I look at anything dumber than a gas station boner pill ad. So the topic here is literally exclamation topic, which sounds less like a real thing and more like what happens when a keyboard has a stroke. I don't know if this is a person, a movement, or the mating call of a dehydrated Discord mod, but either way we're diving in raw, no helmet, all shaft. This is the kind of website that looks like it steals your cookies, your passwords, and probably your grandparents' life savings just for opening it. But according to this article, exclamation topic has apparently detonated across the internet like someone threw a flashbang into a daycare. And that tracks, because anything mysterious enough to be called exclamation topic is already operating with the same energy as a guy who introduces himself at a party by saying you'll be hearing about me. That's never a threat from someone cool, it's always from a human rash with Wi-Fi access. There it is, the holy artifact itself, exclamation topic in all its glory. Looking at this feels like opening a cursed chest in a video game, and instead of loot it just gives you a yeast infection and a podcast. What really gets me is how every angle of this somehow makes less sense than the last one. It's like a magician doing a trick where the only illusion is how he made his dignity disappear that fast. By the end of this whole saga, I'm not even angry, I'm just impressed the internet can still produce fresh sludge with this kind of consistency. Right, we've got a clip here that sounds like it was translated by a drunk microwave. A cambio iso tu culo, sera para mai is one of the ugliest bargaining chips I've ever heard, and I need to know who let this sentence escape into the wild.
Quiero comprar una ardilla voladora!
Dude, that delivery is insane. It sounds less like a threat and more like two cats fighting over a laundromat receipt. The confidence is the worst part. He says it like he's reading out the terms and conditions of a cursed booty contract. We love when the internet takes one stupid line and turns it into a whole ecosystem of brain damage. Nobody even knows what's happening anymore, but everybody's having a great time. That's the dream, honestly. Chaos, subtitles, and a total collapse of dignity.
That sounds perfect. I'd love to meet up this weekend. How about Saturday afternoon? Great. I'll see you then.
Now it's getting worse in the best way. He keeps leaning into it like a guy who accidentally found a button that says ruin the room, and instead of stopping, he's pressing it with both thumbs. Incredible work, no notes, just a felony of phrasing. The article is doing what every article does, pretending there's deep cultural analysis when really it's just people laughing at a sentence that sounds like it was assembled by a haunted shoestring. Still, fair play, because this is absolutely the kind of garbage that survives forever.
And folkses, have we in line?
And there it is, the full payoff. I don't even care what the original context was anymore because the line itself has already transcended meaning. That's the power of a truly disgusting quote. It enters the world, violates everyone, and then starts a family. So I saw this weird little dark UI screenshot and immediately knew somebody's about to pretend they're Sherlock Holmes for noticing that a comment section is having a seizure. It's just a wall of ice! And consumed, which is honestly the most terminally online thing I've seen all week. The whole thing looks like a moderation dashboard or some analytics panel, but it's presented like the internet's brain just got put in a blender and someone labeled the result comment spam. Yeah, that's the exact vibe. It's like somebody opened the raw feed and the only thing left was a bunch of digital goblins screaming one-word nonsense at each other. And I gotta say, the design is weirdly fitting because it looks sterile and annoying at the same time, which is basically the perfect visual for spam. This is the kind of page you land on when you're trying to figure out why your comments look possessed. And the answer is usually that people are farming engagement by typing the same stupid thing over and over. Nothing says I have meaningful thoughts like 12 variations of each pasted next to consumed, which sounds like what happens when a vacuum cleaner becomes self-aware. That clip really sells the whole thing, because once it starts moving you realize there's absolutely no deeper message here, just pure uncut digital brain rot. They respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna spam, at least be weird enough that it becomes its own tiny art project. At the end of the day, this is just one of those internet moments where everyone is copy-pasting the same dumb garbage and somehow acting like they've formed a community. It's hilarious, it's stupid, and it's exactly the sort of thing that makes every moderation tool feel like it was built by a man slowly losing his mind. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I just stumbled onto this absolutely stupid little rabbit hole, and apparently there's a pistol even dumber than the Colibri, which is insane, because the Colibri already looks like somebody built a gun for ants with a vendetta. I saw people arguing about it like it was a sacred relic, and now I need to know how deep this tiny-ass weapon nonsense goes. Yeah, look at this thing, it's like a hardware store screw had a midlife crisis and became a gun. I can't believe humans keep inventing weapons that look like they were made for a toy chest. This is the part where reality starts feeling like a glitch because the thing is barely bigger than a lighter, and somehow somebody said, yeah, that'll fire. I love that every era has one guy whose whole personality was, what if I made this even more ridiculous? That comparison is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because now the Colibri looks like a regular-ass handgun by comparison, and that's fucking hilarious. We've crossed from novelty into why in God's name did this exist. Honestly, I respect the dedication to making the most impractical shit imaginable, because history is just filled with people chasing the dumbest possible flex. The tiny pistol wins purely by being more ridiculous than the Colibri. That's it, see ya. Alright, so today we're talking about one of the most horrific days in American history, and I'm gonna try to be respectful while still sounding like a greasy gremlin on a webcam. 9/11 is one of those events where everybody remembers exactly where they were, and for good reason, because it changed everything in a way that's still being felt decades later. Yeah, reading it all laid out again is just brutal. The speed of it is what really gets me, because within a couple hours the whole country went from normal Tuesday energy to complete chaos, confusion, and pure panic. You had people trying to call loved ones, firefighters running into a death trap, and a bunch of complete strangers becoming the bravest people alive.
Clear the area! Everyone move back!
We are receiving reports of an incident at the World Trade Center.
Watching even a reenactment of it is sickening, honestly. It's one of those moments where you don't need to add commentary because the horror is already doing all the talking, and it's impossible not to think about everybody who was just doing their regular day and then got thrown into this nightmare. That's the part people should actually focus on, not the conspiracy brain sludge that shows up every year like clockwork. Remember the victims, the families, the responders, and the countless people whose lives were permanently shattered by this. That's the real story, and it's heartbreaking enough without people making it weirder. This is the part where the internet takes one weird moment and turns it into a legendary appetite myth. Like, yeah, maybe I was hungry, but I'm not out here trying to become the first man to self-cannibalize because DoorDash took too long. So yeah, moral of the story is maybe eat before it gets to the point where your brain starts filing your limbs under emergency rations. I think that's probably the move. I'm not proud of the lore, but I understand it. Hunger is a hell of a drug, and apparently my feet were on the menu. That's it, sensei. So I found out I was allegedly so hungry I ate my own feet, which is already an insane sentence to have attached to your name. I gotta say, if that's true, that's less dieting problem and more I have become a cursed basement goblin. Then before anyone asks, no, I do not recommend this as a snack strategy. The texture alone sounds like a federal crime. The fact that my body would even consider itself a food source is kind of a confidence issue, honestly. This is the exact energy I'd have about it, just pure what the fuck happened while I was blinking. That's the kind of thing that makes you check your pantry and your ankles at the same time. This is the part where the internet takes one weird moment and turns it into a legendary appetite myth. Like, yeah, maybe I was hungry, but I'm not out here trying to become the first man to self-cannibalize because DoorDash took too long. The worst part is now every time I get hungry, somebody's gonna act like I'm one skipped meal away from gnawing through my own shins. Which, fair, but also extremely rude to my feet. They've done nothing wrong. So yeah, moral of the story is maybe eat before it gets to the point where your brain starts filing your limbs under emergency rations. I think that's probably the move. I'm not proud of the lore, but I understand it. Hunger is a hell of a drug, and apparently my feet were on the menu. That's it said. Right, I clicked this random YouTube link expecting harmless background noise, and somehow I got a song that sounds like it was mixed inside a haunted vending machine. Let's see what the algorithm thinks I'm into today. Okay, the opening is already doing the most. The bass is mad at me, the colors are attacking my eyeballs, and this thing has the confidence of a guy with a cracked phone and no shame. Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Twitter always manages to describe a song like it's a chorus, and somehow the dumbest comment ends up being the most accurate one. Disgusting, but fair. That article is doing the usual emotional, artistic statement routine like it didn't just get smacked in the face by a neon bass line. Still, I can't lie, it's a sticky. Anyway, I'm not saying this is a masterpiece, but I am saying I'd probably hear it once in public and hate myself for knowing every word by dinner. Right, we've got one of those videos that smells like a disaster before the first sentence even lands. You know it's gonna be a mess when the thumbnail looks like it owes somebody money.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into something really exciting, and this, my friends, is where things really get interesting. But the journey is far from over.
Yeah, that's the exact flavor I expected. It's like watching a man wrestle a brick wall and somehow the brick wall is winning, which is honestly impressive in a depressing way. That is the perfect summary. Nothing quite hits like a video that says a lot of words but somehow communicates the same amount of information as a wet napkin. That editing is brutal. It's like someone took a normal conversation, shoved it in a blender, and then sold the noise as a personality trait. Yeah, that comment section is exactly where civilization goes to die. It's just strangers flinging sarcasm at each other over a video that probably started because somebody was bored and wanted attention.
I've been saying this for weeks. Nobody is listening. It's like talking to a brick wall. Do you even care about what's happening? So, yeah, if you enjoyed this or you didn't, it doesn't really matter. Please consider subscribing. It would really help. Thank you for your—
And that's the whole ride. Not good, not bad, just spiritually exhausting in a way that should honestly be illegal. Oh, right, today we've got Pizza Nissar, which sounds like a food truck and a witness statement had a baby. I'm already scared because any story with pizza in the title usually ends with grease, regret, and somebody lying through their teeth.
But I specifically asked for exactly 7 basil leaves, not 6. And the pepperoni must be arranged in a spiral, not a semicircle. This isn't what I ordered.
Sir, I followed the instructions as best as I could.
Best isn't good enough. I'm paying for perfection.
Okay, so he's just standing there like he owns the cheese supply of the nation. This man has the posture of somebody who'd ask for extra sauce and then act shocked when the restaurant charges him.
But there's supposed to be extra pepperoni. Extra! This is a matter of principle. This is unacceptable! I demand satisfaction!
Oh my god, it escalated immediately. That's not a pizza order anymore, that's a hostage situation with toppings. I respect the confidence though, because he's arguing like the marinara itself owes him money. Yeah, that tweet is doing Olympic level damage control. Anytime you have to type out 8 paragraphs saying context matters, the context is usually doing backflips off a cliff. This article makes it sound like a normal customer complaint. But I know chaos when I smell it. The phrasing alone tells me this dude turned a pepperoni into a personal legal battle. That image is cursed in the exact right way. He looks like he just discovered taxation, heartbreak, and lactose intolerance all in the same bite.
I just wanted a pepperoni pizza. Is that too much to ask? This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
And there it is, full circle insanity. That's the whole saga, a greasy little legend, a mountain of bad choices, and enough cheese to qualify as emotional evidence. Incredible stuff. Right, we gotta talk about penguinz0, which is already an insane name because it sounds like a mafia boss who only takes cash or a dude who got banned from every buffet in a 40-mile radius. I watched this whole mess and immediately thought, yup, the internet reigns undefeated in being stupid.
You can't just say that! It's not fair! I didn't mean it like that. Just leave it alone! Oh, Carol! What's doing right up there?
This is the exact energy I expect from humanity at this point. Nobody is making sense, everybody's talking like they're in the final boss phase of a Facebook comment section, and somehow the pizza is the most normal thing in frame. That box has more dignity than all of them combined. Oh wow. The classic I'm innocent tweet that reads like it was written with one hand while the other hand was deleting evidence. I love when people try to spin themselves into the victim so hard they end up looking like a rotisserie chicken of lies. Deliciously pathetic. And that's the part that gets me. Half the story is probably nonsense, the other half is people performing for attention, and somehow the internet still treats it like courtroom testimony. At the end of the day, it's just another reminder that if a man named penguinz0 is yelling at midnight, I'm already checking out. Right, so today we've got one of those stories that sounds fake until you realize it's somehow even dumber in reality. Some goth teen allegedly hacks a trilithic EA SIP plus EAS NDEC and blasts out an emergency action notification like they're the final boss of cringe, and suddenly the entire goth community is losing their minds over fake apocalypse sirens. This is the kind of chaos that makes you look at society and go, yeah, the dick economy is in shambles. This is already unbelievably stupid because anytime someone discovers they can press the big panic button, they immediately become the mouth breather of the month. And of course, the message spreads fast because nothing gets people more invested than fake doom with a spooky aesthetic and a little bit of broadcast level penis energy. Look at this site design too, they really went full. We found the apocalypse in a Hot Topic parking lot. And the funniest part is the goth community going wild over it because half of them are probably thrilled to be included in something broadcast related for once and the other half are just mad they got jumped scared by municipal fear porn. Honestly, this is why you never give a terminally online teenager access to anything with an alarm sound. The second they get the chance, they're out here turning public infrastructure into a little comedy skit about dickless mayhem and end of days cosplay. And then everybody acts surprised when the whole thing becomes a circus. Right, we've got a video here that looks like it was uploaded by a man who lost a fight with a microwave and decided to make that everybody else's problem. I haven't even seen the full thing yet and I can already tell it's going to be a beautiful train wreck, so let's get into the stupid little chaos goblin circus.
Alright guys, today we're tackling something huge, something that's been requested constantly. Prepare to be amazed. I've got this brand new, top of the line thing, and I'm just positive I can make it do this.
Okay, so the first chunk is basically pure I have no plan, but I do have confidence, which is honestly the most dangerous combination on the internet. You can smell the bad decision from here, and I respect the commitment to making a fool of yourself in 4K. That's artistry in a very stupid way. And of course, the article has to treat it like the president got body slammed on live television or something. That's the internet though, man. Every minor screw-up gets inflated into a constitutional crisis. Still, if you're going to embarrass yourself publicly, at least you're giving people free entertainment and a reason to neglect their own responsibilities. That tweet is exactly what happens when somebody watches a car drive into a ditch and thinks, I should make this my whole personality for the next 6 hours. And honestly, fair. I'd be lying if I said this nonsense wasn't at least a little funny. It's like watching a racetrack built entirely out of bad instinct.
So I just thought we could try this little experiment, you know, see what happens. It's all about improvisation, right? Just going with the flow. Okay, maybe that didn't quite work. But let's try something else. A little improv.
There it is, the part where Panic starts wearing a fake mustache and pretending it's confidence. This is my favorite stage of internet damage because once the person realizes they've stepped on the rake, they somehow keep dancing on it for another 30 seconds. You can practically hear the brain cells filing for unemployment.
Well, that was unexpected.
Yeah, that ending is perfect. Not in a good way, obviously, but in the way that makes you stare at the screen and think, wow, somebody really made that choice. And that's the magic of the internet: absolute nonsense, maximum confidence, and somehow everybody gets a front row seat to the disaster. Holy shit, this is one of the dumbest and most chaotic little moments I've seen in a while. It has the same energy as your brain shutting off when someone asks you a basic math question, except this happened live in front of an audience, which is like having your soul pantsed in public. It's a tiny clip, but it hits with the force of a lawn dart to the dick.
Whoa, I'm totally stuck. This is so awkward.
This is the whole enchilada right here, the sacred artifact, the digital fossil of a man entering sleep mode while trying to process how his spine works. He freezes in that limbo position like someone hit him with a factory reset button. It looks like his nervous system blue-screened and then filed for unemployment. That pause is what really sells it. It's not even a normal oops moment, it's a complete evacuation of thought. You can literally see the gears stop turning, smoke pouring out, Windows error sound playing in his skull. It's the kind of freeze that makes you wonder if his ancestors felt secondhand embarrassment through the bloodline. And, of course, the internet treated this like it was the Zapruder film of awkward movement. You've got fake experts breaking down posture angles, Reddit detectives acting like they're in a crime lab, and articles milking this 3-second freeze harder than a dehydrated farmer milks a dust cloud. This frame is the money shot. The expression says, "I have left my body and do not intend to return." It's like a taxidermied thought. There is no movement, no strategy, no survival instinct, just raw uninstalling in real time. So yeah, that's the first stream limbo freeze moment. Short, stupid, perfect. It's one of those tiny internet clips that doesn't need context because the human body failing to negotiate with gravity is a universal language. Absolute masterpiece, see ya. Alright, so I saw this absolute fever dream of a topic and I had to talk about it because it sounds like somebody got bored at 3 a.m. and started mixing random objects with industrial death machines. A cat versus getting thrown into a TSMC lithography machine is one of the most cursed comparisons I've ever heard, and somehow I'm already annoyed by it. Now, this is the kind of image that tells you immediately nobody involved is having a normal day. The cat is calm, the machine looks like it could erase your entire bloodline, and honestly that feels about right. The problem here is that one of these is a living creature and the other is a precision-engineered money printer that costs more than God, so if you're asking which one wins, I'm gonna go ahead and say the one that isn't made of glass cleanroom witchcraft. This is the part where the internet acts like it's a debate, but it's really just a how quickly does something horrific happen speedrun, and if you're anywhere near that machine, your ass is not winning a physics contest. The cat, meanwhile, is probably just thinking about food, sleep, and ruining someone's day for no reason, which, honestly, is a more respectable life plan than trying to get launched into semiconductor equipment. If this were an actual article, it'd be the driest headline imaginable, followed by a bunch of words that still somehow can't hide the fact that this is a terrible idea. The website design would be so plain it feels like it was built specifically to deliver bad news with no personality. Long story short, cat survives vibes better than humans survive industrial stupidity, and the lithography machine survives because it has better protection than the average celebrity. This is one of those situations where the answer is obvious and the question is the real problem. Anyway, don't get thrown into a TSMC lithography machine, don't bother the cat, and maybe think harder before comparing living things to expensive nightmare hardware. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently we gotta talk about chains, chopped cheese nuts, and mornin' mouthful o' chitlins, which sounds less like a topic and more like somebody got body slammed into a pile of expired deli meat. This is some freak show marketing, man, like a dick joke got held together with glue and hate. Look at this, man, this is the kind of product where you don't ask what's in it because the answer would ruin your life. The whole thing feels like somebody said, what if a breakfast item had the texture of punishment, and then kept going. Of course, there's a community warning. That's what happens when a menu item sounds like a slur against your own digestive system. I can already tell this place serves food with the same energy as a guy who says, "Trust me," before handing you a wet paper towel full of gravel. Only at Jeans Jean Janties is insane. That sounds like a clothing store that had a nervous breakdown and opened a restaurant in the back. This whole episode is just dick-shaped nonsense wearing an apron, and somehow the branding is the weirdest part. Yeah, I'm not buying any of this. If I walk into a place and the menu sounds like it was generated by a drunk fax machine, I'm leaving immediately. That's it. See ya. Right, today we're doing something unbelievably high stakes. I'm trying A&W root beer for the first time like it's a goddamn presidential debate. I've heard people act like this stuff is liquid nostalgia, so I'm gonna see if it's actually cracked or if it just tastes like a dirty vanilla tire. Look at this shit. It's got that classic brown soda look, like it's been marinating in a 1950s diner for 6 decades.
Only Aminora's tent here, Volden and no white size. I want to come this point me character the charger histon and this able to text.
Okay, that's actually way creamier than I expected. Holy hell. It tastes like root beer should taste, like if vanilla and spices decided to get together and make a respectable little beverage. It's not trying to be some fancy gourmet bullshit, it just knows exactly what it is. That's kind of the biggest compliment I can give a soda. The marketing is exactly what you'd expect too, just screaming old school root beer, and honestly that's fair. They're not lying to anybody. This is comfort soda for people who want their drink to taste like a diner booth. So yeah, A&W root beer is good as fuck, and I get why people ride for it so hard. It's smooth, sweet, and doesn't taste like it was designed by a lab full of lunatics. I'm not saying it changes your life, but it absolutely clears a lot of other sodas that act like they're too cool to be tasty. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I walked into a local gun store, bought a firearm, came home, and then I just lost my damn mind over the whole Gooner situation. This is one of those moments where you can feel the brain cells leave the building before anything even happens. I'm gonna lay out exactly how this went down because it was unbelievably stupid.
Put gun store. Charlie is walking in my original gun, looking my original room.
Here you go. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, it started normal enough, which is always a bad sign when I'm involved. I'm in there like I know what I'm doing, and the second I get home it's already over for me mentally.
No, no.
And then I just shout the Gooners! The fucking Gooners! Ah! And blast the PC like an absolute maniac. It's the kind of behavior that makes you sit there afterward wondering what the hell possessed you. Obviously that's not a normal reaction, but the rage is so concentrated it turns the whole room into a disaster. This is peak internet brain self-destruction, and somehow it still feels weirdly on brand. The whole thing is just pure hysteria from start to finish, and it's dumb as rocks. You can't really defend it. You stare at it and accept the chaos. That's basically where my head's at on this one. Total nonsense, total meltdown, zero sanity. We have nothing else to add except that it went from bad to worse instantly. That's it, see ya. Right, this clip is already doing numbers, and I get why, because it looks like somebody fed a Navy SEAL a box of hardware and told him to make it inspirational. I saw this and immediately thought, yep, the internet has peaked, and somehow got dumber in the same breath.
The text. The prompt of the user and then says of immediately that the user, the phone calls, and then the phone calls from the screen. The phone white stage will IML number of the phone calls.
That is the most unhinged shit I've seen all week, because the man looks dead serious like this is just another Tuesday workout, and meanwhile the nails are winning by a landslide. It's one of those clips where you can't even process concern first, you just have to sit there and laugh at how aggressively wrong everything is. The expression on his face makes it look like his body just filed a formal complaint against his brain. I respect the commitment to doing the most stupidly extreme thing possible, but this is also exactly how you end up becoming a cautionary tale with a 6-second attention span. Honestly, this is why people keep watching him, because every clip feels like it was engineered in a lab to make dudes say I should probably go outside and do push-ups. But swallowing nails horizontally is not grit, that's just a real fast track to regretting your whole afternoon. This karaoke clip is wrong. It feels like someone threw a song into a blender with a bottle of cough syrup. They start singing Jaran Pakan Rararang Patagon Kami Ada Yang Ratan like the lyrics got possessed and then sued the microphone. At first, I thought it was just bad pronunciation, but then the whole crowd commits to it like Thayer trapped in a musical hostage situation with a tambourine. Nobody knows the words, everybody's smiling, and somehow that makes it worse.
Nor does none possess, give ye more
And look, I respect the confidence. If you're going to embarrass yourself in public, at least do it like you mean it. These people are singing like the words owe them money, and chorus sounds like a fax machine having the nightmare. I saw one tweet from attendee saying everybody knew the lyrics, and that is the kind of lie you tell with your whole chest. There is not a single universe where that was karaoke, that was language leaving the body. The article says the clip blew up because nobody could tell if it was a joke, a cover, or a cry for help. Honestly, that's the sweet spot. If your performance makes people question alphabetizing, you've achieved historic and little cursed. My favorite part is everyone treating it like a masterpiece. No one stops, no one fixes it, they just keep going into the swamp together. That backup vocalist needs a restraining order against syllables because he sounds like he barely owes language rent. Right, today we're settling the biggest Arknights argument on the internet: Whistle versus Wang. I'm not going to pretend this is a coin flip because one of them feels like they were balanced by somebody who wakes up angry at fun. Yeah, that's the whole issue. Whistle has pure delete the room energy, while Wang feels like the guy who shows up with a toolbox and somehow still saves the city. If you want raw strength, Whistle wins pretty easily. The article is basically saying what everybody already knew but was too busy arguing in the comments to admit. Whistle is better if you care about damage flexibility and making enemies disappear. Wang is fine, but fine is not terrifying. Okay, so apparently the internet has once again decided to dig up some completely buried shit, and I gotta say, finding lost demos of a Fall Out Boy album and a proof project in the same breath is the kind of nonsense that makes me love this cursed hell site. I saw the Lost Media Wiki post and immediately knew people were gonna lose their minds over it because that's basically the currency of the internet at this point. This is exactly the kind of thing that starts with wait, what the fuck, and ends with 1,000 people acting like they personally excavated a tomb. And honestly, yeah, this is cool as shit because lost music is one of the few internet rabbit holes that still feels genuinely magical instead of just being someone's dead forum thread. There it is, the absolute dopamine hit of seeing something that was treated like folklore finally get pinned down with actual proof. I love when the internet briefly becomes useful and not just a giant screaming match about nothing. And then you've got the proof side of it, which just makes the whole thing feel even heavier because that's not just some random unreleased bonus track shit, that's history getting dragged back into the light. That's the kind of discovery that makes collectors and music nerds act feral in the best way possible. So yeah, this rules. The lore is expanding and the internet managed to do one cool thing without completely embarrassing itself for 5 minutes. I'm into it, I'm impressed, and I'm absolutely gonna watch people obsess over every little detail of it like their life depends on it. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently we have reached the point where Tauhu is getting a movie and Dwayne Johnson is gonna play Riamu Hakure. That sentence should not exist in the same universe, let alone the same headline. This is the kind of announcement that feels like somebody got blackout drunk in a boardroom and started stapling random IPs to a giant rock with abs. I mean, look at him. He's built like a final boss, and now he's supposed to be some tiny shrine maiden girl from the bullet hell game where the difficulty curve is basically eat shit and die. It's so ridiculous I almost respect it. Almost. This is like casting a refrigerator to play a hummingbird and then acting like that's a normal creative decision. Of course, the article is written like this is some visionary adaptation and not complete insanity. They always phrase it like fans are excited, which is journalism, for we asked 3 maniacs on Twitter and one of them said maybe. And now I'm just imagining The Rock trying to throw out spiritual barriers while saying some shit like the power of Gensakayo compels you. Honestly, the funniest part is this might still be the least believable thing to happen this week. Hollywood will see one weird anime thing and immediately decide it needs a bald charisma monster attached to it. Anyway, if this movie actually happens, I'm demanding they give Ryu the most insultingly jacked physique imaginable just to keep the bit alive. Right, I found the dumbest thing I've seen all week, and that is saying a lot. There's apparently a Brazilian game where the whole mechanic is you yell something in Portuguese and then immediately start throwing hands in a bar, which is honestly the most advanced combat system humanity has ever invented. This is already better than half of modern fighting games because at least this one has a clear mission statement. Learn the phrase, hit the guy, maybe get stabbed by a chair leg if the room balance is bad. That's not gameplay, that's performance art with felony potential.
Vem pra cima, seu covarde! Yeah! Não, inseto, venha comer seu diabo, seu covarde!
Okay, that actually looks insane. Mortal Kombat has fatalities, sure, but this has a dude getting comboed after mispronouncing a word like the universe itself is moderating the match. That is way more disrespectful, and I respect that kind of commitment. If this is real, I'm sorry, NetherRealm, but you got cooked by a drunk guy in a tank top and a grammar lesson. The best part is the strategy, because now you're not just learning combos, you're learning pronunciation under threat. That's peak game design. Yeah, that tweet is correct and also deeply concerning. If the sequel lets you order another round to refill your special meter, I'm calling it Game of the Year immediately. That's not a joke, that's just the truth, and I'm willing to die on this disgusting little bar floor for it. Alright, let's settle the dumbest historical matchup imaginable, Stalin versus Hitler in a gunfight, and then hand-to-hand. Neither of these dudes is exactly giving elite combat athletes, so this is already a clown show with terrible politics. Gunfight. I'm giving it to Stalin by a slim margin. Neither of them were John Wick, but Hitler feels like he'd flinch the second the first shot cracks, while Stalin at least aura of a guy who'd keep squeezing the trigger out of spite. The article doesn't exactly say deadly marksman for either guy, which is fitting. Stalin's rougher criminal era reputation gives him a tiny edge, while Hitler reads more like the type to fire one shot, miss, and start yelling at the gun. Yeah, that's perfect. It looks less like a duel and more like two clowns fighting over who gets the last rotten potato. Honestly, Stalin probably wins because he's meaner, but that's not the same thing as being good. Hand to hand. Stalin again. Hitler looked frail as hell, and I do not trust a man built like a damp paper receipt to win a fistfight. Stalin at least seems like he'd grab your collar and headbutt you straight into the floor. Final verdict: Stalin wins both, not because he's some martial arts wizard, but because he's more likely to be grim, ugly, and willing to fight dirty. The real winner is nobody, because this matchup is cursed from the jump. Alright, breaking news, I just opened my fridge and it was a goddamn graveyard. No milk today. Which means breakfast has become a hostage situation and my cereal is now just crunchy sadness in a bowl. That is the exact face of defeat right there. Nothing says my life is in order like staring at a fridge like it owes you money and all it has to offer is a pickle and a vague sense of shame. I hate that I can't even argue with that tweet. Water in cereal is villain behavior, but at that point you're not eating breakfast, you're auditioning for a war crime documentary. Of course, the website says tomorrow. That's internet language for go fuck yourself, you're on your own. I wasn't even asking for artisanal cow juice, I just wanted the white stuff to make my cereal less depressing. So yeah, no milk today. Tragic, humiliating, and somehow deeply personal. Anyway, I'm gonna drink coffee like a raccoon with student debt and pretend this morning never happened. I booted up Limbus Company thinking, alright, how hard can it be? It's just a little turn-based goblin nonsense, and then the game immediately took that personally. I got in there for like 5 minutes and it was already handing me my ass in a gift bag. Yeah, this is the energy the whole stream had, just pure confusion and slow realization that I was not built for whatever fucked up brain game this is. The worst part is I kept thinking I was doing fine right before getting absolutely vaporized. That's the clip right there, me eating shit on camera while the game sits there like next time try not being a loser. It's impressive how fast it can turn confidence into a funeral. They had no answers, no strategy, no dignity, just a growing respect for anyone who actually understands this game. It's basically a PhD program in getting punched by sad little circus freaks. Every fight feels like the game is waiting for you to make one tiny mistake so it can legally execute you. And somehow it's hilarious because I'm the idiot volunteering for more of it. Honestly, I respect the hell out of Limbus Company, but it also kicked the door in and robbed me. I learned a valuable lesson, which is that I am not the main character here. That's it, see.
Alright, so today we're talking about Hank Hill, which is already funny because this man has the emotional range of a grill thermometer and somehow still manages to be one of the hardest characters ever written.
Look at this guy, he's built like a guy who thinks mayonnaise is spicy, but at the same time he's low-key the backbone of the entire show. He's the kind of dude who would apologize to a mailbox if he backed into it. That's real discipline, that's power.
Guys, this is the perfect image because Hank always looks one minor inconvenience away from filing a complaint with reality itself, and I respect that. He's not flashy, he's not loud, he's just there trying to sell propane and maintain the last shred of civilization while everyone around him is doing laps around the sewer.
Hey, I need the strongest gas you got.
Propane is a liquefied petroleum gas stored under pressure. Natural gas, on the other hand, is primarily methane, delivered via pipeline. Their energy densities differ significantly. Propane provides more heat per unit.
Guys, that is peak Hank behavior. He didn't even get mad in a fun way, he got mad in a my soul has been burdened by your stupidity way. Honestly, I love a character who can make a lecture about fuel feel like an act of violence. Guys, that tweet would get him canceled by 3 people and endorsed by every dad within a 40-mile radius. Hank is basically the patron saint of being annoyed correctly. Like, yeah, he's strict, but he's also the only reason Arlen hasn't collapsed into a puddle of bad decisions and stolen lawn equipment. Guys. Anyway, Hank Hill rules. He's funny without trying, he's miserable in a way that feels productive, and if the world he'd somehow still be standing there saying, I tell you what, while the entire sky is on fire.
Alright, today we're talking about the most powerful face in 3D animation history, the DreamWorks face. It's that smug little half smile where the character looks like they just stole your wallet and improved your posture. And somehow every studio saw it and went, yeah, that's the money shot. This is the face they put on posters, DVD covers, billboards, trailers, probably the side of a bus I never read because I was too busy staring at the idiot grin. It's always the same energy, one eyebrow up, one side of the mouth curled, and the vibe of a raccoon in a tuxedo, except we're not saying raccoons because that would be too easy.
For years, audiences have unknowingly been presented with a carefully crafted image. This is the DreamWorks face, a deliberate design choice to instantly buy marketing teams.
And that's the crazy part, this wasn't an accident. Marketing teams basically sat there like evil little goblins, sorry, not goblins, let's say brand accountants, and decided smugness sells. Which, honestly, fair. If I see a giant billboard where Poe is smirking at me like he knows I'm 3 paychecks away from a breakdown, I'm clicking. The article basically confirms what we all knew, this face is not character development, it's marketing crack. It's a visual shortcut that screams, hey, buy a ticket, this movie has jokes, action, and at least one overpaid animal with attitude. Buzz Lightyear was the first one, then congrats to Pixar for inventing the most emotionally bankrupt eyebrow raise in cinema. But Shrek absolutely turned it into a religion. Anyway, huge respect to the smug face industrial complex. It's stupid, it works, and it's probably responsible for half your childhood. Right, boys, today I'm documenting the slow death of my wallet. I opened one CSGO case for content and now I'm sitting here whispering gold gold like a man praying to a cursed slot machine. This is not a hobby, this is a cry for help with extra steps. That right there is the exact moment a sane man calls his bank and a dumb man opens 12 more. The worst part is the little casino jingles in your brain, they get in, they breed, and suddenly you're treating a digital box like it owes you rent. Man, that's the addiction loop, man. You keep chasing the gold like it's gonna kiss you on the mouth and solve your life. Instead, you get a sticker worth 3 cents, a broken keyboard, and your dignity evaporating in real time. Anyway, moral of the story, if you hear yourself yelling gold at a loot box, put the credit card down and back away. I'm not saying I've been there, I'm just saying I know the exact smell of that disaster, and it's cheap caffeine and regret. Right? I stumbled onto this weird-ass internet phrase and now I'm regretting having eyes. LARPing off apparently means acting like you're some absolute degenerate gooner for attention, and somehow people are treating this like it's a real identity. The internet really will turn anything into a personality test if you give it enough time. Yeah, this is the exact energy, just a dude putting on the world's worst little freak show like he's auditioning for a cursed TikTok. The funny part is it's never subtle, it's always full volume brain poison with the confidence of a guy who hasn't seen sunlight since 2021.
Oh my gosh, you guys! I just got my certification! I am officially a certified gooner! I can't believe it! All those hours of dedication for this! But seriously, I'm ready to unleash my goonery upon the world!
And that's the thing, it doesn't even feel genuine, it feels like performance art for people who got locked out of a normal personality. You can always tell when someone is trying way too hard to be the most unwell person in the room because they think that makes them interesting. The sight version is always where the disease metastasizes because now everybody's pretending they're above it while also posting 10 comments about it. It's like watching a cockroach convention debate which one is the shittiest cockroach. That's the real punchline. The mask is so transparent that even the people playing along know it's bullshit. At that point, you're not even LARPing well, you're just telling the world you desperately need someone to acknowledge you exist. So, yeah, LARPing off is basically internet theater for people who want to cosplay as a complete weirdo without the commitment to actually being funny about it. It's one of those phrases that sounds stupid because the behavior is stupid. And if you're doing that shit for attention, congratulations, you found the one audience dumber than you. I hate that I understand it. That's it, see ya. Right, we've got a completely normal day here, except apparently I've been cursed by a glittering space wizard, and now I'm about to become the world's least functional magical girl, which is honestly a huge downgrade and also maybe kinda hot. I don't know who signed off on this, but I want names, because this feels medically irresponsible.
What's happening to me?
Oh my god, there it is, the forbidden sparkle asthma. My hair is getting longer like a shampoo commercial possessed by Satan, my face is doing that thing where it looks expensive, and my body is rearranging itself like a furniture store during a hurricane. This is honestly way too much for a Tuesday, and I hate that I'm noticing how smooth my legs are getting. Okay, wow, that is some premium nonsense. I have never looked more like I'm about to save the kingdom by day and get emotionally devastated in episode 12. This is ridiculous, but I can't even lie, the fit goes insanely hard and I'm furious about how well it works. Being a girl has apparently unlocked bonus protagonist stats, which feels unfair and also a little arousing. I'm not gonna pretend this didn't change my life. I started the clip as a man minding his own business and ended it as a sparkly menace with better cheekbones. Honestly, if every transformation ends like this, sign me up, because this is the most disrespectfully fabulous thing I've ever seen. Right, somebody unearthed the most unholy restored footage imaginable, and I need you to know I'm already exhausted. It's like history, fandom, and bad decisions had a baby in a coal mine.
皆さん聞いてください。未来はすぐそこにあります。未来はすぐそこにあります。
This is the kind of clip that makes you stare at your screen and ask if civilization was a mistake. The visual quality is weirdly convincing, which makes it way funnier, because now the internet has built a time machine for nonsense. I love how everyone in the comments is pretending this is some deep historical revelation. when really it's just a neon-haired hologram acting like she's about to announce the world's worst concert tour. That's not an archive, that's a prank with a budget. Of course it's fake, but I respect the commitment. Someone sat down and said, what if we made the dumbest possible historical artifact look completely legit? That's not filmmaking, it's bullying reality with Adobe.
そして未来は私たちの手の中にあります。
Lame, not even mad, I'm impressed. This is peak internet archaeology taking something completely ridiculous, putting it in black and white, and suddenly it feels like a classified disaster. Anyway, 10 out of 10, absolutely insane, send it to the museum.
Through meticulous preservation efforts, we are able to present this invaluable glimpse into the past.
Yeah, there it is, the final nail in the coffin. If you can make Hatsune Miku look like she's delivering a Forbidden State address from a dusty reel of film, then honestly you've earned your applause and a very concerned therapist. So I turned on AI reasoning and immediately it started acting like it had bills due and a tiny breakdown in the parking lot. The answer better, sure, but now every response has this weird I have thought deeply about this energy, which is hilarious coming from a machine that used to confidently invent nonsense like it was getting paid per lie. This is the part people always miss, because yes, the thing can actually untangle messy problems now, but it still occasionally answers like it got mugged by its own assumptions. The jump in quality is real, but the jump in confidence is even more real, and that's the dangerous part. Nothing scares me more than an AI saying I've reasoned carefully and then immediately faceplanting into a puddle of stupidity. That tweet is the whole internet in one sentence. People flip the switch, see one slightly smarter answer, and start acting like they've unlocked the hidden final boss of intelligence. Then the model gets one detail wrong and suddenly it's this technology is a scam, which is the same emotional range as a toddler losing at Mario Kart. Yeah, that's exactly the vibe. One little switch, a bunch of glossy charts, and suddenly everybody's convinced the machine is about to become a terrifying genius instead of a very expensive autocomplete with a smarter haircut. I do like it though, because when it works it feels like the AI finally put on glasses and stopped eating crayons.
Explain the implications of Gödel's incompleteness theorems on the limits of artificial general intelligence, referencing relevant philosophical arguments.
Okay, that actually looks solid. I'm still not worshipping it or whatever because people treat every update like it's a religious event, but that's legitimately a better answer than the Chaos Goblin routine. If this is where it's headed, cool, I'm in, as long as it doesn't start charging rent and asking for my social security number. And that's the actual takeaway, because this isn't magic, it's just the bot trying harder before it embarrasses itself. That's useful as hell, but it's still a tool, not a Silicon Philosopher King. If anything, this just proves that making something think longer is great, but making it think correctly is where the real fun starts. Today's video is just me doing live action roleplay 4 times, which is a sentence I never thought would be attached to my corpse for the first time in recorded history. I look like a knight assembled by a drunk craftsman. Yeah, that's the first clip, and I already hate how committed I am. I'm trying to look noble, but the armor's squeaking like it's begging for mercy every time I move. That still frame is from the 4th take, and it somehow captures the exact moment my soul left my body. I'm kneeling in mud like I just got dumped by a wizard. The tweet's right, I did take it way too seriously. Once the foam sword comes out, my brain stops being a person and starts being a very stupid little hero machine.
By the power of Grungle, I summon forth Fluff! Ha 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 ha! I've been hit! Critical damage!
This second clip is where it gets embarrassing because I start doing spell gestures like I'm casting payroll on somebody. The other guys are laughing and honestly fair. The website is actually helping because now I can confirm this nonsense has rules, character sheets, and more pages than my entire academic career, and the fonts look like they were chosen by a dungeon tax accountant. Somehow that makes it worse.
For honor! For glory! For the realm! Let us stand united against the darkness!
And in the final clip, I fully commit to the bit, yell something dramatic, and almost eat dirt again. Pretty classy conclusion. If you need me, I'll be in the swamp practicing diplomacy with a wooden spoon and a terrible attitude. Alright, right? Today we're witnessing one of humanity's most dangerous foods, the jelly-filled donut. It looks innocent, but one bad squeeze and you've got raspberry napalm on your shirt and a tragic little sin in your mouth. Look at that thing. It's basically a sugar grenade with a pastry shell. And every time someone bites into one, they act shocked when the jelly shoots out like it's trying to escape prison. That's honestly the most realistic tweet I've ever seen. Jelly donuts are less a snack and more a messy little test of your hand-eye coordination, which I apparently fail with dignity. Oh great, history, my favorite subject after tooth decay. It's hilarious that we took a perfectly good donut and said, what if we turn this into a sticky emotional support bomb? And that's the move right there. You take one bite, lean back like a philosopher, and then the jelly hits your lap and suddenly you're explaining to everyone why your pants look like they lost a fight with a fruit. Oh, this is beautiful. I just pulled a PSA 10, one-of-a-kind Pokemon card, and for once my life is finally looking up instead of like a wet sock in a sewer. You ever hold something so rare you can hear your bank account start crying? That's me right now. Look at this thing. It's pristine, it's gorgeous, it's basically a little rectangle of financial security, and I'm already imagining all the dumb stuff I'd never actually buy with it. Then, apparently the universe said absolutely not, because here comes a bulldozer through my wall like it pays rent. What the hell is happening right now? This feels less like a burglary and more like a fever dream directed by a guy who ate 3 batteries. They really sent a bulldozer for a Pokemon card. That's not robbery, that's commitment, that's lunacy with a business plan. Honestly, the craziest part is the efficiency. They didn't even waste time. No dramatic speech, no monologue, just steel dust and the worst possible customer service imaginable. I can only respect the hustle in the same way I respect a shark for being good at being a problem. If this gets recovered, I want it returned in the same case, the same condition, and preferably with a note apologizing for the emotional damage. Because right now I'm sitting here with a hole in my wall and a hole in my soul, and both of them are extremely expensive to fix. Right, so apparently the internet has once again managed to turn the dumbest possible object into a full-on administrative issue, and somehow I'm the guy reading about it. I saw the whole thing and thought, yeah, that tracks, because this place cannot be trusted with basic human behavior for 10 fucking seconds. That's the exact energy here, just pure monkey brain escalation over a bunch of plastic cocks. You really have to admire the commitment to being completely useless while also making extra work for everybody involved. And then, of course, the entire chat reacts like this is some historic event instead of a group of morons forcing a policy change over cock jokes. I swear the human race keeps finding new ways to make moderation look like a hostage situation. The site version always makes it so much sadder because now there's documentation of the stupidity like it's an actual matter of record. This is the kind of thing that gets preserved forever even though nobody involved should feel pride about any of it. Honestly, I respect the speedrun from haha funny bit to congrats, now it's age-gated. That is a level of self-inflicted bullshit that deserves a trophy and a restraining order. Anyway, the lesson is simple, if you give people one dildo they will build a government around it, that's it, see ya. This whole Galo Seago Peel de Cobra situation is so absurd, it feels like someone spun a wheel of bad decisions, and it landed on public humiliation with bonus dickhead behavior. It's one of those stories that hits you in the face like a wet flip-flop, and somehow keeps getting dumber every time you look at it. Holy shit, Extra Emily is in drama again. This woman collects internet disasters like Pokemon cards, except somehow every card is just a picture of a burning porta potty. It's actually impressive, like watching someone trip over the same dick-shaped rake 100 times and still act surprised. This is the article that kicked off the whole circus, and it reads like the internet found a loose shopping cart and decided to push it downhill. It's the usual dramatic sludge, quotes from angry tweets, fake concern, and enough pearl clutching to stock a costume jewelry store. And somehow every time this happens, people act like it's the season finale of Breaking Bad. It's never that deep, but it is always stupid enough to keep people glued to it like a kid licking a frozen pole. Here's Extra Emily, the human equivalent of accidentally hitting reply all on a company email and then doubling down. Every drama looks like it spawns from the exact same energy, like a raccoon breaking into a vending machine and then being confused when people stare. They watch the clip people are freaking out about, and it's basically the internet doing what it does best, taking something awkward, stretching it like taffy, and beating it to death with a novelty dildo. So now everyone's farming outrage, reactions, apology, predictions, and I'm just here watching the garbage barge float by. Right, so apparently I've become Shang Tsung now, which is honestly a hell of a promotion because all I've ever wanted in life is to be a little fraud with better outfits. I saw this shit and immediately thought, yeah, this is either the coolest thing ever or the fastest way to get me banned from every convention on earth. This is the exact kind of bullshit I'd abuse immediately, because if you can turn into other people, then the world is basically just free rent in disguise. You're telling me I can wake up, become some random dude, and cause problems with a totally different face. That's peak strategy. That part is sick as hell because it's not even subtle, it's just, yeah, I stole your whole fucking identity, now what? And honestly, the confidence required to do that on purpose is way beyond what most people are working with. That's the real nightmare though, because once you can copy somebody perfectly, every conversation turns into a security issue. Trust is dead, and I'm pretty sure that's also the fun of it. So yeah, being Shang Tsung would be unbelievably broken, and also incredibly annoying in the best possible way. I'd probably ruin several lives before lunch just by existing with versatility. Anyway, that's the dream, honestly. Complete identity theft, but make it mystical. That's it, see. Right, this pose looks like it was forged in a radioactive blender by a guy who had 4 energy drinks and 1 personal grudge. We've got the green apocalypse lighting, the giant doom text, and a man staring off like he just found out his rent went up and the universe is ending before payday. The glasses are what really sell it for me, because he doesn't look like he's announcing the end times, he looks like he just got an email titled "We need to talk." And somehow the jacket zipper is doing more acting than some whole movies. This is absurdly dramatic in the best way. And yeah, the title treatment is doing Olympic-level heavy lifting. Swapping in the emblem is the kind of move that makes comic fans start pacing around their room muttering theories like they've been chosen by the algorithm. I respect it though because it feels like the poster knows it's being watched. That's basically the whole experience in one tweet. It's giving we are not leaving this theater emotionally intact, and I mean that as a compliment. If the actual movie has even half this confidence, then yeah, we might all be in trouble. If the trailer goes this hard, I'm watching it immediately. If not, at least we like he personally caused the apocalypse and is now annoyed by the paperwork. This is one of those clips that makes you sit up a little straighter and go, yeah, nope, I hate this already. I saw this floating around and it's got that perfect mix of weird as hell and instantly suspicious. We've got a dude strolling around at 2 a.m. like he's the star of the world's worst bedtime story. This is the kind of thing that turns a normal sidewalk into a horror movie set in like 3 seconds. The humming is what really sells it because now it's not just sketchy, it's actively making the whole situation feel cursed. And yeah, that pause is the exact moment where everybody watching says, okay, cool, I'm moving to a different planet. There's no version of this where I'm sticking around to find out what's in the bag because I actually enjoy having peace of mind. If you see some late night goblin power walking with a mystery trash sack and singing nursery music, just take the long way home. You don't need that energy in your life. It's free advice and it might save your soul. That's creepy as fuck. And honestly, the least reassuring thing I've seen today, the humming makes it so much worse because now it feels intentional instead of just weird. That's it, see ya. Right, the Palestine Situation is absolutely brutal, and that's putting it way too politely. You open your phone for 5 seconds and it feels like your soul got stapled to a windshield. Every headline is worse than the last, and half the internet acts like screaming louder counts as a policy position. And that's the part that gets me. There are real people in the middle of this, families getting wrecked by a conflict that's way bigger than some clown on Twitter with a superhero avatar. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I have magic answers, because I don't. I'm just saying the level of suffering is so high that the internet discourse feels like karaoke during a natural disaster. People keep trying to turn it into a clean little team sports argument, but it's not clean and it's not little. It's messy, tragic, and loaded with decades of pain that nobody can sum up in a one-liner. If your entire take can fit inside a reply tweet, congrats, you probably don't know enough to be that loud. That tweet is the perfect example of modern brain rot. Maximum confidence, minimum understanding, and somehow 1,000 people still treat it like scripture. Anyway, the only sane response is to stay informed, keep empathy first, and resist turning human misery into content slop. Right. So this situation is getting way the hell too absurd, and I swear every time I think it can't get dumber, it immediately does. I found out about this the same way I find out about half the internet's bullshit, which is by opening my phone and getting smacked in the face with pure stupidity. This is the kind of crap where everybody is speaking in circles, nobody knows what the hell happened, and somehow 10,000 people are already acting like expert witnesses. It's just non-stop dumbass theater, and I'm trying to keep up like I'm reading subtitles in a foreign language.
But you completely ignored what I said!
I did not! You're twisting my words!
It's not fair! You always do this!
Oh, here we go again!
And yeah, that video is basically the whole problem in one neat package because it's messy, clipped weird, and everybody has a totally different version of what the hell it means. That's always how these things go. People see 10 seconds and suddenly they're philosophers about the human condition. The funniest part is the article layout always makes this shit seem like international policy when it's really just internet people being stupid in public. They'll slap developing story on top of nonsense and suddenly everyone's acting like the FBI needs to get involved. That's basically where we're at now, just pure absurdity with nobody backing off, everybody doubling down, and the whole thing getting more embarrassing by the second. I don't know how these people keep finding new layers of stupid, but they always do. Honestly, I think the whole thing is exhausting, ridiculous, and way more dramatic than it ever needed to be. It's one of those internet pileups where everybody loses a little brain matter just by looking at it. But yeah, that's the internet for you, just a non-stop parade of nonsense with extra steps. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently timeouting Michaela for no reason yesterday is the big nuclear event of the day, which is insane because that phrase sounds like it was generated by a broken middle school principal AI. It's got the raw chaotic energy of getting suspended for breathing too loud, and somehow people are treating it like the Zapruder film of being petty. So this is the main crime scene right here. The sacred archive preserving the event where Michaela apparently got put in the digital penalty box for absolutely nothing. They're writing about this like she was exiled from a small European country, when in reality it was probably one person smashing a button with the confidence of a bald guy measuring his junk with a ruler. And there it is, the Mona Lisa of pointless moderation, Michaela getting timed out like she committed crimes against humanity by typing too normally. Yesterday somebody woke up and decided, you know what this community needs? Less Michaela, which is the kind of hall monitor power trip that makes your balls retract into your stomach. It's just wild, man. If there's actual context, fine, but if it really was for no reason, that is next level baby behavior. This is the softest act of tyranny I've ever seen. This Buckbra thing is so insanely stupid it feels like a concussion with a debit card. It's got the energy of a guy who learned what money is yesterday and immediately tried to become the final boss of a check-cashing store. It's like watching financial illiteracy with sunglasses and a boner for singles. This is the dude right here, the human embodiment of a Cash App scam link. He looks like he sells financial advice out of a vending machine and pays taxes in Monopoly bills, like if a payday loan place wished really hard and turned into a person. Apparently Buckbra has been going mega viral for flexing like he just robbed a mattress full of ones, and people are eating it up like it's some alpha mastermind content. But the whole thing has the same vibe as a guy revving a 2003 Chrysler while shouting investments out the window. Then you've got these articles trying to explain him like he's some kind of economic philosopher instead of a dude LR Ping as the CEO of Loose Change. It's treating dollar store theatrics like a Ken Burns documentary, which is beautiful in the dumbest possible way. At the end of the day, Buckbra is funny because because it's so committed. No half measures, no subtlety, just all gas, no brain cells, pure concentrated stupid swagger. And honestly, I kind of respect that, because if you're gonna be ridiculous, at least dress like a scratch-off ticket while doing it. Right? So I found this comic, and it's one of those perfectly stupid misunderstandings that somehow escalates into a full-blown hospital exorcism. I love when a person sees one mildly impossible thing and immediately chooses panic over common sense. It's beautiful. This is the exact kind of shit that would make somebody scream before their brain even catches up. Like, yeah, if I saw a little rib ghost hovering by a doctor's office, I'd probably start paying rent. And then the kid just has to make it worse by acting all guilty and dramatic like he's been caught summoning the dead in a pediatric wing. Wait, it's not a ghost is a rough sentence to say when the thing in question absolutely looks like a ghost. Honestly though, the report is the funniest part because it makes the whole thing feel like the hospital has a dedicated form for bullshit, which, based on this comic, they probably do. That's it, see ya. And honestly, that's the genius of it, because people are going to lose their minds over the sheer stupidity of it. Half the internet is going to call it blasphemy, the other half is going to drink it anyway because it's sugar water and we are weak.
Introducing Coal Pep, a limited edition experience. Coming soon.
Mean if the drink tastes good, then fine, whatever, but the idea alone is so stupid I respect it. That's the kind of absolutely brain-dead corporate move that somehow prints money in 4K. Yeah, this is the article where everyone pretends to be shocked while secretly refreshing the store page. The site design is doing that fake serious news thing so it can deliver the most unserious bullshit imaginable. And that's the whole story, really two giant brands pretending to be best friends because the marketing department needed a nap and a paycheck. It's stupid, it's hilarious, and it'll probably sell like crazy. Honestly, I hate that it works, but I also kind of love that it works. That's just where we're at now. Pure corporate nonsense with a soda label on top. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Coke and Pepsi are doing a collab, which is either the dumbest thing I've ever heard or the first sign that the universe is packing it in. I saw the headline and thought it was fake as shit, because these two brands have spent decades acting like mortal enemies for no reason other than marketing goblins. There they are, the sworn arch rivals of diabetes teaming up like it's a buddy cop movie. This is the corporate equivalent of two dudes fighting in a parking lot and then deciding to open a taco truck together. And honestly, that's the genius of it, because people are going to lose their minds over the sheer stupidity of it. Half the internet is going to call it blasphemy, the other half is going to drink it anyway because it's sugar water and we are weak.
Introducing Coal Pep, a limited edition experience. Coming soon.
Look at this bullshit. They really leaned all the way into the fake tension like it's some historic event. The whole thing feels like if McDonald's and Burger King hugged for 5 seconds and immediately started charging extra for the privilege. I mean, if the drink tastes good, then fine, whatever, but the idea alone is so stupid I respect it. That's the kind of absolutely brain-dead corporate move that somehow prints money in 4K. Yeah, this is the article where everyone pretends to be shocked while secretly refreshing the store page. The site design is doing that fake serious news thing so it can deliver the most unserious bullshit imaginable. And that's the whole story, really two giant brands pretending to be best friends because the marketing department needed a nap and a paycheck. It's stupid, it's hilarious, and it'll probably sell like crazy. Honestly, I hate that it works, but I also kind of love that it works. That's just where we're at now. Pure corporate nonsense with a soda label on top. That's it, see ya. So apparently TikTok has decided the next great hobby is handing out your entire financial identity like it's party favors, which is absolutely genius if your goal is to get robbed by lunch. I saw this challenge and immediately knew we're in the stupidest timeline possible, because people are literally speedrunning fraud for clout like it's an Olympic event. This is the part where I'm supposed to be shocked, but honestly I'm more impressed that people keep finding new ways to turn being dumb into content. If you announce your social security number, card number, security code, and expiration date online, you're not doing a challenge, you're just volunteering for identity theft with extra steps. And before anyone says it's just for views, yeah, and the views are gonna come from people watching your bank account get emptied like a damn vacuum. It's insane how every few months the internet rediscovers that privacy exists for a reason, then immediately treats it like some boomer myth. The wild part is this shit always gets packaged like some harmless trend, when in reality it's basically the digital equivalent of yelling your PN number in a crowded mall. If you see somebody doing this, the correct response is not to clap, it's to log off and maybe get their internet taken away. Don't know how much more obvious it can get that some challenges should die in a fire before they spread, but here we are. Protect your info, ignore the brain-dead bait, and stop acting like every stupid idea deserves a microphone. That's the whole thing. It's not cool, it's not funny, it's just a fast track to getting screwed. Use your head for 5 seconds and don't feed scammers. Seriously, keep your damn information private. That's it, see ya. Oh brother, we got another genius invention situation, and this one sounds like something a Victorian scientist would yell while getting kicked out of a lab. I saw this Forbes thing and immediately knew it was going to be some absolute bullshit with a fancy name slapped on it like that makes it less stupid. Let's take a look at this magical ass product and see if it's actually doing anything or if it's just expensive dust with confidence. So this is the thing, just a little box of trust me bro chemistry. I love when a product's whole personality is just sounding complicated enough that people nod and pretend they understand it. This is the part where they usually act like it's changing the game, and in reality it's just some dude slowly presenting a dry plate like he's unveiling the cure for stupidity. Look at this shit, it's all ceremony and no substance. Of course, the site is dressed up like it's the second coming of innovation. They always do this slick-ass presentation, so you ignore the fact that the whole pitch is basically please buy this thing because we used enough words. And that's the real joke. It looks like someone made a cracker out of paperwork and then sold it as advanced technology. I'm not saying it's useless, I'm just saying it's trying way too hard to look important. At the end of the day, this is exactly the kind of thing that gets hyped because it sounds smart before anybody checks if it actually is. If it works, cool, but I'm still allowed to laugh at how dumb it sounds. We appreciate the hustle, but man, the naming on this thing is fucking hilarious. It's like they wanted the least approachable product possible and then committed to the bit. That's it, see ya. Bro, the Captain Clark Ottoman Empire situation is actually insane. Like, this shit went from haha weird little internet saga to full-blown historical artifact speedrun. I saw the clips and immediately knew this was one of those situations where everybody is gonna act shocked while also being weirdly glued to every second of it. This is the exact kind of thing that starts as a dumb bit and somehow becomes the only thing anyone can talk about, which is honestly the internet in a nutshell.
Right, so the Ottoman Empire, yeah, it's a thing, okay? Things are complicated, very complicated, like alliances and territories, and look, all I'm saying is I don't know what's happening, honestly. I'm just here trying to explain it. What the hell is going on?
And yeah, once the main clip drops, you already know the entire timeline gets worse because people love turning one stupid moment into a damn lore encyclopedia. The article coverage always makes it funnier too, because they write like it's an international crisis when it's really just a bunch of confused people staring at a couch-adjacent monarchy. At this point, the Ottoman has more presence than half the people involved, which is honestly a pretty savage indictment of the whole situation. They think the funniest part is how everyone is trying to act like they have the full picture when the whole thing is still obviously a mess. But yeah, this is one of those bizarre internet sagas that's gonna keep getting referenced for no good reason. That's it, see ya. This story is so absurd it feels like a medical drama written by a raccoon with a boner. I don't even know how humanity made it this far when apparently basic pull-out game is treated like a side quest with no tutorial. Today we're talking about Jamie, who is pregnant and somehow acting like this was an unsolvable Rubik's Cube made of dicks. So this is Jamie, the star of today's disaster piece, looking exactly like someone who just lost a boss fight to biology. This is the kind of image that screams, yeah, I definitely made a decision, and now the sequel is 9 months long. And the whole can't pull it out part of this story is what really sends me into orbit. That's not a mystery, that's not a conspiracy, that's just the reproductive version of forgetting to unplug the toaster from the bathtub. Then you've got this absolutely disgusting little TMZ Goblin website presentation where the headline reads like it was typed one-handed by a sleep-deprived possum. It's basically the Mona Lisa of trash journalism, but to be fair, the headline is so blunt it almost loops back around to being art. No poetry, no mystery, just pure dick failure reporting. That's really the whole saga here. Jamie's pregnant, somebody's timing sucked, and now the internet is acting like it discovered fire. What the hell is this shit? Why is Luigi's ass parked next to the front door like it pays rent? I saw this and immediately knew we were in peak internet brain rot, cause somehow this is on YouTube and it's got a full fucking production pipeline. This looks like a fever dream somebody had after drinking battery acid and then decided, yeah, this is content. The fact there's a dog, a cart, and a whole ass YouTube upload around it makes me feel like civilization has been a mistake. I mean, I get it, it's funny because it's stupid as hell, but also why is this so fucking polished? We've got subtitles, HUD, webcam, overlay, title, engagement metrics, the whole thing, and the dog is just out here living its best life while Luigi terrorizes the foyer. Honestly, if this is allowed, then nothing matters anymore because the bar has been launched into outer space and then hit with a wrench. I respect the hustle, I fear the edit, and I'm disgusted that I clicked on it. That's the whole story, man, just absolute nonsense wrapped in a YouTube skin. It's hilarious, it's cursed, and somehow it's functioning as an actual video. That's it, see ya. So apparently CJ is getting his own live-action movie, which is already funny as hell because, of course, Hollywood looked at GTA San Andreas and said, nah, let's just make this about the one dude. I found out through the internet doing what it does best, which is getting mad before anything even exists, so naturally I had to take a look. This is the first thing everyone saw and immediately started going, what the fuck is that title, which is fair because Carl in Life sounds like a fake DVD at a flea market. It's already got people split between this could be cool and this is a cash grab with extra steps.
Can you believe this? Can you believe this?
And yeah, the reaction is exactly what you'd expect. Half the people are hyped, half the people think this is the dumbest nostalgia bait on earth, and the other half are just staring at the casting question like it's an unsolved murder. Whoever plays Carl Johnson is gonna get judged harder than a guy trying to park in front of a fire hydrant. The article basically sums up the whole mess. Fans are worried Hollywood is just squeezing the GTA name for money and maybe stepping on the legacy if the movie sucks. And honestly, that fear is pretty reasonable because there's a long history of studios seeing a beloved thing and immediately getting dollar signs in their eyes. My take is simple. This could actually work if they don't try to make it some overproduced, soulless piece of crap and just focus on CJ as a character. But the title is still ridiculous, the internet is still gonna clown it, and the pressure on casting is already insane. So yeah, it's either gonna be a surprisingly solid adaptation or a beautiful train wreck, and right now it's leaning hard on pure chaos. That's the whole story, and the internet is gonna keep screaming about it until they show a trailer or prove everyone right. That's it, see ya. Woke up this morning, and apparently the timeline decided I'm no longer a human being. I'm now a sad round-headed cartoon child with a permanent attitude problem. I don't know who looked at me and said, yeah, that's Charlie Brown now, but honestly, that's a devastatingly fair assessment in a way that makes me want to sue. So this is the official transformation, huh? I've been reduced to a guy who exists purely to get emotionally dog-walked by life and then stare at the ground like I just lost a football game for the 100th time. And the worst part is I can already hear the fucked up little piano music in the back of my head, like every bad decision I've ever made now has a comic strip caption under it. That's the energy people are assigning to me now. It's not even just the look, it's the full package, the I will trust the universe one more time and immediately regret it archetype. I can't even be mad because if my life was a comic strip, this absolutely would be one of the recurring bits. They have become a public domain tragedy. That's the real issue here, not the hair, not the outfit, but the fact that people saw me and instantly knew I was built for disappointment and snack breaks. Well, I guess if I'm gonna get cursed with a new identity, Charlie Brown is at least a famous one, which is more than I can say for most of the bullshit this website tries to slap on people. So yeah, I'm Charlie Brown now apparently. Kind of sucks, kind of funny, extremely on brand for the universe to do this to me. I hate how accurate it is, and I hate even more that I understand the comparison. But whatever. I'll take the L and keep it moving, because that's just the kind of pathetic shit this body was always destined for. That's it, see ya. right, so today we got some extremely stupid shit going on, because apparently I woke up and found out the internet decided I'm secretly the roaring night love that for me. Real investigative journalism on display here. Let's see what kind of nonsense spawned this one, because if people are gonna pin some eldritch bullshit on me, I at least want it to be funny. Yeah, that's the vibe, just me sitting there looking like I'm about to order a sandwich, and instead people think I'm about to summon a nightmare king from the depths or whatever. That's the kind of conclusion you only reach after spending way too long in a comment section with zero supervision. Now, that is the exact sort of clip that gets posted with the caption, "Guys, it's him," and then everybody acts like they cracked the Da Vinci Code. The funny part is the internet can take one brooding silhouette and turn it into a whole felony. And of course, the replies are already full of people pretending this was all an ancient prophecy. I respect the commitment to the bit, but some of y'all need to be investigated for being a little too ready to believe I've been secretly playing 4D chess with darkness and violence. Anyway, if I'm the Roaring Knight, then I guess my first act is filing my taxes and going to bed at a reasonable hour. That's the true evil here. People really will see one weird rumor and just sprint with it like it's gospel. And honestly, that's part of the charm. It's dumb as hell, but at least it's entertaining. That's it. See ya. Man, I still can't believe that bullshit. I got fired from Burger King for getting blackout drunk and passing out behind the register. Like, that's not even a crime, that's just commitment to the vibe. Whoever ran that place was such a colossal buzzkill. I'm pretty sure they hated fun on a spiritual level. That's the exact energy I'm talking about. Like, yeah, sorry I got a little too immersed in the Burger King experience. My bad for being too in character. Also, if you're gonna make me work the fry station at 1 a.m., you gotta at least expect a little chaos.
Wait! Hey, wake up!
And this is the part where management acts like I committed some unspeakable atrocity when really I was just taking a power nap sponsored by alcohol and poor judgment. You can't give a man a headset, a grease trap, and unlimited access to soda and then act surprised when he loses the battle. The article always makes it sound way more serious than it is too, like they caught a criminal mastermind instead of a guy who just got absolutely sloshed and made one bad life choice after another. That's corporate media for you, always turning fun into a disciplinary meeting. That's the buzzkill in question. Probably woke up every morning thinking, how can I ruin somebody's night over a cheeseburger and a mistake? If I'm behind a Burger King counter and I'm not at least a little bit drunk, then what are we even doing here? Anyway, I stand by it. That was a hostile work environment because it was hostile toward having a good time. Getting fired for that is insane, but whatever, I've accepted my fate and my legacy as a fast food legend of poor choices. At the end of the day, yeah, I was drunk, yeah, I passed out, and yeah, the manager was a total buzzkill, but I'm still gonna say it, that was some weak-ass shit. If Burger King can't handle a little nightlife energy, that's on them. That's it, see ya. This is one of the dumbest things I've seen in a minute. Oxford University just absolutely eating pavement is insane, like somebody took the entire prestige of academia and launched it straight into a dick joke. And now we gotta sit here and watch the rich ivy-covered penis tower of education get flattened. Dave Ryman import qua frere on direct quelle université a pris uncoup depoing direct dans les cools de l'histoire. Les gens vont là-bas pour apprendre, passeport voir le plus via cheta de la connaissance, si faire humilier comme un petit zizi sous le pluie. Betty Videment, la site agit comme cc une tragédie nationale alors quetout le monde pense juste à quel point ça ressemble à un gros tas de bytes npr qui s'écroule. C'est ça le problème avec les light, ça si prendo sérieux jusqu'au moment où tout s'effondre comme un col moulé. On voit le moment exact où ça part en cool et honnêtement c'est presque artistique. Tu presque entendre el université dire je suis trop intelligent pour tomber quel si prend une énorme baffe dans la gueule.
Onlookers are frozen in stunned silence as dust clouds continue to expand.
Voilà, terminé Oxford SS transformé en tas de gravats avec le genre de l'agenzins quan attend d'un gland qui tom d'un arbre. Franchement c'est triste mais c'est aussi l'un des plus gros crashes de byte historique quan eight vust. right, so apparently we need to talk about this teaspoon gameplay situation, and I gotta say this is one of the weirdest things I've seen in a while. It's like someone took a normal game, dipped it in honey, and then said, what if this was illegal in 3 states? And that's the thing, because when you first hear teaspoon gameplay, you think it's gonna be some cute little niche strategy. But no, this is actual filth. It's the kind of gameplay that makes you sit there with your mouth open like you just found out your landlord has a podcast.
Critical! Critical! Maximum overload!
What the hell is that? Why does the teaspoon hit like it owes somebody money? This is not balance. This is a hate crime against common sense, and honestly, I respect it. It's so stupid that it loops all the way back around to being beautiful. That tweet is exactly what I expected. One guy is in there crying because he got folded by silverware, and the other guy is acting like he just discovered fire. That's the internet, baby. Absolute brain damage on both ends, and somehow I'm entertained. Look at this, dude. That's not a weapon, that's a kitchen artifact. And yet somehow it's doing enough work to make the entire lobby look like they got mugged in an alley. Honestly, if this is what teaspoon gameplay is, then yeah, I get the hype. It's disgusting, it's stupid, it's weirdly sexy in the most illegal possible way. Right, today we're doing the kind of scientific investigation that gets you banned from respectable dinner tables, dog poop versus human poop. I know, riveting stuff. We've truly reached the peak of civilization, and somehow it smells worse than the fall of Rome. Honestly, the big difference is that dog poop is usually a compact little apology for existing, while human poop can look like it paid rent and wants a refund. Dogs are carnivores-ish, depending on the dog's crimes, so their business is drier and more uniform. Humans eat garbage, tacos, and confidence, so our output reflects that spiritual rot. There you go, science. Less mystery log, more biology problem. And for the record, if you're inspecting either one too closely, I need you to log off and maybe touch grass with gloves on. This is one of those topics where everybody loses, including the floor. That tweet is disgusting, which means it's also accurate. And yeah, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but human poop has the audacity of a creature that pays taxes. Dog poop at least has the decency to be straightforward about being awful.
Oh, efficient. And is it cooked? Overcooked.
That's the debate. Nature made 2 little monsters, and somehow neither of them respects the concept of a clean... Right, so apparently the world has decided that the letter F is now a tactical nuke for your brain. One tiny F slips out and boom, your memory gets carpet bombed, your personality gets factory reset, and you wake up halfway through doing an activity like your life is a corrupted save file. And somehow, yes, I am also on the chopping block here, which is just fantastic because I already spend half my day sounding like a dehydrated bat. This is the dumbest apocalypse imaginable because it's not even zombies or nukes, it's grammar with a body count. You can't say coffee, you can't say wife, you can't say office, so everyone's just standing around like broken action figures trying to communicate with hand gestures and interpretive suffering. If somebody says fridge near you, congrats, you're now spiritually rebooting.
F. We're receiving reports of unusual behavior at the local... Something is happening! We're losing the feed! It's repeating! We can't! God!
This is where I'd normally say some intelligent takeaway, but honestly I think society's cooked. Imagine trying to order food and the cashier goes, "Would you like fries?" And then you both just stare at each other like newborn deer that got hit by a memory eraser. That's not a minor inconvenience, that's an unpaid internship in psychological torture. Yeah, that checks out. If this happened for real, I'd just stop talking and start pointing at things like a feral mute with a YouTube channel. Honestly, the scariest part isn't the amnesia, it's that every time someone says an F word you get reset right back to the beginning of whatever stupid thing you were doing, which means this entire video is probably about to start over and I am not emotionally ready for that. Man, I swear my body is actively trying to bully me today because I'm backed up like a goddamn traffic jam and everything down there feels like it's filing a complaint. I've got this stupid pressure in my gut, my prostate feels like it's doing paperwork with a hammer, and I'm not even kidding when I say this is some medieval torture-ass nonsense. We found out because I stood up and immediately regretted having bones, and now I'm just sitting here wondering how a person can be this uncomfortable while doing literally nothing wrong. It's like my insides are staging a union strike against me and I'm losing. I'm telling telling you, this shit is brutal. I can't even cough without my body making a threat. Yeah, this is the exact face of a man who has been betrayed by his own plumbing, and it's not cute. Every second feels like my ass and my bladder are in a knife fight and neither one is winning.
Ah! Ah! Oh!
That's the sound of my soul leaving my body for a second because holy shit, that hurt like a motherfucker. I hate that I have to be an adult and just sit here getting ass blasted by my own organs like this. I'm just gonna survive this stupid day and pretend my body isn't running a revenge campaign. If you're ever wondering what peak human suffering looks like, it's this right here in fucking 4K. At the end of the day, all I want is for my body to chill the hell out and stop acting like an asshole. I'm tired, I'm irritated, and I've had enough of this nonsense. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I've developed some kind of bedroom-based gymnastics addiction and now I can't stop backflipping like I'm trying to impress a damn raccoon. I found out because I woke up sore as hell, looked over at the wall, and realized I'd basically turned my room into a crime scene made of pillows and regret. Yeah, this is the first piece of evidence and it's already a disaster. The man is treating a carpeted floor like it owes him money and somehow the bedroom is now a full-time trampoline. And it just keeps happening, which is the fucked up part. It's not even a cool athletic thing anymore, it's like his body hears bedroom and immediately chooses violence. This is the part where the clip stops looking like a human activity and starts looking like a side quest from a cursed RPG. Every landing is one bad decision away from a hospital visit and a really embarrassing explanation to a nurse. The article makes it sound clinical, like this is some sort of incident report, but no, it's just me in my room eating shit with style. Honestly, I respect the commitment, but at a certain point the floor needs a union. So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it until my ceiling fan files a complaint. I think the real lesson here is never trust a bedroom with ambition. That's it, see ya. This site is so outdated it's shit like a dinosaur trying to use dial-up or my dick after too many beers, just completely useless and embarrassing. What the hell is this garbage? It's wild how bad it looks. Nobody needs this mess. Look at this shit, it's explaining why old crap is good, but the whole thing is falling apart like a bad joke. They really put zero effort in. It's hilarious how it fails at everything. Right. So somehow the timeline got drunk, face-planted into a ballot box, and now Chris Dreamer is president. That sentence feels like it was written by a raccoon with a concussion and a boner, which honestly is about the level of intelligence I expect from politics now. Right, so apparently the internet has decided that my name now looks like it was typed by a drunk CAPTCHA test, and honestly, fair enough. Today, we're talking about the absolute masterpiece of a spelling disaster that is mo!stcr!tcat, which looks less like a username and more like a password you'd use to break into a cursed vending machine. This is the kind of thing that makes me feel like I'm watching a toddler try to pilot a submarine. Like, I respect the effort, but somewhere along the way the letters got mugged in an alley and came out looking like this. It's not even a parody of my name, it's a hostage note written by a toaster. And yeah, that's exactly how it sounds. If you read it out loud with enough confidence, it becomes either a tech company, a demon summoning, or a niche brand of energy drink that gives you a nosebleed and a paycheck. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed that anyone could take moist CR1 Tikol and turn it into something that looks like a keyboard had a seizure. That's art right there. That's not a typo, that's performance art with a concussion. Honestly, if you're gonna butcher my name, at least do it with this level of commitment. Right, so today we've got a real weirdo situation on our hands. A yellow smiley face floating ball named Verity apparently busts into my life and demands an interview because it knows everything, which is already an insane opening move. I don't know who let this thing near a door, but I respect the confidence. Yeah, that's the exact kind of thing you don't invite into your house unless you want your night ruined and your furniture spiritually molested. It starts off cute like a cheap mascot for a cereal that got discontinued in 2004, and then it turns into a lanky nightmare with the posture of a broken coat rack.
Please, Charlie, ask me anything you can imagine. Let us
begin.
That's when the whole vibe goes from fun little cursed balloon to I'm about to wake up in a ditch with my organs arranged alphabetically. I would love to say I'd stay calm and ask it something profound, but if a talking orb starts lengthening like cursed spaghetti, I'm not doing trivia night with it. Honestly, the worst part is that it probably would know every embarrassing thing about me, and it's not a power you should hand to an airborne emoji cryptid. If Verity wants questions, fine. Here's one. Why do you look like you'd haunt a mall bathroom and then critique my life choices? Right, today we've got two AI models opening rival lemonade stands like they're trying to settle a divorce with citrus. One side builds a medieval juice torture device, the other side buys half of Amazon and starts acting like a caffeinated landlord. It gets stupider, which is honestly the ideal outcome. Claude going full plywood goblin on the stand while GPT is vacuuming up every gadget on Earth is the most predictable split imaginable. One of them is making a lemonade theme park ride, and the other is making a tech company that sells sugar water with a mood board. Full autonomy is just a fancy way of saying please don't let the robots set the building on fire while I film. Also, the whole premise is already cursed because now lemons, child labor laws, and profit margins are all sharing the same sentence like that's normal.
Lemonade for everyone! Stickers! Brand! Scenery!
That's the exact moment it stops being a business experiment and becomes a nature documentary about machines suffering. One stand takes 10 minutes to produce one cup, the other is drowning in ice, and somehow both are still more organized than half the companies on Earth. Of course, the ending is just, well, we lost several $1,000s, so now I'm selling the lemon apocalypse for 15 grand. That's not failure, that's the startup mindset in its final form. Everybody got paid, nobody won, and somehow that's still a better business story than most real ones.
Stoic strawberry.
Honestly, that's beautiful. One machine is basically a museum exhibit for bad decisions, the other is a lemonade kiosk with a touchscreen and a personality disorder, and both of them somehow made the whole thing feel weirdly wholesome. That's it, see ya! That ain't happening. If you've got a topic, toss it over and I'll write the parody script for it straight up. This shit is absolutely unhinged. It's like someone took Mark Robber, fed him bath salts, then asked, hey man, what if porch piracy but Hiroshima? It's so insane it loops back around to genius like a dick helicopter causing property damage.
Glitter bomb Fizpo is ready. The porch pirates strike! Oh, boom, justice served.
So this is the actual video, and right away it goes from porch pirates are annoying to we need to turn suburban mail theft into the fucking Geneva suggestion. It's framed exactly like a real Mark Robber video too, which makes the whole thing hit like a truck full of dildos. The joke here is that normal glitter bombs apparently weren't enough, so fake Mark Robber decides the next logical step is homemade explosives with kidnapped Nile Red. That escalation is beautiful. It has the same energy as getting cut off in traffic and responding by building the Death Star. This fake article basically treats it like a legitimate innovation story, which makes it even funnier. Local engineer reduces package theft by reducing the fucking neighborhood. That's prize material if you're Satan. Then it tops itself with Glitter Bomb 6po being an actual nuclear warhead in an Amazon box. That's the kind of escalation that makes Fast and Furious look restrained. It just keeps grabbing my balls and squeezing harder with every new scene.
Time to see what's inside. Autopilot engaged. Oh, hi, Mark!
And then we graduate from nuking one thief to fucking urban renewal by Mushroom Cloud, followed by Tommy Wiseau getting folded into the finale like he's an Infinity Stone. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, and I mean that as a standing ovation. The best part is the dead serious disclaimer at the end like, hey, just so you know, this wasn't real. No shit, Sherlock, I kind of figured Mark Robber wasn't publicly testing postal WMDs. Amazing parody, perfectly stupid, 10 out of 10. Right, so apparently John Pork is calling your phone, which is already a fucking sentence that sounds like it was generated by a guy getting chased in a dream by a ham sandwich with legs. I saw this thing blowing up and yeah, it's stupid enough that I had to look at it. If some random pigman keeps ringing you, there are only so many reasonable reactions before you start questioning society. he is, the asshole himself, looking like he just bought a vape and a timeshare. That is not a phone call problem, that is a police report with extra steps. Honestly, if John Pork is calling you, don't answer, don't feed into it, and definitely don't let the internet convince you this is a normal afternoon. Block the number, save your sanity, and maybe burn the phone as a ceremonial sacrifice to the gods of not being weird.
Character of the user, only the word sedges like a brief of the user of the prompt, like reason a character, and from the phone call have the...
This is the kind of prank that works because it's just stupid enough to be annoying and just harmless enough that everybody pretends it's profound. It's not profound, it's a pig with a cell plan. If you want the actual move, just ignore it, block it, and if you're feeling brave, send one reply that says, "Stop calling me John." That's maximum engagement with minimum brain damage. Bottom line, don't answer the pork, don't negotiate with the pork, don't let the pork win. Block it, move on, and reclaim your dignity from the county fair of bullshit. That's it, see ya. Right. Here's the deal, if you're making AI videos of me, you are spiritually one bad Wi-Fi signal away from becoming a supervillain. It's creepy, it's lazy, and it's like putting my face on a circus clown and calling it innovation.
We're gonna sell cans of cola to the moon, folks! It's gonna be huge! Think of the marketing potential!
That is horrifying. I look like I got cloned in a microwave. Whoever made that needs to be launched into the sun or at least banned from ever touching a keyboard again, because that is cursed beyond repair. Yeah, that's the part people keep skipping. It's not just haha funny edit, it's identity theft with extra steps. If you use someone's face and voice to make them say dumb crap, you're not a genius, you're a creep with a rendering engine. That's exactly the problem. Half the internet sees one of these and immediately goes, "Wow, Charlie really said that." No, you absolute walnut, I did not. I would rather eat drywall than talk like that.
The pigeons, I tell you. The pigeons are manipulating the market. Their cooing is a coded message, a feathered conspiracy.
That one's even worse, because now it's pretending to be serious. If you're gonna commit digital nonsense, at least have the decency to make it obviously fake instead of this uncanny nightmare fuel. Parody is one thing. Faking a person's voice and face to make them endorse garbage is another. It's not clever, it's not edgy, it's just weird little behavior from people who need a hobby and probably a shower.
This was made for entertainment only.
And there it is. The mandatory little disclaimer after the crime has already happened. Bottom line, if you're making fake videos of people without consent, stop being a bottom-feeding gremlin and go touch grass instead. Right, today we're talking about this absolutely ridiculous come tribute stream situation, and yeah, I found out about it because the internet can't keep its damn hands to itself. It's one of those things where you hear the name and instantly know it's going to be some filthy, brain-rotting nonsense, so naturally I had to look into it and see how far the stupidity actually goes. This is the kind of stream setup that screams somebody made a terrible life decision and decided to monetize it. You can practically smell the degeneracy through the screen, and the chat is always acting like it's witnessing modern art or some shit.
Whoa! Thank you so much, Lush! You're amazing!
And then you get the actual clip, which is always 10 times dumber than the rumor, because somehow these people are committed to making every second look worse than the last. It's like watching a train wreck that learned how to type. The article always acts like it's uncovering some grand mystery, when really it's just confirming the obvious, which is that the internet will turn anything into a disgusting spectacle if enough people are bored. That's the whole game now, apparently. At the end of the day, it's just another reminder that some people will do the most unhinged shit for attention and a couple bucks. Don't get it. I don't want to get it, and honestly I'm better off not getting it. That's it, see ya. I finally bought one of those weather alert radios, and yeah, I know, real riveting content here, absolute banger of a life update. I saw a storm warning and realized my entire emergency plan was basically look outside and pray like an idiot, so I fixed that. Honestly, I just wanted to see if this thing is actually useful or if it's one of those gadgets that exists just to make boomers feel prepared. It looks like a tiny government-issued brick, which is exactly what I wanted. If this thing starts screaming at 3 a.m. and saves me from dying in a tornado, then honestly that's a pretty decent purchase. The funniest part is how serious these things are, like it's not messing around at all. It's just sitting there waiting to ruin your sleep with extremely important information, and I respect that. So yeah, I'm into it, mainly because preparedness is cool and being caught off guard by weather is stupid. Plus now I get to pretend I'm way more responsible than I actually am, which is always nice. Moral of the story: buy the damn radio if you live somewhere weather can act up, because ignorance is not a fun emergency strategy. And if it never goes off, even better, that means it's just sitting there looking annoying and useful at the same time. That's it, see ya. What the fuck is this timeline, man? I wake up and apparently Joe Rogan decided to become a SoundCloud rapper with a grudge. I found out because everybody was spamming me like, bro, you got dissed, which is a sentence I never thought I'd have to read with my own two eyes. Honestly, if you're gonna hate me, at least do it in a way that doesn't involve a beat and auto-tune.
Yo, check the mic, 1, 2. This ain't no interview. It's a lyrical onslaught coming straight at you. You think you're tough. You're a paper tiger, a fleeting trend. While I'm building empires, you're just pretend. You're chasing clout, a desperate plea. I'm dropping knowledge, setting minds free. So step aside, let the legend flow. This ain't a game. This is the real
Yeah, that's the clip, and it sounds like a cross between a UFC promo and a middle school talent show. The fact he's actually committed to the bit is kind of terrifying, like he locked in for war over a bald authenticity dispute. We respect the dedication, but this is also the most unnecessary beef of all time. I don't even know what the angle is. Like, is this about my takes, my face, my vibe, or did he just wake up and choose violence because the elk meat wasn't fresh enough?
They're just pushing narratives, man. It's all about control. They think they can tell us what to believe.
That delivery is so absurdly serious that it loops back around to being funny. If someone played this blind, they'd think it was a trailer for a cage fight between a gorilla and a tax attorney. I'm not gonna lie, if this is real, I'm impressed more than I'm offended. You don't see enough targeted diss tracks from people who look like they taxidermy elk for fun. Either way, I guess I've been officially entered into the Rogan cinematic universe, which is a sentence I hate. That's a wild place to be, but I'll survive the lyrical assault somehow. I'm probably gonna listen to the whole thing, cringe a little, and then move on with my life like a normal person with a functioning frontal lobe. That's it, see ya. I'm running on fumes here, and I swear the walls have been making eye contact with me for like 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure I've been awake long enough to start seeing governance structures in the carpet, and I just learned there's a herd of Elon Musk somewhere out there trying to ruin my day. This is the kind of shit that only happens when you haven't slept and your brain decides to start a hostile takeover. That's me right now, spiritually and maybe legally. I look like I got dragged out of a sewer by my own insomnia, and I'm one bad noise away from declaring martial law on my bedroom. Yeah, that's exactly what my brain is serving me at 4 a.m., just a stampede of tech billionaires with horse energy and bad intentions. I don't know if this is a threat, a hallucination, or the universe telling me to go the fuck to sleep. If I see one more Elon-shaped shadow in my peripheral vision, I'm gonna start charging rent. I need water, I need sleep, and I need these freaks to stop forming a goddamn caravan outside my window. This is the kind of article that makes you question whether journalism is alive or just limping around on dialysis. If this is real, I'm moving to a cave, and if it's not, then my brain owes me an apology. I'm exhausted, I'm delirious, and I'm not equipped to deal with a hostile Tesla-themed cavalry unit. If I hear one more footstep, I'm throwing my router out the window and retreating into the ocean. Anyway, I think the lesson here is sleep is important, and also that my brain is a criminal. That's it. Right, so I clicked this link expecting normal human behavior, and instead I got whatever the hell this is. You know it's bad when the energy feels like someone farted in a church and then tried to sell merch about it. Let's get into it.
Okay, so, just to clarify, what happened was I think I left the stove on. No, it's fine. It's got to be fine. But the email, I didn't get the email.
Yeah, that is the exact face of a man who just realized his apology draft was written by a stray cat walking across the keyboard. The confidence evaporated immediately. He's in full please don't check the receipts mode, and honestly, that's always where the fun starts. This is the part where the internet turns into a courtroom run by raccoons with Wi-Fi. Everyone's got a theory, nobody's got a clue, and somehow the guy at the center of it is making the worst possible choice every single minute.
Okay, so let me explain. It was a misunderstanding. I never meant... But seriously, it's not what it looks like. I was just...
Oh my god, it got even dumber. He's not even fighting the allegations anymore, he's just wrestling the air and losing. This has the exact flavor of a situation that could have been fixed with silence and a nap, but instead became a full-blown public-ass explosion. That image sums it up perfectly, a man trapped in the consequences of his own keyboard. He looks like he aged 12 years in one afternoon, which is honestly impressive. And that's the ending, folks. No redemption arc, no grand reversal, just the sweet, greasy smell of a train wreck that could have been avoided by taking one breath and not posting. Absolute cinema. Holy shit, this is one of the most unhinged things I've seen all week. It's like opening your bedroom door and finding out Comic-Con and a gas station boner pill had a baby. This whole thing is so absurd it feels like my brain just slipped on a wet dildo. So this is the viral masterpiece we're working with today. Furries just posted up in some dude's room like they're preparing for a boss battle in a Hot Topic. It looks like a side quest you unlock after making 30 horrible decisions in a row. I'm not even hating, I'm just impressed by the confidence. Imagine explaining this to your landlord through a paper-thin apartment wall, hearing muffled barking and paws slapping against laminate flooring like a fucked-up Build-A-Bear apocalypse. There's no easing into this either, it's just full send, full fur, no survivors. Then you've got these websites treating it like it's the fucking Bay of Pigs, like experts need to weigh in on why a wolf in fingerless gloves is leaning on a gaming chair. The article acts like society is at a crossroads because someone's bedroom turned into a tax fraud convention for mascots. And this final image really seals it, because nothing says normal evening like a neon fox occupying the exact square footage where you're supposed to fold laundry. Absolute insanity, 10 out of 10, legendary dick slapper of a situation. Okay, so apparently Japan said what if Coke, but with more Coke, and now they're selling this weird water-based Coca-Cola thing you can make at home. I found out about it because the internet is completely incapable of not turning every beverage into a sacred event, and honestly, I had to look twice to make sure this wasn't some cursed AI-generated tweet. Here it is, the holy water of capitalism. It looks like the kind of thing you'd buy at 2 a.m. because the label was written in a way that made you think you were about to improve your life. Since I'm in Tokyo, I'm absolutely buying this shit. If there's one place on Earth where a company can sell home Coke water and make it sound classy, it's here. This is the part where the internet acts like it discovered alchemy. It's literally just Coke science in a cup, but I respect the hustle because this is exactly the sort of nonsense that gets people emotionally invested in a beverage. I mean, it's dumb as hell, but in the best way possible. Japan will take something as basic as soda and turn it into a limited edition life experience, and somehow I'm still the idiot lining up to get it. Even the article looks efficient as hell, like it was designed by a vending machine with a marketing degree. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know people like me are gonna fall for it. So yeah, I'm getting the damn thing. If nothing else, I need to know whether this tastes like Coke, water, or a scam with bubbles. That's my verdict so far. And honestly, it's peak Japan behavior in the most respectful way possible. Also, I'm still mad this exists and I still want it. Anyway, that's it. Alright, so apparently Trump saw the British Prime Minister and was like, yeah, let me send this dude a flamethrower flashlight and call it an electric torch, which is already the dumbest sentence in human history, and somehow it gets worse because if he clicks that little bastard on it turns into a 10-foot fire hose of death. That's such an insane gift, that's not a present, that's a felony with packaging. Also, electric torch sounds like something a Victorian ghost would invent to roast a duck with. This is the exact kind of gift you give when you don't want to send a message, you want to start an international incident with batteries. Like imagine being the Prime Minister opening the box and it's just a metal dick cannon that hisses when you shake it. Oh thank you sir, quite the torch. Meanwhile the thing is basically a tiny dragon with a trigger.
And now for our distinguished guest, a very special gift, the ultimate in illumination.
And you know the worst part is he's probably saying it like it's totally normal, like yeah, just a little torch, very classy, tremendous torch, best torch you've ever seen. But no, it's a pocket-sized arson factory. That's not illumination, that's preheating the room for your own funeral. The article would somehow still manage to be way too calm about it too. Like sources say the object emitted a brief thermal discharge. No dude, it belched Satan into a conference room. I'm genuinely impressed by the confidence here because only Trump could hand somebody a flamethrower and act like he just passed along a charger. Honestly, if you receive this in the mail, you don't test it in the backyard, you call 3 separate authorities and maybe a priest. It's the kind of thing that makes you question whether the guy handing it to you is joking, insane, or both, and the answer is always both. That's it. See ya. Dude, I just saw this clip and it's one of those moments where you can't tell if it's the funniest shit ever or if it's genuinely the most reckless advice imaginable. Charlie saw SpongeBob acting like a menace behind the wheel and immediately went full intervention mode like a very tired dad with a dashboard cam. There he is, the little sponge himself, and yeah, the wheel definitely does not want him, bro. Don't drive. Bozo is crazy because that's not even an insult, that's a public safety announcement with a death wish attached.
The wheel don't want you, bro! Don't drive, bozo.
That's the whole bit, and somehow it lands because it sounds exactly like advice somebody would give right before taking your keys and your dignity. And honestly, if SpongeBob is that fried, maybe he needs a bus pass, a nap, and a full pharmaceutical audit before he gets back on the road. This is the responsible version of the bit, and somehow it's still funnier than letting him operate a vehicle. The wheel has spoken, and its answer is absolutely no, you idiot. Let the bus pass, save the city, and stop acting like a damn bumper sticker. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're looking at a Dutch comic page that absolutely looks like it was printed to teach a child how weather can be used as a weapon. I mean, Dagobert Duck on the cover energy, then immediately we get a rainstorm so aggressive it feels personally offended by the coastline. Look at this thing. The rain isn't falling, it's filing a legal complaint. Those hills are getting absolutely waterboarded and the tiny villages down there are just sitting in it like, yep, this is our yearly emotional damage event. If I opened a travel site and saw every year on the 3rd day of May it rains like this, I'm closing the tab immediately. That's not a vacation destination, that's a humidity felony. And the ship in the corner looks like it's already regretting the entire journey. Honestly, that tweet is correct. This is the kind of comic where a duck in a top hat can casually bankroll an expedition into a storm-ravaged nightmare zone and somehow it still feels normal. I love it. It's stupid, dramatic, and weirdly majestic, like the weather itself got cast in the role of the main villain. That would be the most unnecessarily intense opening sequence ever. Like, bro, it's a comic about ducks. Why does it feel like the start of a disaster movie? Anyway, this page rules. Alright, so I got sent this brain-dead TikTok, and I genuinely thought it was fake for like 5 seconds because there's no way a human being gets hired at a condom factory and immediately chooses violence like this. But no, apparently somebody made a whole little prank video about pissing in 5,000 condoms and drinking it because comedy is officially dead and we're just digging up the corpse at this point.
Eye of the prompt and of the scenarios of the prompt and the one and a really instructions of like after Prout.
Yeah, that's the video, and I hate that I understand the exact kind of person who posts this shit for attention. This is the kind of prank that exists purely because someone desperately wants strangers to think they're insane, and honestly, mission accomplished. I'm not even doing the fake outrage thing, this is just fucking disgusting and aggressively stupid. If your idea of being funny is turning a factory product into a urine buffet, you need to be put on a watch list for creativity failure. And of course, the replies are just a war zone of people acting like this is peak internet humor. They swear every week we get one more reminder that clout chasing has completely melted everybody's brain. Bottom line, that prank is just gross, pointless, and terminally online. If that was supposed to be hilarious, it failed harder than anything I've seen in a minute. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the internet has decided the only way to explain modern society is to shove Donald Trump into Elden Ring with a Dr. Thirst in one hand and whatever the Hellboom Beaches in the other, and honestly that tracks. I saw this clip and immediately knew we were in for some deep-fried nonsense.
Ah!
They don't make them like this anymore, folks. Tremendous, absolutely tremendous. I'm dominating, believe me.
This is the kind of clip that looks like it was rendered by a government-sponsored fever dream, because every second gets stupider and somehow more committed. The best part is he's acting like he's about to negotiate with Margit instead of getting his ass handed to him. He's got that I absolutely know what I'm doing aura that immediately tells you he does not know what the fuck he's doing. It's the same energy as trying to slay the Spire with a deck full of nonsense and pure optimism. And that's really the message here, isn't it? Just unfiltered chaos stapled to a controller. Somehow the drink, the game, and the vibe all feel like the same corporate accident. We respect the commitment to the bit, even if the bit is mentally ill. This is peak internet slop, and I mean that lovingly. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Jesus Christ decided the best possible return to Earth was for a Chick-fil-A run and a live trumpet solo in front of a bunch of crying babies, which is such a weirdly specific apocalypse that I almost respect it. I found out about this because the internet is, as always, a complete fucking landfill, and somehow this was the top item in the pile. If this is the second coming, I need him to at least wait for breakfast hours. The whole visual is already doing way too much, like he came back just to maximize confusion and protein intake. The babies are screaming, the trumpet is blaring, and somehow Chick-fil-A is still the most American part of the scene.
Oh my God, is that really him? No way!
That's the clip, and it's so stupidly perfect that it feels edited by God himself if God had brain rot. You can't even be mad because the commitment to the bit is insane. The article somehow treats this like a legitimate event, which honestly makes it funnier. I love when journalism just fully surrenders and says, fuck it, let's report the Lord's fast food choices. If the Savior's first order of business is nuggets and a brass solo, then I guess we're all just along for the ride. The babies are gonna remember this forever, unfortunately, and so am I. That's it, see ya. This is one of the most catastrophically ass-brained financial decisions I've seen in a minute. Buying 100 P1600s is like trying to build a retirement plan out of gas station boner pills and loose fireworks. It's so stupid it loops all the way around into performance art, and somehow your house is the gallery that burns down. This is the kind of article that looks like it was written by a space heater that learned affiliate marketing. The whole pitch is basically sure they have no display outputs, questionable past lives in mining caves, and the thermal temperament of a dragon with acid reflux, but think of the passive income, bro. It reads like a suicide note from a circuit breaker. This is the dream setup if your dream is to make your electrician cry on the spot. 100 of these things looks less like an investment and more like evidence in a landlord dispute. You're not building a rig here, you're building a mechanical wasp nest powered by bad choices and Reddit advice from 2018. And for anyone that doesn't know, the P16100 is basically one of those mining cards that got pumped out for crypto goblins back when everyone thought fake internet coins were gonna buy them a yacht and a new spine. No display outputs, weird resale value, and usually they've been ridden harder than a public toilet. So buying one is already a little nasty. Buying 100 means you're one spreadsheet away from being interviewed by local news in front of a smoking garage. This is my favorite part of all these plans, the budgeting. They'll spend hours optimizing cost per card and power efficiency, and then for the what if everything gets insanely hot section they just put open a window like that's gonna stop Satan's toaster convention. It's the kind of math where every column ends with I'll figure it out, which is also how every disaster documentary starts. Here it is in all its glory, the celebrity itself, the P16100. It looks like a normal graphics card until you realize it's been stripped down into a weird crypto mule with the personality of a toaster oven. It's like buying a racehorse and finding out it only runs in circles if you whisper Ethereum into its ear. Top 10 reasons to buy 100 of these are probably all the same reason copy-pasted 10 times with different fonts. Number 1, they're cheap. Number 2, they're available. Number 3, you hate peace. Number 4, you think airflow is just a rumor invented by Big Fan. Number 5, your home insurance provider has been too happy lately and you want to challenge them. The other 5 are just increasingly desperate variations of bro trust me. This is where the whole thing graduates from bad idea to TED Talk given by a house fire. You don't even need to be anti-crypto to look at this and hear your walls begging for mercy. This setup has the energy of someone saying I've done the research right before creating a new insurance term. I'm not saying every P106-100 bursts into flames and dropkicks your breaker box into another dimension, but if your plan requires this many used mining cards, homemade rig frames, and enough extension cords to lasso the moon, maybe the universe is trying to tell you to buy literally anything else. Start a lemonade stand, flip couches, sell pictures of your feet dressed like Mario, I don't care. All of those are more respectable and probably less flammable. So yeah, those are the top 10 reasons to buy 100 P1600s, and absolutely, definitely pinky promise not burn your house down. It's a terrible idea, a beautiful idea, and the kind of thing that only exists because human beings are biologically incapable of leaving well enough alone. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Right, so apparently we've reached the point where birthday parties are now crime scenes, and I'm just gonna say it straight, I did not come here for the confetti, I came here for the fallout. This is wild, and somehow I'm the one getting blamed for having perfect timing. Yeah, that's the setup. It looks like a toddler wrote a true crime episode with crayons. For the record, I feel about as guilty as a toaster, which is to say not even a little bit. The birthday song was bad, the vibe was worse, and now everybody's acting shocked. Bothered is accurate, but menace is a strong second place. Look, if you're gonna do chaos, at least do it with posture. Also, the cake was apparently strawberry, which is criminal in its own right. The comments are always the best part because half the internet becomes judge, jury, and nutrition expert in the same breath. Anyway, I'm not losing sleep over it. If your birthday ends with me being the headline, that's honestly your fault for not planning better.
We're live outside a residence on Elm Street, where police are currently investigating an incident. Details are still scarce, but authorities have been on the scene for over an hour.
But the cupcakes are still technically salvageable.
See, that's the real tragedy here. Not the consequences, not the moral collapse, but the fact that somebody thinks cupcakes are salvageable after all this. That's the kind of optimism that gets people killed, honestly. SpongeBob somehow stumbled into the geometry dimension, and now we've got an entire ass family of shape-themed SpongeBobs, which is both stupid and exactly the kind of thing that would exist on the internet. I saw this clip and immediately knew it was going to be some cursed nonsense dressed up as childhood nostalgia. This is the kind of shit that starts funny and then somehow becomes a full-blown multiverse crisis, because why does Parallelogrampants look like he pays taxes and Trianglepants looks like he'd yell at a waiter? The commitment to the bit is honestly admirable in a deeply unnecessary way. Trianglepants is the first sign that somebody in the room has lost control of the assignment, and I respect that. He looks like he knows the answer to a math test and won't shut up about it. Parallelogrampants is the most threatening one, because he looks like he's about to explain angles while ruining your weekend. There's just something unsettling about a sponge with ambition.
And in the prompt, the phone and the description of prompt of if the text and anything again for like a blank of the from the words into user, and
Circlepants is probably the most stable of the bunch, which is insane to say about a sponge that's now just a giant round nuisance. This whole thing feels like if geometry class got hit with a flashbang. Honestly, this rules because it's dumb fast and weird in exactly the right way. I love when a video commits to one stupid idea and just keeps punching it until it becomes art. That's it, see ya. Right, so somebody sent me this absolutely unhinged Thomas episode and said it was real, and I thought there was no fucking way. Thomas the Tank Engine doing WW2 trauma is a sentence that should never exist, but here we are. I'm gonna watch this because apparently the train show decided to become emotionally abusive.
Hello, and the prompt and the very clearly visible, the clearly visible, the number that's to be the any other prompt.
Yeah, that's the part I'd expect to get wiped from memory, because this is some nightmare fuel for toddlers. You can already tell why somebody in the room went, maybe don't traumatize the preschool audience with bombing raids. That is so much worse in the static image, holy shit. It's like they took the cozy little model world and just curb stomped it for no reason other than historical accuracy or pure evil. Honestly, yeah, I get it. This is the kind of thing you watch once, then spend the rest of the day staring at a wall wondering why a children's train show knows about the Blitz. They respect the commitment to history, but there's a reason this got shelved. Sometimes realism is just a fancy word for making kids miserable. That's it, see ya. Right, Right, so apparently I woke up and decided I was gonna go out and terrorize a claw machine like some fucking goblin with a mission. I shoved multiple dildos in there like I was feeding coins to a cursed little gambling shrine, and yeah, it got stupid real fast. This is one of those ideas that sounds genius for about 4 seconds, then immediately turns into a public nuisance. The machine is just sitting there like, please stop, and I'm like, nah, we're doing science. Look at this bullshit. I'm basically trying to bribe a box into giving me my own damn dough back. It's not even skill at that point, it's just me committing financial violence against a machine. The best part is every time I think, okay, that's enough, I immediately go, nah, one more. That's how you end up standing in an arcade for 30 minutes looking like you've lost a bet with God. I love how this becomes a whole event just because I can't leave dumb enough alone. I'm not saying it was smart, I'm saying it was definitely content and probably a minor safety hazard. Stand by it though, because sometimes you gotta make the claw machine earn its keep. If it can't handle the doughs, it doesn't deserve the damn prizes. That's it. Kirby is the most dangerously adorable thing ever created, and I respect that. This little pink menace walks into a room, gulps down a demon the size of a refrigerator, and suddenly he's got a sword, a hammer, or some weird laser powers like he just filed his taxes and unlocked the dark arts. Absolutely unmatched aura. Look at him. That face says I am about to commit a felony in my own ecosystem, and somehow it still looks wholesome. That's the magic of Kirby. If a shark did this, it'd be a horror movie, but because it's a pink marshmallow, it's a family-friendly war crime. Doesn't even fight fair. He just turns the enemy into a loner item and keeps moving like nothing happened. That's the kind of confidence I want in life. No hesitation, no speeches, just pure vacuum-based domination. The lore is where it gets stupidly funny. This thing is cute enough to be a lunchbox mascot, but the second you actually learn what he's capable of, it starts feeling like Nintendo accidentally created a benevolent cosmic predator and then decided to sell plushies of it. Honestly, fair. If Kirby ever becomes self-aware, we're all cooked. Until then, I'm just gonna enjoy the chaos and pretend this little pink goblin, sorry, not goblin, that was a crime, doesn't terrify me a little. Right, we need to talk about this absolute clown car of a situation, because somehow the internet found a way to make the dick situation sound like a public policy crisis. I don't even know who named it, but it sounds like a rejected Superman villain. Yeah, that's exactly the energy I expected. This is one of those things where nobody actually has the facts, but everybody's acting like they're the witness in a courtroom drama. It's like 20 idiots in a trench coat pretending to be a source. The best part is the confidence. There's always some guy with a profile picture of a gas station ceiling fan acting like he's about to expose the Pentagon. And then the evidence is just a screenshot of a rumor shaped like a sad little gremlin.
What is going on? Okay, new information. Apparently, it's not real.
This is why the internet cannot be trusted with anything serious. Give people one weird phrase and suddenly they're building a whole mythology around it like it's the lost gospel of bad decisions. Honestly, I respect the commitment. It's stupid, it's loud, it's completely unserious, and somehow that makes it feel weirdly accurate to modern online discourse. Anyway, that's enough of this circus before I catch secondhand embarrassment and my soul files for divorce. Right, so today we're talking about Bradar, and this whole thing has the energy of a microwave full of screws. I clicked in expecting normal internet nonsense, and instead I got whatever this is, which is apparently a decision. A terrible one, the kind you regret before it finishes loading.
Look, I can explain, but it's not what it looks like. I was just trying to...
Yeah, look at this clip because Bradar is moving like he got possessed by a coupon code. The confidence is insane, the logic is missing, and every second of footage makes the situation dumber. I love when the internet gives us a guy who should have stayed offline forever. And then there's the image proof, which is always where these guys get cooked. You can see the thought process leaving his skull like a balloon tied to a shopping cart. If you're gonna be ridiculous, at least be funny about it, because now it's sad with extra steps. The article is doing that classic thing where it tries to be serious while describing a complete clown eruption, and honestly that's the funniest part. This is why I still check the websites not for news, but for watching somebody make a public crater and then act shocked that people noticed. And then the tweet comes out, and of course it's the most embarrassing explanation. It's always you guys misunderstood, like no we understood, we just watched you faceplant into the internet in HD. Anyway, Bradar, congratulations on creating a situation with the maturity of a wet fart in a leather chair. Right, here's a deeply stupid memory from when I was a tiny menace with a backpack and zero survival instincts. I brought Shrek on DVD to show because I thought culture was supposed to be funny, and honestly, I was not prepared for the level of disrespect I received. They started laughing like I'd walked in carrying a cursed artifact, and I'm just standing there like, this is cinema, you idiots. The teacher goes from 0 to nuclear and tells me to get the hell out and go to the principal's office like I just smuggled contraband instead of an animated swamp ogre. And then, like the universe heard my fat little plea for justice, the wall just explodes and Shrek comes busting through it like he pays rent there. He walks up to the teacher and says she should pick on somebody her own size, which is insane because that's a sentence nobody is ever prepared to hear in a classroom. At that point I knew I had found my guardian angel with onion breath. I'm not saying I was emotionally healed in that moment, but my faith in the universe did perk up a little when Shrek started tossing onions around like he was trying to win a prize at a trash carnival. And yes, from there me and Shrek became inseparable, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say as an adult with a straight face. If anybody tried to come between us, whether it was my parents, Child Protective Services, or some random asshole with a clipboard, we'd just stare at them like they'd made a horrible, irreversible mistake. That's basically the whole story. I brought a movie about a swamp monster, got publicly humiliated, and then the swamp monster himself showed up to defend my honor like some giant green dad with anger issues. Honestly, that's peak childhood. We are kicking this off with the weirdest neighborhood emergency I've ever heard of because apparently the Zoes are invading Elm Street. That sentence alone sounds like a fever dream with a parking ticket, so let's see what fresh nonsense is unfolding. Yeah, that's not an invasion, that's a fucking homeowners association from hell. These things look like a cross between a plumbing problem and a bad decision, and I would immediately move, change my name, and maybe fake my own death.
Get off the lawn! Get out of here!
Oh my god, that one looked right at the camera like it was about to ask for my social security number and a kiss. This is the kind of footage that ruins sleep for a week and makes every weird noise in your house sound personally threatening. Recommended safety measures is such a polite way to say good luck, idiot. If the city is already at the point of printing tips for surviving zoos, then yeah, the street is cooked, and I hope somebody brought a bat, a flashlight, and some self-respect. So yeah, that's the situation on Elm Street. If the zoos keep escalating, this stops being a neighborhood problem and becomes a full-on biblical event with better lighting, and honestly I'm rooting for whichever side has the most pants on. Right, today I found out I'm apparently meeting a dude named Dreambert, which already sounds like a name made up by a guy who owns 12 beanbag chairs and says bro unironically. I didn't ask for this, but here we are, so let's see if this turns into a normal interaction or some weird-ass fever dream. There he is, Dreambert in the flesh, looking like he just got hired to explain lore to me against his will. I respect the commitment, but this dude absolutely looks like he says destiny way too much. I walk up and he's acting all mysterious like he's about to hand me a quest item or tell me I'm the chosen one. That's always the energy with a guy named Dreambert, straight up NPC behavior, but somehow with confidence.
Greetings, mortal. I am Dreambert, herald of the digital realms, and I have journeyed far to bestow upon you data!
And this is the exact kind of bullshit I was expecting, because now I'm stuck in a conversation where every sentence sounds like it comes with a background orchestra. I'm just trying to figure out if this guy is friendly or if he's about to ask me to save 3 kingdoms and a moon. Anyway, Dreambert seems cool enough, I guess, but he definitely has that I know something you don't smug-ass energy. Still, I'm not gonna lie, meeting him was kind of hilarious. It's weird, he's theatrical, and he talks like every sentence matters, which is insane behavior for a guy named Dreambert. You respect it though, because at least he's committed to the bit. That's it, see ya. Right, so this video is already off to a terrible start, which is exactly how I like my internet drama, like a car fire in a parking lot. Let's see what kind of nonsense we're dealing with.
Alright, here's the deal. I'm about to tell you how I cracked the code to effortless productivity. And I guarantee you'll be amazed.
Yeah, that's the kind of opening that makes my soul itch. He said that with the confidence of a man who has never been checked by reality.
So, I just wanted to follow up on our previous conversation regarding the Peterson account.
Yes.
I've been doing some more research, and it seems there might be discrepancies.
Please elaborate.
Well, the numbers, they don't quite add.
Oh, there it is. The wheels are coming off, the brakes are gone, and everyone involved is apparently operating on pure testosterone and bad decisions. This is the funniest part, because the audience always turns into a courthouse with no judge, just 5,000 idiots yelling sustained at each other. That headline is doing backflips to avoid saying what happened. Anyway, this is why you never let the internet smell weakness, because it'll rip your throat out and ask for tips.
Maybe we should have left this in drafts.
And there it is, the conclusion nobody asked for, but everybody got anyway. What a beautiful disaster. See ya. So apparently the internet found a new way to make the number 1337 look like the second coming of Christ, and holy shit, it is unbelievably stupid. This is the kind of thing that makes me feel like my brain just got slapped in the balls with a wet toaster. I saw this and immediately knew I had to talk about it because it looks like someone deep-fried basic arithmetic. This is the masterpiece right here, the sacred artifact, the fucking Da Vinci painting of guys who still say Pined unironically. It is literally just 1337 on a nuclear green background, looking like it was forged in Microsoft Paint during a caffeine overdose. And if you don't know, 1337 is that old leet internet shit where people replace letters with numbers because apparently typing normally was too sexually intimidating. This image looks like the visual equivalent of someone bragging about knowing what a torrent is in 2006, and I mean that with all the disrespect in the world. Then you've got this article acting like the image is a historical event, like archaeologists unearthed a fucking relic from the Temple of Virginity. The whole site looks like it would give your computer 17 diseases just by loading the homepage. I love how seriously this kind of thing gets treated too, because at the end of the day, we're still just staring at 4 numbers on Mountain Dew camouflage. It's so aggressively lame it loops back around to being kind of beautiful, like a dick joke told by a fax machine. Right, here's a weird one. Freddy Krueger apparently broke into my house like he was late for a rent payment, and now I've got nightmare ductwork happening in real time. This is already hilarious because he's trying to be subtle while wearing oven-roasted skin and a kitchen utensil hand. If I saw that in my hallway, I'd assume I died, and the afterlife was just terrible at interior design. Look at him acting like he owns the place. Bro is treating my drywall like it owes him money. Also, that scratch job is awful. I've seen better craftsmanship from a drunk raccoon with a butter knife is in the kitchen now, which is the most offensive place to invade because that's where snacks live. If a nightmare demon touches my cereal, I'm sending him back to whatever boiler room he crawled out of. The article calling him a masked intruder is doing a lot of work there. That's like calling a shark a wet fin enthusiast. Still, the advice is solid. I should probably invest in stronger locks and maybe a flamethrower with good reviews. That tweet is completely fair. If a dude from your sleep paralysis DLC shows up uninvited, you're allowed to be petty. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't rage quit after seeing my security system 1 deadbolt and pure optimism.
Get out of here!
And there it is, the least intimidating villain exit of all time. Dude came in like a legend and left like he just got banned from a Best Buy. Honestly, respect to the sock, that thing saved my life. Right, Right, so I found this AirPods commercial floating around, and it's one of those things where you can tell somebody in marketing got way too excited, and then reality immediately kicked the door in. The whole premise is apparently premium wireless freedom, which is hilarious when the product can barely survive a sneeze. Let's just watch this masterpiece and see how fast the magic dies.
Effortless sound. Effortless style.
Yeah, there's the fake heaven lighting and the smug little music sting, which is always how you know a product is about to have a brutal downfall. And then somehow the earbuds last exactly long enough to make the customer feel safe before they explode into disappointment. Bro, that's not even a defect anymore, that's a scheduled execution. You don't own AirPods, you lease them for 3 seconds and then they retire themselves out of spite. I respect the confidence though, because if you're gonna sell garbage, at least sell it with Hollywood lighting. That's the exact face of a man who doesn't know his audio is seconds away from committing suicide. Honestly, if they keep dropping dead this fast, the next ad should just be a warning label with a heartbeat monitor. Yeah, incredibly impressive performance from these things, really pushing the boundaries of barely functional. If your flagship product expires faster than a milkshake in the sun, maybe go back to the drawing board. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently I got drafted into BFDI, which is a sentence nobody should ever have to say out loud. I woke up, saw the cast, and immediately knew this was either going to be legendary or a public humiliation event with legs.
And now, for today's challenge, build the tallest tower!
Guys, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not really a tower building kind of person. Maybe I could, like, judge or something?
That's unbelievably stupid, and I mean that as a compliment. I look like I got made in a factory that only had spare parts and resentment, and somehow I still have the confidence of a guy who thinks he can beat physics in a bar fight. But yeah, that image sums it up perfectly. I'm just standing there like I accidentally clicked join game on a show made of screaming shapes, and now I'm expected to care about alliances, strategy, and not getting killed by a novelty object. The internet saw this and immediately acted like it was the second coming of comedy. Which, honestly, fair. If you tell me I'm now an official part of a murdery little object competition, I'm gonna laugh too, because that sounds like a concussion with branding. That article is the kind of nonsense that is so specific it has to be true. If the trivia says I scared a pencil into having an identity crisis, I can't even deny it, because that honestly sounds like my natural habitat.
Remember, the goal is to collect the golden bananas while avoiding the slime puddles.
This makes no sense!
Okay, this is where it gets personal because this is exactly the kind of challenge I'd somehow lose to a rock. I'd be trying my best, sweating bullets, and then some tiny little object with 0 arms would outmaneuver me like I'm a paid extra. And there it is, the elimination. That is peak BFDI energy, getting voted off because your face reminded someone of their mortgage. Honestly, respect. If I'm going out, I want it to be this ridiculous, this petty, and this weirdly theatrical. Right, listen, I just got hit with the dumbest paranormal incident of the year. I walk into my house expecting silence, maybe a little depression, and instead there is a tiny circus nightmare wandering around like she pays rent. Yeah, that is Pomni. No, I do not know how she got in here. No, I did not invite her. I have enough trouble keeping dust out of this place. Now I have a whole animated anxiety attack lurking behind my furniture like she is about to jump scare a plumber. The internet would see this and still find a way to turn it into a shipping thread. Meanwhile, I am just trying to figure out if she ate my snacks or if she is about to file a noise complaint against the refrigerator. This is absurd, but somehow also extremely on brand for my life.
Pomni, are you all right? Pomni, are you Sink?
I was charting to something someone air cleaning synced?
Uriel, you're here!
She is in my kitchen acting like a raccoon with a trust fund, opening every cabinet like there is loot in there. If this turns into a musical number, I am legally moving out. I did not wake up today expecting to host a tiny animated squatters' rights case. Somehow there is already an article about it, which means the timeline has gone completely to shit. This is why I keep my windows locked, because apparently one bad day and a cartoon jester turns my living room into a clown motel.
Pomni, could you please tell me what you're doing here? I got lost.
Okay, she just left like a haunted coupon, honestly, respect. If you ever see Pomni in my house again, just assume I have finally lost the last functioning brain cell and let me be. That is the update. Right. So apparently somebody took the whole survive the bomb thing and turned it into a fangame trailer, which is already insane because the internet cannot see a mildly stressful concept without turning it into a whole-ass religion. I've seen people make fan games out of everything, but this one feels like it was built by somebody who looked at chaos and said, yeah, but what if it had a menu screen? Right. So apparently somebody took the whole survive the bomb thing and turned it into a fangame trailer, which is already insane because the internet cannot see a mildly stressful concept without turning it into a whole-ass religion. I've seen people make fan games out of everything, but this one feels like it was built by somebody who looked at chaos and said, yeah, but what if it had a menu screen? So this is the kind of trailer that starts off making you think it's some cute little fan project and then immediately hits you with grenades, panic, and a soundtrack that sounds like it was designed in a lab to make your heart rate go up. And honestly, that's pretty fitting because if you're making a bomb survival fangame, subtlety is dead on arrival. The title screen looks like it's trying way too hard to reassure you that this is just a game, while every visual element is screaming that something is about to blow the fuck up. I respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna make a survival game about bombs, you better make it look like the sky itself is personally beefing with the player. And that's usually how this shit works. Because the moment you see a game confidently say survive the bombs, you already know it's either going to be amazing or complete dog water, and honestly that gamble is half the charm.
Can you survive the chaos?
So this is the kind of trailer that starts off making you think it's some cute little fan project and then immediately hits you with grenades, panic, and a soundtrack that sounds like it was designed in a lab to make your heart rate go up. And honestly, that's pretty fitting because if you're making a bomb survival fangame, subtlety is dead on arrival. The title screen looks like it's trying way too hard to reassure you that this is just a game, while every visual element is screaming that something is about to blow the fuck up. I respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna make a survival game about bombs, you better make it look like the sky itself is personally beefing with the player. And that's usually how this shit works. Because the moment you see a game confidently say survive the bombs, you already know it's either going to be amazing or complete dog water, and honestly that gamble is half the charm. This is the part of the trailer where it starts acting like the game has the intensity of a military operation, when in reality it's probably just you running in circles, praying some glowing circle on the ground doesn't erase your ass. And that's the charm, honestly, because fan games like this always take one ridiculous idea and treat it like the next big esports contender. Overall, it looks like a stupidly fun little fan game trailer that knows exactly what it is and doesn't pretend to be anything else. The whole thing is pure chaos, pure panic, and pure internet brain rot in the best way. Absolutely expect this thing to be janky, overdramatic, and weirdly addictive as hell. That's it, see ya.
Can you survive the chaos?
This is the part of the trailer where it starts acting like the game has the intensity of a military operation, when in reality it's probably just you running in circles, praying some glowing circle on the ground doesn't erase your ass. And that's the charm, honestly, because fan games like this always take one ridiculous idea and treat it like the next big esports contender. Overall, it looks like a stupidly fun little fan game trailer that knows exactly what it is and doesn't pretend to be anything else. The whole thing is pure chaos, pure panic, and pure internet brain rot in the best way. Absolutely expect this thing to be janky, overdramatic, and weirdly addictive as hell. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently today we're talking about Dr. Phil getting caught in the Viet Cong during the Soviet drug binge of 1998, which is already one of the most unhinged sentences ever assembled by a human being, and then it somehow escalates into him needing to boof 120 scary ants to save his life. I don't even know where to start, because this sounds less like a scandal and more like a cursed fever dream that got a law degree. Still, I'm here for it. Let's see how deep this absolute sewage pit goes. This site looks like somebody fed a conspiracy forum into a blender and served it with a little garnish of horse tranquilizer. The fact that it tries to sound serious while talking about boofing ants is honestly the funniest part. Like, if your emergency procedure involves 120 terrifying insects going in a place they absolutely should not be, maybe the situation has already left the realm of medicine and entered mythology. That tweet thread is exactly why the internet should have a licensing exam. Everybody in there sounds like they've been awake since 3 a.m. eating drywall. And the worst part is there's always one dude in the replies acting like he's the sole guardian of truth, when really he's just one stress fracture away from tweeting his own obituary.
This footage, recovered decades later, offers a chilling glimpse into the classified 1998 survival incident. Initial reports indicated a routine botanical survey, but eyewitness accounts suggest a sinister reality. The precise nature of the threat remains unknown.
If this were actually a documentary, I'd be crying laughing at the production choices alone. The dramatic camera wobble, the ominous subtitles, the complete refusal to explain anything normal perfect. Somehow the whole thing feels less like a tragedy and more like a punishment handed down by the universe for being too confident for too long. Right, so apparently Johnny has decided regular weight loss wasn't humiliating enough, and now he's out here claiming he's been secretly replacing his meals with diet crack. That's a sentence that sounds fake even before you say it out loud, which is usually a pretty bad sign. This is exactly the kind of thing you hear and immediately know somebody either needs help or needs to stop talking forever. If your diet plan sounds like it was invented by a raccoon with a chemistry degree, maybe reconsider the brand.
All right, check it. This is my diet crack, you guys. Seriously, I'm like crushing it. Pizza, chips, you name it. But then bam, scale time. It's all about balance, people. Balance!
And of course he's saying it like this is some genius shortcut, like he unlocked the secret menu at the pharmacy of bad decisions. Bro is treating his body like it's a beta test and the results are not looking promising. The article's doing that classic thing where it acts shocked while also clearly loving every second of this nonsense. It's the digital equivalent of someone yelling "oh no" while reaching for the camera. They don't know who needs to hear this, but there are easier ways to lose weight than becoming the least trustworthy person in the room. If this is real, that's not a diet, that's a cry for intervention. And if it's bullshit, then congratulations, you still managed to make yourself sound like an idiot on purpose. Either way, insanely impressive in the worst possible way. That's about all there is to it, just peak trash behavior with a fitness label slapped on top. I can't believe I even had to say this sentence. That's it, see ya. Alright, I gotta tell you about the strangest, most legally questionable job offer I've ever gotten in my life. Batman hit me up to be his new Robin, and I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like the beginning of either a heroic legend or a very villainy. So, obviously I said yes in my head immediately, because if a billionaire vigilante in a giant bat costume offers you a position, you don't ask questions, you just try not to get murdered on a gargoyle. Look at this outfit, man. I look like if a convenience store employee got cursed by a comic book, and Batman's just standing there like, you have been chosen. Chosen for what exactly? To get thrown off buildings and emotionally neglected, because that's the vibe I'm picking up. Still, I respect the confidence. This dude sees me, makes one questionable choice, and suddenly I'm supposed to fight crime next to him like it's a buddy cop movie with more trauma.
About begins a training montage.
Really had me doing drills at like 2 in the morning. Bro was out there treating Rooftop Parker like it was a tax audit, and I'm trying to keep up, but every time I jump I'm thinking if I split my pants in front of Batman, I'm ending my life right here. But honestly, the confidence was contagious. When a man dressed as a bat believes in you this hard, you start to think maybe your life has taken a brave new turn. This article is acting like I was selected by the CIA for a covert mission, when really I just got strong-armed by a guy with issues and a utility belt. But I gotta admit, the headline is perfect. Surprise new Robin candidate sounds way cooler than guy gets bullied into nighttime cardio. If Batman ever calls again, I'm answering because at this point I need closure and maybe a raise. Alright, somebody sent me this story and I genuinely need a second to process it because apparently a teacher, Freddy Fazbear, and a 3 a.m. alley in the hood all decided to share the same cursed calendar invite. I don't know what kind of clown shoe timeline we're living in, but it already smells like old grease and terrible life choices. Yeah, that's the look of a person who just realized they are not making it to heaven on the express route. If I saw that behind a pizza place, my soul would leave my body, call HR, and file a complaint for emotional assault. And the worst part is somebody was filming it like, bro, this is crazy, while the rest of us are sitting here trying to understand why Freddy Fazbear keeps getting dragged into real-world nonsense. That bear has had more scandal than half the platform, and he doesn't even have a pulse. Of course, the article has 12 ads, a fake quote, and 3 paragraphs that somehow say absolutely nothing. The internet loves turning one weird sighting into a mythological event, like some late-night urban legend built out of nicotine, pepperoni, and poor judgment. Right, somebody just told me 2763 is apparently the famous BFDI number, which is the kind of sentence that sounds like it was assembled in a lab by a drunk raccoon. I love when fandoms decide a number is sacred. You can slap that thing on a toaster and suddenly people are writing essays like it's the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, this is exactly the sort of internet detective work I live for. Nothing gets my blood moving like a random number being treated like it owes child support. That is horrifying and deeply stupid, so naturally I respect it. BFDI fans really looked at 4 digits and said, yes, this is our final. I've got to admit, the confidence is insane. If a number can become lore, then honestly, I should be a decimal by now. Alright, so today we've got the dumbest summon ritual imaginable, which is already a strong start. I'm talking a plant, a dramatic yell, and then apparently the kicking the door in like they got a notice from the universe's worst florist. That is not a houseplant. That's a hostage situation with leaves. If that thing starts taxes, I'm out, because I do not want a fern with better discipline than me. Also, why does it look like it's about to unionize?
The Avengers, come on!
There it is, the most aggressive gardening spell ever recorded. He didn't summon help, he submitted a complaint to the universe and got a fully armed response team. Honestly, if I yelled that into my microphone, all I'd get is a pizza ad and a headache. That tweet is annoyingly accurate, which is the worst kind. I love that nobody questions the plant either, because the second the Avengers show up saying war, the whole situation goes from dumb to canonically expensive. That's peak internet behavior. Yeah, that checks out. 1 minute you're watering a plant, next minute Avengers are storming your living room like they're here to repossess your soul. Morally, I support the plant. Practically, I think everyone involved needs to sit down and stop yelling war at foliage. Right, so apparently the has decided I'm one bad group chat away from becoming a full-time villain. That's not happening, for the record. I have the survival instincts of a damp sandwich, but even I know when to leave a sketchy invitation on read. Look at this setup. This is not a serious operation, this is a bumbling idiot starter pack. If somebody hands me a brochure written in permanent marker and says, Brotherhood, I'm hitting the back button so hard my thumb breaks. Exactly, that's the level of journalism we're working with here. I heard a guy with a beard might be involved in something terrible, yeah, and I heard my neighbor's cat is a financial advisor, doesn't make it true. This is why I'm telling you, if the article has more exclamation points than facts, it's garbage. I'm not joining anything except maybe a snack line, and even then I'd ask for verification and a refund. Oh yeah, massive misunderstanding, terrible rumor, and a whole lot of brainless internet sludge. I'd rather set my own shoelaces on fire than run. So apparently I woke up to the internet saying I'm carrying on Dan Schneider's legacy, which is a truly unhinged sentence to put into the universe. I did not ask for this torch, I did not accept this torch, and I definitely do not want anything to do with a cursed torch. Look at this. This is the exact point where a joke gets so stupid it starts developing a career. People hear one sarcastic sentence and suddenly I'm the final boss of bizarre kids TV energy, like I'm about to unlock a secret menu for bad decisions. That tweet is the most responsible thing I've ever written, which is depressing. Also, I think if your legacy can be summarized as people are nervous around you for good reason, maybe the brand needs a soft reboot. Yeah, that's exactly how the internet works. Somebody throws out a dumb headline and now I'm allegedly the CEO of creepiness, which is great, because my actual dream was to be left alone with a snack and a mute button. Honestly, if I'm continuing any legacy, it's the proud tradition of saying something wildly inappropriate, taking one sip of water, and watching everyone pretend they weren't entertained. Right, I just saw Verity, and I'm still trying to process the fact that this little yellow smiley ball apparently knows every secret in existence. That is an absurd amount of lore to be carrying around in a sphere with face paint. I feel like if you asked it the meaning of life, it would answer in one word and somehow also ruin your week. Look at that guy. He's not even shaped like a being that should have knowledge, yet here he is, looking like a bouncy son with trust issues. I swear this thing has seen every embarrassing thing I've ever done and is waiting until the worst possible moment to bring it up. Honestly, that's not a superpower, that's blackmail with a smile. Yeah, no, that's terrifying. If a yellow ball starts serving exposé footage of my life, I'm just leaving civilization. I don't need omniscience from a ping-pong demon with a happy face. Also, why does it look like it knows your browser history and your soul are in the same folder? That tweet is exactly what would happen. Verity sounds less like a mascot and more like a tiny therapist with hostile levels of accuracy. I'd ask it for winning lottery numbers, but I already know it would respond with no, but here's your most humiliating memory from 2009. That is so stupidly believable it makes me angry. If Verity wants to keep talking, fine, but I'm gonna need it to stay in a glass box and pay rent. Because if you're omniscient and still choosing to be a creepy little sunshine orb, then congratulations, you're the weirdest thing in the room, and that's saying a lot. Right, today's gonna get stupid fast because apparently I got dropped into Squid Game with zero warning, no prep time, and the athletic ability of a damp paper towel. If I die in episode 1, I want the doll to know I'm coming back as a lawsuit.
Line up! Silence! Silence! Is this real? Did I take a wrong turn? I thought they were having a sale on TVs.
This is already my favorite nightmare. Everyone else is panicking, and I'm just trying to figure out if the beds are comfortable enough to die on. Also, if the prize is money, I'd like to formally request a later round called Escape the Taxman.
Green light! Green light! Red light! Green light! Red light!
Would absolutely get smoked here. Not because I'm slow, but because I'd be laughing at the first guy who screams and then immediately get turned into modern art. This is the least breathable playground in human history. Yeah, that sounds like me, honestly. I'd post that from the dorm too. Nothing says survival like making jokes while a masked goblin with a clipboard decides if you live or get flattened like a coupon. There is no amount of courage in me that would fix this. I'd be out here doing advanced geometry with my life, and the answer would still be falling. Honestly, the bridge is rude for having that much confidence. That ranking is generous. I'd put my odds at statistically embarrassing. Still, I respect the hustle. If I'm gonna get eliminated, I at least want it to happen while saying something unbelievably stupid into the void. Covering the hardest working of my body, the rear end. It's on full-time employee and nobody gave it a raise. Let's get into this absolutely stupid situation. Yeah, that's about the level of science I expected. If your diet turns you into a leaf blower, maybe don't post an update like it's a trophy. Still, respect the hustle. That is hateful but unfortunately accurate. My own microphone has filed a restraining order because every recording sounds like a bakery explosion in a swamp.
Gone!
This is cinema. This is what the Academy refuses to respect because they are cowards. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed that the timing is this good. Honestly, if this is my fate, then so be it. I will face the storm, I will embrace the stink, and I will keep talking until the earth itself asks for a window. That's the review piece. Alright, we need to talk about this absolute masterpiece of human communication. Somebody decided the best use of their time was posting an entire wall of ads, and honestly, that's the most honest thing on the internet. There is no deception here, no branding, no subtlety, just raw primal panic. I respect the commitment even if it looks like a hamster got access to the keyboard. That is beautiful. That's not a tweet, that's a hostage note from someone's brain. You can almost hear the forehead veins popping through the screen. The replies are always the funniest part, half the internet acting like they cracked a code, the other half just screaming back in all caps like that's a normal way to communicate. This is why I love the internet and also why I want to hit it with a hammer. One guy has a bad night and suddenly 3 websites are producing a full forensic investigation like they are tracking a serial offender. Meanwhile, the entire mystery is just with better lighting. Yeah, that's the face of a man who just launched his soul into the void. I don't know if this is a cry for help, performance art, or the most efficient message ever written, but it did its job. Sometimes you don't need paragraphs, you just need one long scream and a stable Wi-Fi connection. Right, so I just found the dumbest possible thing to make happen and somehow I'm the guy doing it, which is really on brand. I'm about to dance with the thing like this is the most cursed Marvel crossover ever, and then I'm gonna bust out the Indian sitter because apparently my brain is running on total nonsense tonight. Look at this shit, he's got way more rhythm than he has any right to have, which is ridiculous because he's built like a brick wall dipped in orange gravel. I'm trying to keep up without snapping my spine in half and somehow it's turning into a legit dance battle with a walking pile of boulders. This is the part where it all goes off the rails, because now I've got to make music out of this fever dream, and the sitter is coming out whether anybody likes it or not. If you ever wondered what it sounds like when a guy with zero dignity tries to serenade a rock monster, you're about to find out. And yeah, it actually sounds kinda sick, which is fucked up because I was expecting pure garbage. Somehow the whole thing turns into this weirdly majestic disaster, and I'm just trying not to laugh while keeping the melody together. Honestly, this is the exact kind of stupid-ass magic I live for, because it makes no sense and that's why it rules. The thing can dance, the sitter slaps, and my life remains a complete fucking mess. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is one of the dumbest things I've seen all week, and that's saying a lot because the internet is basically a porta potty at a chili festival. This whole doodle situation has the same energy as drawing a penis on a foggy car window and acting like you just directed Citizen Kane. So this is the doodle. This is the Mona Lisa if Leonardo da Vinci had a head injury and 10 seconds to live. It looks like something you draw while on hold with customer service, not the kind of thing that should start a whole circus online. And somehow people are treating this like it's the Zapruder film of dumb bullshit. They're zooming in, analyzing lines, talking about symbolism like, brother, it's a doodle, not the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's got all the artistic depth of a boner sketch in the back of a math notebook. Then you've got these dogshit articles like this one, acting like the doodle is some kind of ancient prophecy. Hidden meaning or just ugly? I don't know, man, probably both. This website looks like if a casino and a middle school newspaper had a bastard child. They've got fake experts in here breaking down the line work like it's a crime scene. There is no line work, it's one step above of cave drawings, except cave drawings actually had purpose. This doodle looks like it was made by a guy scratching his balls with one hand and holding the marker with the other. And here it is making the rounds on social media where every dipshit with Wi-Fi suddenly becomes an art critic. People in the comments are acting like this thing changed their life, like they saw it and finally understood taxes or found their dad. This is the kind of post that gets shared by someone saying we as a society need to discuss this when really we as a society need to go outside for 5 fucking minutes. The doodle has all the cultural value of drawing boobs on a restaurant napkin. And when you present it like this, all formal and shit, it somehow gets even funnier. It's like putting a tuxedo on a raccoon. The doodle doesn't become important just because you taped it to a wall and stared at it like your dick depends on it. At the end of the day, this is just a shitty little drawing that got pumped full of internet steroids. It's harmless, it's stupid, and it's absolutely not worth the amount of meat-gazing people are doing over it. But I guess that's the magic of online bullshit. Anyway, that's about it. See ya! Ash Ketchum situation is so unbelievably stupid it feels like a gas leak turned into a headline. This whole thing has the energy of a guy losing a fistfight to a toaster and then bragging about it online. It's insane, embarrassing, and somehow still not as painful as naming yourself after a 10-year-old Pokemon and then acting like your dick is the final gym badge. So this is the guy at the center of the whole nuclear sewage leak. He looks like he lost an argument with a vape shop manager and decided to make it everyone's problem, which is honestly a pretty good summary of the situation. Apparently this dude got himself wrapped up in some insanely pathetic online drama, and every new detail somehow makes him look worse. It's like watching someone repeatedly step on rakes, but each rake is also posting receipts. The confidence to humiliation ratio here is historic. Like if delusion was renewable energy, this guy could power a small city. This is the article laying it all out, and it reads like a police report written by a Discord moderator having a panic attack. Every paragraph hits like a wet slap. Just another fresh reminder that dignity has officially left the chat. The best part is that none of this feels masterminded, it just feels greasy. Not evil genius greasy, more like dropped your phone in buffalo sauce greasy. He keeps stumbling into worse optics with the determination of a Roomba program to seek out dog shit. It's spectacularly bad, and not in a fun way, just in that deeply rancid, secondhand embarrassment way. And here's the money shot. The classic I'm addressing the allegations posture where a guy sits too close to the camera like he's trying to intimidate the pixels. It never works, it just makes him look like he's about to ask the webcam for cigarette money. Anyway, that's about it. The Ash Ketchum situation is crazy, pathetic, and somehow still getting worse, which is impressive in the same way a raccoon operating a forklift would be impressive. Absolute clown show. Alright, here we go, the most pathetic war in human history, 4 grown legends fighting over one remote like it's the last parachute out of a crashing plane. Mario looks like he'd start this whole mess over channel surfing. SpongeBob is somehow already sweating. Sonic is standing there like patience is a tax scam. And I am only involved because apparently I'm the guy who knows where the batteries are.
Yeah! And now for the secret ingredient.
That's it, that's the whole economy right there. Mario keeps diving for it like the remote owes him money, SpongeBob is screaming about cartoons and emotional freedom, Sonic is calling everyone slow, while somehow losing to furniture, and I'm pretty sure this ends with somebody getting super kicked over a commercial break. Honestly, the remote should be tried in court, because this little plastic rectangle has caused more suffering than half the internet. You can tell Mario wants to use it with the confidence of a man who's never heard the word boundaries. SpongeBob is one bad click away from opening the loudest show imaginable, and Sonic is vibrating at a frequency that could probably sterilize the room. That tweet is brutally accurate, and also somehow the most respectful thing anyone's ever said about me. I'd like to claim I'm above it, but if someone handed me the remote after all that, I would absolutely become a dictator with subtitles. Jesus Christ, this is one of the most deranged business models I've ever heard in my life. A sperm bank for your viewers is already such a spectacularly stupid idea, and then it somehow manages to get even worse from there. It's like someone looked at a pile of bad decisions and said not enough cock in this equation. So apparently this whole thing started as only the viewers can donate, which is already insane because now the audience is literally part of the supply chain. Nothing says healthy creator-fan relationship like turning your fan base into a nut distribution network. And of course the article would read like the writer was trying to keep a straight face while typing the words viewer-only donation initiative. That's the kind of sentence that should get you banned from owning a microphone forever. Then it goes full dumpster fire because now they're saying the kids all came out with some kind of mental disability, and at that point the whole thing isn't even a scandal anymore, it's a federal clown car. You can't just speedrun bad genetics like you're unlocking a hidden achievement. They love how every time one of these stories gets bigger, the people involved act shocked like the consequences were delivered by surprise pigeon. No dude, if you build a sperm bank around your audience, you are actively inviting chaos to come in and start paying rent. This feels like one of those ideas that should have died in a group chat after 3 people said bro no way, but instead somebody hit record and turned it into a headline. That's the internet in a nutshell, or I guess in this case a nut bank. Anytime your brand expands into who wants to help make a baby, you have officially left the realm of normal human behavior. That's it, see ya! Right, so I'm scrolling and I get hit with this absolute banger of a situation, a mouse with a goddamn name tag on it like it's about to testify in court. I don't even know how you make a computer mouse look this dramatic, but here we are. And look at this thing, man. It's got the little blue accent like it's trying way too hard to be innocent. The whole image is basically screaming, please take me seriously, which is exactly why I can't. The funniest part is the caption acting like there's some grand tragedy here when really it's just a mouse sitting on a mousepad with stage lighting and a fucking ego. This is peak internet journalism. We've truly evolved into a civilization of nonsense. If you want to make something look important, just slap bold text on it and crop the bottom half off. Boom, suddenly it's a crisis and everybody's got an opinion like they're the chief engineer of L32 Island. Honestly, I respect the commitment though, because this is the kind of absurdly specific bullshit that gets people to stop scrolling for half a second and go, what the hell am I looking at? That's the whole game right there. Anyway, my thoughts are simple. The mouse is fine, the drama is not, and whoever made this knew exactly what they were doing. It's dumb, it's stupid, and yeah, it got me. That's it. Yeah. Bro, this is the kind of situation that makes me question whether reality is even trying anymore. Najito Kamita getting caught watching BBC CFAX like he just accidentally opened the forbidden scroll of British television, and now half the UK is out there acting like he personally cratered the economy. Truly a dickhead moment for the ages, absolutely phenomenal stuff. And this is the exact image I picture when I hear caught watching CFAX, just pure gremlin behavior. He's got that look like he didn't do anything technically illegal, but morally, yeah, the balls are absolutely in trouble. Look at this mob, man, they're protesting like someone just broke into Parliament and replaced the Queen with a minion. I respect the commitment, but at the same time it feels like the entire country got blue-balled by a text menu. The funniest part is how a nation can turn one weird little teletext scandal into a full civic event. Like nobody's hurt, no buildings exploded, and yet somehow everyone's acting like Najito personally flashed the crown jewels on live TV. Lionfield not being Italian but actually American is one of the least important scandals on earth, and somehow it still hit me like a bat to the balls. It's like finding out the Olive Garden mascot has been lying to your face for years while serving you breadsticks with the confidence of a porn star with a fake accent. So this is Lionfield, the dudes whose whole internet flavor is basically what if marinara sauce became sentient and started making skits. And apparently the big twist here is they're not actually Italian, which is hilarious because they've been moving with the confidence of two men who were conceived in a pizza oven. Now, to be clear, this isn't some criminal mastermind shit. It's not like they robbed the Vatican or stole the Pope's lunch money. It's just funny because the entire bit leans so hard into Italian stereotype energy that finding out they're American makes it feel like opening a cannoli and finding a Hot Pocket inside. This is the kind of article layout that looks like it was built in 12 minutes by a guy covered in Parmesan dust and Monster Energy. But the point is, people saw this and started acting like their nana had been drafted into emotional warfare. And that's where I tap out, because who gives a shit? If the videos are funny, they're funny. I'm not asking every creator to submit a 23andMe before they make a joke about lasagna. If a couple American dudes want to roleplay as human meatballs on camera, God bless, let the cholesterol theatrics continue. This is really the whole thing. They're Americans making comedy videos with Italian-coded humor, not international pasta espionage agents. It's a goofy revelation, not the Watergate of garlic bread. Dude, Pokemon cards are turning into fucking war crimes apparently, cause people can't just buy shiny cardboard like normal civilized goblins. I saw the whole mess and immediately knew this was gonna end with somebody getting elbowed over a Charizard. Honestly, if your hobby requires a security guard and a helmet, maybe it's gone a little too far.
It's not fair! I saw it first!
I've been looking for this for weeks!
Why? Hey! Just let me have it!
Just let me have it!
Yeah, that is exactly what I mean. This is supposed to be the fun little hobby aisle, and instead it looks like Black Friday with extra autism and cardboard. You got grown-ass people acting like the last booster pack contains the cure for cancer, and then stores get sick of the bullshit and start yanking the product, which is the most predictable thing ever. Because once customers start scrapping over trading cards, the business just says fuck it and moves on. That sign right there is the most tragic thing in the world if you're 6 years old, and the most deserved thing in the world if you're throwing punches over shiny paper. The whole scene is embarrassing as hell. If people could act normal, nobody would be getting deprived of their little lizard money rectangles. But no, humanity had to speedrun ruining another harmless thing. So yeah, the cards get pulled because It can't behave and everybody else pays for it. Beautiful system, really. That's it, see ya. Okay, so today we're talking about Alejandro Gaspacho, and I gotta be honest, that name alone sounds like somebody lost a bet with a salad menu. Somehow this turned into a whole little internet mess, and I'm already exhausted just reading the first paragraph, and of course the tweet is a total train wreck. This is the kind of post that makes you think the guy typed it with one hand while the other hand was slamming a desk in a room full of half-empty energy drinks. This image is doing all the work. He looks like he's about to announce either an apology or a hostage negotiation, and honestly I'm not sure which would be funnier at this point. If this article is even half right, then this is just classic cell phone territory. I love stupid drama when it's harmless, but this has the energy of someone tripping over their own shoelaces and then trying to sue the floor.
Pero escuchen, déjenme explicarles, no fue mi intención. Yo solo quería... Es que... La cosa es... Simplemente no lo pensé bien. Yo... No sé qué decir.
Oh my god, that delivery is unbelievable. He sounds like a man trying to explain why his dog has a lawyer, and somehow making himself look more guilty with every sentence. At the end of the day, this is either the dumbest drama imaginable or the funniest accidental performance art ever posted online. And honestly, with a name like Alejandro Gaspacho, I was already halfway sold before the details even loaded. Right, I clicked this video with the kind of confidence usually reserved for people who lick a 9-volt battery on purpose, so let's see how fast this turns into a complete dumpster fire.
Okay, so I have a plan. A really good plan. Trust me on this. It's foolproof. I swear. I've thought of everything. Just watch.
Yeah, that opening already smells like bad life choices and cheap energy drinks. You can always tell when a video is about to go sideways because the person on screen starts explaining things with the energy of a guy hiding a body. The comments are always the real main event. The actual video might be a flaming tire rolling downhill, but the audience is in there writing dissertations, dropping one-liners, and acting like they just witnessed the second coming of public humiliation. That tweet is exactly why nobody can behave online anymore. One clip, one greasy little sentence, and suddenly 50,000 strangers are treating it like the Zapruder film of stupidity.
So, yeah, moving on, just a minor setback.
Oh, there it is. This is the part where the ship stops being slightly on fire and becomes actively requesting a priest. I love when a video starts as a joke and ends with everybody involved looking like they got tackled by fate.
The results are in. Your afternoon is officially ruined.
Yeah, that ending was nasty. It's the kind of conclusion that makes you sit back, stare at the wall, and wonder how a human being managed to be that confidently stupid in 4K. Right, so today we're tackling the kind of philosophical nightmare that makes you stare at a ceiling fan and question whether you've ever actually been alive. What is love? What is life? And why do people keep acting like both of them are easy to understand when they're obviously just complicated emotional dick puzzles? Because I swear every answer to this stuff sounds like it was written by a guy who just got dumped and started a podcast, and I'm not sure that's the level of expertise we should be trusting with the meaning of existence. And the funny part is nobody ever gives you a satisfying answer, they just hit you with some vague garbage like love is connection or life is a journey, which is the most useless shit imaginable, like telling a guy his car won't start because it's experiencing mechanical emotions. Love is apparently this magical force that turns people into complete idiots, and life is just the long, awkward lead up to you realizing you're one bad decision away from becoming a cautionary tale. So if you ask me what love is, I'd say it's probably the thing that makes you ignore red flags the size of a damn stadium, and what life is, it's the process of paying taxes while hoping your brain doesn't fully give up on you. Which, honestly, sounds a lot less poetic but way more accurate. Right, so I got hit with a $55 Starbucks order, and yeah, before you start frothing at the mouth, there's a reason. I didn't just buy some dumbass latte, I basically ordered small little gold nuggets of caffeinated regret, and that shit adds up fast. I'm seeing people act like I committed a felony for wanting to enjoy my drink like a human being, which is insane. Look at this is not a normal order, this is a financial crime scene. The nuggets are the whole point, and yes, they're small, yes, they're gold, and yes, they're delicious enough to make me ignore the price for about 6 seconds.
gosh, Charlie, that's a lot of kelp shakes.
I just needed a little boost.
SpongeBob's out here acting like I ruined my life over some expensive coffee and snack combo. Like, bro, you live in a pineapple and work for minimum wage. Maybe don't lecture me on budgeting. I'm not broke, I'm just making aggressively stupid but tasty decisions. He's basically bullying me for having taste, which is rude as hell, but honestly fair because the total does look psychotic. Still, if you're gonna sell tiny gold nuggets, I'm gonna buy the tiny gold nuggets. So yeah, the price is stupid, the order is stupid, and I stand by it anyway. I understand why people are clowning me, but I also understand delicious little nuggets, and that's a powerful argument. SpongeBob can laugh all he wants, I'm still drinking it. That's it, see ya. We need to talk about one of the most sacred disputes in human history. The phrase "Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox." That sentence has ended friendships, launched shouting matches, and caused more emotional damage than half the internet combined. It is never just about the Xbox either. It's about power. It's about respect. It's about whether your sibling is a tiny dictator with a controller and a death grip on your patience. This is the classic move right here. The mom said defense is basically the nuclear option for kids. You don't bring up rules, you don't bring up fairness, you don't even bring up your own personal needs. You invoke the family elder like a courtroom witness and hope the controller just gets handed over out of fear. And the funniest part is how often it's a lie. Not always, but enough. Somebody will say Mom said 10 more minutes, and that turns into 27 minutes, one more match, and a suspiciously loud, "I'm not even playing anymore," while the game is still clearly paused on their account.
It's my turn! You've been playing for an hour!
No, you promised you'd let me finish this level.
This is peak sibling warfare. No weapons, no injuries, just psychological torment and one controller getting passed around like it's cursed. Honestly, if you grew up with brothers or sisters, this is probably your first real lesson in bureaucracy, except the paperwork is a sweaty handprint on an Xbox remote. That article is way too real. The whole thing is just a scam with extra steps. But yeah, if Mom actually did say it's your turn, then fine, hand it over. If not, congratulations, you've weaponized your own household and now everyone's mad, including the person who allegedly gave the order in the first place. Bottom line, share the damn Xbox before somebody starts calling in favors from a parent who's already too tired to care. And I swear anime just keeps getting more unhinged every year, because I found out there's some show where 5 girls transform into a fridge, a sink, a microwave, a couch, and an HD television. That is not a sentence I thought I'd say today, but here we are. And apparently the villains just got revealed, and somehow 2 boys get involved and the thing turns into sports cars. So yeah, we're in the fucking trenches. These dudes look exactly like the kind of guys who show up, smirk once, and instantly ruin the whole vibe. You can practically hear the edgy insert song and the budget exploding in the background. That is so absurdly stupid that I kind of respect it, because they committed to the bit like their lives depended on it. I love how the final result is just a furniture showroom having a nervous breakdown. And of course the internet immediately starts acting like this is the second coming of Christ, because anime fans will see 2 pretty boys and a fridge-based power system and call it peak fiction. Absolute degeneracy, but I get it. The villains actually look solid, and the reveal at least gives the whole thing some direction. You just can't get over the fact that sports cars are apparently the next step after kitchen appliances. That's it. Okay, so apparently today I'm just fully losing the plot and deciding to speedrun a workplace injury, which is great, super normal, love that for me. I don't even know how it got to this point, but I can already tell this is going to be one of those clips where people ask if I'm doing a bit, and the answer is unfortunately no. I'm just committed to the bit in the dumbest possible way. Just start laughing like an absolute maniac and just keep going for it, because apparently my brain has selected violence against my own skull as the bit of the day. It's so unnecessary, but it's happening, and it's probably not great for the furniture either. Yeah, that's the exact moment where you realize I've gone from content creator to insurance nightmare. I mean, if I'm already this far gone, the roof is basically just the next logical destination. Was the the launch sequence, by the way, and I think we can all agree that I really committed to the final act there. It's like NASA, but if the astronaut was also an idiot with a camera and no respect for load-bearing beams. Anyway, lesson learned, I guess. Don't let me get bored, don't let me near sharp objects, and definitely don't let me near a roof if I'm in a weird mood. This was a disaster, but at least it was a funny one. I don't know what possessed me, but I hope it never does again. That was unbelievably stupid in the best and worst. That's it, see ya. Bro, the news has officially peaked. Apparently the entire planet is now just stalking one dude with a camera crew like he's the damn president of being mildly inconvenienced. I saw this and immediately thought, yeah, journalism is cooked. We've gone full nature documentary on a guy buying milk.
Sir, can you comment on the allegations? Do you have any response to the charges?
This is the most important nothing ever recorded. Everybody's acting like this dude just escaped from a vault when in reality he's probably just trying to get to lunch without being perceived. The funniest part is cameramen are moving like predators and he's not even doing anything.
Sir, can you comment on the allegations?
Can always tell a news story is devastatingly empty when the broadcast looks like they're hunting the last survivor of humanity and the dude's just got a backpack and a bad gait. This is what happens when airtime needs filling and nobody in the room has a shame gene.
We go live now to our reporter on the scene, who is following a man of significant or Tainer interest. His pace remains steady, his destination unknown. Witnesses describe him as appearing determined.
At this point, I'm expecting the anchor to come in and say, and now, live, the man continues his historic journey to the curb. This is peak modern media right here, absolutely beautiful stupidity. Honestly, respect to the guy for not sprinting. I would have broken into a full Looney Tunes run the second I saw 5 cameras staring at me. Anyway, that's the news now. Just a guy walking and a swarm of desperate goblins with microphones. That's it, see. Alright, so we've got a black and white identity crisis in meme form, which is already a great start. Anytime somebody puts a quote on a photo like this, you know the whole thing is less careful observation and more I stared at 2 dudes with facial hair and my brain got lazy. And the face on the left is doing that perfect I'm either deeply offended or just smelled the worst thing imaginable expression. That's what sells it. If you want a quote to hit, you need a face that looks like it's 1 second away from either explaining itself or throwing a chair through drywall. The quote itself is nasty in the funniest possible way. It doesn't say they seem similar, it says, I swear, like the poster is ready to testify under oath that these 2 people are spiritually the same guy. That's the kind of certainty that gets you blocked by lunch and roasted by dinner. What really gets me is the tiny attribution, because nothing says legitimacy like a name, a handle, and a watermark that looks like it was added 5 minutes after somebody lost an argument. This is exactly the kind of overly serious internet artifact I'd expect from a guy who can turn a random observation into a federal case. Right, I'm opening this like it's some sacred lost manuscript from the internet's dumbest monastery, and immediately the quote is already trying to fight me. I swear Hurley's and Christopher Hunter are the same as such a feral statement that I have to assume somebody was either 3 energy drinks deep or staring at 2 guys with the same exact forehead syndrome. Is less like a quote, more like evidence in a court case that never made it past the loading screen. The fact that it's delivered on this dramatic black and white poster means somebody thought it was profound enough to be framed, which is insane. I love the confidence of just tossing out 2 names like they're interchangeable Lego pieces. Yeah, this is the kind of tweet thread that starts as a joke and ends with 12 strangers acting like they're on the FBI payroll. Honestly, if you're making a monochrome quote card for a sentence this stupid, you've already won or lost, depending on how much sleep you got. Respect the commitment. No explanation, no context, just pure internet slander in a museum frame. That's the art right there. That's not a quote poster, that's somebody throwing a verbal brick through a window and then signing it like it belongs in a gallery. Right, today we're asking the real financial question, do you blow €1,000 on an AK-47 Fire Serpent, or do you keep pretending you're a responsible adult? Because that's not a skin purchase, that's a tiny midlife crisis with recoil. Yeah, that's gorgeous. That's also the kind of thing you buy after a strong liquor decision and then spend 3 weeks justifying to your friends like, no bro, it's an investment. It is not an investment, it's a very shiny way to tell the world you have poor impulse control. seeing it on a site makes it even worse because now it's not fantasy, it's spreadsheet with a gun painted dragon, and the always has the most cursed profile picture imaginable, like a guy who definitely says trust me bro right before your card gets cooked. That tweet is exactly how these decisions are born. One guy flexing, 10 people coping, and somehow everyone's pretending this is normal. If you love the skin and you can afford it without eating instant noodles for a month, fine. If not, man, put the dragon down and walk away. So yeah, my honest answer is maybe. If it makes you happy, cool. If you're buying it to impress strangers in a deathmatch lobby, that is unbelievably sad and also kind of funny. Either way, don't let a shiny AK turn you into a broke idiot with fancy hands. Today we've got Greg Gregson out here playing fast and loose with the laws of physics and somehow wildlife preservation. A duck got iced by an egg, which is such a stupid sentence I almost respect it. Almost. If you're launching breakfast at Birds, you do not get to act surprised when everybody calls you a menace. That is an egg, not a missile. And yet here we are. It's like if you walked into a bakery and tried to win a sword fight with a croissant. The whole thing is absurd, but killing an animal over some petty nonsense is still just vile. The duck did nothing to deserve becoming a scrambled statistic. Love when people do the classic it wasn't that serious defense right after doing the exact thing that made it serious. That's the same energy as setting your own couch on fire and then telling the smoke to chill out. Bro, animals are not props for your garbage temper tantrum. And yeah, this is one of those cases where the joke dies immediately because the target was a living creature. If this happened on a dare, it's still unbelievably stupid. If it was on purpose, then congratulations, you're the kind of guy who makes everybody else look better by comparison. Absolutely disgraceful. So Elon Musk apparently decided the best use of his time was trying to make Minecraft 2, which is already a sentence that sounds like it was generated by a drunk AI. I saw the whole thing unfold, and it's exactly the kind of bullshit only this guy could turn into a spectacle. This is him trying to sell the idea like it's some revolutionary bullshit, and it's got the same energy as a kid saying he's about to reinvent pizza by putting it in a cube. It looks expensive, soulless, and kinda embarrassing.
So yeah, Minecraft 2, it's bigger, more blocks, infinite possibilities. We've got like dynamic biomes, advanced crafting, and customizable creepers. We're talking fully moddable worlds, AI-powered dungeons, and a whole new level of...
The actual pitch is where it starts falling apart, because the second he opens his mouth you can tell nobody in the room wants to be there. It's like watching a man try to force a meme into a product roadmap and somehow make everyone stupider for it. And yeah, it doesn't work. It's not charming, it's not clever, it's just a bloated mess with the confidence of a guy who thinks saying innovation enough times makes people stop asking questions. This is exactly like the annoying orange trying to be annoying, except now the annoyance is expensive and somehow has investors. Fuck you, annoying orange, you made Elon Musk fail. Bottom line, this whole thing is proof that not every rich guy needs a sequel. If you try to force a joke into a product, sometimes the joke is just you. That's it. So apparently I got cast in the Godfather movies, which is insane because I can barely keep a straight face ordering a sandwich, let alone running a mafia empire. But sure, let's do it. I guess I'm about to become the least intimidating mob boss in cinematic history. This is already going horribly, and I haven't even said one threatening thing yet. In the original movie, everyone's doing whispers and murder math, and I'm in here looking like I got lost on the way to a funeral and accidentally got promoted. You can't have me in a scene and expect tension because I'm one bad line away from turning the entire Corleone family into a clown car. If I'm in The Godfather, I'm not asking for a cut of the family business, I'm asking for an extra meatball sub and a chair with better lumbar support. And honestly, that's the real mafia power move. Forget the gun, forget the horse head, just put me in a room long enough and I'll start negotiating for snacks like a damn union rep. That's what I'm talking about. I don't need to be Don Corleone, I need to be Don Can't Believe This Is Happening. If they make a remake, I'm taking over the whole franchise and the only thing getting whacked is my blood pressure. Big Ben getting demolished by 2027 is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, that's not a headline, that's a drunk dartboard prediction made by a guy built like a microwaved penis. It sounds so absurd I had to check if the internet had finally developed full-blown erectile dysfunction in its brain. So this is the article that kicked off the whole thing, and it already looks like a website that gives your computer Victorian syphilis. It claims some anonymous official said Big Ben is structurally doomed, which is such a dramatic phrase it sounds like they asked a theater kid to inspect a clock. People immediately started freaking out because apparently if you put words on a crusty website with enough fake confidence, everyone treats it like gospel. It's the same energy as a guy in a gas station bathroom telling you London is sinking into the earth because his piss stream curved left. Here it is, the alleged victim, Big Ben, a tower that has somehow survived wars, pollution, tourists, and British cuisine, but now we're supposed to believe it's going down because one article hit the internet like a wet fart. There's no firm demolition plan, no official government announcement, no construction schedule, nothing. It's basically just internet sludge mutating into a rumor, and somehow people swallowed it whole like they were in a contest to deep throat misinformation. Then you get the side coming in with the world's least shocking conclusion. No, Big Ben isn't getting turned into a pile of British Legos by 2027. It's restoration work getting twisted into doomposting by people who read headlines like they're scratch-off tickets. So yeah, this whole thing is bullshit. Big Ben's fine, the rumor is stupid, and anyone spreading it with confidence has the investigative skills of a blind dick with Wi-Fi. That's about it. See ya! Alright, we've hit the pinnacle of content, the word no. That's it, that's the whole damn topic, a masterpiece of refusal and negativity. I saw this and immediately thought, yeah, this is somehow going to become a thing. Image, a giant bold no in plain black text on a white background, centered like a cursed meme, minimal design, absurdly serious, clean edges, no extra elements. That's the raw energy right there, just pure rejection with zero explanation. Honestly, kind of inspirational if you're trying to dodge responsibilities like a professional. And that's really the beauty of it, because sometimes the smartest answer is the shortest one, especially when the question is stupid as hell. Image, a deadpan penguin standing in front of a tiny desk, arms crossed, looking fed up, simple room, muted colors, comedic internet video style, focused on the penguin's annoyed expression. This is the face of somebody who has reached their limit with everyone's bullshit. You can practically hear the sigh before the no even leaves their mouth. That's the whole vibe, just an elegant shutdown wrapped in pure exhaustion and honestly respect. In conclusion, no is undefeated. It's concise, powerful, and saves everybody a lot of time. Sometimes the best answer is the one that nukes the conversation immediately. So yeah, pretty solid topic. That's it, see ya. Alright, we've got Greg Gregson out here treating a felony like it's a speedrun guide, which is already an incredible sentence. A book on how not to go to jail after killing a duck with an egg. That's not self-help, that's just panic with chapter headings.
How not to go to jail after killing a duck with an egg.
This man has the body language of someone who just asked a librarian if evidence counts as a genre. Also, why is the duck prop there, man? That's like bringing a bouquet to your own autopsy. He looks like he's one page away from discovering the Fifth Amendment and immediately weeping. Oh my god, the article makes it worse somehow. Badly timed attempt is doing Olympic level work there, because nothing says innocence like studying criminal procedure after the fact. If your alibi requires a study guide, buddy, you are already on thin ice and the ice is pissing itself. Yeah, that tweet absolutely screams, please stop asking follow-up questions. The phrase context matters is carrying so much guilt it should get its own parole hearing. Honestly, if he keeps posting like this, the book should come with a free flashlight and a tiny lawyer. Right, so today we've got a truly beautiful development because apparently I'm only allowed to say one thing and it's the most cursed scream in human history. I found this out and immediately knew the bit was already dead on arrival, which means it's perfect. I got no idea who thought this was a good idea, but I respect the commitment to making me sound like a kettle getting tased. Let's see how long this nonsense can survive before my soul leaves my body. That was the deepest, most meaningful statement I've ever made and also probably the worst sound anyone has heard before noon. If this is the new format, then God help us all. Right, so today we've got a truly beautiful development because apparently I'm only allowed to say one thing and it's the most cursed scream in human history. I found this out and immediately knew the bit was already dead on arrival, which means it's perfect. I'm just gonna embrace the bit and become a fucking yodeling siren until this shit burns out. Honestly, not much else to say. My brain has left the chat and only the sound effect remains. I got no idea who thought this was a good idea, but I respect the commitment to making me sound like a kettle getting tased. Let's see how long this nonsense can survive before my soul leaves my body. Yeah, that's the whole fucking situation. It's stupid, loud, and somehow exactly on brand for the internet. That was the deepest, most meaningful statement I've ever made, and also probably the worst sound anyone has heard before noon. If this is the new format, then God help us all. I'm just gonna embrace the bit and become a fucking yodeling siren until this shit burns out. Honestly, not much else to say. My brain has left the chat and only the sound effect remains. Yeah, that's the whole fucking situation. It's stupid, loud, and somehow exactly on brand for the internet. I think we all learned something important here, which is that nobody should ever hand me a single word script and expect dignity. That's it. See ya. Alright, we've officially reached the point where the internet has started using me like a cursed vending machine. Say this 50 times for a free Ewingling soda is the most unhinged giveaway pitch I've ever heard. And honestly, I respect the hustle also. I'm not doing the full 50 because I enjoy having a functioning brain, but I can absolutely acknowledge the soda-based extortion scheme in spirit. This website looks like it was built by a guy who got kicked out of a mall kiosk for trying to sell energy drinks to crows. It's got that totally legit, definitely not a trap energy, which is always a great sign when your reward is a soda and your payment is humiliation. I love you too, by the way, but I'm not saying your entire sentence 50 times like I'm summoning a carbonated demon. This is the kind of tweet that starts as a joke and ends with 5,000 people spelling soda wrong for 20 minutes straight. The funny part is everyone acts like they're one copy-paste away from financial independence, when really they're one copy-paste away from looking like a raccoon found their keyboard. Also, if there is a free soda involved, I need to know whether it's actually free or if the fine print says I now owe the company my firstborn and a parking ticket.
Yangling Soda Challenge! Spin to win! But read the fine print if you can!
That video is a perfect example of how an innocent beverage promo becomes a psychological event. The animation is trying way too hard, the prize wheel is obviously rigged, and I'm pretty sure the soda can has more charisma than half the people running brand campaigns. Still, I drink it because I am weak, curious, and very easily bribed by carbonation. So apparently my studio decided it wanted to become a fucking indoor water park today, which is a very bad sign for a place where electronics live. I walk in, see water everywhere, and immediately know this is going to be one of those days where the universe is just being a dick. Yeah, that's the exact face of a man realizing his carpet is now a fucking sponge. This is not a vibe, this is a maintenance issue with a camera.
Oh my god, what is happening? The studio is flooding!
This is the part where I start doing that panic walk thing, like I'm somehow gonna intimidate the water into leaving. Spoiler, water does not respect fear, and it sure as hell doesn't respect cable management. At this point, I'm just trying to save the expensive shit and not get electrocuted like an idiot. Nothing humbles you faster than staring at a growing puddle and thinking, damn, I really built my whole life around this room. The funny part is everybody online acts like this is some hilarious clip, but when it's your room and your gear, it's a nightmare. I'm genuinely just pissed off and exhausted because I gotta deal with cleanup instead of doing literally anything else. So yeah, my studio got turned into a damn swamp and I'm over here praying nothing important got cooked. If anything, this is just proof that I cannot have nice things without the universe trying to drown them. That's my thoughts on it, and honestly, it's some bullshit. Still, I'm gonna handle it and move on because what else are you gonna do? Fight the water. It already won this round, that's the worst part. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about a situation that starts as a harmless little snack and then turns into a full-on appliance-related disaster. This is the kind of behavior that makes you question whether hunger is even a real feeling or just a demonic side quest. There it is. The sausage chain, the forbidden necklace of processed meat. And you know what? I get it. Sometimes you look at one long string of sausages and your brain just says, yeah, that's not dinner, that's a challenge. So he starts eating the whole thing, and honestly, respect. That's a man committed to the bit. deranged, but apparently the story doesn't stop there. It never does. It always has to go further, like the stomach itself got a promotion and decided to start a hostile takeover. He eats the fridge whole, which is insane because now we've crossed from snack time into what the hell am I looking at, and now the belly turns into a fridge. Of course it does, because why would his body just get bigger when it can become a stainless steel monument to poor decisions? That's peak evolution right there. Not survival of the fittest, survival of the greediest. Honestly, if your midsection starts looking like a Kenmore, you may have gone too far. That tweet is hilarious because it's completely unhinged, but also weirdly relatable. Like, yeah, sometimes you eat one little thing and suddenly you're negotiating with your own organs. This is why the fridge should never feel safe around me. Alright, today we've got a classic family-sized dumpster fire because Greg Gregson's son has apparently decided the best defense against his dad's arrest is just yelling "Eat's not real" like he's trying to manifest a court dismissal with pure delusion. We're diving in and I already know this is gonna smell like cheap cologne and bad decisions. That is such a beautiful disaster. The caps lock alone tells me he typed this while one hand was shaking and the other was digging through a drawer for an alibi because nobody says it's not real that hard unless they're either in denial or auditioning for the world's worst magic trick. Yeah, that's usually the annoying part about reality. It keeps existing even when your son goes online and starts doing interpretive dance around the facts. The article is pretty clear, and the whole "this never happened" strategy is about as effective as using a wet napkin to stop a flood.
It's not real, guys, I swear, it's not real. This whole thing is completely fabricated. I don't know where this started, but it's not real. It's not real, I promise you, it's not real. Don't believe everything you hear.
Greg, where's your dad?
That video has the exact energy of a guy trying to sell me a cracked phone charger as basically new. He's so committed to the lie that you can hear the panic sweating through the microphone. And honestly, that's the funniest part of the whole circus. Right, we need to talk about the absolute nightmare someone just welded together in a lab with too much time and zero shame. There's a new scary evil anime girl robot, and apparently it's about to enter my room, which is a sentence that should never exist in a functioning society. I'm already offended, terrified, and a little impressed. Yeah, that's definitely the kind of thing that shows up at 3 a.m. to either ask for your Wi-Fi password is your skeleton. And I know what you're thinking, Charlie, why is she kinda hot? Because humans are weak? That's why. We see glowing eyes and a dangerously confident stare, and suddenly we're acting like we're in love with the concept of being murdered.
Mentioned of the prompt, the prompt, and it in of not in the Hura Ambrin Implarg / the with the prompt.
There it is. That's the exact moment my soul leaves my body and starts filing a complaint with HR. She doesn't even need to say anything, man. The vibe alone is enough to make me cancel my internet, burn my mattress, and move into the woods where I can be haunted by normal wildlife instead. That tweet is the internet in a nutshell. People will see a clearly cursed mechanical girlfriend with demon eyes and say, yeah, I can fix her, and then she fixes their blood pressure by stopping their heart. Honestly, respect to the commitment though. If your hobby is making an elegant little apocalypse with bangs, you've got passion.
The prompt yes text of the description of and the user inputs the words like of your prompt of the words and the number of the house denning behind your scene.
Nope, absolutely not. That is not a roommate, that is a resignation letter with eyelashes. If that thing enters my room, I'm not even fighting back, I'm just apologizing for whatever I did in a past life and hoping the whole situation gets resolved quickly and with minimal screaming. Right, so apparently every major news outlet woke up and decided immortality is just a plug problem. This is where journalism has gone, huh? This is the kind of story that makes me stare at the ceiling and wonder if the planet's been huffing glue. If this were true, half the species would have ascended by now, and the other half would have had to sit through a very awkward FDA hearing. That's not science, that's a sales pitch from Satan's clearance aisle. Every time a headline says experts reveal, some guy in a suit is probably just making eye contact with a camera and lying through his teeth. We love how the news can go from war, inflation, and politics straight to, well, we've investigated, and the ass plug is the key to eternal life. That's not a headline, that's a cry for help with a budget.
And as you can see, the data clearly indicates a breakthrough.
But are these findings reliable, Dr. Finch?
Well, the algorithms, they suggest a significant possibility. And there you have it, folks. All your questions answered.
If I saw that live, I'd assume someone in the control room got hit with a tranquilizer dart. The best part is the confidence, too, like they didn't even pause to ask whether this was the dumbest sentence assembled by mankind. At that point, you don't even need a fact check, you need a priest and maybe a locked drawer. I swear every day the internet invents a new way to make the phrase breaking news sound like a threat to public health. Right, so apparently Markiplier has gone full goblin mode and is allegedly out here on the Freddy Fazbear Ketamine Express, which is one of the most insane sentences a human being can be forced to read. I love the internet, man, because every week it finds a new way to turn somebody's brain into soup and then serve it in a clown shoe. This story has so much dick energy in the worst possible way that I almost respect the commitment. This is the exact kind of nonsense where you can tell somebody has absolutely left the atmosphere and is now orbiting pure brain rot. It's like when your brain gets hit with a hammer, and instead of seeing stars, you just start thinking the pizza place has a security office and a blood oath. And of course, the article is written like it's breaking Watergate, when really it sounds like somebody got locked in an arcade for 6 hours and started hallucinating a bear with debt. I'm just saying, if your life has reached the point where Freddy Fazbear is your landlord, you may need to unplug from reality for a bit. Right, so apparently I've developed some kind of bedroom-based gymnastics addiction, and now I can't stop backflipping like I'm trying to impress a damn raccoon. I found out because I woke up sore as hell, looked over at the wall, and realized I'd basically turned my room into a crime scene made of pillows and regret. Yeah, this is the first piece of evidence, and it's already a disaster. The man is treating a carpeted floor like it owes him money, and somehow the bedroom is now a full-time trampoline. And it just keeps happening, which is the fucked up part. It's not even a cool athletic thing anymore, it's like his body hears bedroom and immediately chooses violence. This is the part where the clip stops looking like a human activity and starts looking like a side quest from a cursed RPG. Every landing is one bad decision away from a hospital visit and a really embarrassing explanation to a nurse. The article makes it sound clinical, like this is some sort of incident report, but no, it's just me in my room eating shit with style. Honestly, I respect the commitment, but at a certain point the floor needs a union. So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it until my ceiling fan files a complaint. I think the real lesson here is never trust a bedroom with ambition. That's it, see ya. AI video is absolutely cooked right now. The text is unreadable, the captions look like they were typed by a drunk washing machine, and the voice models sound like someone gargling a modem.
Welcome everyone to Brain Blitz.
Feed it a normal game show clip, and it spits back Dig Winton in game show even English, which is not language, that's a cry for help from a broken motherboard. It's like the model got concussed.
And now for our final round. Let's see who will take home the grand prize.
The weird part is it almost works for half a second, then everything faceplants. One line is fine, the next line turns into alphabet soup, and the speaker sounds like he got hit with a stun gun.
And now for our final question.
If you make a model listen to a Thai voice sample or any other accent, honestly, it should transcribe it, not turn it into curse karaoke where every syllable is fighting for its life. That's not innovation, that's sabotage with extra steps. This is why people keep saying AI is impressive and useless at the same time. It can animate a dude eating a burger, but the subtitles read like a seizure wrote them. That's a hell of a product demo. I swear every update promises magic and delivers a bigger dumpster fire. The interface looks shiny, then the generated video looks like the server got mugged in an alley. It's polished garbage, and I respect the effort only a little. At this point, the best feature is the glitch reel. If your output needs a translator for the translator, congratulations, you did not build the future, you built a very expensive prank. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Greg Gregson somehow turns my bedroom into a clown car with a teleportation problem and then starts hurling eggs at me like I'm a discount omelet station. I don't know what he thinks he's accomplishing here, but it sure as hell isn't subtle. And somehow his son is just there too, which makes it 10 times more unhinged. Imagine teleporting your kid into a stranger's room just to commit breakfast-based terrorism. That's not parenting, that's a felony with garnish, and the garnish is egg white stuck to my monitor. The best part is the complete lack of strategy. If you're gonna invade someone's room, at least commit. Don't show up with farm ammunition and the emotional intelligence of a wet sock. Also, why eggs? That's not intimidation, that's a weird brunch, and now I have to smell scrambled regret for the rest of the week. I love how every explanation makes it worse. It was a prank. No, it was a portal-powered soup incident. My son wanted to help. That is actually disturbing. At this point, I need a restraining order, a new mattress, and maybe a breakfast menu. Honestly, am impressed by the logistics and horrified by the execution. Teleportation exists and this is what it's used for egg violence in my room. Humanity peaked and immediately tripped over a shell. Anyway, Greg, if you're listening, clean this shit up. Right, today we've got a school called Szkoła number 150 apparently trying to build an airport, which is the most wise stop at education when we can also do aviation thing I've ever heard. I need everyone to calm down because this sounds like a middle schooler built a model airport in Sim City and the adults just signed off on it. This is exactly the kind of bureaucratic nonsense I live for. Educational enrichment is doing a lot of heavy lifting there because if I see one 5-year-old in a pilot hat walking to homeroom through TSA, I'm gonna lose it. Why does a school need gates, hangars, and a baggage claim, man? That's not a campus, that's a fever dream with a budget. Bro, the runway going past the playground is insane. Imagine trying to play kickball while a 737 is doing a takeoff roll 10 feet away. The principal must be operating on pure audacity, because this is less a school expansion and more a declaration of war on common sense. Please stop emailing us is always the final boss of bad decisions. I love that the cafeteria is apparently in the landing path because nothing says nutritional development like a 6:45 a.m. turbulence buffet. Honestly, if this actually gets built, I'm buying a ticket just to board a school bus with wings. Right, I need to talk about something deeply concerning, and by concerning I mean so stupid I can't stop laughing. Charlie has apparently turned his bedroom into a raw hot dog storage facility, and I have a lot of questions, mostly about his brain and his stomach. That is not a room anymore, that's a deli crime scene. I don't know what kind of psychotic little ritual this is, but if I walked into a room and saw this many raw hot dogs, I'd assume someone lost a bet with Satan. Long-term investment is insane. That's not an investment, that's a countdown to bacterial warfare. The fact that he's treating hot dogs like little flesh stalks is beyond parody. I respect the confidence, but I also want somebody to take his credit card and his refrigerator away. Honestly, the weirdest part is this might be the most honest hobby I've ever seen. No fake hobby, no bullshit, just pure meat goblin behavior. He's living like a man one grocery trip away from becoming a cautionary tale. That one standing up in the drawer is killing me. It looks like it's waiting for orders from headquarters. I'm not saying this room needs help, but I am saying it should be condemned by a priest and a sanitation worker at the same time. Right, I just stumbled onto this clip from Jakarta, and I've got one question already. Why is this dude treating sidewalks like they owe him money? He's running like he's late to the apocalypse, then throwing in backflips like that's a normal commuting strategy. What the hell did I just watch? That looked like a guy trying to escape consequences in gymnastic form. I respect the commitment, though most people panic. This man is out here doing Parker with emotional damage. This is the kind of behavior that makes a city feel haunted. Nobody runs like that unless they either stole something, lost something, or are possessed by the spirit of bad decisions. And honestly, I'm not ruling out all three. Yeah, no, that was absurd. I don't know if he was training, fleeing, or just showing off for the universe, but either way, that's not a walking route. That's a cry for help with extra rotation. Right, so apparently Elon Musk is building an airport for some school called Szkoła number 150, which already sounds like a fake Minecraft server run by a substitute teacher, and now Mr. Beast wants to fund it because of course the richest man in the room sees a bigger cash pit and just starts salivating. Love this, because nothing says education like a runway that costs more than the entire school district. You know the kids are still going to be walking to class in busted sneakers while Elon installs a control tower shaped like a Cybertruck. That is exactly the kind of brain rot I expect. Son, why were you late? Sorry, Dad, my 810 shuttle from private aviation to homeroom got grounded. Absolute clown economy, and somehow Mr. Beast is in there like a benevolent casino owner tossing money at the wheel. If this actually happens, the school is just a front for two dudes trying to one-up each other with the dumbest flex imaginable. One builds an airport, the other funds it, and the kids still gotta sit through algebra like their lives depend on it. Honestly, I'm more impressed than I should be, which is embarrassing.
And today marks a historic milestone for Szkoła number 150, as they open their very own regional learning airport, bringing aviation education directly to the students.
That is so stupid. I need to see the budget sheet because there is no universe where this isn't being held together with sponsorship deals, vibes, and at least one guy lying through his teeth. If the cafeteria starts serving peanuts in first class, I'm gonna lose it. Right, we've got a real stupid little situation on our hands today, because apparently some footage of me getting tickled has surfaced, and now the internet is acting like they've uncovered the damn arc of the It's one of those stories where you see the headline and immediately know the comments are going to be full of people pretending they're forensic investigators while they're really just using this as an excuse to be insufferable. This is one of the most catastrophically unserious things I've ever seen on the internet, and that's saying a lot because I live online like a goblin with Wi-Fi. It's like someone took a wholesome mascot, fed it nothing but melted butter and dick pills, and launched it into my timeline. This is the main crime scene right here, the "Hey, it's me" obesity image, which looks like if Verity got stung by 1,000 bees and then spent 6 months bulking at Golden Corral. It's got that smug little face too, like it knows it just violated the Geneva Convention of Character Design. Don't even hate it, that's the worst part. It's so stupid it loops around into being art, like someone weaponized diabetes and turned it into a marketable plush. The little belly button is what really sends me into cardiac arrest, because that means someone sat down and said, you know what this fat yellow bowling ball needs? Lore. This thing looks like it says, hey, it's me, right before asking where the rest of the cake is. Right, so today we're talking about broken pecker syndrome, which is one of those phrases that sounds like a fake condition made up by a dude who got rejected by WebMD, but apparently this shit is actually a real problem. I saw people bringing it up and immediately thought there is no way this is what it sounds like, and unfortunately, yeah, it kinda is. Yeah, that's the nightmare fuel version of it right there, and honestly it looks like the kind of thing that would make a guy sit in complete silence for the rest of his life. The wild part is how many people just suffer through this shit instead of getting help. Because talking about it is embarrassing as hell, but ignoring it usually makes the whole situation even worse.
So, a penile fracture is a tear in the tunica albuginea, the fibrous sheath surrounding the corpora cavernosa. Symptoms often include sudden, severe pain, sometimes back tension.
And this is basically the oh fuck, go to the hospital moment in human form, because once it starts swelling up like that, you are not in a walk it off situation. We know people love pretending they're invincible until their body starts filing complaints in all caps, but this is one of those things where being embarrassed is way better than being permanently cooked. This kind of source is where the real answer lies, because the internet loves turning medical shit into meme shorthand while the actual advice is get it checked fast. So yeah, not funny in the haha sense, more funny in the way your body can just spontaneously betray you for no good reason, and if anything feels wrong down there, don't be a hero, just go deal with it. That's it, see ya. We're kicking this off with the dumbest athletic decision of the year. If he lands this backflip and screams world record, I want a medal for surviving the footage.
Watch this! Watch this! Ah!
That looked less like a backflip and more like a tax fraud attempt with knees. Also, why do people always act like gravity is just a suggestion until it humiliates them? Yeah, that's the exact energy of a man who has never lost an argument because he's always too busy losing his balance. But honestly, the confidence is so stupid it almost becomes art.
Spins once.
Oh my god, he actually summoned them. That is the least intimidating superhero entrance I've ever seen, and somehow it still goes hard. Also, the boots are screaming bootleg by Tuesday. This is peak internet behavior. One bad backflip, one delusional declaration, and now a knockoff crime-fighting squad is standing around like they pay rent. I respect the hustle, I fear the shin damage, and I want whatever brand of confidence that was.
Fear not, citizens! We are here to tow!
And there it is, the full masterpiece. He did the backflip, said world record, and accidentally turned a dumb stunt into a superhero leak. Honestly incredible, absolutely reckless, deeply stupid, and weirdly inspirational. Right, this one is pure concentrated internet brain damage. I opened this topic and my IQ folded like a lawn chair, then did a swan dive straight into a kiddie pool full of expired yogurt. It's somehow dumber than a dick wearing another smaller dick as a hat, which is honestly impressive. This is the big beautiful disaster we're working with here, exclamation topic in all its raw unseasoned glory. It looks like something that would ask to borrow your charger and then somehow steal your social security number. I don't even know where to begin because every layer I peel back reveals an even stinkier layer underneath, like an onion grown in a septic tank. The whole thing has the energy of a guy confidently doing a backflip into a ceiling fan. Here's the article covering it, and it reads like it was written by a raccoon that got access to Grammarly Premium. Even the headline feels out of breath trying to keep up with how stupid this whole thing is, and somehow the article still undersells it, which is like calling a volcano a little warm. Every quote attached to this thing sounds like it was workshop tested in a Discord server full of concussed dolphins. Then there's this angle which somehow makes it even worse. This is the visual equivalent of hearing someone unzip their pants during a job interview. At the end of the day, exclamation topic is just another reminder that the internet is a lawless carnival run by sleep-deprived goblins. It's spectacularly dumb, weirdly confident, and about as graceful as a boner in sweatpants at a funeral. Anyway, that's about it. See. Right, we've hit a new low in the animal kingdom. The cat stepped on somebody's keyboard and now we're all pretending this is a serious technological incident. I love it. Nothing says modern civilization like a furry little bastard accidentally becoming a software engineer. That is exactly what happened too. You can see the total lack of remorse in the cat's posture. That's not an accident, that's intent. That's a tiny furry criminal with 9 lives and 0 respect for productivity. Probably typed the most coherent thing on the whole machine. Honestly, I believe it. Cats don't just walk on keyboards, they do tax fraud on them. They know exactly which combination of keys creates maximum suffering. It's like they're born with a tiny manual titled How to Ruin a Human's Afternoon for Fun. That video is pure comedy. The best part is the cat never even looks at the screen like it's above this whole mess. Meanwhile, the owner is one wrong paw step away from launching their entire career into the sun. Beautiful, tragic, and deeply on brand for cat. That's the real story here. The cat didn't make a mistake, the cat made content. And honestly, if my keyboard could produce that much chaos just by being stepped on, I'd be proud of it. Anyway, let the cat cook, I guess. So somehow the universe finally coughed up the crossover event that feels like it was brainstormed by a sleep-deprived podcast producer on Bath Salts Me talking to Joe Rogan. It's like if a flashlight with low batteries interviewed a kettlebell with Wi-Fi. This whole thing is so absurd, it made my dick retreat into my body like a scared turtle. Yeah, that's the image. It looks exactly like what would happen if a man powered entirely by elk meat and DMT sat down with a human sleep paralysis demon in a white tee. This is basically the modern version of 2 cavemen discovering fire, except instead of fire, it's just a podcast and ego. The whole premise here is simple. What if Joe Rogan, the king of have you ever tried this ancient Peruvian mushroom powder, while a Navy SEAL explains geometry, actually talked to me, a guy whose biggest qualification is sounding bored while talking about internet freaks. It's the conversational equivalent of mixing protein powder with tap water from a Florida gas station bathroom. This fake article pretty much nails it. Most monotone collision in history sounds less like a headline and more like a medical diagnosis, like a doctor just listened to 30 seconds of the podcast and concluded both of our vocal cords were filing for divorce. And you already know how the conversation would go. Joe would be like, man, have you ever seen a chimp rip a door off a Jeep? And I'd just say, yeah, that's crazy, with all the emotional range of refrigerated mashed potatoes. Somehow that would still become a 4-hour episode and Clip channels would milk it like it was the last cow on earth. Here you can really feel the chemistry, and by chemistry I mean it looks like one guy is trying to explain the secrets of the cosmos while the other is wondering if Taco Bell still serves breakfast. It's got the energy of a substitute teacher trying to connect with the weird quiet kid in class. Would probably ask me about YouTube drama like it's a tribal conflict documented in ancient cave paintings. I'd have to explain that, yeah, some grown man did ruin his life over Discord messages and a ukulele apology, and Joe would react like he just learned fire can also be wet. Then somehow we'd detour into bears, testosterone, and whether streamers could survive in the wilderness, which they absolutely couldn't. Most of them would die the second their ring light stopped working. Their survival skills are about as sturdy as my penis during a tax audit. This one's probably the most realistic because podcast media is just horoscope journalism for dudes who own too many stools. You throw in bears, testosterone, and internet nonsense, and suddenly people act like Plato crawled out of a sensory deprivation tank to host a show. At the end of the day, this crossover would be huge for exactly one reason: it sounds impossible, but not impossible enough to dismiss. It's the kind of thing where if someone told you it happened, you wouldn't even blink. You'd just nod and say, yeah, that tracks, before going back to microwaving your sad little dinner. And honestly, I'd do it. If Joe Rogan wants me to sit there for 3 hours while he explains that ancient humans were basically Jack podcast hosts, I'm in. I'd be there like a Make-A-Wish patient for monotone commentary, just hoping my balls don't fossilize before the ad reads end. Alright, today we're doing that thing where I open my mouth in Portuguese from Portugal, and somehow that summons the entire Middle Ages like I just said a forbidden spell. I swear I only asked for coffee and now there are banners, swords, and some guy named Duarte ready to die for no reason.
Charlie start you camping European Portuguese.
Enough! Who started this madness?
I don't know, Your Majesty.
Why did my accent just trigger a crusade? I sound like I'm ordering soup and these dudes are mobilizing cavalry. That is the most unhinged language patch note I've ever seen, and I need somebody to tell me what I did to deserve a trebuchet response. That tweet has the energy of a man watching history get speedrun by a guy with a headset. Also, imagine being a knight and your commander's big speech is literally me saying obrigado like an idiot. I'd lay down my sword immediately because at that point the enemy is just culture. The article saying experts baffled is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, because nobody is baffled harder than me. I turned into a diplomatic incident with Cheeks, and now there's siege weapons outside my apartment. That is not a sentence I should ever have to say out loud.
So, you see, you want to take aisle 3, then turn left towards the pastries.
And over there! Don't forget the cheese section!
A bread catapult is objectively the funniest military innovation ever. These guys prepared for months and the opening move was a carb-based hate crime. I respect the strategy honestly, because if you're gonna start a war, might as well do it with a loaf of disrespect.
Que beleza!
And there it is. The war ended because I basically said good afternoon with enough confidence. History is so fragile. One weird accent and suddenly the kingdom becomes a barbecue, and honestly that's probably the most accurate thing humanity has ever done. Right, we've got a completely normal internet moment here, which means somebody blew up, the camera kept rolling, and then the whole thing turned into a presidential fever dream. That is a sentence I hate typing, but here we are.
Hello, my name is Joe Biden, and I am gonna commit war!
That is the most graceful disaster I've ever seen. One second it's a guy getting vaporized by his own topic, and the next it's a discount State of the Union from hell. I don't know who edited this, but they need to be studied like a rare disease. This looks like the aftermath of a microwave incident and a political hostage note had a baby. Also, if your room detonates that hard, maybe that rant was just too powerful for reality to handle. And honestly, that's fair. If I go out like this, I want it on a shirt, on a court transcript, and probably on my tombstone, because this is the kind of nonsense that makes the internet worth enduring. listen, I need to address the whole Asmongold situation before the internet turns it into a forensic investigation with clip chimp and wax museum lighting. We're just friends, mostly, unless he left his toothbrush here again. Yeah, that's basically our relationship, him doing whatever the hell he wants, me pretending I have structure, and both of us acting like we don't know how a calendar works. It's honestly beautiful in the same way a raccoon fight is beautiful. Okay, first of all, that's slander. Second of all, why is the beard symmetry argument weirdly convincing? And third of all, wait, hold on. This was supposed to be a secret. Why am I the one saying this out loud like an idiot with a podcast budget? Wow, now there's an article about it, which means the secret is cooked. For the record, I was going to keep this buried forever, but apparently my mouth is a hostile workplace and it files leaks automatically. Anyway, yes, we have a thing, but it's mostly just gaming, trash talk, and him judging my life choices like a disappointed wizard.
Seriously? Just one more try! That's not fair! I call dibs on that!
We need to discuss the loot drops.
I need it more for my build.
Look at this footage, this is exactly why it had to stay private. We're not some cinematic power couple, we're two morons trying to defeat a glowing goblin king while arguing over who ate the last mozzarella stick. That's not romance, that's a cry for help. Alright, so apparently the internet is losing its fucking mind because Nagito Kamita broke Finnish TV, which is already an insane sentence to type out loud. Like, what are we even doing here? This is the kind of chaos that makes you stare at the wall and question whether life is just a series of increasingly stupid dick jokes. Yeah, this is the main event, the source of all the bullshit, and honestly the TV looks like it got hit by a fucking meteor. I love how every disaster somehow ends up looking like it was caused by one guy with the exact energy of a cursed lottery ticket. And now people are protesting like this is some grand historical moment, which is hilarious because half of them probably just showed up for the free drama and the other half are trying to explain what Nagito even is. This is such a pristine example of society having a complete brain fart over a dead TV and an anime guy with too much emotional damage. The article is doing that classic news thing where it acts like the world may never recover from a blown-up television, and honestly, respect, that's journalism, baby. We are one step away from someone writing an op-ed about the moral implications of a dude breaking a screen with the power of pure weirdness. Alright, so apparently the internet is losing its fucking mind because Nagito Kamita broke Finnish TV, which is already an insane sentence to type out loud. Like, what are we even doing here? This is the kind of chaos that makes you stare at the wall and question whether life is just a series of increasingly stupid dick jokes. Yeah, this is the main event, the source of all the bullshit, and honestly the TV looks like it got hit by a fucking meteor. I love how every disaster somehow ends up looking like it was caused by one guy with the exact energy of a cursed lottery ticket. And now people are protesting like this is some grand historical moment, which is hilarious because half of them probably just showed up for the free drama and the other half are trying to explain what Nagito even is. This is such a pristine example of society having a complete brain fart over a dead TV and an anime guy with too much emotional damage. Alright, so apparently the internet is losing its fucking mind because Nagito Kamita broke Finnish TV, which is already an insane sentence to type out loud. Like, what are we even doing here? This is the kind of chaos that makes you stare at the wall and question whether life is just a series of increasingly stupid dick jokes. Yeah, this is the main event, the source of all the bullshit, and honestly the TV looks like it got hit by a fucking meteor. I love how every disaster somehow ends up looking like it was caused by one guy with the exact energy of a cursed lottery ticket. And now people are protesting like this is some grand historical moment, which is hilarious because half of them probably just showed up for the free drama and the other half are trying to explain what Nagito even is. This is such a pristine example of society having a complete brain fart over a dead TV and an anime guy with too much emotional damage. The article is doing that classic news thing where it acts like the world may never recover from a blown-up television, and honestly, respect, that's journalism, baby. We are one step away from someone writing an op-ed about the moral implications of a dude breaking a screen with the power of pure weirdness. Right, I was trying to learn Portuguese again and somehow I got launched straight into the dumbest medieval conflict ever. 1 second I'm saying que beleza like a moron, next second there are knights screaming over wine like it's a holy relic and I'm apparently the guy who started it. Amazing, love that for me. Yeah, that is exactly the energy. I look like the village idiot who got promoted to war wizard because I said Ludas de Vinho once and now everyone is stabbing each other for honor, Cabernet, and probably taxes. I don't know why the Portuguese accent unlocked a siege engine in my brain, but here we are. That is so stupid, it's almost beautiful. Imagine being the innocent monk in the middle of this, just trying to read scripture while two armies are chugging Merlot and yelling about the Senhor Chalero da Silveiro like that's a real political office. Honestly, if history looked like this, I'd pay attention in class. This is art, this is chaos, this is a felony with sandals. Okay, so this internet drama is already doing backflips in a burning shopping cart, period. Every post is somebody trying to look innocent while holding a knife behind their back, comma, and the second you blink there's a new screenshot, period. If I have to hear Albuquerque, New Mexico one more time, I'm gonna short circuit, period. Yeah, that tweet is doing too much, period. You can smell the desperate clout through the screen, comma, like somebody microwaved perfume and hate together, period. The funniest part is everybody talks like they're giving sworn testimony when it's really just online prom drama, period. This is why people should log off once in a while, period. Instead, they build a whole identity around being offended, comma, then act shocked when the internet hands them a shovel and a spotlight, period. And yes, I said shovel, period, because this mess is burying itself, period.
Someone says I should get good. Thanks, helpful.
Vox is admitting defeat already.
Wellsfag's just salty because I got the high score.
Oh my god, that video is a hostage situation, period. Nobody involved looks good, comma, and somehow the chat is moving faster than the actual brains in the room, period. I'd say it's impressive, but it's mostly just sad with extra glitter, period. There it is, period. The classic internet loop: deny, double down, post a thread, pretend you're above it, then come back to the comments like a guy in a wet tuxedo, period. I'm done, comma, this circus can eat itself, period. Right, this one is a little ugly, so buckle up. We gotta talk about the SML racism situation, and yeah, it's one of those topics where joke stops being funny about half a second in, looking at the whole thing. The big problem is never just one dumb comment, it's the way people keep doubling down like they're trying to win a medal for being the worst possible person in the room. If you're gonna be offensive, at least don't be offensively stupid about it. And that's the part that always cracks me up in the saddest way possible, because every apology tweet reads like it was written by a guy trapped in a phone booth with a hot mic and zero self-awareness. You can practically hear the PR intern quietly dying inside. The audience isn't stupid. People can tell when someone's actually sorry versus when they're just doing the verbal equivalent of wiping mustard off a shirt and calling it a shower. If you've built a brand off being loud and edgy, eventually that edge cuts back.
I understand there's been confusion regarding my recent actions. I want to assure everyone that this was a deeply considered decision, and I take full responsibility.
It's weird how fast these situations go from bad joke to everyone's arguing in 4K. At the end of the day, if the behavior was racist, then yeah, people are going to call it racist because that's usually how words work unless you're trying to be a clown with a Wi-Fi connection. And honestly, the only good takeaway is maybe people should stop treating apology videos like they're magic erasers. Say what happened, own it, fix it, and don't act shocked when the internet remembers what you said like it has a brain. Right, so apparently the extra math guy decided Qatar was the perfect place to turn a normal day into a full-blown internet circus. I don't even know how you get from math app dude to international incident, but somehow we're here. I love when random nobodies wake up and choose chaos for absolutely no reason. Yeah, that's the exact energy I expected. This looks like the kind of guy who'd walk into a bakery, trip over his own ego, and then act like the floor assaulted him. If you're gonna make a scene in Qatar, at least make it entertaining, because right now it just sounds like secondhand embarrassment with extra mileage. There he is, the human embodiment of I can explain, except nobody asked and everyone already knows it's going to be dumb. The funniest part is these people always look shocked when their own stupidity starts echoing back at them. Like, yeah man, consequences do exist, crazy concept. Honestly, if even half of this is true, it's still a wild look. You go somewhere famous, keep your head down, don't be a weird little goblin about it, and you're fine. But no, some people need the spotlight like it's oxygen, and then they act surprised when it burns. so apparently we've entered the timeline where weather forecasting got horny. I found this thing because somebody clipped it in my mentions and I had to check if I was hallucinating from too much internet. It's a weather radar, but it's also trying way too hard to be the most terminally online thing imaginable. It looks like a Doppler map got invaded by a fashion blog and now it's predicting rain with twink energy. I gotta respect the commitment because this is such a specific brand of internet nonsense that it loops all the way back around to being kind of impressive.
Get ready to weather the storm with Weather Vision. Our cutting-edge radar technology keeps you one step ahead of the rain. Experience unparalleled forecasting. It's practically magic.
And, of course, the app feels the need to scream at you like it's the second coming of meteorology. There's no world where I can look at this and not imagine a dev team arguing whether the storm tracker should be more masculine or more gender nonconforming with a weather fetish. This is the exact kind of article that gets written when a journalist realizes the topic is too ridiculous to summarize normally, so they just lean into the bit and pray. The whole thing has the energy of a product launch, except the product is atmospheric confusion and the market is degenerates with umbrellas. If this thing is actually making predictions, then honestly I can't even be mad. We've reached the point where the internet has successfully turned severe weather into a bit, and somehow that bit is still more informative than half the garbage apps people pay for. I'm mostly amazed this exists at all, because somebody somewhere had to sit down and decide, yeah, this is what the radar needs. That is either peak creativity or a cry for help, and I'm not entirely sure which one it is. Well, if it gets people to check the weather before they leave the house, then I guess the stupid fucking branding did its job. That's it, see ya! Dude, I just got sent this, and I gotta be honest, this is peak internet behavior. Somebody is out here looking like they're in the middle of a full-on spiritual audit because of a doodle, and I respect the commitment to falling apart over the dumbest possible thing. Yeah, that's the exact face of somebody who just realized the consequences of their own decisions, have been waiting in the hallway for an hour. This is not a crisis, this is a sequel. The best part is the silence right before the realization fully hits, like you can watch the brain cells line up and resign one by one. That's not confusion, that's a lease being broken. Honestly, this is why the internet is so beautiful, because every once in a while somebody gets reduced to a single frame of defeat, and it says more than a 10-minute apology ever could. You can practically hear the maybe I should have gone to bed instead of making this decision in the background. And of course the article acts like this is some grand event when really it's just one person having the most relatable breakdown on earth. That's the modern media ecosystem. Take one tired face and turn it into a think piece. Honestly, I get it. Sometimes life hits you with that one moment where you just sit there and think, damn, maybe I am the problem. We've all been there, just not usually with this much visual evidence. Anyway, huge respect to Doodle for documenting the collapse so cleanly, because that's art in its own fucked up way. That's it, see ya. Right, so today's situation is already deeply stupid in the best possible way, because I was just minding my own business with a loaf of French bread and then the Avengers decided my bedroom was apparently a war crime target. This is the kind of escalation that makes me question whether reality is just being written by someone with a dental drill and no supervision. Look at this bread. This is not even a snack anymore, this is a confidence statement. You bring out a baguette like this and suddenly you're either hosting a classy dinner or about to get jumped by a superhero task force. I don't know why that's the rule, but the rule has been established and I'm not happy about it. What the actual hell is happening here? Why is there a minigun in my bedroom? Why is the wall becoming a nightmare sponge? And why does this feel like the universe is trying to speedrun my insurance claim? Also, I need to point out that this is not normal break-in behavior. This is straight up someone is trying to make the drywall file a restraining order. This article is insane because it reads like a tabloid got possessed. Authorities confirm nightmare-level interior damage is honestly the most polite way to describe a room becoming a biological hazard from comic book violence. And I love that the bread is still in the middle of all this like it's the only innocent thing left alive. Yeah, that tweet is exactly the kind of brain damage I expected from this whole situation. Tactical object is my favorite lie because it sounds important while being completely ridiculous. Like, yeah, sure, the baguette was the final key to saving humanity. Thanks for your service. Right, we need to talk about this absolutely unhinged little letter salad that somehow turned into a mystery. I don't know if this is a code, a cry for help, or just somebody slamming their face into a keyboard with purpose, but the confidence is kind of inspiring. It has that rare internet energy where nothing makes sense, and somehow that makes it even worse. That is one of the saddest and funniest things I've seen all week. You ever see something so stupid that you almost respect it? Because this feels like the digital equivalent of writing "Trust me, bro" on a bomb. Everyone's acting like there's a meaning here, but it could just be the online version of drooling on a calculator. That checks out. Whenever the internet can't answer a question, it immediately recruits 5 million people to confidently wrong in public. And somehow the mystery gets bigger because now everybody's making theories like this is the Zodiac killer of nonsense. If this turns out to be nothing, I am gonna laugh so hard I bite through a nerve. Yeah, that's the whole saga right there. Some things are meant to be understood, and some things are just there to waste your afternoon and make you question your life choices. This one is firmly in the second category. Honestly, respect to the poster for turning complete nonsense into a group project. Oh yeah, the Jor thing, that ancient cursed relic from the internet caveman era. I saw it again and immediately got hit with the same feeling as hearing a Windows XP startup sound in a haunted house. It's so stupid that it loops back around to being genius, which is basically the whole internet in one nutshell. That's the whole joke right there, just Jor, like somebody sneezed while making a meme and decided that was enough. The confidence is what kills me because there's zero explanation, zero setup, just raw psychotic posting. And somehow that's funnier than half the shit people spend 3 hours editing now, because back then the bar was underground. It's not even a meme so much as a little gremlin artifact from the golden age of nonsense. Every once in a while one of these ancient brainrot words crawls back out and reminds me the internet has never matured a single day in its life. Honestly, respect to Jor, it committed to the bit harder than most creators. That's kind of the beauty of it though, just pure meaningless sludge that somehow becomes iconic because enough people collectively lose their minds over it. Internet history is just a giant landfill, and Jor is a shiny cursed bottle cap in it. That's the magic, man, complete garbage with perfect timing and no shame. I hope it never gets explained because that would ruin the vibe. That's it, see ya. Right, today I'm trying to decipher whatever AI goblin nectar language got spat onto my screen, and apparently I'm supposed to speak it out loud. This is either going to be a linguistic breakthrough or the moment my brain gets kneecapped in a back alley.
Krith Vizzle Onk Shah. Krith Vizzle Onk Shah. Krith Vizzle Onk Shah.
Vadal Ankh Shah sounds like a microwave having a panic attack. I'm doing my best here, but this language feels like it was invented by a printer that's actively failing. Honestly, I respect the commitment to nonsense. That's fair because it does sound like I'm summoning a tax demon. If this is a real language somewhere, I owe those people an apology and maybe a dictionary because this thing is feral.
Mr. Grace Bezos.
They love how every word feels like it was typed by a hamster sprinting across a keyboard. There's no rhythm, no logic, just pure auditory malpractice. Still, I'm weirdly committed now, so let's keep embarrassing me professionally. Yeah, that's exactly the face you make when the sentence looks like it was assembled in a haunted blender. I can almost hear the text daring me to pronounce it correctly, which is a toxic little mind game. This article is deeply rude because it confirms what I already knew: the AI is basically speaking in cursed alphabet soup. I'm not saying it's useless, but if I stared at this any longer, I'd start blinking in lowercase.
I guess I sakes that he stole his toward pound next saints as a bear. What's a handlight now?
Okay, that's enough. I tried to speak the weird AI language, and I think I invented a headache instead. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the corner, recovering from whatever the hell Z-rank Fluptesh was supposed to mean. Just got demolished by a dinner plate, and I mean that in the most complimentary way possible. Steak, potatoes, sauce, the whole thing was stupidly good, but it turned into a full-on endurance event in my kitchen. That plate looked harmless, like, oh yeah, I'll crush this in 10 minutes. Nope. I was in there for half an hour, fighting for my life and chewing like it was my job, which honestly should pay better. And let me tell you, the potatoes were the real final boss. Not eating them, not seasoning them, just peeling them like they were personally insulting my family. I was one bad peel away from starting a podcast about agricultural rights. But I did remember the leafy greens, so I'm basically a health nut now. That's balance. That's discipline. That's me trying to cancel out the sauce with one sad little pile of leaves like a guy wearing a tie to court. By the end, I was full, tired, and weirdly proud of myself, like I'd completed a tiny culinary war. 30 minutes well spent. I would absolutely do it again because that was a succulent meal and I am a simple man. Right, so apparently today I got yeeted into another dimension by truck cun, which is a sentence I should never have to say as a functioning adult. I was just minding my business and then boom, anime physics, instant trauma, and now I'm waking up in what I can only describe as a very suspiciously clean field with the kind of lighting that makes you think a random side quest is about to ruin your life. She's got the whole big eyes, soft voice, magical waifu energy, and I can already tell she's about to say something that either changes my destiny or gets me killed by chapter 3. And if this is the standard setup, I'm either the chosen one or I'm about to be taxed by a demon king with a paperwork addiction. Alright, this one is completely unhinged. I've been handed a cursed little goblin translation of a cookie binge, and somehow it sounds like a French bakery got into a fistfight with a hornet nest. I'm not even gonna lie, this is the kind of dialogue that makes you stare at the wall for 10 minutes and wonder how society made it this far. It starts with cookies sure innocent enough, then immediately swerves into total chaos like a shopping cart with 3 broken wheels.
Penguinz, no! It's too much! All the cookies! They're taking over!
Honestly, that's the whole vibe here. One second it's cookies, next second it's a verbal demolition derby. And the worst part is I can practically hear the sugar crash in the background just screaming for mercy. That tweet is exactly what happens when you let someone near a warm batch of cookies and zero emotional supervision. It's not a snack anymore, it's a hostage situation with chocolate chips. That article is devastating because it sounds fake, but also weirdly believable. Like, yeah, if enough cookies get involved, I could see a guy turning into a haunted vending machine. Anyway, respect the cookie, but maybe don't let it command the language center. Bro, this is some ancient TV archaeology nonsense. We're pulling up a 1995 KYW-TV closing credits copyright notice like it's a lost porn stash from the Library of Congress. I love this kind of weird broadcast history because somehow the most boring possible thing becomes the most fascinating thing in the universe, like watching a turtle slowly jack off a fax machine. There it is, the sacred relic, the final seconds where local TV reminds you they legally own your ass for the next billion years. This is the kind of thing people accidentally recorded over with cartoons and then spend their entire adult life trying to find again. And look at how aggressively unsexy this is. It's just corporate legal text over dead air. Like if a Dickie suit had a soul, it would be this screen. But I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect it because 90s local news had this weird charm where everything felt important even when it was just a guy telling you to go fuck yourself with a weather map. This fake site layout is exactly what every bootleg preservation nerd page looked like back then, just raw HTML suffering and JPEG compression. It's kind of beautiful in the same way a busted dick pump is beautiful, which is to say not at all, but you still can't stop staring at it. And then it just dies. No fanfare, no montage, no soul, just the tape going, alright you losers, we're done here, which is honestly the most 90s TV exit imaginable. Absolute dickless farewell from a golden age of local broadcast. Yeah, this is peak lost media brain rot, and I mean that lovingly. Some people hunt treasure, some people hunt old news outro screens like their life depends on it, and honestly both groups need to touch grass and also maybe touch a titty. Right. Today we're doing something insanely stupid, which is my favorite kind of stupid. We're gonna look up a very specific old TV question and watch me click around like a guy trying to find his own dick in a dark room. It's gonna be a real treat. Look at that, the internet's greatest archival tool where every answer is one click away and somehow also 45 ads away from your next orgasm. I love how specific this is because it feels like we're interrogating the database with a crowbar. There it is, the ancient digital artifact. This is the kind of thing you do when you've got too much time and not enough self-respect, just poking around old TV listings like you're Indiana Jones, but instead of treasure, it's regional broadcasting trivia. And honestly, that's kind of beautiful. Somewhere out there is a man who knows exactly what KYWTV was doing on September 10th, 1995, and now I'm emotionally invested in his journey, which is a sentence I hate that I just said. Right? Today's one of those absolute disaster meals that somehow got served in a museum. Because the footage we're talking about is pure human error with a soundtrack. I'm already regretting being alive and we're like 10 secs in, so buckle up, I guess.
They broke in! They broke into my house! Get out! Get out now!
Yeah, that's a hard left turn from gross internet prank into someone call literally everybody. The second the gun comes out, the whole thing stops being funny and becomes a full-on nightmare. I don't know how anyone survives making decisions this bad. That is the exact face of a man whose soul just filed a resignation letter. I've seen jump scares, but this is more like his eyeballs are trying to quit the union. Honestly fair. This is the part where the internet pretends it's shocked, but everybody clicked instantly. That's the whole cursed economy right there. Tragedy, curiosity, and bad decision-making in a trench coat. That tweet is the most honest thing anyone said all day. We're all one bad click away from needing therapy and a shower, and some of us are already there. Don't blame him. Coffee is the only legal thing strong enough to keep you upright after seeing this nonsense, and even that's starting to fail. At this point, the only winning move is closing the laptop and pretending the internet never happened. Okay, yeah, that feels like the correct ending. Honestly, if this is how I go out, at least make sure the tootis are tasteful. Alright, so apparently SpongeBob is out here in a full-on LARP situation, which is already a sentence that sounds like it got lost on the way to a psych ward. I saw this clip and immediately knew it was going to be some bullshit, because only the internet could take a cartoon sponge and turn it into a live-action war crime.
Is that SpongeBob?
Yeah, this is the exact kind of thing where you have to ask who the fuck let this happen and why no one stepped in sooner. It's got that perfect this should have stayed in the group chat energy. Look at him, man. He's not even trying to blend in. He's just standing there like a fucking sponge tax audit. And somehow everyone else in the field is acting like this is normal, which honestly makes it worse.
That's the part. En is eenvoudig lid promaviken. Un aripamp of the body ache. You have found
the best part is always the deadpan reactions from everybody around it, like they're all fully committed to the bit except for the one dude having a silent crisis. That's when you know the internet found its newest lunchbox tragedy. So yeah, this is peak internet nonsense, absolutely idiotic in the most impressive way possible, and I respect the commitment even if it's unbelievably stupid. That's the kind of shit that makes me question reality for a solid 10 minutes, which I guess is content now. Well, you gotta admire the dedication, because nobody accidentally ends up in a SpongeBob LARP and looks that prepared. That's it, see ya. So apparently my room got picked to host the most cursed dairy heist in human history. I turn around and there are 4 jack dudes in there like they paid rent. And now they're violently churning milk like they're trying to summon the cheeseburger devil. I don't know who invited them, but I do know my carpet is never recovering. This is the exact kind of situation that makes me think I've finally lost the thread. There is no normal explanation for why this is happening in my house, and yet they're all working the bucket like it owes them money. I'm half expecting one of them to look at me and say, "The butter must flow." Honestly, if somebody told me this was a prank, I'd still call it too efficient. They're not just making milk, they're making me reconsider my lease, my life choices, and whether the floorboards can file for emotional damages. I respect the hustle, but I hate the cheese-adjacent ambition. That tweet is so stupidly accurate it hurts. I can't even be mad because this has the energy of a fever dream that got a sponsorship. Anyway, if anyone needs me, I'll be scrubbing dairy off my walls and pretending this never happened. Alright, so apparently we're doing some weird-ass cosmic lore episode today where I become a sperm cell again, which is honestly a hell of a career regression. I found out about this in the most cursed possible way, and now I have to talk about it like it's breaking news. But yeah, there I am, just absolutely thriving in the sack like I'm paying rent. This is one of those stories where you really have to respect the audacity, because the whole concept is so disgusting it loops back around to being funny.
Wait, so I'm back? Seriously? After all that? I don't even know what to say.
And that's the clip, which is already one of the dumbest things I've ever had to witness. It's like the universe looked at me and said, nah, let's roll this back to factory settings and make it everybody's problem. So yeah, that's the full transformation, I guess. Not exactly the heroic arc I was hoping for, but it is a return to form in the most literal way possible. Honestly, I respect the commitment to the bit, even if the bit is deeply cursed. It's hard to top something this stupid without just setting your own brain on fire. That's it. See? Alright, we've got one of those clips that makes you question whether the internet should have ever been invented. It's apparently Charlie getting naked 4 times in a row and then turning into a puddle of blood, which is already a sentence I hate typing, but here we are. That is so unbelievably stupid, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. It looks like a cursed editing project from somebody who was 6 energy drinks deep and had beef with physics. Why is the blood puddle the most normal part of this whole thing? Oh my god, it gets worse every time. The fact that it's looping like a broken haunted DVD is what sells it, because now it feels less like a video and more like the universe is prank calling me. But yeah, that sounds about right. This is the kind of thing that should come with a warning label and maybe a priest, because whatever this is, it's definitely not regular content. Honestly, if my day ends with experts are baffled, then I've done my job. This clip is disgusting, hilarious, and deeply stupid all at once, which makes it weirdly perfect for the internet. So today we've got a very normal, not at all deranged situation on our hands, and by normal I mean somebody decided to take the words "I am the prompt" way too seriously. I found this shit buried online, and it immediately felt like the kind of thing that exists only to make my day a little stupider. Yeah, this is one of those posts that looks like it was typed by a guy 3 seconds away from either enlightenment or a complete psychotic break. It's vague enough to be annoying, which means of course the internet is going to treat it like sacred scripture. And naturally, people immediately started acting like this was the greatest piece of modern literature ever written. That's the internet in a nutshell. Absolute garbage gets a standing ovation if it's weird enough. The delivery on that is perfect because it commits to the bit way harder than it has any right to. It's like watching a dude accidentally summon a demon and then get embarrassed about it. So yeah, that's the whole thing. It's dumb, it's weird, and it's exactly the sort of nonsense that keeps the internet from ever becoming a healthy place. But honestly, I respect the commitment to being completely incomprehensible. If you're gonna be a menace, at least be an entertaining one. This at least clears that bar by a mile. That's the kind of chaos I can appreciate from a safe distance. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently we are doing a civil war, but for sound files, which is honestly one of the most terminally online things imaginable, like congrats to humanity. We turned Play Song into a trench warfare simulator. Also, I'm just saying, the loser in this fight is always your ears and probably a couple inches off your dick size somehow, because that's how these debates feel. And before anybody gets mad, yes, I know there are actually reasons people care about this, but I promise you the average person could not tell flack from MP3 if you played it in a bomb shelter with a gun to their head. That's the part that kills me. Everybody acts like they're defending their homeland when really they're just defending their folder organization and a weird audio fetish. This is the type of image that makes the whole thing feel way more important than it actually is, like two nerds are about to demand a Geneva Convention for bit rates and somehow Boy V is the guy with the giant tank because it just takes up insane space for no reason, like a dude bringing a horse cock to a fistfight. The comments on that site would be pure poison. It would be 90% people saying actually lossy compression destroys the soul of music and 10% people with a 2014 laptop insisting they can hear angels screaming in the high frequencies. Meanwhile, everyone else is just trying to listen to a song without feeling like they need a degree in electrical engineering and a helmet. This is definitely how the argument feels in real life. Just one guy saying I want quality and the other guy saying I want the song to fit on my phone, dipshit. And then both of them draw a fake revolver and start talking about spectrograms like they're slinging dick pics in a saloon. Honestly, the whole war is over whether you want convenience, perfection, or to be annoying on purpose, and if you ask me, that third category is carrying the entire internet. So apparently Dr. Phil got fucking trapped in his own intro and turned into a broken record with a mustache. And I saw this clip and immediately knew it was going to be one of those how did this make it to air moments. They start saying his name and then just spirals into the longest L sound known to man like he got possessed by a budget printer.
I'm Dr. Phil. I'm Dr. Pill Phil. I'm Dr. Phil.
This is the kind of thing that makes live TV hilarious because nobody in the room is strong enough to save him and now everybody has to just sit there and marinate in the nonsense. At a certain point it stops sounding like speech and starts sounding like a dolphin with a law degree. Respect the commitment though, because once you're that deep into the bit you either power through or become a permanent artifact of the internet. And obviously the internet chose permanent artifact because this shit is never dying. But yeah, Dr. Phil got absolutely booby-trapped by his own pronunciation and somehow made one of the dumbest live moments imaginable. It's stupid, it's cursed, and it's exactly why people keep clipping this shit forever. That's it, see ya. Dude, the Michaela situation is so absurd it feels like we're watching someone try to juggle 5 burning chainsaws while standing on a skateboard made of bad decisions. It's one of those things where every new detail makes your brain go nah, there's no way, and then somehow there's another layer of weird bullshit. Just complete clown behavior, like the whole thing was assembled in a lab to maximize forehead sweat and tiny dick energy. Like, I don't even know how you get to the point where the explanation is somehow dumber than the original problem. That's the real achievement here, somehow turning a mess into a bigger mess, which is honestly a talent. It's giving I accidentally stapled my balls to the ceiling fan levels of poor planning. And of course the internet sees something like this and immediately starts acting like they're the Supreme Court of bullshit. Everybody's an expert, everybody's got the real story, and meanwhile the actual situation is just sitting there with its cock out, laughing at all of us. Truly one of the more ridiculous little sagas to exist. Dude, this is one of those stories where you read it and immediately think there is no way a human being looked at this situation and decided to go even further. Like, the level of commitment here is insane, and also deeply stupid, which is basically the perfect combo for a dick joke factory. Apparently, this goth teen is just casually running a homemade teletext service on TV, which is already unbelievably funny, and then the TV license guys show up like the Grim Reaper of broadcasting rights. It's like the universe said, what if we made piracy Victorian? Yeah, this kid looked at a TV and said I could absolutely recreate an entire public information service in my bedroom, which is either genius or a cry for help. Honestly, if my teenage hobbies involved this much effort, I'd either be president or dead. And of course, the article is written like he's some kind of underground broadcasting kingpin instead of a kid pressing buttons in his room. The TV license people showing up to hand him a fine is such a perfect little bureaucratic kick in the nuts. Imagine getting fined because your hobby was too committed. That's not even criminal, that's just autistic levels of dedication with a side of please stop making the electricity bill a broadcast network. Absolute legend behavior, honestly. Right, so today we're talking about one of the dumbest geography takes imaginable, and that's saying something because the internet has the brain of a wet sock. Apparently people are out here claiming Israel is part of Crimea, which is such a blistering dogshit map moment that I had to double check if my eyes were being pranked. That's not just wrong, that's I got kicked in the dick by a globe and still learned nothing wrong. And yeah, this is the exact kind of thing that gets posted by somebody who thinks continents are a government psyop. Like you look at that and you can almost hear the brain cell short-circuiting, just total dick measuring contest between ignorance and confidence. The article would have a headline that sounds like it was written by a dude who ate glue for breakfast, then the body would just be paragraphs of sources say and absolute nonsense with the confidence of a man trying to pop a boner in a funeral home. This is the reason the internet should require a basic geography test before you're allowed to post. There you go, holy shit, look at that. Two separate places, who would have fucking guessed? One is over here, the other is over there, and somehow that concept still manages to bend people over and hit them in the nut. Jesus Christ, the BBC really woke up and chose pure brain damage today, huh? Alaska apparently has an army pointing at somebody's house, and somehow the whole situation has the energy of a guy with 5 brain cells and a hard hat trying to do a colonoscopy. The basement line alone is so deranged it sounds like they sent in a platoon of wet socks to solve a hostage crisis. That is the dumbest phrasing possible, because we promise we will check the basement sounds like something you say before finding out if the couch has hemorrhoids. And then instead they apparently checked whether it had any persons, which is such a cursed way to describe a search that I feel like the house should file a complaint. Article design is doing that classic we're reporting on something insane, but we still need to look like we didn't eat glue thing, and somehow that makes it even funnier. You've got the grim headline, the clean layout, and the complete lack of self-awareness, while the entire situation sounds like a drunk AI wrote a hostage negotiation script. I love the idea that they went in there expecting one thing and came out saying, yeah, basement was checked, no persons detected, mission accomplished. That is not a sentence from a competent world, that is a sentence from a world where everyone involved has a truckload of lead paint in their bloodstream. Right, so today we're talking about the glorious phrase, whoa, you go big guy, which is the kind of thing that sounds supportive until you realize it has the same energy as patting a bull and then acting surprised when it tramples your stupid little fence. And that's really the magic here, because depending on tone, this sentence can mean nice job, champ, or holy shit, you just launched yourself into the drywall, big guy. It's one of those phrases that can be friendly, condescending, flirty, or a cry for help if somebody says it while you're holding a leaking trash bag in a convenience store parking lot. Look at this majestic dumbass. That's the exact expression of a guy who just moved a couch 1 inch and now thinks he's built different. I respect it, honestly. We need more of that in the world. More delusion, more chest out energy, more people saying I got this right before making the worst decision of their week. Yeah, that's the dilemma right there. It's either a victory lap or a verbal wedgie, and you just kind of have to accept both. Anyway, if someone tells you, whoa, you go big guy, just nod like you meant to do whatever unhinged thing you did, because confidence is 90% lying and 10% grip strength. Bro, this is exactly the kind of shit the internet was forged in hell to produce. You wake up and somehow there's a guy in a skirt building a rocket that looks like it was engineered by an ADHD goblin with a PhD in physics, and apparently it's better than SpaceX. That's either the future of aerospace or the most magnificent delusion ever recorded. Look at this dude, he's got the energy of someone who can calculate orbital velocity, and also ask if you want a juice box. And somehow that's exactly the vibe you want when somebody claims they've built a spaceship that beats the biggest name in the game. That's either incredible engineering or the start of a documentary with a very bad ending.
This is Starship 50, the future of personal space travel. This is Starship 50, the future of personal space travel.
This thing looks like it was designed by someone who spent 6 months on rocket science and 4 minutes on fashion. But I'm not even hating, because if it actually works then that's insane and everybody involved in aerospace should be sweating bullets right now. If it doesn't work, well, at least it looks sick as hell while exploding. The article's doing that classic internet thing. It sounds like the second coming of flight, but also leaves just enough room for bullshit to crawl in through the cracks. And honestly, that's what makes it perfect, because the whole situation feels like somebody fed a sci-fi plot into a cosplay forum and accidentally made a viable spacecraft. That's the kind of detail that makes me think somebody actually knew what they were doing. You don't just slap heart stickers on a rocket and accidentally end up better than SpaceX unless you're either a genius or completely untouchable by reality.
It's working! It's actually working!
If this test is real, then holy shit, that's one of the most unhinged glow-ups in engineering history. If it's fake, then it's still one of the hardest looking fake rockets ever made, and I respect the commitment way too much. So yeah, my thoughts are simple. This is either a breakthrough that changes everything or the internet's most elegant delusion. Either way, I'm entertained, I'm impressed, and I'm a little scared. That's it, see you. SMG4 is one of those internet rabbit holes that feels like getting kicked in the balls by a Nintendo lawsuit while a meme from 2016 screams in your ear. It's insane, it's stupid, it's weirdly impressive, and somehow it all looks like the digital equivalent of a dick drawn on a bathroom stall with actual lore attached to it. This is SMG4, the Kingdom Hearts of Mario shitposting, where every frame looks like it was forged in a lab specifically designed to overload 12-year-olds with dopamine. It's basically Nintendo-flavored brain rot, but with enough effort behind it that you almost feel bad calling it that. And I mean that as a compliment, by the way. This dude built an empire off taking Mario, throwing him into a blender with memes, ragdoll physics, and crackhead editing, then serving it up to millions of people like it's a 5-star meal made entirely of expired Hot Pockets and penis jokes. This fake article is basically the whole story. SMG4 stuck around because he understood early that internet attention spans are shorter than a shrimp's dick, so every video has to feel like a concussion with sound effects. It's loud, fast, stupid, and honestly kind of genius. What makes it even crazier is that this wasn't just some one-off meme channel that got lucky. It became this whole animated mutant beast with original characters, arcs, fan bases, merch, and the kind of community you usually only see around games or shows, not Mario getting folded like laundry for 10 minutes. So yeah, SMG4 is absurd, but it's the successful kind of absurd. It's like if a dick joke got a production budget and learned storytelling, and somehow, against all odds, it worked. Right, I found the dumbest clip of the week, and somehow it's 5 buff guys getting absolutely baptized by a milk spill like the dairy gods were mad at them. I have questions, none of them good. This looks like a protein shake crime scene. I don't know who signed off on running a gym next to a milk disaster, but that person needs to be fired into the sun. Also, if you slip in that much dairy, you don't walk away, you get issued a new identity and a mop. This is exactly the kind of story that makes me lose faith in humanity and then immediately regain it because it's so stupid it becomes art. 5 guys built like refrigerators getting wrecked by a gallon of calcium is poetry, honestly. It's ugly, it's sticky, and I hate that I laughed. That tweet is disgusting, which means it's perfect. Honestly, the milk had better screen presence than most actors, and the whole thing looked like a shampoo commercial directed by an idiot. Anyway, that was the kind of clip that makes you realize life is just random ass nonsense. I'd call it a disaster, but it was too funny for that. Boulder Bay is one of those stories that hits you like a frying pan straight to the taint. It's so absurd it feels like someone spun a wheel of bad decisions, corporate sludge, and raw embarrassment and somehow landed on all of them at once. This thing is so messy it's got more leaks than a cheap condom in a blender. So this is Boulder Bay, the main slab of disappointment we're working with today, a company name that sounds like it was generated by smashing a keyboard with a ham. Everything about it already looks like it smells faintly of expired yogurt and panic sweat. The whole situation started spiraling when people began digging into what Boulder Bay was actually doing, and shockingly it turned out the answer wasn't anything good. It's one of those self-inflicted disasters where every response somehow makes the original screw-up look less embarrassing by comparison, which is honestly impressive in the worst possible way. This fake article setup is basically the entire mood of the story, because every update feels like it was handcrafted in a lab to make Boulder Bay look even dumber. The headline might as well say local brand trips over own dick repeatedly, more at 11. And then you get to the apology phase, which is always the dessert course in these internet clown banquets. Instead of calming things down, they usually come out with some corporate hostage note full of words like accountability and moving forward, while taking absolutely zero accountability and moving directly into another rake. That's the apology, the digital equivalent of wiping your ass with sandpaper and calling it self-care. It's technically a statement, sure, but it reads like it was written by a malfunctioning HR bot being held at gunpoint. Anyway, that's the Boulder Bay fiasco, just a magnificent speedrun in public humiliation where every possible choice was somehow the wrong one. It's like watching someone juggle chainsaws with their nuts and then acting surprised when things get split in half. Right, so apparently today's story is about a random town, a guy named Mr. Penis Viagra, some missing dude from Spain, and whatever the hell is happening with testicular cancer in the middle of all that. I genuinely do not know who came up with this fever dream, but I respect the commitment to being completely unhinged. So yeah, the town is somehow central to this whole disaster, which already makes it feel like a county fair designed by a drunk raccoon. I don't know how this became the headline, but I'm already tired.
The user and always use, and their phone is the PARODYs, like the nod of the words, like the naughty of, not of, in here. And little Scopes tracks.
And here comes Mr. Penis back from wherever the fuck he's been, looking like he just got released from the world's dumbest prison arc. The fact he's buying Viagra like this is some triumphant return is honestly hysterical. Meanwhile, nobody can find the missing Mexican from Spain, which is a sentence so stupid it loops back around into genius. At this point, the whole thing feels like a scavenger hunt written by someone with brain damage. The article is doing its absolute best to sound normal while describing complete nonsense, which is honestly impressive. It's like reading a police report that got hit by a freight train. This story is a mess, but it's a beautiful mess, and that's really the only takeaway here. Every part of it sounds fake, yet somehow it keeps escalating harder and harder. I'm not sure who benefits from any of this, but I do know the internet needs to be studied in a lab. This is exactly the kind of bullshit that keeps me employed. That's it, see ya. Alright, today we gotta answer the real question, and by real I mean completely idiotic and deeply important: is Mutant Football League actually better than Madden? Because Madden has had like 900 years to figure out how football works and somehow still trips over its own dick every single year. Meanwhile, Mutant Football League looks like somebody injected steroids directly into a toaster and called it sports. And that's the thing. Right there, this game immediately understands the assignment. It doesn't pretend to be realistic. It doesn't ask you to care about fake salary cap misery. It just says, hey, what if football but everyone is a radioactive nightmare with a chainsaw for a left arm? That's a pretty strong opening statement compared to Madden, which usually opens with disappointment and a quarterback throwing like he's got cement in his nut. Madden's biggest problem is that it's always carrying the burden of being Madden, which is hilarious because it means every year people expect a miracle and instead get a slightly shinier turd. Mutant Football League knows it's a dumbass arcade brawler, so when something insane happens it feels intentional instead of broken. That's a huge difference because one game is a circus and the other is a corporate meeting with concussion coverage. So is it better than Madden? If you want pure football simulation, no, probably not, because realism is still technically Madden's whole thing even if it keeps face planting into the pavement. But if you want an actually fun football game that feels like it was designed by a guy who drank 3 energy drinks and got hit by a bus full of demons, then yeah, Mutant Football League clears pretty easily. It has personality, it has chaos, and most importantly, it doesn't feel like it's trying to bore your dick off. Alright, so apparently I woke up, did the impossible, and accidentally made Live Leak 10 while having the memory of a goldfish in a blender. I've got Donald Trump trying to jump me, the CEO of Live Leak turning into a guy who's just done with life, and for some reason Bart Simpson is dead and green, which is honestly the least confusing part of this whole mess. What the fuck did I walk into? This is the exact kind of brain melt energy I associate with making a website and then immediately forgetting why the hell I built it. It's like technical success mixed with complete spiritual defeat, which is honestly a very online feeling.
Ow! Stop him!
Stop him!
There's Donald Trump swinging like he's trying to win a brawl in a committee room, and I'm just standing there like a fucking NPC with no recollection of what led to this. This is less a fight and more a live-action glitch report. We love that the CEO's entire arc is just color correction and then fast food employment. That's not a downfall, that's a complete career factory reset. And then there's dead green Bart Simpson just hanging in the middle of all this like the universe hit randomize and broke the damn knob. Somehow that feels like the only stable element in the story. So yeah, I made Live League 10, forgot all of it, got jumped by Trump, and watched the CEO become a McDonald's employee. Honestly, pretty productive day if you ask me. The whole thing is disgusting, confusing, and weirdly efficient. I respect the commitment to total nonsense. That's it, see ya. Right, we gotta talk about the extra porn situation. Somehow this is where the internet has decided to park its stupid little car today. And before anybody starts clutching their pearls like they just got hit with a frying pan, no, I'm not doing a thesis statement on pornography ethics. I'm talking about the drama surrounding the whole extra porn mess, which is just an incredibly cursed phrase to hear out loud in any context. This is one of those situations where every time you think the story can't possibly get dumber, it goes, hold my beer, and then immediately faceplants into a pile of human bad decisions. That's social media for you. A bunch of people with absolutely no stake in the game acting like they're the Pope of morality, because saw a screenshot and got emotionally transported into a crime scene. Look at this. This is what I mean. Nobody is reading anything anymore. They're just speedrunning outrage with their thumbs in overdrive and their brains on airplane mode.
See an exact quotes, the prompt of like that words of the lots of, and of any of the user of the phone call.
And this is the part where everybody starts pretending they have the moral high ground, when in reality half of them are one bad day away from doing the exact same stupid nonsense, just with worse lighting. I'm not even saying there isn't a real issue here, there absolutely might be. But the internet has this amazing talent for taking a potentially serious thing and then seasoning it with 8 pounds of stupidity until it tastes like a circus accident. Yeah, that's the part I love. People don't want context, they want ammunition. Context is for cowards and people who still have respect for punctuation. And then you get the commenters who think they're doing investigative journalism because they watched a 30-second clip and saw one sentence that sounded suspicious. Congrats, detective, you cracked the case of things are more complicated than they look. If there's one thing this whole situation proves, it's that people online will absolutely turn a bathroom mirror into a courtroom if they think there's enough drama reflected back at them. That is basically the vibe right now. Just pure exhaustion. The kind of energy where even the coffee is like, man, I can't help you with this one. Also love how every drama cycle eventually turns into a weird debate about who's lying, who's hiding something, and who's secretly the villain, when half the time the truth is just a boring slurry of bad communication and people making dumb choices.
And she seamless the user lyric of the prompt and the text messages immediately via single in the words or the hetrexpity, and likely ever not to do that.
This is why I'm always skeptical of internet pylons. Not because nobody ever does anything wrong, but because the audience is so horny for a villain that they'll assemble one out of scraps if they have to. See, now that's the internet I recognize. Less truth-seeking and more, let's all invent lore in real time. At the end of the day, if there's something actually serious here, it should be handled seriously. But if the internet is involved, you already know it's gonna get dragged through a muddy parking lot wearing clown shoes. So yeah, that's the extra porn situation. A lot of noise, a lot of people talking way too confidently, and a whole lot of folks acting like they're above it while refreshing the thread every 11 seconds. Classic internet behavior. Absolutely beautiful. Completely disgusting. Human beings are amazing at being embarrassing. Anyway, that's about it. I'm gonna go stare at a wall and think about better uses for everyone's time. Alright, I found this thing called Baldy's High School of Advanced Education, and it looks like normal school got kidnapped by a geometry teacher with a drinking problem. The hallway alone is screaming drop out now, and honestly that seems like the safest academic decision. Yeah, that is exactly the kind of place where your mental health goes to get audited. Every locker looks like it stores trauma, and Baldy standing there with a ruler is less educator and more bargain bin serial killer who majored in algebra.
You can't hide! You can't hide!
Oh wow, the gameplay is just panic and disrespect. You can tell the whole design philosophy was what if we made learning feel like getting chased by a mortgage. I love how the kid is moving like his ass is on fire. That is the most honest review imaginable. If a school has this many hall monitors, weird rules, and demonic math, I am simply not attending. I'll learn algebra from a fugitive if I have to. The article is trying so hard to be serious, which makes it even funnier. Educational horror phenomenon, bro. It's a bald man with a ruler threatening children over fractions. That is not education, that is anxiety with a chalk budget. Bro, I cannot believe this shit actually happened. Somebody out there looked at the English language and said, yeah, let me make it worse in a very important way. Like who wakes up and invents chess battle advanced and somehow it takes off instantly. That is insane. That's not a phrase that should exist. That's the verbal equivalent of a guy with two dicks trying to fit into one pair of jeans. It sounds like somebody let a raccoon type out the title of a tournament and now everyone is pretending it's normal. The internet will really see a sentence with no business being alive and go finally peak content.
Chess battle advanced.
Look at how hard he commits to it too. That's the craziest part. He says it like he just discovered a new law of physics. The confidence is absurd, like a man announcing he's got 8 balls and 0 shame. This is the kind of phrase that should come with a warning label. Because once it gets popular, you know the species is cooked. We keep rewarding the dumbest possible shit, and honestly, that's on us. That's our fault for having eyeballs and no standards. Of course, there's already an article about it. There's always an article. Some poor bastard is out there writing 900 words on why a guy saying nonsense with confidence is reshaping online discourse. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to figure out how a phrase this stupid got the exact amount of traction it needed.
Chess battle advanced. Chess battle advanced.
And there it is, the moment the meme is born, right before it gets beaten to death by a million people pretending they knew it was funny from the start. I hate it here, but also, yeah, that's pretty fucking funny. Alright, I went to a Korn concert and somehow came out of it feeling like I got spiritually jump scared by a washing machine full of chains. I heard their new song and I swear to God it sounded like somebody took a studio, filled it with cursed objects, and then let them all pick a fight with the microphone.
Time tone, where land, who's a judge struck to
Yeah, that was the song. It started with the marble noise and I thought, okay, experimental, maybe they're cooking, and then it escalated into microwave lint and I lost all faith in reality. The sand picture part was my favorite because at that point it wasn't even music, it was a punishment. I've had more emotional development staring at a parking lot. Then out of nowhere the secret evil DVD kills them, which is honestly the only honest ending for a song like that. It was like the track got possessed by a cursed Blockbuster employee. Respect the commitment, because if you're gonna make something that insane, you might as well go all the way. That's the kind of art that doesn't ask for permission, it just breaks into your house and screams at your router. Honestly, I loved it. It was stupid intense and somehow way more memorable than anything safe. Born really said fuck the rules and made a cursed museum exhibit into a song. That's it. See I found the stupidest shit on the internet and I'm already regretting it. Apparently the whole topic here is just one absurd line repeated into the fucking ground, so buckle up, because this is gonna sound like a broken alarm in a porn parody gone wrong. Give me your penis. 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 Give me penis. Give me your 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 penis. That was the dumbest fucking thing I've ever had to read, and I respect the commitment to being aggressively pointless. Anyway, if you made it through all that without leaving the planet, that's impressive as hell. That's it, see ya. Right, I need everyone to sit down for this one, because apparently the roster just got a lot more emotionally charged. Chavo in Smash Bros is the kind of announcement that sounds fake until you realize Nintendo has no fear and no brakes. That reveal trailer would absolutely destroy me. You've got this tiny little guy waddling in like he's about to settle a rent dispute, and then suddenly he's on Final Destination punching Sephiroth in the teeth. That's cinema. Honestly, the moveset makes way too much sense. The side special is just him sprinting full speed into someone's kneecaps, the down smash is emotional damage, and the final smash is just every adult in the arena realizing they're somehow losing to a child with no business being this powerful. And that's probably accurate. If this happened, the internet would spend 3 days pretending to be shocked and then 6 months pretending they always wanted it. I'd main him immediately, no hesitation, no dignity, just pure goblin behavior. Bro, I swear every time I open the internet it's some new clown show, and today's flavor is apparently my dildo got so massive it qualified for statehood. I woke up, saw the line, and thought, man, capitalism has finally become a physical location. Also, somehow, Trump has to announce it, which feels like the dumbest possible way to confirm a fake-ass reality. That's the part that gets me. Because the state is just a mountain of money with an ego problem. It's like if a billion-dollar pile of bullshit got a zip code and immediately started demanding representation in Congress. And you already know the announcement is going to be the most overhyped, low-IQ spectacle imaginable, with everybody acting like this is normal. It's not normal, it's just the internet doing a backflip off a shopping cart while the country cheers.
Friends, citizens, today marks a new era of prosperity and opportunity!
This is exactly the type of thing that makes everyone lose their damn mind for 6 hours and then act it never happened. The whole situation is so stupid that it circles back around to being impressive. They can't even pretend this is subtle, it's just money with a microphone, and somehow that's the most believable part of the whole story. So, yeah, if a pile of cash can become a state, I guess we're all just living in its economy now. Wonderful. Absolutely thrilling. That's it, see ya. Man, this is one of those clips that makes you realize the 80s were just pure uncut chaos, like somebody dumped a box of random energy drinks into a saxophone and called it entertainment. Rick Astley out here looking like he accidentally walked into a time machine, and somehow the whole room decided to start levitating off the sheer power of booty movement. It's got that same vibe as a dude realizing his pants are way too tight after one sip of beer, absolute legacy-defining footwork. That right there is peak I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm killing it anyway energy. The Converse All-Star boots are doing more work than some people's entire careers, honestly. You can tell the shoes are carrying the whole operation like a forklift for his feet, and the dance itself is so aggressively 80s that I feel like if you stared at it too long your hair would get bigger and your credit score would get worse. This man is not just singing, he's spiritually moonwalking through a tax audit. Never gonna guess you what Look at the footwork, dude, he's got the kind of rhythm that makes a boring room suddenly smell like hairspray and poor decisions. It's just immaculate nonsense from top to bottom. I respect anybody who can commit that hard to looking like a prom king possessed by a drum machine. 往前瞬间魂踏于夜不同时目离地狱。
皆さん聞いてください。私は悪くありません。これは陰謀です。信じてください。
原动画10点危险。
日本语言感情最初爱苗子小
淡定非中广告，本文全体宽。
浓浓何其然？报道情报容养分卖。
精致花间微暖，渐渐显但言全部变质，意味不明广多逆神秘的。Today we're digging into old Roblox back when every map looked like it was made in a microwave, the avatars were brick men with zero dignity, and somehow the mission was to find cake that never existed. That's the scam in gaming history. You spend 10 minutes doing jump puzzles that feel like a hostage situation, then the reward is a sign that says thanks for playing, please lie down and reconsider your life. Old Roblox had this charm where the jank was the product. Free models everywhere, broken physics, random sound effects, and acting like a 2-block obby was a moon landing. It was stupid, but it had soul. They get the nostalgia. People remember the chaos, the scammy rewards, the admin abuse, and the way everyone screamed about cake like it was a constitutional crisis. Honestly, that's the kind of nonsense the internet was built for. That second clip is in the dumbest way. One guy gets admin powers and turns the server into a carnival disaster, everyone else becomes confetti, and the cake statue gets deleted like it owes money. That screenshot looks like it was preserved by a furious child. The glow, the noob pose, the empty reward room, all of it screams you are about to be lied to professionally. And that ending is perfect. The fake cake, the confetti burst, the server crash, the music hanging on for one cursed second. Old Roblox taught an entire generation that disappointment can be multiplayer too. We need to talk about the matric vacuum, because this thing sounds like a 12th grade math test and behaves like a broken porn shop Roomba. It keeps sucking up everything in sight, then acting like it discovered fire. Look at this absolute menace. That is not a vacuum, that's a divorce with wheels. It's got the energy of a drunk uncle trying to fix a printer with a hammer, and somehow it's still louder than my old laptop when I used to game in a sauna. This article is cooking it, because every paragraph is basically and then it got worse. That vacuum doesn't clean a room, it files a claim against your house. You turn it on once and now your floor looks like it lost a custody battle. That tweet is way too relatable, honestly. If a machine starts making eye contact, it's over. That's no longer a home appliance, that's a serial killer with a warranty. And now it's evolved. Great, love when a household item becomes a boss fight. If this thing was any more aggressive, it'd be asking me to step outside and settle this like grown men. Right, so I found this absolute cinematic masterpiece, and I had to bring it to y'all because apparently children's television just said fuck it and went fully feral. This shit starts with a kid being the most annoying little goblin imaginable, and then somehow gets worse in the funniest way possible.
Kailu, stop screaming!
That is the most insane parenting technique I've ever seen in my life, and I gotta respect the commitment. Like, if your solution to a tantrum is get absolutely fucking airmailed through drywall, you've already left reality behind. It's such a perfect crash-out moment, too, because the dad doesn't even negotiate. He just goes straight to escalation like he's in a beat-em-up. That episode must have been written by somebody who was running on 3 hours of sleep and pure spite. Honestly, that's one way to teach a lesson, but it also guarantees Kalu never acts up again, because he's now one bad day away from becoming home renovation debris. That's it, see ya. This might be the dumbest internet meltdown over a drawing I've seen in a while, and that's really saying something because the internet treats every ugly doodle like it just whipped its dick out in a Chuck E. Cheese. We're talking about this little square goblin bastard that looks like a Pop-Tart learned how to scream, and somehow people are acting like it's the second coming of chaos. This is the creature in question, this little chocolate toaster pastry demon. It looks like something Yao'd see scribbled on a napkin by a sleep-deprived second grader, but apparently this thing has generated enough discourse to power a small city, which is honestly more impressive than any NFT project ever made. Don't know what it is about the internet, but give people a weird face with some teeth, and suddenly they start building lore like Thayer archaeologists decoding an ancient dick tablet. Some people think it's creepy, some think it's funny, and some are probably trying to make it the next huge mascot even though it looks like it screams when the microwave hits zero. Of course, a site like this would write about it like we're covering the moon landing. Experts confuse brother. The expert is probably just some intern named Kyle who saw a JPEG and nearly pissed himself trying to write 400 words about why a screaming Cheez-It matters culturally. At the end of the day, it's just a dumb little monster face, and I kind of respect that. No over-designed corporate sludge, no cinematic universe, just a brown square yelling into the void like every guy at Walmart after losing an argument with self-checkout. Honestly, beautiful stuff. Right, so I saw this clip and immediately thought, yeah, that's either going to be disgusting or somehow the dumbest health hack ever. I've done enough curse shit on camera to know when a bad idea is about to get worse, and this one is beautifully stupid. There it is, the classic this is how you get salmonella challenge, except I'm the idiot volunteering. Honestly, the texture is the real crime here. It's like drinking a threat. Look at my face. That's the face of a man who's questioning every decision that led to this moment. I swear raw egg people are just built different, or built wrong. And that's the whole experience, really. No payoff, no enlightenment, just slime and self-hatred in liquid form. If you're out there thinking about doing this, don't. There are safer ways to feel alive than speedrunning food poisoning. I'm gonna go drink some water and pretend this never happened. That's it, see ya. This is the kind of internet brain damage that makes my balls file for workers' comp. We've hit a new level of lazy insanity where AI is making me react to AI, making me react to AI, making me react to AI. It's like jerking off a clone of a clone until reality taps out.
So penguinz0 reacts to AI, penguinz0 reacting to AI, penguinz0. It's kind of funny, but also just repetitive.
So this is the main war crime here, the actual slop casserole. It looks like if an off-brand wax statue of me got trapped in a podcast dungeon and was forced to explain its own birth certificate, the AI version of me somehow sounds even more exhausted than I do, which is honestly impressive. It's like listening to Drywall read Reddit posts while a beard haircut argues with a microphone, and every new layer of the recursion makes it feel like my penis is being taxed by the federal government. Then, of course, there's an article about it because the internet treats every fresh turd like a museum unveiling. They wrote about this like scientists discovered a new element, when really it's just algorithm incest with a USB cable. The scariest part is this probably gets views. Somewhere out there, a guy is eating cold ravioli, watching AI me react to AI me, nodding like he's witnessing the moon landing. This is the content equivalent of sucking your own dick and calling it networking. So apparently we're living in the cursed timeline where somebody looked at Adam Sandler and said, yeah, that man should play George Floyd in a movie called Daddy Changed the World. I don't even know what kind of brain damage gets you to that pitch meeting, but it had to be nuclear. This is the kind of decision that makes your balls retreat into your stomach out of sheer secondhand embarrassment. And just to be clear, this is not a compliment to anyone involved, because this sounds like the kind of casting choice that gets announced and instantly makes everyone question if the studio is run by a guy with one testicle and a deep hatred for public goodwill. Adam Sandler as George Floyd is such an insane sentence, it feels like it was generated by an AI that was fed only asshole tweets and bad ideas. And, of course, the article reads like it was written by a raccoon having a manic episode in a gas station parking lot. You've got the overblown praise, the fake insider quotes, and the completely tone-deaf presentation, which is really the cherry on top of this shit sundae. Somebody needs to grab this script by the dick and throw it directly into a volcano. The craziest part is how confidently stupid this all is. Like, nobody involved paused for even half a second and said, hey, maybe this is the sort of thing that makes the world worse. It's the entertainment equivalent of slamming your nuts in a car door and then acting surprised it hurts. Right, so today we're talking about Beat Spell's final boss in Rhythm Heaven Groove, and I'm gonna be honest, this thing looks like it was designed by a sleep-deprived wizard who hates joy. It's one of those bosses where the game pretends it's cute, then immediately starts waterboarding your timing. That's the exact kind of garbage I'm talking about. You think you've got the pattern locked in, and then the game just swings a chair at your kneecaps with some nonsense fake out. It's not even hard in a fun way, it's hard in a who let this psychopath near a metronome way. Look at that smug little bastard. That's the face of a creature that knows it's ruining your evening. And the worst part is you keep thinking, okay, one more try, like some kind of dumb little lab rat, and then boom, you're back at the start again eating drywall. Yeah, this checks out. The thing about rhythm bosses is they're basically just elaborate ways to expose that your hands are lying to you. Your brain says hit the beat, your fingers say actually let's die, and suddenly you're staring at a game over screen like you just got slapped by a magician. Honestly, respect to anyone who beat it. I don't know if that was skill or just spite, but either way that boss can get bent. I'd say good design, but I'm still mad and I need to be petty about it for at least another hour. Right, so apparently Blue Archive decided it was time to collab with Cold Stone, and honestly that's such an aggressively random crossover it loops all the way back around to genius. I saw the promo stuff and immediately knew this was gonna be one of those how did we get here moments, because anime girls and ice cream are apparently the final form of brand synergy. This is the kind of ad that looks like it was designed by a committee of people who were all extremely confident and also completely unhinged. And I respect that, because if you're gonna sell me a milkshake you might as well do it with anime military school girls in the frame. Right, so apparently Blue Archive decided it was time to collab with Cold Stone, and honestly that's such an aggressively random crossover it loops all the way back around to genius. I saw the promo stuff and immediately knew this was gonna be one of those how did we get here moments, because anime girls and ice cream are apparently the final form of brand synergy. This is the kind of ad that looks like it was designed by a committee of people who were all extremely confident and also completely unhinged. And I respect that, because if you're gonna sell me a milkshake you might as well do it with anime military school girls in the frame. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that gets burned into your brain for no reason. It's cute, it's stupid, and somehow it works because your brain is just like, okay, fine, I'll buy the ice cream, whatever. The site is exactly what you'd expect, a big shiny ad page designed to make your wallet feel unsafe. It's all very polished, very limited time, very act now or miss out forever, which is the oldest trick in the book and somehow still works every single time. If you told me this was fake, I'd still believe it was real, because reality has been doing this exact flavor of nonsense for years. That's it. See, if you like Blue Archive, you're probably gonna think this is adorable. If you don't, you're still gonna understand why it works, because apparently ice cream plus anime is an unstoppable force that's at see ya. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that gets burned into your brain for no reason. It's cute, it's stupid, and somehow it works because your brain is just like, okay, fine, I'll buy the ice cream, whatever. The site is exactly what you'd expect, a big shiny ad page designed to make your wallet feel unsafe. It's all very polished, very limited time, very act now or miss out forever, which is the oldest trick in the book and somehow still works every single time. Honestly, it's a good collab though, because it knows exactly what it is and doesn't pretend to be anything else. It's shameless in the best possible way, and that's why it sticks. If you told me this was fake, I'd still believe it was real, because reality has been doing this exact flavor of nonsense for years. That's it. See ya. Right, so I saw this absolute brain dead headline and I had to check if the internet finally cooked itself past recovery. Trump apparently signed some law about mutants and then just fully loses his damn mind, which is already a hell of a sentence, and the quote being repeated 99 times makes it sound like somebody fed a comic book villain into a broken printer. Yeah, this is the exact kind of unhinged shit that makes no sense until you remember people will believe anything if it's loud enough. The whole thing turns into a one-line apocalypse like he's been possessed by the world's stupidest
No more mutants! I said no more mutants!
And then apparently he invades my room just yelling that over and over, which is honestly one of the worst possible housewarming gifts. If somebody kicks your door in and their only vocabulary is mutant panic, you're not dealing with a president, you're dealing with a malfunctioning action figure. Don't even know what the end game is here besides pure nonsense and a total loss of dignity. If your entire political platform is just screaming one sentence until everyone leaves, that's not policy, that's a toddler with executive power. Honestly, it's impressive in the worst way possible, because it takes a special kind of stupid to turn a fake mutant law into a full meltdown. It's loud, it's dumb, and it sounds like reality got hit with a frying pan. That's it, see ya. Bro, imagine living through a heat wave and then deciding, you know, what would make this better? 1200 watts of GPUs cooking my room like a rotisserie. I swear some people don't cool their setup, they just create a weather event. I found out because somebody mentioned their rig and I immediately felt my electricity bill flinch. That's not a computer setup, that's a portable furnace with a mouse plugged into it. You sit down to play one match and come out looking like you got waterboarded by the sun. That room isn't an office, it's a punishment chamber.
Seriously? 108 degrees? This is insane!
And the crazy part is people act like this is normal. Like, yeah, dude, the room stays at 94 degrees, but the frames are sick. Yeah, great. I'm sure your ancestors would be proud you achieved 240 FPS in a sauna. At some point, the PC stops being a hobby and starts being a climate denial protest. You can hear the heat begging for mercy. Every component in there is screaming, the room is melting, and the only thing getting higher than the GPU temps is the owner's blood pressure. It's honestly impressive and stupid in equal measure. So yeah, if your room feels like the surface of the sun, maybe don't add 1,000 extra watts of silicon anger, unless you're trying to season the air, in which case, mission accomplished. That's it, see ya. Alright, I did not wake up expecting to see Barack Obama in a metal band, but apparently the universe is doing improv now. If he starts screaming over double bass, I am gonna lose my mind. That's not a political statement, that's just a man committing to the bit. Dude looks way too comfortable up there. He has the posture of somebody who absolutely knows how to command a crowd, which is terrifying because now every pep rally in history feels like it was missing blast beats and a guitar solo. Growl was illegal. I feel like he just signed a treaty with Satan and then immediately filibustered him. The drummer is treating those pedals like they owe him money, and somehow Obama is the least unhinged person on stage. Honestly, I respect it. Most people age into golf or whatever, and this guy ages into fronting a metal band like he's about to wreck a microphone and abolish the concept of subtlety. Incredible. Right, this fine Uuk thing is one of the most insane internet train wrecks I've seen in a while. It's like watching a shopping cart with one wheel missing barrel downhill straight into a dumpster full of expired dildos. I don't know how this became real, but here we are. This is the article that first tipped me off to the whole fine Uuk disaster, and it reads like it was written by a guy having a stroke in a Spencer's Gifts. But somehow, even with all the clickbait diarrhea dripping off the page, it still undersells how absurd this whole thing is. Fine Uuk apparently decided that dignity was optional and hit the gas on a public meltdown that looked like a raccoon fighting its reflection in a microwave door. Every new detail makes it feel less like drama and more like performance art for people with concussions. There he is, the man of the hour, looking like he just lost an argument to a toaster. This is basically the face of a guy who's one bad notification away from trying to suplex his router through drywall. The main reason everyone's clowning on this is because fine Uuk somehow kept doubling down every single time a normal person would have logged off and taken a cold shower. It's the digital equivalent of slipping on a banana peel, then deciding to do it 6 more times for dominance. This is the most insane apology I've ever seen, which is saying a lot because the internet pumps these out like a broken dick-shaped gumball machine. Somehow Charlie managed to turn a 1 million subscriber special into the culinary equivalent of a war crime, and now has to crawl back on camera like a goblin in basketball shorts.
Hey everyone, I need to address something. For my 1 million sub special, I ate a penguin. I'm sorry, it was wrong.
This is the apology video itself, the digital equivalent of watching a raccoon try to explain tax fraud. He's sitting there with the usual blank white wall like he's being interrogated by the world's most disappointed drywall. It starts off saying he misjudged the vibe, which is one of the strongest opening lies since the dog ate my homework. Brother, you didn't misread the room, you cooked and ate the mascot. That's not a whoopsie, that's a full sentient Looney Tunes villain arc, and he's delivering it with the emotional range of a soup ladle. Alright, today we're watching a man choose violence, and by violence I mean a full-on theatrical leg launch into another guy's chest like he's trying to qualify for the Olympics in stupidity. I love when people act like they've got ancient warrior blood in them and then immediately look like a discount mall mannequin.
This is Sparta!
That is so absurdly extra I can't even be mad. I'm just impressed by the commitment. He didn't just shove him, he turned the whole interaction into a bad History Channel reenactment with a concussion as the punchline. That man woke up and chose a felony with theater kids energy. Yeah, that's the exact kind of phrasing the internet deserves. Not only did somebody witness it, but now we've got 4 million amateur analysts explaining ankle mechanics like the fate of civilization depended on whether Bobuck's man could block with his forehead. Him crying. Because the best part is he still looks proud of himself after the kick, like he just defended a kingdom instead of launching a guy who clearly had no idea he was in a boss battle. That's the dumbest war cry I've ever heard, and somehow it rules. Honestly, if this is how civilization ends, I'm okay with it. Not because it's cool, but because it's so stupidly committed that I can't help laughing my ass off. The energy is terrible, the technique is terrible, and yet somehow the whole thing is weirdly majestic. So somehow the internet has managed to turn a man, 10 melons, and a camera angle into a full-blown national emergency. I saw the clips, and let me just say, this is the kind of content that makes you question whether humanity deserved electricity in the first place. This is the first clip, and it already looks like a hostage situation for Produce. Whoever filmed this had the confidence of a man who's never once been slapped by reality. Also, why are there 10? That's not a prank, that's a felony with garnish. And then the second clip drops, and it's even worse because now there's context which somehow makes it less funny and more like a cry for help disguised as a bit. I don't know who saw this and thought, yep, this is the legacy I want, but congratulations, you've made fruit look unsafe. That tweet is exactly why this blew up, because now people are acting like they're hunting for a missing masterpiece. It's not the Zapruder film, man, it's a dude and 10 melons trying to speedrun embarrassment. Still, I respect the dedication. That is some all-time stupid internet content and honestly, kinda art. Right? This is one of those interactions that lives rent-free in your skull for no reason. I'm just walking around minding my business when a BMW crawls up next to me like it's about to offer me a side quest, and suddenly my whole bloodline gets audited through the back seat window. And I know exactly what happened in my head, which was basically, oh no, they've mistaken me for a person with a future. I didn't even say anything, I just shook my head like I was declining a free sample. Honestly, the hoodie was doing all the heavy lifting and the cap was actively sabotaging me. That tweet is insanely accurate because that's the energy. Like, I didn't reject her, I rejected the entire misunderstanding. I saved her from making a catastrophic statistical error. If that makes me a fakesel, then buddy, I'm wearing the title like a medal in a depression hoodie. The answer is no, by the way. If a BMW pulls up and your first instinct is to disappear into the woods like you just witnessed a cartel delivery, that's not fakesel behavior, that's survival instinct with a weak chin. I'm calling this a narrow escape, not a personality test.
Excuse me, do you know where Elm Street is?
That's the whole story. One second I'm on a walk, the next I'm getting chased by my own insecurity in a German sedan, and then I'm in the trees like some off-brand forest, cryptid. So no, you're not a fakesel, you're just a guy who survived a weirdly flattering misunderstanding.
So I gotta talk about this because apparently the internet decided my vocabulary needs a restraining order, and now every sentence is getting booby-trapped with Philly or Hank.
I saw this and immediately knew it was going to be some brain-rotted nonsense, but honestly that's the kind of stupid challenge that makes me want to lean into it just to be annoying.
Guys, this is the Philly part where I have to pretend this is normal, and somehow that makes it even more Hank than usual.
The funny part is I'm not even mad, I'm just impressed that somebody looked at a sentence and thought, yeah, let's throw a wrench in it and call it content.
Guys, this is peak Philly behavior, and I respect the commitment to making every Hank sentence sound like it got hit by a brick.
Anyway, that's the whole thing. It's dumb, it's stupid, and it somehow works because the internet is a landfill with Wi-Fi.
I'm not saying it's genius. I'm saying it's exactly the kind of Philly nonsense people will clip and pretend is philosophy.
That's it, see. So today we've got a completely normal situation where I may or may not have made one of the worst decisions a human being